As soon as Summer returned, she went straight to the study. Later that evening, Ningxiang and Ningxue approached her shyly as she was getting ready for bed and quietly asked, "Madam, what you said today wasn't true, right?" Summer was taken aback. Which part? She had talked so much with Wenjin and the others that she wasn't sure what they meant. About giving the heir to Princess Yunying. Summer looked at them seriously and replied, "It's true. If Princess Yunying really uses her power against me and I can't resist, then I would have to give him up." Ningxiang and Ningxue grew anxious. "But the heir definitely won't let you go." They had seen how much he cared for her over the past few days. It was rare for someone like him to like a woman, and if she really had to leave, he would probably be heartbroken. They didn't want to see him in pain and lifeless again. But if the heir disagrees, it won't matter. If Princess Yunying really brings an imperial decree, who would dare to defy it? "We can't risk our lives, can we?" Summer explained helplessly. This frustrating ancient world had its downsides. Those in power often meddled in others' marriages, believing their decisions were always right. The worst part was that they didn't allow for any rebuttal. Otherwise, it would be seen as disrespectful and could lead to serious consequences. If that time really comes, Shen Yan would probably feel helpless, right? And with no background, what can she do? Asking her to be a concubine for Shen Yan? That's out of the question. Ning Xiang and Ning Xue understood that the lady's words made sense, but if it were their own situation, it would be different. They wanted to persuade the lady again, but didn't know how to start. Xia Tian saw the two looking troubled and comforted them, saying, "Don't worry yet. We haven't even met the Princess of Yunying. What if she has already let go? Worrying about it now would just be pointless." "But, Madam, the Princess of Yunying is just as Miss Hu described. We're afraid." The two hesitated to finish their thoughts. Xia Tian blinked. "You two are worried that the Princess of Yunying hasn't done anything yet, so should I give up on your young master?" Seeing the two maids shyly pursing their lips, she smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your lady won't back down so easily. I'm just considering the worst-case scenario. Until then, I won't give up." Wasn't Wenjin also hoping to get a marriage decree from the Empress for the Emperor? Shen Yan had refused. Since the Emperor still values Shen Yan's companionship, he wouldn't easily break them apart. It seems she needs to put more effort into the painting for the Emperor for the upcoming celebration. Who knows when it might come in handy. After thinking this through, Xia Tian took off her shoes and got into bed. Seeing the two still standing there, she urged, "All right, go rest now. I'm tired and need to sleep." Only then did they lower the bed curtains and slowly leave. Xia Tian shook her head and quickly fell asleep. Unexpectedly, the next morning during greetings, Lu Shi mentioned that the Princess of Yunying was returning to the capital. Xia Tian pretended not to know and asked again who the princess was. Lu Shi patiently explained everything to her, not hiding the relationship with Shen Yan, and finally reminded her to be cautious of the princess. If things got too difficult, she could ask for help. Xia Tian stood up in surprise and bowed to Lu Shi. Her touched expression even moved Lu Shi a bit. Lu Shi gently assured her, "Good child, you are the only one for our Duke of Wuan's heir. Don't worry, I only acknowledge you." Xia Tian was even more touched, tears in her eyes. Her voice choked as she replied, "Mother loves me the most." Lu Shi suppressed a shiver and gently sent her off. "Don't worry, I'm here. Go back and have breakfast. Don't let yourself go hungry." Summer felt moved and slowly stepped back from Lu's side. Once Summer left the room, Lu stopped pretending and happily began to have the maid set the table for dinner. "Chi Mama, do you think that girl really believed I would help her deal with Princess Yunying?" "Yes, I don't think she was pretending. The admiration in her eyes for you is genuine." Chi Mama quickly praised Lu. "Having your support is something she could only dream of." "Exactly. She's just a girl without any background. What can she compare to Princess Yunying? If I offer her a chance, as long as she isn't foolish, she will definitely seize it," Lu said as she picked up a bowl of porridge and slowly took a spoonful. "Right, in this entire Marquis household, you're probably the only one on her side." However, when I said I only acknowledge her as the heir's wife, I meant it. Lu paused. After all, the lower the status of Shen Yan's wife, the more beneficial it is for us. Chi Mama agreed, realizing that without support from a wife, the heir's future was uncertain.
You are wise, madam.
Xiao Yu, who was serving nearby, asked with some confusion, Madam, since Princess Yunying has such a high status, why not introduce her to our fourth young master? You don't understand. While Princess Yunying's status is high, and she would suit Kerr, her personality would cause chaos if she were to marry in, Lu said casually. I want a daughter-in-law, not a troublemaker. Xiao Yu nodded. You are truly insightful, madam. When discussing Shin Ke's marriage, Chi Mama casually asked Lu, Madam, our fourth young master is not young anymore. Before, we hesitated because the heir was not married, but now that he is, we should act quickly. Yes, I've been thinking about which suitable young lady could match my Kerr, Lu agreed, acknowledging that Shin Ke was indeed getting older. Just a few days ago, they had finalized the marriage date for the second young master, all because of Shen Yan. If he hadn't been in the way, these older ones would have married long ago. Lu felt a bit resentful toward Shen Yan. She was determined to find a match for Shen Ke soon. Once the second young master Shen Fan married the eldest daughter of the second branch this year, she would ensure Shen Ke had a wife next year. Do you have any young ladies in mind from other families, madam?
Chi Mama interrupted Liu Stojehachts.
Look closely at the two. One is the fourth young lady from the General Hu Wei's family, and the other is the eldest daughter from the Minister of Justice's family. Originally, Lu was quite hopeful about Wenjin, but since Wenjin was focused on Shen Yan, she stopped talking about it. However, Wenjin ultimately chose the eldest son of Prime Minister Su, which relieved her. She was worried that if Wenjin married Shen Yan, it would become more complicated to deal with. Fortunately, Shen Yan was foolish enough to want to marry a country girl. She had to make sure to keep the two of them together and not give Shen Yan a chance to turn things around. Thinking about this, she remembered that the Marquis of Wu and had not yet agreed to add Xia Tian to the family tree. It seemed she needed to persuade the old lady and the Marquis of Wu and to settle this before Yuning returned. Once Xia Tian was on the family tree, it would be much harder to separate them later. Lu thought about this and instructed Xiao Yu, when the Marquis finishes his duty tonight, remind me to speak with him. Xiao Yu was surprised. The lady was just talking about the girl chosen for the fourth young master, so why did she suddenly want to see the Marquis? However, she didn't dare to ask further and quickly agreed, Yes, ma'am. Mama Chi didn't think much of it and directly asked, What does the lady want to discuss with the Marquis? I just remembered that the country girl hasn't been added to the family tree yet. This matter cannot be delayed. We must have her recorded before Princess Yuning returns, to avoid complications later. Mama Chi understood immediately. The lady is indeed thoughtful. Then she recalled that the old lady had always disagreed and felt a bit worried, but the old lady has never agreed. I will go find the old lady and mention that Kerr is also ready for marriage. If the country girl isn't on the family tree, it will definitely affect Kerr's prospects. The old lady loves Kerr the most, so she will surely agree, Lu said confidently. Mama Chi nodded, agreeing that as long as they brought up the fourth young master, the old lady would likely agree. Their lady was indeed clever. All three of her children were well liked by the Marquis and the old lady. Lu had thought this through and returned to the earlier topic, asking Mama Chi and Xiao Yu, which of the two young ladies do you think is a better match for Kerr? Mama Chi and Xiao Yu didn't directly say which one they preferred, but asked Lu, which one do you favor? Lu considered for a moment. I prefer the fourth young lady from the Hu Wei general's family. Although everyone says that girl is straightforward and loves to stand up for others, her family background is not inferior to Wenjin's. Moreover, she has a direct and steady personality, with the presence of a future lady of the house. If Kud marries her, she will surely be a great support for him. On the other hand, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Justice's family, although born into a noble family, has a somewhat weak character. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle things well once she enters the household and might get bullied. Kerr is going to be the heir of the Wuan Marquis household, So he needs to marry a capable wife, not someone who just cries at every little problem and needs comforting. While Lu and the others were discussing this passionately, Xia Tian stepped outside and quickly rubbed her arms, feeling disgusted by her earlier interaction with Lu. Ning Xiang saw her action and couldn't help but laugh. The conversation between the two of them earlier almost moved her. If she didn't know their relationship, she might have thought they were truly understanding each other, almost like a touching mother-daughter bond. With so many people in the house, they didn't speak until they returned to Jinglan Courtyard. Ning Xiang, do you think Lu really meant it when she said she would help me? Xia Tian asked while eating. It's hard to say. She definitely won't sincerely help, but I think she really does acknowledge you as the heir's wife, Ning Xiang replied. Xia Tian took a bite of her bun and nodded. It was true. Lu was almost furious with Shen Nian and wouldn't be happy about him marrying a lady from a prominent family. Lu had even given her a contraceptive medicine, which clearly meant she wasn't ready to give up on Shen Nian's position as heir. Perhaps she could still be of help. However, the thought of having to play the role of a loving daughter-in-law with Lu made her shiver. The idea was just too unpleasant. In the afternoon, after the old lady woke up, Lu took Shenlan and Grandma Qi to greet her. Lu first mentioned that the second and third young masters were getting older and needed to hurry up and marry. The old lady then asked her to find a suitable family for them soon. After a roundabout conversation, it naturally led to the topic of the fourth young master, Shen Ke, also needing to find a match. Kor is not young anymore. Which girl have you, as his mother, set your sights on? The old lady asked Lu, somewhat displeased. He was her most beloved grandson, and Lu had considered all the other children but hadn't thought of her own son. I have a few in mind, Lu hesitated, but what?
Just say it.
The old lady frowned. They say that Nyener isn't married yet, and their daughter can't wait, Lu casually remarked. Who said Nyener isn't married? Isn't that wild girl? The old lady said, a bit angrily. Were these people blind? My daughter-in-law said the same, but someone heard that since Xia didn't appear on our Shin family's family tree, it doesn't count, Lu replied, pretending to be helpless. Humph, that's easy. Just go to the ancestral hall and register her in the family tree, the old lady said with a serious face. Last time when the second girl got married, you brought that wild girl out in public. What's the difference if she's on the family tree? Lu felt pleased, but still looked troubled. I'm just afraid the Marquis won't agree. Just say it's what I said. The old lady's face darkened. No one could stop her Kur from getting engaged. She realized that Nyener had become distant from her. Since he insisted on marrying that unsuitable wild girl, let him. He would learn the hard way, without the support of a wife. Lu respectfully agreed and signaled to Shenlan, who then went to comfort the old lady. Seeing the old lady smile thanks to Shenlan, Lu took Granny Qi back to her Huirui hall. Before dinner, Lu carefully dressed up and had the kitchen prepare a large table of dishes that the Marquis of Wuan loved, then went to the Marquis's study to invite him. What brings you here? The Marquis of Wuan frowned. He rarely let anyone into his study, especially after the incident with Shinko. He was not as attentive to Lu as before. If the Marquis doesn't come to find me, I have to come see you, Lu said with a hint of sadness. The Marquis stood up from behind his desk and walked to Lu's side, explaining, there have been many matters lately. Do you need something? Can I come to see you if I don't need anything? Lu smiled brightly. I had the kitchen prepare a table full of your favorite dishes. Let's go eat. As she spoke, Lu took the Marquis's arm. The Marquis paused but agreed, all right, let's go. Lu felt a surge of joy. As long as the Marquis didn't refuse her, she believed that in a few days, he would treat her and her son as he did before. When they arrived at Huirui Hall, the Marquis saw a table full of his favorite dishes and his preferred wine already warmed, which made him feel content. Sitting down and enjoying the meal served by Lu, he felt relaxed and happy. After the meal with the Marquis of Wuan, the dishes were cleared away and the maidservants served tea before leaving the room. Lu stood behind the Marquis, massaging his shoulders while repeating what she had discussed with the old lady that afternoon. The Marquis remained silent for a long time, his face dark. Just as Lu felt anxious, unsure of his thoughts, the Marquis finally spoke in a deep voice. "Let's do it this way. We'll open the ancestral hall when Nienna returns." Upon hearing the Marquis's agreement, Lu felt happy and said some flattering words, which lightened the Marquis's mood. That evening, it was natural for the Marquis to stay overnight at Huirui Hall. Xia Tian temporarily set aside thoughts of Princess Yunying and focused on painting in her study. 10 days later, Shen Yan returned, and Xia Tian had completed the painting for the Wanshou Festival. After a final check, she packed it in a box and stored it away. When Shen Yan returned, the Marquis had chosen a good day to reopen the ancestral hall and added Xia Tian to the Shen family genealogy. Shen Yan was unaware of what had happened during his absence and why his father was suddenly opening the ancestral hall for Xia Tian, but he wisely chose not to ask. This was something he had always wanted, regardless of the reason. As long as Xia Tian was in their family genealogy, she officially became his wife, and no one could question her status. After the genealogy was updated, Shen Yan found an opportunity to ask Mu Chen what had happened. Mu Chen was also confused and didn't know the reason behind the Marquis's actions. Eventually, Xia Tian mentioned her conversation with Lu and connected it to Princess Yunying's imminent return, which helped Shen Yan understand. It was clear that Lu was worried about him getting involved with Princess Yunying, which could threaten Shenke's position, so she suggested this to the Marquis. However, this aligned with Shen Yan's own wishes. Understanding the situation, he decided not to interfere further. Xia Tian took the chance to ask Shen Yan about Princess Yunying. Shen Yan was open and shared everything, just as he had told Hu Mengyao. "So, if Princess Yunying causes me trouble, can I fight back? You are the lady of the Marquis of Wuen's household, and your status is significant. You don't need to fear her. What if I upset Princess Yunying? Would that offend Princess Ruihua? It doesn't matter if you offend her. Our household is not a soft target that anyone can bully." After clarifying everything, Xia Tian felt reassured. The two talked for a while, and Shen Yan shared what he could about the past 10 days. Xia Tian also took out a painting to show Shen Yan. Seeing the 6-foot painting, Shen Yan's surprise was hard to hide. Not only was the painting incredibly realistic, but its theme would surely please the emperor. Although young, the emperor had been diligent and caring for his people since taking the throne. The entire De Qian dynasty was thriving and strong, deterring neighboring countries from making any moves. Xia Tian had named the painting on the Fields of Hope. "How did you come up with this idea?" Shen Yan asked curiously. Most women prefer flowers, birds, and insects, so it was rare to think of such a theme. "I thought the emperor has seen many treasures, and since you mentioned he is a wise ruler who loves his people, this scene should be something he would enjoy," Xia Tian replied. "Exactly," Shen Yan nodded in approval. After looking at the painting, Xia Tian put it away, planning to show it to Shen Yan again later. With the Wanshou Festival about 10 days away, Xia Tian decided to take the 2 finished paintings to manager Xiao. Most of the paintings were custom orders, and while the prices weren't as high as those from the Wen Yibo family, they still varied based on size and content. On average, each painting brought in about 2,000 taels of silver. Manager Zhao's custom orders were already booked until August, following a plan of 2 paintings per month. Xia Tian brought over the custom information and asked Manager Xiao to hold off on accepting new orders until the current ones were finished, as delays could lead to financial penalties. Time flew by, and soon it was March 28th, the day of the Wanshou Festival, a day of national celebration. It was said that delegations from other countries had arrived in the capital to celebrate the festival. On that day, the streets were crowded with people, decorated with lanterns and more lively than during the New Year. The members of the Wu and Marquis family had prepared early and took a carriage to the palace. This time, the old lady was also going, along with Lu Shi and Shen Ke. Once inside the palace, men and women were separated. The old lady led the women, accompanied by palace maids, to their designated area to rest. The formal banquet would not start until around 10 in the morning. The old lady chatted with other noble ladies, while Lu Shi and the others gathered with ladies from other families to discuss their children. The young ladies were free to socialize as they pleased. Summer sat beside Lu Shi for a while, feeling uneasy as curious glances came her way. She told Lu Shi and, with Ning Xiang, found a small pavilion that was less crowded. Not long after they sat down when Jin, Lin Ziyu, and Hu Mengyao arrived with their maid. After exchanging greetings, Hu Mengyao leaned in and asked, "Have you seen Princess Yuning?" Summer shook her head, "Not yet. I'll tell you, when she saw the three of us earlier, she acted so proud. If she knew your identity, she would definitely come looking for you. So be careful," Hu Mengyao whispered, this time without any malice. "Okay. Thanks for the warning," Summer replied seriously. She wasn't very clear about the details of the one-show festival, so the three explained it to her. Gradually, more people gathered around the pavilion, with young ladies chatting in small groups. They didn't discuss anything else and talked about clothing styles and jewelry that interested girls. The table in the pavilion was set with snacks and hot tea by the maids, but few people touched them. As they were chatting enthusiastically, the surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Summer looked up and saw a girl in a red dress approaching with two maids. The crowd parted to let her through. Seeing Summer staring, Wenjin quickly pulled her and whispered, "That's Princess Yuning." As the princess reached the pavilion, they stood up and waited until she entered before bowing. Princess Yuning ignored Wenjin and the others, standing directly in front of Summer, sizing her up before speaking, "Are you the wild girl who insists that young Master Shin must marry you?" Summer didn't respond and just looked at her coldly. "The princess is asking you a question. Are you mute?" One of the maids behind Princess Yuning scolded her rudely for not speaking. Summer shot a cold glance at the maid. "Whether I speak or not is none of your business. Then the princess is asking you. Why aren't you answering?" Princess Yuning's expression turned cold, silencing her maid. "I don't know how to answer the princess's question. Is it that hard to say yes or no? If the princess is asking like that, then my answer is no." Princess Yuning was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response. Her face darkened. "How dare you deceive the princess? How can you deceive me? Please clarify, Your Highness," Xia Tian asked coldly. "Isn't it you who stubbornly wants young Master Shin to marry you?" Princess Yuning retorted. "Oh, did the princess ask young Master Shin? Did he answer you like that? Humph. Do I need to ask young Master Shin? What right do you, a country girl, have to make him willingly marry you?" Princess Yuning said disdainfully. "Then you should ask him clearly before talking to me. A country girl," Xia Tian replied calmly. "Humph. You'll regret this," Princess Yuning said before turning to the three bystanders. "Miss Wen, I can't believe you are associating with someone like her. It's truly beneath your status." After saying this, she left with her maid, without waiting for Miss Wen to respond. "Is she sick? Don't you think she's sick?" After seeing Princess Yuning leave, Hu Mengyao pointed at her back angrily and asked Miss Wen and the others. "I thought after 2 years, Princess Yuning might have changed a bit, but she is still so arrogant," Lin Ziyu said, shaking her head in frustration. Miss Wen looked around and noticed many people were watching and whispering, so she stopped Hu Mengyao and Lin Ziyu from continuing. "Stop talking. If she hears you, she'll cause trouble." Seeing the crowd, Hu Mengyao and Lin Ziyu decided not to complain further. Miss Wen comforted Xia Tian, "Don't mind her. She always talks like that. Just be careful when you see her. She won't dare to do anything to you."
"Okay, I'm fine," Xia Tian nodded.
If Princess Yuning is just talking and trying to take advantage, that's not a big deal. But if she wants to cause trouble, then they will deal with it and not let her bully them for no reason. After sitting for a while, they noticed it was almost time and returned to their families. Today, the palace was filled with red lanterns, creating a lively atmosphere with the elegantly dressed crowd. The celebration was held at Ruiqing Palace, which is usually the venue for large events and can accommodate many people. Today, colorful ribbons and lanterns decorated the place, and auspicious symbols and words were posted on the palace walls and columns, filling the air with a festive spirit. As the auspicious time approached, the officials and their families took their seats, while the emperor Empress, and Empress Dowager sat in the main seats surrounded by everyone. Today, the whole country is celebrating together, without separating men and women. Everyone sits together according to their ranks. Shen Yan, the heir of the Wuan Marquis, sits near the front, with Xia Tian directly beside him, allowing her to clearly see the emperor and others in higher positions. Princess Yuning and Princess Rui who are sitting together, just across from Shen Yan, but a bit further ahead. Xia Tian can see Princess Yuning occasionally glaring at her. Xia Tian notices, but chooses to ignore it. After the emperor receives the people's worship, the royal family, officials, and foreign envoys begin to present their gifts. The royal family starts with their tributes. When it's the turn of King Chongxian, he presents a landscape painting, as all gifts are opened publicly for the emperor to see before being taken away. As King Chongxian unveils the painting and mentions Mr. Xianing, Xia Tian happens to have a mouthful of tea, and upon hearing Xianing, she suddenly spits it out. Fortunately, everyone else is focused on the painting, so not many notice. Shen Yan's teacup also shakes a bit. Seeing Xia Tian choke, he quickly puts down his cup and pats her back to help her breathe. Xia Tian lowers her head, covering her mouth with her sleeve, and coughs quietly for a while until she calms down. Watching Xia Tian, whose face is turned red from coughing, Shen Yan bites his lip, trying to suppress his laughter, his eyes almost crescent-shaped. While others miss this moment, Princess Yuning, who is always watching them, catches it perfectly. Grinding her teeth, Princess Yuning nearly twists her handkerchief into a knot. Across from them, Wenjin also sees this and gives a faint smile before turning her gaze away. King Chongxian's landscape painting is praised by the emperor, who casually compliments Mr. Xianing, making those who haven't heard of him curious and whisper among themselves to learn more about him. Xia Tian feels too shy to look up as she hears the discussions clearly. Shen Yan, holding back a smile, gently squeezes her hand. After a while, Xia Tian finally calms down and quietly asks Shen Yan, "Can we still present our painting?" "It's fine. The content is different." Shen Yan pauses and jokes, "But today Mr. Xianing might become famous." "You can't leave me in the dark." Xia Tian playfully glares at Shen Yan. Shen Yan gives her a reassuring look, and they both fall silent, continuing to watch others present their gifts. When it was Shen Yan's turn, she calmly walked to the center, opened the scroll to show the emperor, and said loudly, "I wish the emperor long life and good health, and may our great Qian dynasty remain strong and prosperous." Seeing that Shen Yan had only unfolded half of the scroll, a palace attendant nearby quickly came down to help her fully display it. Once the entire painting was revealed, the emperor, who had been sitting and admiring, suddenly stood up and asked the two to bring the scroll closer. When he saw the painting Fields of Hope up close, his eyes widened in surprise. After observing it for a while, he clapped his hands and laughed, saying, "Only someone who knows me well could create this. Chu Xian." Perhaps feeling it was still a bit far away, the emperor walked closer, admiring it while asking Shen Yan, "Chu Xian, did you paint this?" Before Shen Yan could answer, the emperor continued, "Why does this painting seem a bit similar to the one presented by my royal uncle earlier? I do not have such skill." This painting and the one presented by King Chongxian were both created by the same person, Shen Yan respectfully replied. Only then did the emperor take a closer look at the signature. "Who is this Mr. Xianing? His painting skills are extraordinary, making me feel as if I am witnessing the busy scene in person. This Mr. Xianing is quite mysterious. I cannot reveal his identity at the moment," Shen Yan whispered back. "Then, I must meet this Mr. Xianing when the opportunity arises," the emperor said with some regret. Others, curious about the painting Shen Yan presented that received such high praise from the emperor, became even more intrigued to learn about this Mr. Xianing. Unfortunately, after asking around, no one had seen him, so they had to suppress their curiosity for now. The emperor had Shen Yan and the attendant show the painting to everyone present before putting it away amidst the praises from others. Xia Tian sat below, feeling embarrassed as she listened to the discussions around her, her toes nearly digging into the ground. Now Mr. Xianing was known to everyone. When Shen Yan returned to her seat, Xia Tian shyly glanced over, and Shen Yan patted her hand. Xia Tian adjusted her mood, sat up straight, and continued to appreciate the gifts presented by others. Fortunately, no more paintings by Mr. Xianing appeared afterward. Otherwise, she would have felt at risk of being exposed. Xia Tian sighed in relief. With the gift-giving segment over, the emperor hosted a banquet to treat everyone present. The banquet was filled with delicious dishes, making Summer enjoy herself thoroughly. Everyone enjoyed the tasty food while watching the singing and dancing performances. She had never seen such a grand event in this dynasty, so she was captivated by it. Princess Yuning, who had been watching them, felt disdain for Summer's naive demeanor. She noticed that Shen Yan, sitting next to Summer, was not only whispering to that wild girl, but also serving her food. This made Yuning so angry that she wanted to separate them immediately, but the occasion did not allow her to act out. Otherwise, she would have made the wild girl regret it. Yuning glared at the two, but they were oblivious, happily eating and enjoying the wonderful performances. After the fixed performances ended, it was time for personal talents to be showcased in celebration. This segment featured unmarried sons and daughters of nobles. Celebrating the emperor's birthday was one reason, but it also provided an opportunity for young people to show their talents and get to know each other for future matchmaking. Summer was very interested. The first to perform was Wenjin's fiancé, Su Shiyu, the eldest son of Prime Minister Su. He was indeed handsome, standing tall like a pine tree, and casually glanced at Wenjin while playing the flute. Summer's gaze immediately turned to Wenjin, who happened to look back. Seeing Summer's playful smile, her face turned slightly red, and she shyly lowered her head, lifting her teacup to hide her embarrassment. Shen Yan, noticing Summer's silly smile at Su Shiyu, cleared his throat in displeasure and discreetly squeezed Summer's hand resting on her lap. Summer returned her gaze, smiling shyly at Shen Yan, but accidentally caught Princess Yuning's glare and grinned at her. This only made Yuning angrier, thinking Summer was provoking her, and she shot a fierce look at Summer before turning away. Summer found this amusing and smiled to herself for a long time. Seeing her happy, Shen Yan held her hand tightly. As the performances continued, Princess Yuning unexpectedly stood up and played a peep piece, earning high praise from the emperor and empress. Although Summer did not know much about the pipa, she could tell that Yuning's performance was indeed better than the previous ladies. She sighed inwardly. Although the Cloud Shadow Princess was spoiled and domineering, her talents were undeniable. The young ladies from prominent families truly were exceptional. As she admired the Cloud Shadow Princess's skills, she was surprised to hear her name spoken by the princess. Xia Tian was momentarily distracted and didn't react right away when she heard someone call her. It wasn't until Shen Yan gently squeezed her hand that she snapped back to reality and noticed everyone was looking at her. Shen Yan softly reminded her of what had just happened, and Xia Tian quickly stood up to address the emperor, empress, and the empress dowager on stage, saying, "I come from a humble background and cannot play the piano. Don't be modest, Madam Shen. If you can't play the piano, you must have other talents. Otherwise, why would young Master Shen choose you?" Cloud Shadow Princess laughed. The others listened with amused expressions. "Princess Cloud Shadow, you flatter me," Xia Tian replied seriously. "Your Majesty, Madam Shen is just being modest. I've heard for a long time that she is quite talented," Cloud Shadow said playfully to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked kindly at the Cloud Shadow Princess and then smiled at Shen Yan, saying, "Chu Xian, since Cloud said it, let your wife show her talents. Today is the Longevity Festival, so let it be a gift for the Emperor." Before Shen Yan could respond, the Emperor spoke first. "Mother, I think we should let it go today." The Empress Dowager still smiled at the Emperor, saying, "It's fine. Last time Chu Xian brought his wife here, I could see she is wise and steady. She won't disappoint me." Xia Tian thought to herself that the Empress Dowager probably didn't even remember what she looked like last time and was now making wild comments. However, she realized that she had to perform today. Just as Shen Yan was about to refuse, Xia Tian whispered, "Agree to it." The word Xinyan was about to say changed to, I will follow the Empress Dowager's wishes. After Shen Yan spoke, Xia Tian stood up respectfully, bowed to the Empress Dowager, Emperor, and Empress, and then said brightly, since the Empress Dowager has honored me, I will do my best. If I do poorly, I hope the Emperor, Empress Dowager, and Empress will not blame me. The Empress Dowager playfully said, Don't worry, we won't blame you. If you perform well, there will be a reward. Xia Tian smiled and thanked them. Thank you, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and Empress. Then she turned to the Empress, I need of Erhu. Could you lend me one? The queen nodded and instructed a nearby maid to bring over a two-stringed instrument. After thanking her, Summer took it. Another maid set a stool in the middle of the area. Summer sat down, checked the instrument, found no issues, and adjusted the strings to test the pitch. Everything was ready, but Princess Yunying suddenly exclaimed, Madam Shin, today is the Longevity Festival, the Emperor's birthday. Is it appropriate for you to perform with such an unlucky instrument? Unlucky? Summer replied in surprise. Do instruments really have a hierarchy? Hearing Yunying's comment, Shen Yan's expression turned cold. Princess Yunying, please be careful with your words. Am I wrong? Ask everyone. Isn't the two-stringed instrument only played at funerals? Princess Yunying looked innocently at Shen Yan. Princess Yunying may be mistaken. The two-stringed instrument is not only played at funerals, it is just more suitable for such occasions, Summer explained patiently. As for what piece to play, it depends on the performer, not the instrument. This needed to be clarified. She couldn't let Princess Yunying mislead others. If the Emperor and others believed Yunying's words, it would be disastrous for her. Earlier, she had noticed that the band during the performance did not include a two-stringed instrument. Whether Princess Yunying was intentionally stirring trouble or genuinely believed that the instrument was only for funerals, she couldn't let others be influenced by her words. After explaining, Summer recalled that the Queen had shown no surprise or objection when she asked for the two-stringed instrument. This meant that the idea of it being unlucky was likely just Princess Yunying's personal opinion. Feeling somewhat relieved, she didn't give Yunying another chance to speak and directly addressed the Emperor seated above. I will play a piece called Horse Racing on the two-stringed instrument, wishing the Emperor good health and success, and may our great Qian dynasty always thrive. With that, Summer raised her arm, and the unique sound of the instrument burst forth like a galloping horse. Horse Racing was originally an upbeat and lively piece. As Summer's fingers danced across the strings, it seemed to conjure images of thousands of horses racing across the grasslands, kicking up clouds of dust. Her body swayed with the music, her eyes slightly squinted, as if she were lost in the performance. Everyone, including the Emperor, was amazed by the Erhu Performance by Xia Tian. Their hearts raced with excitement as if they were truly at a thrilling horse race, filled with tension and enthusiasm. When the music ended, there was a moment of silence before loud applause erupted. A general spoke up before the Emperor could say anything. This piece is so enjoyable, even more than fighting in battle. Indeed, I prefer this kind of music that stirs the blood over the soft tunes, another agreed. I heard this lady say the piece is called Horse Racing. It really sounded like galloping horses and their whinnies, someone else added. Listening to the praise, Xin Yan relaxed her clenched fists, her eyes on Xia Tian, and her smile grew wider. The Emperor cleared his throat, interrupting the discussion, and praised, Madame Xin truly surprises us with her talent. The Empress nodded in agreement. Yes, it was unexpected. Did Madame Xin study the Erhu? Xia Tian stood up gracefully and bowed to the Emperor and Empress before replying, Thank you for your kind words. My grandfather enjoyed playing the Erhu, so I learned a little. This was not a lie. Her grandfather, Old Man Xia, did play the Erhu at village events. However, Xia Tian had learned it herself after starting her work, practicing diligently with online videos. The Empress added, Madam Xin, this is not just a little. You are quite skilled. Princess Yunying felt uneasy seeing the Emperor, Empress, and the Dowager Empress praise Xia Tian. She had intended to embarrass her in front of everyone to show Xin Yan the difference between her and the other young ladies. Now, it seemed she had only made Xia Tian shine. Frustrated, she pretended to be confused and asked, "Didn't Madame Shen say she came from the countryside and couldn't play? How is she able to play now?" Xia Tian glanced at Princess Yuning and replied calmly, "It was your kind invitation, so I couldn't refuse and had to give it a try. Madame Shen is too modest. Yuning doesn't have that much influence," Princess Yuning said with a mocking tone. Princess Ruehua, sitting next to Yuning, guessed the reason why Yun'er was targeting Madame Shen. Afraid that she might say something more embarrassing in her anger, she quickly pulled her daughter and smiled at the Empress Dowager to change the subject. "Earlier, Your Highness mentioned that Madame Shen would be rewarded if her performance was good. We all thought that piece was wonderful." The Empress Dowager smiled at the audience. "Of course, I remember. Chen Mama, bring me my jade rui to reward Madame Shen." Yes, Chen Mama brought the jade rui, and Xia Tian knelt down to receive it with both hands. After thanking the Empress Dowager with a bow, she stood up. At that moment, Princess Ruehua teased, "Your Highness is so biased. There were so many talented children, yet only Madame Shen was rewarded. It seems she has won Your Highness's favor. Ruehua, don't be jealous. The other children are great too, but I have never heard a piece like Madame Shen's before. It was truly exceptional." The Emperor, curious, asked, "Who composed this piece, Madame Shen?" He had never heard it before either. "I don't know who composed it. I only heard my grandfather play it," Xia Tian replied, surprised that no one knew this famous piece. She could only attribute it to her illiterate grandfather. Upon hearing that Xia Tian also didn't know the composer, the Emperor didn't press further, thinking it might be the work of some hidden talent. Throughout history, there have always been talented people who shun fame and fortune, living freely among the common folk. After the performance, Xia Tian returned to her seat and continued to enjoy the other performances, as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere on stage gradually became lively due to some people's intentional jokes. Xia Tian's performance of horse racing had amazed everyone present. Shen Yan was initially happy, but he became upset upon hearing Yuning's words. It seemed anyone could provoke him now. At that moment, he felt an intense desire to strengthen his power even more. When she sat beside him, he reached out his right hand and gently held hers. As Xia Tian felt the warmth of his hand, her earlier agitation caused by Yuning began to calm down. Attending this banquet was truly exhausting. She feared that one wrong word might upset those in power. Suddenly, a wave of frustration surged within her. When would this scheming and rivalry come to an end? Ultimately, it was her own lack of strength that allowed others to look down on her. She surprisingly felt the same as Xin Yan, wanting to become strong quickly and no longer let others bully her. After the banquet, Xin Yan was called away by the Emperor, and Xia Tian took Ning Xiang outside, standing under a tree to wait for Xin Yan. Wen Jin came out and saw Xia Tian standing alone under the tree, so she walked over. "Xia Tian, your Erhu playing is really good," Wen Jin said with a sincere smile. "Yes, Xia Tian, you are amazing," Lin Xiao added, giving a thumbs up. "You both flatter me. Your talents are impressive too," Xia Tian replied with a smile. Earlier, when Jean had played a Guzheng piece, truly deserving her title as a talented woman. Lin Xiao was even more remarkable, performing a sword dance with fluid movements that showcased her strength. However, Hu Mengyao surprisingly did not perform. Xia Tian had glanced at her several times during the event. In the end, Miss Hu sat quietly, watching others perform with great interest. Just as they were speaking, Hu Mengyao noticed Xia Tian and called out, "Xia Tian, I was looking for you inside. Why are you here? What do you need me for?" Xia Tian asked, puzzled. "Of course, to congratulate you. You really stood out today. You should have seen the look on Princess Yuning's face after it ended. She was furious," Hu Mengyao said, shaking her head. Before Xia Tian could respond, Wen Jin pulled Hu Mengyao and whispered, "Stop talking. She's coming." Hu Mengyao turned around and saw Princess Yuning approaching with her maid. As Princess Yuning walked over with her maid, Xia Tian and the others fell silent. It was too late to avoid her now. Princess Yuning approached arrogantly, looking at them with disdain. People really do group together. Wenjin, I misjudged you before, thinking you were a rival. I never expected you to fall so low and associate with anyone. Hu Mengyao, upset, replied, Princess, you're so noble. Why are you talking to us? Princess Yuning raised her chin, looking down at Hu Mengyao and Lin Xiu with contempt. And you two, you're really going downhill. Princess, you're noble, so don't talk to us. Lin Xiu couldn't help but retort. Summer was quietly watching, unsure of what Princess Yuning intended to do. After scolding Wenjin and the others, Princess Yuning coldly said to Summer, don't think that just because you played a tune on the Erhu, you can turn a wild chicken into a phoenix. Let me tell you, a wild chicken will always be a wild chicken. No matter how much it flaps its wings, it can't become a phoenix.
You don't need to worry about that.
Whether I'm a wild chicken or a phoenix has nothing to do with you, Summer replied without holding back. Humph, sharp-tongued. A country girl dares to speak to me like that, Yuning said with a harsh tone. Bishui, slap her. Seeing Yuning's intent to hit someone, Wenjin quickly stepped forward and said firmly, Your Highness, she is the wife of the heir of the Marquis of Wuhan. Please think twice. Humph, mind your own business. Step aside, Yuning said as she moved forward, pushing Wenjin aside while raising her hand. Let me show you if I dare. Lin Xiu, standing behind Wenjin, quickly supported her and shouted, Summer, be careful. Just then, they saw Yuning's hand coming down towards Summer's face. But the expected sound of a slap did not come. When Yuning raised her hand to strike, Summer had already stepped back, pulling Ningxiang behind her as well. Everyone watched as Yuning's slap missed, causing her to stumble forward. Luckily, she managed to stop after 2 steps. Otherwise, she would have fallen hard. Bishui, Yuning's maid, hurried over to help her up. Once Yuning regained her balance, she angrily shouted at Summer, You wild girl! How dare you dodge? I won't just stand there and wait to be hit, Summer replied, looking at her as if she were foolish. Yuning was even more furious and stepped forward to strike again. Summer, now angry, said coldly, Princess Yuning, if you keep this up, I will fight back. Fight back? I dare you, Yuning retorted, commanding her maid, grab her and see how she fights back. Just as her maid was about to step forward, a sharp voice interrupted, I want to see who dares to touch her. Everyone then noticed that a crowd had gathered to watch, and it was Shen Hui who had spoken, standing next to Princess Ruihua. Summer and the others quickly bowed to Princess Ruihua and stood aside, no longer speaking. Originally, Shen Hui didn't pay much attention to what was happening over there. She noticed a crowd gathering but didn't think much of it. While she was talking to Princess Ruihua, a maid rushed in and told Princess Ruihua that Princess Yuning was fighting with someone. Princess Ruihua became anxious and went over immediately, and Shen Hui followed her. As they reached the edge of the crowd, they heard Princess Yuning's loud voice and saw that she was bullying her sister-in-law, even though Shen Hui didn't really want to acknowledge Xia Tian's identity. However, she couldn't just stand by and watch her being bullied. It would be embarrassing for her brother. When she heard Princess Yuning demand that her maid capture Xia Tian, Shen Hui felt a surge of anger and scolded her sharply. The people around them noticed that both Princess Ruihua and the young lady of the Wunan Marquis were present, so they stepped back a little. Princess Ruihua stepped forward with a serious expression and asked, What is going on? Yunner, what are you doing here? Mother, this wild girl dared to talk back to me, so I naturally have to teach her a lesson, Princess Yuning replied, sounding a bit wronged. Princess, you really have a lot of nerve. The young lady of the Wunan Marquis household has become a wild girl in your eyes. Shen Hui said coldly. Princess Ruihua quickly patted Shen Hui's arm, saying, Shen girl, don't be anxious. Let me ask what happened first before we deal with this girl. Seeing her daughter's defiant expression, Princess Ruihua felt troubled. She had hoped that after sending her away for 2 years, she would have calmed down, but instead, She seemed to have become even more spoiled, daring to act out in the palace. Princess Ruehua pointed to Lin Xiu, who was standing nearby, and said, "Lin girl, tell me what happened." Lin Xiu recounted the events that had just occurred, including every word spoken, without leaving anything out. Upon hearing this, Princess Ruehua realized it was her daughter who was causing trouble. She had hoped that someone else had provoked her, but now she understood that she shouldn't have had high expectations. It was her fault for spoiling her daughter. Shen Hui, after listening to Lin Xiu, angrily remarked, "The princess is really something. She can bully anyone she wants." Princess Ruehua knew that Yuning was in the wrong today, so she didn't take a superior tone. "Lady Shen, are you alright? Don't let it bother you. This girl has been spoiled by me, and I will discipline her later." "Your Highness, I am fine." "You are being too kind," Xia Tian replied, her tone somewhat distant. "That's good to hear. Then you girls play. I will take Yuning away first." After saying this, she turned to Princess Yuning and said, "Yun, let's go back to Mother first." "Mother, you haven't." Yuning was upset that her mother didn't support her and instead comforted that wild girl. "Enough, let's go back." Seeing that the princess seemed really angry, Yuning was a bit scared and fell silent, following Princess Ruehua. Once the princess was far away, Shen Hui approached Xia Tian and asked, "Did you really not get hit?" "No." Xia Tian shook her head.
You did well just now.
"No matter what, you shouldn't just stand there and let someone hit you," Shen Hui praised. "That's right. She finally showed some of the strength expected from the daughter-in-law of the Marquis of Wuhan." "Thank you, big sister." Xia Tian smiled a little at Shen Hui's words. "And thank you three for helping my sister-in-law," Shen Hui said to Wen Jin and the others. Wen Jin and her friends quickly replied, "Sister Shen, you're too polite. We are friends with Xia Tian, so we wouldn't just watch her get bullied."
Oh.
"Then I really need to thank you. Come visit my house sometime, and we can chat," Shen Hui said politely. "Thank you, Sister Shen. We will definitely come by when we can. Then I will leave now. You all enjoy yourselves. Safe travels, Sister Shen." After watching Shen Hui leave, they finally sighed in relief as the crowd dispersed, giving them a chance to comfort Xia Tian. After Princess Ruehua took Yuning away and Shen Hui left after a few words, when Jean and her friends approached to comfort Xia Tian. "Are you okay?"
I'm really fine. She didn't hit me.
"I didn't expect her to actually dare to act," Hu Mengyao said, thinking that she would just scare people and still consider Shinshitsi. It was beyond her expectations. It seems that after 2 years, Yuning still hasn't improved at all. When Jean was quite upset today and still looked a bit unhappy. "Xia Tian, in the future, try to avoid her if you can. Who knows when she might suddenly go crazy." "Okay, don't worry. Don't take her words to heart. I have decided that you are my friend now," Lin Xiu said, patting Xia Tian's shoulder. "All right, thank you all." Xia Tian smiled in gratitude. Although there had been some unpleasantness between her and Wen Jin before, their relationship had visibly improved since the incident at Lingwu Temple. "I didn't expect that a few people here have become closer to her, and now there's also Princess Yuning appearing, making things even more complicated." Indeed, life is about constantly facing and solving problems, as if we are afraid of living comfortably. Now that we are facing this situation, there is nothing to fear. If worst comes to worst, Xin Nian can handle it. From what happened today, Princess Ruehua seems to be reasonable, even though she still favors her own daughter. At least she didn't cause trouble for her directly. What surprised her today was Shen Hui. She actually stood by her side and firmly defended her. Although much of it was for her brother's sake, Xia Tian appreciated her support. After leaving, Shen Hui went to find Xin Nian to discuss today's events with her brother. Although Princess Yuning has a high status, she has been spoiled by Princess Ruehua. Shen Hui has never liked her, and likes her even less now. If she had to choose, she would prefer Xia Tian to be her sister-in-law. At least she wouldn't create unnecessary chaos. Moreover, she didn't expect her sister-in-law, who comes from a humble background, to become friends with Wen Jin and the others. She could tell that when they referred to each other as friends, they were sincere, not just being polite. That was a pleasant surprise. Princess Ruehua brought Princess Yuning directly to the Empress's palace. What happened? The Empress asked with a smile, noticing Yuning's angry expression. I lost track of her for a moment, and the child went to cause trouble for that girl, Princess Ruehua said helplessly. The Empress was surprised. Yuner, do you really still like young Master Shin? Yes, Yuning replied shyly. I didn't expect you to be so devoted, my little girl, the Empress said with a smile, patting the space beside her. Come sit here. Yuning happily went over and nestled in the Empress's arms. The Empress stroked Yuning's hair. Let me tell you, young Master Shen is already married. We don't want him. I can find you someone better. Empress Yuning pouted, but I just like brother Chu Xian. You silly child, young Master Shen is married. Why won't you listen? Princess Ruehua was frustrated, wondering why the child was so stubborn. 2 years ago, she insisted on marrying Shin Yan, and now, 2 years later, she still thinks about him. Ruehua, don't be anxious. Yuner is still young and doesn't understand many things. If you talk to her kindly, she will understand. The Empress Dowager spoke to comfort Princess Ruehua. It's been 2 years, and I don't see any improvement in her, Princess Ruehua said, glaring at Princess Yuning. Just now, she even tried to hit someone. It's her fault for arguing with me, Yuning replied angrily. Are you still talking? If I hadn't stepped in just in time, you would have caused trouble. Do you realize that? Ruehua said, glaring and poking Yuning on the head. She's just a country girl. What's the big deal if I hit her? Yuning said arrogantly. You might think it's fine to hit her, but have you considered the people behind her? If you lay a hand on her, do you think the Marquis of Wuan will let you off? Do you think Shin Yan will? Shinlan said that the people from the Marquis family don't care for that country girl. Who would support her? What about Shin Yan? Princess Ruehua countered. Brother Chu Xian would just be a little unhappy. What could he do to me? Yuning said, even more arrogantly, ignoring any advice. Your Highness, listen to what this child is saying. She's trying to drive me crazy, Ruehua said, holding her forehead in frustration. The Empress Dowager understood that Yuning still had feelings for Shin Yan, and Ruehua seemed a bit more open to the idea of them being together. Before, Ruehua had strongly opposed it because Shin Yan was seriously ill, and it was uncertain if he would survive. Now that Shin Yan was completely well, Ruehua was starting to reconsider. So, she didn't hide it from her and used this opportunity to clarify things. Although the Empress Dowager liked Shin Yan and appreciated Yuning, she had no intention of separating them. Yuner, there are plenty of excellent young men in the capital. Let's find someone better than that Shin boy, the Empress Dowager said with a smile to coax Yuning. Empress Dowager Yuning pouted playfully. Be good. The Shun boy is already married. We can't lower our status by causing trouble for his wife. The Empress Dowager defended Shin Yan. Not to mention how close Shin Yan and the Emperor were when he served as a companion reader. Just before the Ice Festival, the Emperor even asked her to take good care of Shin Yan's wife. Although Ruehua had helped before the Emperor ascended the throne, as the Empress Dowager, she wouldn't undermine the Emperor's wishes. Since the Emperor thought Shin Yan and his wife were a good match, she couldn't interfere. Seeing that the Empress Dowager didn't engage further, Ruehua realized she did not support Yuning and Shin Yan's relationship. So, she cleverly changed the subject and talked about something else. Summer was chatting under the tree with Wenjin and the others when Shin Yan came over. Xiaotian, it's time to go home, Shin Yan called from a short distance. Okay, I'm coming, Xiaotian replied, smiling as she said goodbye to Wenjin and the others. I'll head out first. All right, go ahead. She waved to the three of them and walked quickly toward Shin Yan. Once the two of them exited the palace gate, they saw Shan Hui waiting by the carriage. As for the old lady and the others, they probably went back first. Big sister, is there something wrong? Shen Yan asked as he approached the carriage. Let's talk inside. Shan Hui had actually come to find Shin Yan in the palace but didn't find him, so she decided to wait by the carriage. Once the three of them were seated in the carriage, Shan Hui asked Xiaotian, when did you become friends with Wenjin and the others? Xia Tian smiled and didn't answer, looking up at Shen Nian instead. Shen Nian nodded. Xia Tian then replied, "It was after we went to Lingwu Temple to enjoy the plum blossoms together."
Oh.
Shen Hui didn't believe it and looked at Shen Nian, sensing that the two were hiding something from her. After thinking for a moment, Shen Nian decided to tell Shen Hui about the incident at Lingwu Temple. Shen Hui understood, saying, "I thought so. Xia Tian and Wenjin are from very different backgrounds. How could they just become friends out of nowhere? But you are quite bold." "Thankfully, nothing happened," Shen Hui said, both admiring and a bit worried. Given the situation at the time, there probably wasn't any other choice. Satisfied with her curiosity, Shen Hui remembered her purpose for coming to find Shen Nian and immediately became serious, emphasizing, "Listen, you should stay away from that Princess Yuning, okay?" Shen Nian was puzzled. "Why do you say that, big sister?" "That Yuning caused trouble for her today. Although I don't like the idea of her being my sister-in-law, I still think she's more suitable than Yuning," Shen Hui said angrily, pointing at Xia Tian. "Yuning caused you trouble?" Shen Nian asked Xia Tian. "Yes, it happened while I was waiting outside for you," Xia Tian said, not hiding anything and recounting what happened. Hearing this, Shen Nian's expression turned serious. "Did she try to hit you?" "She didn't succeed. Luckily, big sister came over, and then Princess Ruehua took Yuning away," Xia Tian replied, thanking Shen Hui again. Shen Hui waved her hand, saying, "Even though I don't like you, since you are still my sister-in-law, I won't let anyone bully you." Shen Nian felt a bit relieved but still reminded her, "If she tries to hit you again, don't hold back. Fight back, and I'll take care of any trouble." "Okay, don't worry. With the skills of Princess Yuning, she won't be able to hit me." Xia Tian replied with a smile. If there's a next time, I'll go to the Empress for justice."
Shen Hui coldly retorted.
Xia Tian looked at the siblings and found it amusing. They really were alike in temperament. She hadn't seen Shen Hui in a long time. After sitting for a while, Shen Hui placed her hand on her waist and rubbed it. Upon closer inspection, Xia Tian noticed a slight bump in her belly. She must be pregnant. "Elder sister, are you expecting again?" "Yes, I'm 4 months along," Shen Hui said, gently touching her belly. Shen Nian was still trying to understand what they were talking about when he heard Xia Tian say, "Congratulations, elder sister." "Thank you," Shen Hui replied with a smile. Seeing Shen Nian's confused expression, Xia Tian nudged him. "Elder sister is having a baby." Shen Nian paused, then exclaimed, "Oh." Shen Hui shot him an annoyed look at his reaction. Xia Tian handed Shen Hui a cushion to support her lower back. This child would be Shen Hui's third. She already had a son and a daughter, aged 5 and 3, respectively. It was no wonder Shen Nian took a while to react. Shen Hui had her first child at 17, the same year Shen Nian first fell ill, so he had never met his niece or nephew. As Shen Hui's condition worsened, she isolated herself, rarely seeing anyone, and didn't dare bring her children to meet him. Last year, when Shen Nian returned, Shen Hui had not been fond of Xia Tian, so she always came back to her family alone, meaning Shen Nian had yet to meet her 2 children. "Mu Feng, drive the carriage steadily," Shen Nian instructed, noticing Shen Hui was uncomfortable sitting. "Yes, my lord," Mu Feng replied loudly. "With you in this condition, where's your husband?" Shen Nian frowned. "I let him go ahead," Shen Hui explained. "I was waiting for you." Seeing Shen Nian's concern for her warmed her heart. This was the first time he had shown such care since his recovery. Shen Nian instructed Mu Feng to take Shen Hui to the Wunan Marquis' residence, and only after she entered did he turn back toward the Wunan Marquis' residence. Xia Tian took Ning Xiang back to Jinglan Courtyard to rest. Shen Nian gathered Mu Feng, Mu Chen, and Ning Yu and Ning Shuang, asking Mu Feng to drive the carriage to Yuxiu Pavilion to invite Miss Chu San. Miss Chu San, whose real name was Chu Yuan, was the owner of Yuxiu Pavilion. Yuxiu Pavilion was a place in the capital that specialized in custom clothing, with many skilled embroiderers. In the capital, Chu Sanyang is quite famous. It is said that her embroidery skills are exceptional, and she is favored by many wealthy families. However, She rarely works on her own projects and usually lets the embroiderers in her workshop do the work. Mu Feng and Ning Yu quickly agreed and left, as it was getting late. It would take at least half an hour to get from the Wuan Marquis' residence to the Yuxiu Pavilion. After they left, Shen Nian asked Ning Shuang to open his private treasury. He took Mu Chen and Ning Shuang inside to check the items. Mu Chen and Ning Shuang were puzzled about their master's sudden behavior. He returned without saying anything and immediately gave instructions. Now he was personally checking the treasury, which was unusual for him. Seeing their master with a serious expression, they wisely chose not to ask questions. Ning Shuang brought over the account book, and Shen Nian reviewed it for a while. After getting a general understanding, he asked Ning Shuang and Mu Chen to continue checking while he returned to his study. Shen Nian spent some time writing at his desk. Soon after, Ning Yu and Mu Feng returned with Chu Sanyang. After asking a maid to serve tea to Chu Sanyang, Shen Nian finally explained the purpose of her visit. Miss Chu, I invited you here today to order a wedding dress, and I would like you to personally embroider it. Young Master Shen, you flatter me. However, I currently have another order that will take 2 months to complete, so I may not have the time, Chu Sanyang replied, looking a bit troubled. Could you speed up the process? I can give you 5 months, and of course, the price will be satisfactory, Shen Nian offered. 5 months, plus the order I'm currently working on, does make it a bit tight. Chu Sanyang thought for a moment and suggested, how about this? I can handle the main parts of the wedding dress and let my best embroiderers work on the less noticeable areas like the cuffs and hem. This way, we can meet the deadline. Will it look the same? Shen Nian hesitated, unsure about the quality of the work. Chu Sanyang smiled. You can rest assured, young Master Shen. My embroiderers are very skilled and will do a great job. I guarantee it will look perfect. All right then. But you must complete it within 5 months and we can discuss the price, Shen Nian agreed. Of course, young Master Shen. As long as I take the order, I will deliver it on time, Chu Sanyang assured him. Shen Nian nodded. I also need to order some other clothes. You can have your best embroiderers make those as well, with the same 5-month deadline. That's no problem. Chu Sanyang signaled to the little maid she brought to take out the measuring tape. Let me measure the size first. Ningyue, please invite the lady here, Shen Nian instructed. After that, he took out several drawings from his sleeve and handed them to Chu Sanyang. Can you take a look at these designs and see if they can be made? Chu Sanyang received the drawings and examined them carefully, her eyes lighting up more with each glance. Did the young master draw this? Yes. This design is really nice. There are hardly any issues, but this part needs a slight adjustment. It would be more perfect if we changed it to this. Chu Sanyang pointed to the drawing and gestured to show the modified version. Shen Nian nodded. Let's do it as you suggested, but please keep this a secret for now. When you measure the lady's size later, don't mention what it's for. Chu Sanyang readily agreed. After a while, Xia Tian arrived at Lingyun Pavilion with Ningyue. Upon entering, she noticed a woman around 30 years old, accompanied by a little maid. Who is this? Xia Tian asked curiously, looking at Shen Nian. Seeing Xia Tian enter, Chu Sanyang quickly stood up. Shen Nian introduced them. This is Chu Sanyang from Yuxiu Pavilion, and this is my wife. Hello, Madam Shen, Chu Sanyang said with a smile and a bow. Xia Tian quickly stepped forward and waved her hand. You're too polite, Chu boss. Please have a seat. Chu Sanyang took out the measuring tape. It's getting late. Let me measure the lady's size. Xia Tian, confused, looked at Shen Nian. Shen Nian nodded. Let Chu boss measure your size for a few outfits. All right. Thank you, Chu boss, Xia Tian said, not questioning why they were suddenly making clothes, and stood still for Chu Sanyang to help her measure. After Chu Sanyang finished measuring Xia Tian, she measured Shen Nian as well, then politely declined their invitation to stay for a meal and left. Shen Nian had Mu Feng and Ningyue hurry to send Chu boss back in a carriage. Once she was gone, Xia Tian asked, why are we making clothes all of a sudden? Since entering the Wuan Marquis' residence, aside from the usual clothes made by the household, Shen Nian had already provided her with many seasonal outfits. It's nothing. Chu Boss's Yusho Pavilion is the best in the capital. Let's order a few more outfits to have options, Shen Nian replied.
All right.
Xia Tian said, not thinking much of it. After all, clothes were always welcome. Shen Nian then invited Xia Tian to stay for dinner at Lingyun Pavilion before sending her back. Due to the Wanshou festival, the court had a 3-day holiday. The next morning, after breakfast, Shen Nian went to visit the Wuan Marquis. Father, I want to hold a formal wedding in September. Before, we had to simplify many processes due to circumstances. The Duke of Wuan was silent for a moment, and Shen Nian quietly waited. Although he still felt that Summer was not worthy of Shen Nian, he had already acknowledged her as his daughter-in-law since she was now in the family registry. Moreover, her impressive Erhu Performance at the Wanshou Festival had made it clear to everyone, and denying it seemed pointless. Over the past few days, he had come to see that it wasn't so bad after all. After a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. I will first find out which day in September is good. I will let Lu handle the other arrangements. Seeing her father agree, Shen Nian's expression brightened. Thank you, father. The Duke of Wu and waved his hand. You are the heir of our household, and the entire Duke's residence will belong to you in the future. My previous objections were only because I hoped you would have a capable partner. Since you have chosen that girl, let it be. The wedding will be held with the proper standards for the heir's wife, so don't worry. Shen Nian lowered his eyes and thanked him again. He did not expect his father to explain himself. The Duke of Wuan looked at his distant eldest son, sighed softly, and gestured for him to leave. Since the Duke had agreed, there was no need for further concern. He trusted that Lu would not take the arrangements lightly. If she embarrassed the Duke's household, he would certainly not let her off easily. Other people's opinions were not important, and the Duke would handle them. Shen Nian returned to Lingyun Pavilion in a good mood. In the afternoon, he took Mu Feng and Mu Chun to his villa in the capital. He called for Granny Zhang and asked her to help with some tasks. Granny Zhang had been his mother's personal maid. This villa was part of his mother's dowry. After her passing, Granny Zhang was supposed to care for him and his siblings at the Duke's residence, but since she did not get along with his wet nurse, he arranged for her to stay in the villa. Now, Granny Zhang was living here in retirement. He had not wanted Granny Zhang to leave the Duke's residence, but his wet nurse had always complained about her. At that time, he was too young to understand the situation and did not want to see them in conflict, so he had to separate them. It was only when he turned 16 and suffered from poisoning that he realized his wet nurse had been colluding with Lu to poison his food. When Granny Zhang learned of this, she regretted it deeply, lamenting that she had not taken better care of him and wishing she could have dealt with his wet nurse herself. Later, he was stopped, but his nursemaid took her own life when she was exposed. The people involved were also punished severely by the Marquis of Wuan. Madame Zhang felt very guilty. During the years he was poisoned, she kept thinking about returning to the Marquis's residence to take care of him. However, by then, he had lost hope and given up on himself, so she didn't pay much attention to him. It wasn't until last year when he recovered and returned to the capital that Madame Zhang felt relieved upon seeing the young master safe and sound. She settled comfortably in another courtyard. Madame Zhang, I want to hold a formal wedding with my lady in September. You know her background, so please help prepare her dowry, he said. Madame Zhang was delighted. Of course. I have been waiting for you and your lady to have a grand wedding. I will make sure everything is perfectly arranged. Madame Zhang learned about their relationship on the first day they returned to the capital. They arrived in the evening and rested at this courtyard for the night. That night, Shen Nian shared everything with Madame Zhang. She was always grateful to Xia Tian, often saying that without her, she would never see the young master again, and after her death, she wouldn't have the face to meet the young lady in the afterlife. Thank you for your hard work, Madame Zhang. Here is 30,000 taels in silver notes. Please prepare according to the standards for noble ladies. If the money is not enough, just let Mu Feng know, Shen Nian said as he handed a small box to Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang received it with a smile, realizing how much the young master valued his lady. Perhaps next year she would get to see a little young master. Madame Zhang eagerly thought about it and wished she could start preparing right away. Seeing her happy expression, Shen Yan felt uplifted too, and a smile crept onto his face. He asked Madame Zhang if there were any other important details, and she carefully shared everything she could think of. Shen Yan listened attentively and noted down anything he hadn't considered, instructing Mu Feng and Mu Chen to prepare accordingly. Madame Zhang, being quite experienced, noticed that after talking for a while, the young master hadn't mentioned where the lady would leave from for the wedding. She thought he might not have considered this yet. So she asked, "Young master, where will the lady leave from for the wedding?" Shen Yan was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten about that detail. A few days ago, Xia Tian had bought a small courtyard, but it wasn't very big. Shen Yan thought for a moment. "Madame Zhang, can we have the lady leave from this courtyard?" He wasn't very sure about this, so he wanted to clarify. "Of course," Madame Zhang replied happily. "We can have the lady move in 3 days before the wedding." "All right, then I'll trouble you, Mama." Although this courtyard has always been managed, it still needs a good renovation and decoration for the wedding. Since Zhang Mama is a woman, it's not convenient for her to manage the renovations, and she also needs to prepare the dowry for Xia Tian, so she probably won't have time. Zhang Mama has been in charge of this courtyard, so if it needs to be renovated, someone else should be arranged. Shen Yan thought for a moment and decided that Uncle Li would be more suitable. "Mama, starting tomorrow, I will have Uncle Li come to help you with the renovations. If you need anything, just let Uncle Li know, and he can go buy it. It will be a bit of trouble for Uncle Li and you to set up the courtyard." Uncle Li is Zhang Mama's husband, and they have not had any children since they got married. Uncle Li has been managing the family business outside for many years, so having him come to help is the best option. "Okay, young master, don't worry. Uncle Li and I will definitely make sure the lady is well taken care of," Zhang Mama happily agreed. Since they have no children, they have always treated the young master as their own. The young master's marriage is a big event they've been looking forward to for several years. Even if the young master didn't ask, they would still make sure everything is done well. Once Shen Yan arranged everything, he sent Mu Chen to inform Uncle Li. Then, he personally took Mu Feng to a custom furniture store, visited several places, and returned to inform Uncle Li about the furniture sizes needed, so Uncle Li could prepare them. After ensuring that the dowry arrangements for Xia Tian were nearly complete, he returned to the Ofu. In the evening, Shen Yan came to Jinglan courtyard to have dinner with her. Xia Tian looked at the person she hadn't seen all day and wondered what he had been busy with. She casually asked, "Brother Shen, what were you busy with today? Why are you back so late?" She had wanted Shen Yan to take her out shopping, especially since it was the second day of the Wansho festival and the streets were lively. She heard there would be acrobatics and dragon and lion dances. But when she went to find him after breakfast, she heard he had already left. Feeling it would be boring to go out alone, she decided not to. "Oh, I was out handling some matters," Shen Yan said, not wanting Xia Tian to know he was preparing for their wedding just yet. He planned to tell her once everything was arranged. Shen Yan then casually asked, "Is there anything you like?" "Something I like?" Xia Tian was taken aback, then laughed. "Of course, it's gold and silver treasures." Shen Yan smiled, knowing that this girl was a money lover. It seemed that there was no need to prepare extravagant gifts. Gold and silver would be enough to make her smile widely. Xia Tian looked at Shen Yan and smiled, feeling quite happy. Although this man had unintentionally brought her a lot of trouble, he also gave her a sense of security, making her life a bit easier in this tough time. So, as long as it wasn't a life-or-death situation, why would she let such a good man go? She wasn't foolish. She thought it was important to pursue her happiness. "Shen, you won't take a concubine in the future, right?" Xia Tian asked nervously.
"No," Shen Yan replied firmly.
"You said it. You can't go back on your word." Xia Tian was instantly pleased. Shen Yan nodded while looking into her eyes. Xia Tian smiled, and Shen Yan smiled back. They sweetly chatted for a while before Shen Yan reluctantly left. It wasn't the right time yet. He wanted everyone in the capital to witness their happiness before they could openly live together. Thinking of this made him eager to hold the wedding soon, but unfortunately, time was tight, and he had a lot of preparations to make. September was approaching quickly. Back at Lingyun Pavilion, he called Mu Chen and Ning Shuang to review the items left to him by his mother and to decide what gifts to prepare. While he said that, he knew they couldn't only prepare gold and silver. They still needed to have other necessary items. After Lady Chu left yesterday, Mu Chen and Ning Shuang understood what their young master wanted to do. This morning, after returning from the Marquis of Wuan, he learned that he would officially hold a wedding with his lady in September. Naturally, they were very happy. Although it was already late, they were just as excited as Shen Yan, busy sorting through items in the storeroom, setting aside things that could be used as gifts, and planning to buy anything that was missing. While the main group was bustling with activity, Xia Tian was completely unaware and had gone to bed early. As usual, she entered the space for a while to help her body recover. She had mostly figured out the functions of the space by now. For her, the space itself enhanced her physical abilities, making her senses much sharper. The spirit spring water could heal and increase her strength, making her body very agile, but not excessively so. Now, no matter how much spiritual spring water she drinks, her strength no longer increases. However, if she doesn't drink it, her strength won't disappear either. This means that her current strength has perfectly merged with her, and it won't increase or suddenly vanish. Others see her and think she is very strong, without suspecting anything unusual. She also discovered that the spiritual spring water seems to only have healing properties for others and does not grant them extra abilities like hers. This realization made her feel more at ease. At least when she uses it for others, she doesn't have to worry about them suddenly gaining strength and raising suspicions. As for herself, it's likely because this spiritual spring space now belongs to her, making her the owner and allowing her to enjoy more benefits. Summer thought she should be more cautious in the future. She can't just take the spiritual spring water out to help people. She needs to think of a way to do it. For example, mixing the spring water into pills would allow her to help without drawing attention to herself, achieving the best of both worlds. She wasn't sure if this method would work, so she planned to test it when she had time. Lost in her thoughts, Summer soon fell asleep. In the following days, Shen Yan was busy and came home late, so Summer didn't get a chance to ask him to take her out. She decided to focus on finishing the paintings she had in hand instead. After the Longevity Festival, Mr. Xian Ying's reputation had spread throughout the capital, and more people came to commission paintings. Summer informed shopkeeper Xiao not to take any more orders. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make her identity as Mr. Xianing known. In the future, if anyone talked about her, she wouldn't believe they would dare to mock her to her face. It didn't matter if she didn't have a prominent background, she would create her own reputation. Summer thought that if she announced it directly, many people wouldn't believe her, so she needed to find a suitable opportunity to showcase her talent. The best chance for her to make an appearance would be at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration in May. Although it wouldn't be as grand as the Emperor's Longevity Festival, all the nobles and officials would attend, making it the best opportunity recently. With her mind made up, an idea began to take shape. Summer thought about how to reveal her identity as Mr. Xian Ying at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. It is now April, and the Empress Dowager's birthday is on May 21st, so there is just over a month left. The painting supplies are running low, so she took Ningxue to gather the necessary materials. Next, she spent time in her study preparing gifts for the Empress Dowager. Although there were suspicions that the Empress Dowager favored Princess Yunying during the last birthday celebration, if she wanted to establish herself here, it would be best to gain the Empress Dowager's support. If the Empress Dowager approved of her, Princess Yunying would think twice before causing trouble. Without the support of Princess Ruehua, there was no need to worry about Princess Yunying. This gift was prepared solely by her and would be presented to the Empress Dowager in her own name. She believed the Empress Dowager would surely like it. She spent 10 days preparing the gift. During this time, Shen Yan was worried about any unexpected issues with Chu Sanyang, so she went to a tailor to order a wedding dress, just in case. Once she finished the painting for the Empress Dowager, she took her time with the other paintings, dedicating a little time each day to work on them. Now that it is April, the tea house she had planned also needed renovations to get ready for opening. This tea house is located in Yushio Alley, an elegant environment frequented by scholars and artists. At that time, she had run out of money and was busy preparing birthday gifts for the emperor, so she had put the tea house project on hold. Now that she had time, she needed to get started. After discussing with Xia Tian and Ningxiang for a few days, they decided that continuing with the tea house might be a bit too simple. She reviewed the various cuisines she knew and ultimately decided to open a Cantonese restaurant. Cantonese cuisine is light and nutritious, making it suitable for scholars and women. Additionally, the serene environment is also favored by them. Once she decided what to do, Xia Tian visited Xin Nian. Xin Nian had arranged everything she could and assigned Mu Feng to assist her. Xia Tian only had Ningxiang, Ningxue, and Sueyin with her, all of whom were from the Marquis' residence and couldn't help her with outside work. Most of Shen Yan's staff had also been sent out on errands, leaving her with few people to assist. Xia Tian carefully inspected the tea house inside and out, and after returning home, she spent 2 days drawing the renovation design plans. The tea house she had planned was a 2-story building, and if she wanted to turn it into a restaurant, she would need to completely renovate the interior. The lobby on the first floor features a high-ceiling design, creating a spacious and bright atmosphere. The floor is covered with wooden flooring, and there is a curved reception area at the entrance. A shelf will be placed on the back wall to display tea and beverages for guests to choose from. A square dining table will be set up in the lobby, paired with red cushions to enhance the festive atmosphere. The second floor will consist entirely of private rooms, each designed in a different style to meet the needs of various guests. The walls will be decorated with calligraphy or embroidery, complemented by wooden carved screens to create a private and elegant dining environment. The kitchen will also have designated areas for cooking, food preparation, and dishwashing to ensure a smooth workflow. In the summer, a blend of modern and traditional designs will be incorporated, making the space feel fresh and comfortable, achieving the desired effect. She sketched out all her ideas and planned to consult a decorator to see if they could be realized. Since Mu Feng was not knowledgeable about renovations, she took her to find Master Bai at Yiping Xian. Master Bai, my lady wants to renovate a restaurant. Do you have someone who specializes in this? Mu Feng asked directly upon meeting Master Bai. Master Bai smiled and replied, I have just the person you need, Master Lu. He was the one who did the renovations for Yiping Xian. Hearing that Yiping Xian was done by Master Lu gave Xia Tian some reassurance. She had seen the renovations at Yiping Xian, which were practical and well-structured, indicating that Master Lu had good taste and excellent skills. Master Bai provided Master Lu's contact information to Mu Feng, who then scheduled a meeting with him at the tea house. Master Lu, I want to open a restaurant here. Here are the blueprints. Can you renovate it according to this design? Xia Tian said directly, presenting the blueprints as soon as Master Lu arrived. Master Lu took the blueprints, looked around the tea house, and nodded, Yes, madam. If all materials are ready, it can be completed in 3 months. Will you take this job, Master Lu? Xia Tian asked, having heard from Master Bai that his skills were highly sought after by many wealthy families. Yes, I have a project that is almost finished. When would you like to start? Master Lu replied after a moment of thought. Let's start right away. It was already April and 3 months later would be July, just in time for the autumn exams in August, making it a perfect opening time. Time was a bit tight, so Xia Tian discussed with Master Lu and handed over all the materials to him, essentially making it a full package. This would save time and effort. She believed Master Lu would not ruin his reputation. The main reason was that she didn't have enough staff. When Master Lu heard how much trust the lady of the Wuan Marquis' residence had in him, he naturally agreed without hesitation. He first estimated the costs and Xia Tian signed a written agreement with him, giving him 2,000 taels of silver as an advance. Master Lu was surprised by how straightforward the lady was. He had heard about her before. People said she came from humble beginnings, but her efficient way of handling things showed why young Master Shin chose to be with her instead of marrying a noble lady from a wealthy family. If it were him, he would also want a wife like her, talented, efficient, and thorough. Xia Tian had no idea that Master Lu held her in such high regard. She discussed some details and considerations for the tavern renovation with him, and they agreed to let Master Lu handle it for now. She would come by to check on it when she had time, and she expected no problems. With everything arranged, it was getting late, so Xia Tian and her companions returned to the Marquis's residence. The next morning, Xia Tian asked Mu Feng to take her to the market. She planned to buy some people to train for her future household. Unfortunately, in this era, to train someone she had to sign a contract, so she decided to go along with the norm. Even though she had a modern soul, she knew not to challenge the rules of the time by herself. She could make her life comfortable within her means, but should not expect to change anything. As the saying goes, do what you can with your abilities. She was just an ordinary person, so she would stick to what ordinary people could do. When they arrived at the market, Mu Feng took them to find Granny Su. Granny Su had many people available to meet various needs, and many wealthy families in the capital sought her out due to her good reputation. Granny Su, our lady wants to buy some people. Please bring out everyone you have for us to see, Mu Feng said. Granny Su, recognizing Mu Feng, smiled and quickly welcomed them. Lady, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. I'll gather the people for you right away. Xia Tian and her companion sat in the main hall waiting, while a young maid brought tea, and Granny Su went to the backyard to call people. After a short while, Granny Su returned and invited them to the backyard to choose people. Madam, the people I have are all innocent. You can choose with confidence. Su Posey warmly led Xia Tian and the others to the backyard. When they entered, they saw several rows of people, about 40 or 50 in total. There were mostly girls and even a whole family present. Xia Tian noticed that some of the people looked at her eagerly, while others lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. She felt a bit uneasy, but thankfully, these people seemed to be in good spirits. It appeared that Su Posey was fair and had not treated them too harshly. Xia Tian asked the girls to extend their hands so she could check their nails, and fortunately, they were mostly clean. She planned to train these individuals for work at the tea house, and cleanliness was essential. Along with Ning Xiang and Cui Yun, she selected 10 girls aged around 14 or 15. These girls had bright eyes and wore clean, tidy clothes, which pleased Xia Tian. After asking Su Posey, she learned that most of them came from poor families and had been sold by their parents, so their backgrounds were mostly clear. Xia Tian then asked Mu Feng to choose a few boys. Mu Feng picked 4 strong-looking boys around 17 or 18 years old. Xia Tian also selected 6 boys aged about 15 or 16. Just as she took a couple of steps to look again, one of the 10 girls she had chosen suddenly stepped forward and knelt in front of her, startling her. Su Posey was about to scold her when the girl spoke. Madam, please, could you buy my brother too? The girl was pretty, and her clothes were without patches. Kneeling on the ground, she looked at Xia Tian with eager eyes. Your brother? Xia Tian asked in surprise. Where is he? The girl's face lit up with hope as she pointed. That one. The little boy over there. She quickly called out, Xiao Zhou, come here. The little boy looked over when he heard his sister call him. He glanced nervously at Su Posey and only approached when he saw her nod. Su Posey sighed, giving the girl a helpless glare. The girl shifted her gaze, feeling a bit guilty. The little boy appeared thin as he reached his sister's side. He knelt down and bowed to Xia Tian before looking up and clearly introducing himself. Madam, my name is Xiao Zhou. I am 8 years old, I eat little, and I can do many chores. After speaking, he bowed again. Madam, these two are siblings. Their parents have passed away, and without grandparents, they were sold by their uncle. Madam Su leaned over to explain to Xia Tian. These 2 siblings have been with me for 3 months. Every time someone wants to buy the sister, she insists on bringing her brother along, so they haven't been sold yet. Madam Su didn't want to deceive anyone and simply presented the situation. Whether they would be sold depended on the siblings' fate. If this lady could buy both siblings today, it would solve a big problem for her. After all, she was in business and couldn't keep them forever, which is why she had them stand apart today, fearing they might not sell. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Madame Su strongly recommended. Madam, these two siblings are hardworking and really diligent. Plus, the girl is skilled and learns quickly. Oh, Xia Tian became curious and asked the girl, "What is your name? What can you do?" Replying to Madam, "My name is Xiaoyu. I can make many kinds of snacks, and I also know embroidery. My brother can read." Xiaoyu quickly promoted herself and her brother, thinking that today might be the day they could be bought together. Xiaoyu referred to herself as a servant, as Madame Su had instructed them to do since they arrived. She hoped their cleverness would help them get chosen soon. Hearing that Xiaoyu could make snacks and do embroidery, Xia Tian realized Madame Su was telling the truth. Otherwise, they would have been sold long ago. "Your brother can read? Can you read too?" Xia Tian was genuinely surprised to learn that one of them was literate. Replying to Madam, "My brother studied for a few years, and I know a few characters as well," Xiaoyu modestly replied. Seeing Xia Tian's interest in the siblings, Madame Su quickly added, "Madam, I forgot to mention earlier that their father was once a scholar." Xia Tian understood that these siblings had a hard life. Their parents must have cherished them when they were alive, but after their passing, their uncle sold them. It was heartbreaking to see such young children in this situation. With a sigh, she didn't ask more questions and directly told the siblings, "All right, you two come over here." When Xiaoyu heard that Xia Tian wanted them, she happily pulled her brother over and bowed several times to thank her before standing to the side. Xiaoyu had reminded her earlier, but she had forgotten to ask what they could do. Now that she knew, she checked on a few others she had chosen. Fortunately, while none of them could read, they were all quite capable in their work, so she decided to keep them. To her surprise, among the 4 boys Mufeng picked, 2 of them knew a bit of martial arts, which delighted her. Today, she planned to train these people to help her with her business in the future. She also needed to tidy up the courtyard where she would let them live. She had already chosen the young ones, and then she noticed a couple with an 8-year-old child nearby. The man looked to be in his 40s, and the woman seemed about the same age, both watching her with reluctance. Following their gaze, she realized they were looking at the boys she had just selected. Curious, she asked Granny Sue, "Who are those older couple?" Granny Sue looked over and quickly introduced them. "The He couple lives here with their family. 2 of the children you chose are theirs." The He family, consisting of 5 members, had been with her longer than the siblings Xiaoyu. They wanted to stay together, which made it hard to find a buyer. Today, she had to persuade them to agree to separate, as she truly could not afford to keep them all. Originally, they had 4 strong members who were easy to sell, but because they had a child, potential buyers hesitated. When Summer heard they were a family, she turned and asked the He couple's son and daughter to step forward. Seeing this, Uncle He thought she might change her mind and quickly knelt with his wife, saying, "Ma'am, please just take these 2 children. We won't stay together." For days, every buyer had refused them because they wanted to keep the family together, especially with a child. Granny Sue had warned that if no one wanted them today, they would have to be sold for hard labor. Reluctantly, the family had to agree to separate. Just when it seemed they might succeed, their reluctance to part with the children caught Summer's attention. Uncle and Aunt He begged her, and Summer quickly told them to stand up before gently asking, "Uncle He, Aunt He, what did you do before?" Before they could answer, Granny Sue interrupted, "Ma'am, Uncle He used to be a manager for a wealthy family, and his wife worked in their kitchen." "Yes, ma'am, later that family was confiscated, and we were sold," Uncle He added. Unexpectedly, today turned out to be quite fruitful for Xia Tian. It seems she didn't do her homework well, as she still hasn't figured out the steps for hiring people. Now, she was no longer anxious. After asking Uncle He a few more questions, she ended up hiring his entire family. Uncle He had experience as a manager, so if he was capable, she could have him manage her restaurant, saving her the trouble of finding someone from outside. Uncle He was so excited that he repeatedly thanked her, not believing that his family would finally stay together. Xia Tian also chose a couple in their 30s who had no children, just the 2 of them. Granny Sue noticed that Xia Tian had taken away about half of her people, and most importantly, she had solved the 2 difficult pairs. She was overjoyed and didn't even care about the genders anymore. It was 10 taels per person, and the 2 children didn't cost anything. Once the paperwork was done, Granny Sue happily sent them off, even kindly offering that if Xia Tian needed anything in the future, she could call her and she would personally bring people to help. After thanking her, Xia Tian asked Mu Feng to rent 2 horse-drawn carriages to take everyone to her courtyard. Today, she bought a total of 26 people, including the 2 children. Although it was just a small courtyard, there were enough rooms for everyone to stay comfortably. When they arrived at the courtyard on Linglong Lane, Ning Xiang reminded her that these people still needed to register at the government office. Xia Tian nodded, acknowledging that she understood. She couldn't spare the time right now, so once everything was settled here, she would have Mu Feng go to the office for registration. Today, she only brought Ning Xiang and Cui Yin with her. They had helped her select the new hires, and she had to admit that their judgment was quite good. She planned to train these people so that they could work in the restaurant. After all, it was more reassuring to have familiar faces in key positions. Xia Tian instructed Mu Feng to take Cui Yun and the couple to buy bedding and other necessary items. Since the hiring was so sudden, the house wasn't ready yet, so they had to buy everything on the spot. Earlier, Xia Tian learned that the man from the couple was named Chen and the woman was named Huang, so she decided to call them Uncle Chen and Aunt Huang. They had previously worked for wealthy families and seemed honest and reliable, but not rigid, making them perfect for helping her manage the courtyard. Mu Feng went out to shop, while Ningxiang directed everyone to quickly tidy up the house. When they bought the yard, the furniture was left behind, so they just needed to clean it up and it would be ready to use. Once they settled in, they could slowly add anything else they needed. After a while, the items Mu Feng and the others bought started arriving one after another. Ningxiang was busy, so Uncle He and his wife efficiently worked while guiding others to organize everything. Xiaotian watched from the side, feeling quite pleased. They were observant, organized in their tasks, and spoke nicely without bossing others around. It was already noon, and they hadn't eaten yet. Mu Feng and Suiyun had not returned, so Xiaotian wanted Ningxiang to take Uncle He, his wife, and the 2 boys to a nearby restaurant to buy some food. Ningxiang hesitated, thinking that if she left, there would be no one with the lady, so she decided to wait until Mu Feng and Suiyun came back. She didn't dare leave the lady alone. These people had just arrived today, and she didn't know their personalities. If someone upset the lady, she would regret it later. Seeing that Ningxiang was unwilling to go, Xiaotian gave up and took out some money, asking Uncle He to take the others to buy food. Uncle He, having been a shopkeeper, understood the situation and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, madam. Ningxiang has worked hard, so let the men go buy the food." Xiaotian nodded. "Don't hold back on spending. Buy plenty, since today was unexpected, and we weren't prepared. Once we settle in, you can cook for yourselves in the evening. Madam is too kind." "It's a blessing for us to be with you," Uncle He said with a smile. He could tell that this lady was easy to talk to and kind-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken their family in. Since they would be working for her in the future, they needed to work together to help her. In a way, she was a benefactor to their family. He had prepared for his family to separate today, knowing that once separated in this era, it would be hard to meet again. After entering a wealthy household, they wouldn't have the freedom to do as they pleased. Grateful, Uncle He naturally worked with dedication. Before long, he returned with a lot of steamed buns and dumplings. In the summer, it was clear that some of the steamed buns were made from a mix of cornmeal and white flour, and most of the buns had vegetarian fillings, with meat fillings being quite rare. She realized that Uncle He was trying to save her money. She didn't say anything more and let Uncle He and his wife share the buns with others, so everyone could eat first. Fortunately, Uncle He bought enough so they could fill their stomachs. Ningxiang also brought 2 buns for Xia Tian, and the 2 of them made do with what they had. After they finished eating, Mu Feng and Suiyun returned with others, bringing out the buns they had saved for them. They let everyone eat while others hurried to unload the cart and organize their things. There were 5 guest rooms in front of the house, so Xia Tian asked Uncle He and his wife to stay in one with their young son. Another room near the entrance was given to Uncle Chun and Aunt Huang. Their staying there also served as a way to keep watch, so they could know when others came and go and open the door for visitors. One room was kept as a reception area, while the remaining two were assigned to the other young men. Uncle He and Uncle Chen's families had smaller rooms, while the others had larger ones. Since they were in the north, the rooms had Kong beds, so it was no problem for 5 or 6 people to stay in one room. The remaining girls were all arranged to stay in the backyard for added safety. The main house and the east and west wing rooms were also tidied up today, reserved for her and Ningxiang to rest. The room was just simply cleaned and not yet decorated, which was not urgent since she wouldn't be staying there right away. She could take her time to arrange it later. There was a flower gate separating the front and backyards, and the kitchen was located in the corner on the right side of the entrance to the front yard, which was quite spacious. The pots and pans were cleaned and organized, ready to be used for cooking in the evening. Sueyun was quite attentive, ensuring that rice, flour, and oil were all prepared. She also bought some vegetables. Xia Tian praised her, and Sueyun giggled, happily directing everyone to finish up quickly. With nothing else to do, Xia Tian sent Mufeng to the government office to register these people. It was already afternoon, and she didn't want to delay any longer. Once everyone was organized, she gathered everyone together to start assigning tasks. When she was selecting people earlier, she had asked each one about their skills and names, which she noted down. Uncle Chun will temporarily be the steward of this courtyard, and Aunt Huang will manage the inner courtyard. Aunt He will handle the kitchen first, while the others will follow the instructions of the 3 of them. For today, this is the plan. I will come back tomorrow to arrange things for you. I haven't decided exactly what tasks to assign yet, so let's start with this rough plan. It's getting late, so let's help them settle in for now, and I will bring someone to train them tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. Everyone replied in unison. Ma'am, are you not staying here? Uncle Chun asked, confused. Well, I will come back tomorrow morning. Uncle Chun, please make sure to lock the door at night. I leave this in your hands for now. Yes, I will definitely fulfill your request, ma'am, Uncle Chun replied respectfully. After that, Xia Tian had Ning Xiang take 100 taels of silver to Aunt He, and then took Ning Xiang and Chui Yin back home. Aunt He used to manage the kitchen in a wealthy household, knows how to read, and can keep accounts, so Xia Tian asked her to take care of the meals for the people in the courtyard. The other young girls can generally cook, so they should manage for a couple of days without any issues. The courtyard has wells in both the front and back, making things quite convenient. In the evening, Xia Tian went to Lingyun Pavilion. I heard from Mu Feng that you hired some servants today, Shen Yan said as he pulled her to sit down when he saw Xia Tian. Yes, I'm here to ask you for help, Brother Shen. Xia Tian replied with a smile. Shen Yan looked at her. Brother Shen, do you have someone suitable to lend me for a couple of days to teach them the rules? You know, I'm not very familiar with this. Shen Yan thought for a moment, how about this? I will ask Granny Zhang and Uncle Li to help you train them for a couple of days. Is it the Granny Zhang from your other courtyard? Xia Tian asked curiously. She had met Granny Zhang once last year when she came to the city, but she hadn't seen her since. However, Granny Zhang seemed to like her, and she thought Granny Zhang was nice. Yes, that's her. Uncle Li and Granny Zhang used to work for my mother. They are family, so you can trust them. Okay, I will follow your advice, Brother Shen. Xia Tian had no objections. Now that she had people for training, there was one more thing to arrange. The tavern manager needed to be organized soon. She couldn't manage the tavern herself every day. That wouldn't be practical. Brother Shen, can I arrange for someone to go to Yupin Pavilion to learn from Manager Bai for a couple of days? Although Uncle He said he had been a manager before, she wasn't sure about his abilities. She wanted Manager Bai to help for a couple of days to get a feel for things and also to learn a bit. If Uncle He could handle the manager position, she wouldn't need to hire someone from outside. Sure. Tomorrow, let Mu Feng take you over. Shen Yan nodded, surprised that this girl was quite organized in her business dealings, taking things step by step and arranging everything well. He had been busy lately and hadn't had much time to pay attention to her, but he didn't expect her to act so quickly and already find the people she needed. The next day, before starting his shift, Shen Yan sent someone to greet Granny Zhang and Uncle Li. After breakfast, Xia Tian took Ning Xiang, Cui Yun, and Cui Ling with her to visit Shen Yan's villa. Granny Zhang was very happy to see Xia Tian and quickly invited her inside. "Madam, it's been a while since you last visited. This morning, the young master sent someone to inform me that you would be coming. Please have some tea first." Xia Tian smiled and urged Granny Zhang to sit down. "Don't be so formal, let's sit and chat. I will need your help later. Madam, just let me know what you need." "It's my pleasure to assist you," Granny Zhang said, feeling joyful to be able to help the young master and his wife. Xia Tian then mentioned that she had bought some people and wanted Granny Zhang to train them for a couple of days. Granny Zhang readily agreed. After chatting for a while and finishing her tea, Granny Zhang sent someone to call Uncle Li over, and they all went to Linglong Alley together. Uncle Chun had been waiting at the door since early morning. When he saw Mu Feng's carriage arrive, he quickly opened the door and stood outside to greet them. Xia Tian got out of the carriage and led Granny Zhang and Uncle Li directly to the reception room. Ning Xiang handed the tea leaves and tea set to Aunt Huang, asking her to prepare the tea. She had forgotten to buy tea supplies the day before, so she brought a set from Jinglan Courtyard today. Xia Tian had also been busy and forgot, but she had made a list of needed items last night, planning to gather everything today. After a while, Aunt Huang brought in the tea. "Aunt Huang, please gather everyone in the yard and have them stand separately by gender," Xia Tian instructed. "Understood, madam," Aunt Huang replied and went out to call everyone. Not long after, Aunt Huang returned to say everyone had arrived. Xia Tian then took Granny Zhang and Uncle Li out of the room. "Uncle Chun, this is Uncle Li, whom I invited to teach everyone the rules," Xia Tian explained to Uncle Chun, who was standing at the front on the left. "Starting today, let Uncle Li guide you for 2 days. Make sure to follow along and learn the rules. Anyone who doesn't listen will be sent back." After that, she introduced Granny Zhang to the girls standing on the other side. "This is Granny Zhang, who, like Uncle Li, is here to teach you the rules. Everyone should learn well. Those who do will have opportunities later on." Some people were curious, while others felt uneasy, but no one spoke and they listened quietly. Yesterday, they arrived here, but the owner does not live here, nor are there any other servants. They were unsure what the lady had planned for them. Summer remembered that they had not been given new names since their arrival. She thought it would be better to rename everyone for easier recall. However, she was not good at naming, so she left it to Granny Zhang and Ningxiang. On the men's side, she asked Uncle Li and Mufeng to handle the naming as well. After giving these instructions, Granny Zhang and Uncle Li went off to attend to their tasks. Summer called Uncle He over and directly asked, "Uncle He, I have a restaurant that will open around July or August. If I ask you to be the manager, do you think you can handle it?" Uncle He was taken aback. When the lady assigned tasks yesterday, he thought she would not rely on him again, and he felt a bit disappointed. He did not expect such a good opportunity to come his way. Realizing what was happening, his joy was evident, and he quickly bowed to Summer, saying, "Lady, I will do my best and not let you down." Seeing that Uncle He was not being modest and readily agreed, Summer nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he had the confidence to be a manager. If he had been overly timid, she would have considered finding someone else.
All right.
However, I am not sure if you meet my requirements for a manager, so I spoke to manager Bai Yipingxuan and asked you to learn from him for a while. What do you think? She needed to say this up front. If he did not meet the criteria, it would not work out. Uncle He agreed without hesitation, saying, "I will follow your arrangements, lady." Summer nodded, pleased that he did not seem troubled, and decided to let manager Bai assess him first. To avoid Granny Zhang and Uncle Li from running back and forth, Summer prepared 2 guest rooms for them to stay in. Since it was only for a few days, they readily agreed. With everything arranged, she took Uncle He to Yipingxuan to meet Manager Bai. "Manager Bai, I appreciate your help with this," Summer said sincerely. Although Manager Bai was affiliated with Shen Nian, he was still on her side, and agreeing to help despite the busy situation was a significant favor. "Lady, there is no need to be polite. It is my honor to assist you, Manager Bai replied courteously. With the arrangements made, Summer took Ningxiang to start gathering supplies. There weren't enough hands, so I had to step in myself. Sueyun and Cooling stayed in the second courtyard to help Aunt Zhang and also to learn a bit, so that in the future, we might not need to ask Aunt Zhang for help when arranging people. Fortunately, shopping is something women love, and it took us over an hour to return. By the time they reached the courtyard, everything they bought had been delivered. Ningxiang asked everyone to put the items away first. 3 days later, everyone had learned the rules pretty well. After training with Aunt Zhang and Uncle Li, everyone felt different and more energized. Xiatian thanked Aunt Zhang and Uncle Li, bought a lot of things, and had Mufeng take them back. Then she reassigned tasks. Uncle Chun would still be the steward, and Aunt Huang would manage the inner courtyard. Yunnan and Yunquan would start as guards, and once the restaurant opened, they would be assigned there. These two knew some martial arts, which would help if there were any disturbances at the restaurant. Uncle Li named them, and all the boys had names starting with Yun. However, it was still early, so Xiatian had these two teach any boys who wanted to learn martial arts. Later, she would talk to Xin Yan to see if they could find someone to teach them properly. Yunnan and Yunquan happily agreed. She realized that in this society, having some self-defense skills would make going out safer. She couldn't rely on Mufeng to drive her around every time she went out. It was necessary to train some people of her own. Thinking of this, she gave Uncle Chen some money to buy 2 carriages for easier shopping trips. Xiatian made a rough plan and left the details to Uncle Chen and Aunt Huang. However, she had an important task today, to see how well the 10 girls could cook. So at noon, she asked each of them to prepare a dish they were good at, and she and Ningxiang tasted them. After tasting, only 3 of the 10 made dishes that were quite good. The others were average. This was understandable, as most of these girls came from poor families and barely had enough to eat. Even if they had cooked at home, it was mostly just porridge and pickled vegetables, so they didn't really have much cooking skill. They could only make things edible. Xiatian had Cooling write down the names of the 3 who cooked well. Later, she would provide recipes and have Cooling guide everyone to cook again. This time, the results were much better, with 5 people making dishes that met her standards, so she had Cooling lead them. Cooling is the best cook in her yard. The main reason is that she loves to explore food, and she has a natural talent for cooking and learns quickly. In the summer, she brought her over to prepare for developing new dishes, allowing Cooling to learn first before teaching the others. Of course, her goal in training these girls isn't just to make them cooks. Having a few skilled cooks is enough. She hopes that once they learn, they can create dishes that female guests will enjoy when the restaurant opens. The others will focus on learning etiquette and manners so they can properly serve female guests when they come to the restaurant. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the girl originally named Xiaoyu has a real talent for making pastries. She picks it up almost instantly. This means she can learn how to make some dim sum from Cantonese cuisine and later teach others, just like Cooling. After discussing with Cooling and Sueyun, she decided to let them stay there for now. This way, Cooling can practice their cooking skills while Sueyun reinforces their etiquette training, which she had already covered with them at Jinglan Courtyard. Teaching them now would be no problem. In the afternoon, she took Mufeng and Ningxiang to the restaurant to check on things. All the materials had arrived, and Master Liu and his apprentices had already started the renovations. Summer didn't stay long, and went straight back to the Ofu. She needed to write a set of guidelines, and once she learned a few things from Uncle He, she would have him start preparing to hire staff. The people she trained would only be there to assist. To truly run the restaurant, they would need to hire chefs and wait staff. By the time she sorted everything out, it would be nearly the end of April. Uncle He had also learned quite a bit, so Summer went to Pingshuan to bring him back. Manager Bai, how do you think Uncle He will do as a manager? After Uncle He stepped out, Summer asked Manager Bai for his opinion. Old He has been a manager before and has done well in dealing with people and managing staff. I think he will be fine as a manager. Manager Bai shared Uncle He's performance during his time there without holding back. That's great. Thank you, Manager Bai. Summer had Mufeng give Manager Bai the wine and red envelopes she had prepared, and after expressing her gratitude, she left with Uncle He. She handed Uncle He the restaurant management guidelines and asked him to start hiring according to the requirements outlined. Uncle He was shocked when he received the restaurant management guidelines from Xia Tian. He couldn't believe how impressive they were. The guidelines covered every possible detail. He was confident that if they followed these instructions, the restaurant would be managed perfectly. Since the restaurant was not yet renovated, Xia Tian asked Uncle He to start hiring chefs. The chefs needed to be carefully evaluated, and once hired, they would undergo training to learn how to cook Cantonese cuisine. It seemed there were no dedicated Cantonese restaurants in the area yet. She initially thought about training a chef herself, but realized that it takes years of practice to become skilled. It would be faster to hire someone with a solid foundation and then teach them new dishes. As for the concern that the hired chefs might leave for better opportunities, she wasn't worried. She had knowledge of the entire range of Chinese cuisines. For now, she left everything to Uncle He and didn't interfere further. Once the chefs were hired, she would teach them how to cook. After preparing gifts for the Empress Dowager, she had been busy for almost a month and was finally ready to take a few days off. On April 28th, she received an invitation from Princess Ruihua to attend a poetry gathering at her villa outside the city. When Xia Tian received the invitation from Princess Ruihua, she was a bit confused. The invitation was delivered directly to the Liu family at the Duke of Wuan's residence, and it wasn't just for her. The ladies and young masters of the household were also invited. However, the strange part was that everyone was listed on one invitation, but she received a separate one. This puzzled her. She didn't understand why Princess Ruihua wanted to invite her specifically. If the princess wanted her to attend, she could have just asked the Liu family to bring her along. There was no need to send her an individual invitation. When Shenlan delivered the invitation, she teased Xia Tian as if she were about to attend a dangerous banquet. It was understandable that Shenlan was concerned. Last time, Princess Yunying had embarrassed her in front of the emperor during the Wanshou festival, and everyone had witnessed it. So, with Princess Ruihua inviting her, it might not be a good sign. However, since the princess personally sent her an invitation, she couldn't refuse, especially for a poetry gathering. Everyone knew she came from a rural background and had never studied, so it felt like a blatant challenge. Xia Tian glanced at the invitation and then tossed it aside. The poetry gathering was on April 30th, just 2 days away. She decided not to worry about it for now, and to get some good rest first. On the morning of the 30th, when greeting Lady Liu, she specifically reminded her again, worried that she might not go. Xia Tian rolled her eyes. She actually misunderstood Princess Ruihua a bit. This invitation was requested by Princess Yunying, who insisted on inviting her alone. Today, Shen Yan had the day off. After breakfast, she and Xia Tian took a carriage to the princess's villa outside the city. Princess Ruihua was hosting a poetry gathering today, and many young gentlemen and ladies, as well as scholars, were present. Upon arriving at the villa, Shen Yan and Xia Tian separated. Xia Tian, along with Ningxue, went to greet Princess Ruihua with Lady Liu. When Princess Ruihua saw her, she didn't notice anything unusual and greeted her warmly. Xia Tian felt puzzled, but didn't show it. After the greeting, she didn't wander around but sat quietly beside Lady Liu, listening to her chat with Princess Ruihua and the other ladies. The ladies were complimenting each other while discussing gossip, and Xia Tian listened with great interest. After a while, Lady Liu noticed that Shenlan and the others had already gone out to have fun, leaving only Xia Tian sitting beside her, listening attentively, which felt a bit odd. So, she encouraged Xia Tian to go out and play with the young people. Since she couldn't listen to gossip anymore, Xia Tian decided to go out. In fact, she didn't want to run into Princess Yunying. Although she wasn't necessarily afraid of her, encountering something unpleasant on a good day would bring bad luck. As soon as she stepped outside, she ran into Wenjin, Lin Ziyu, and Hu Mengyao, who were looking for her. Since the poetry gathering hadn't officially started yet, the four of them found a small pavilion to sit and chat. Xia Tian, be careful of Princess Yunying and your Shenlan later, Hu Mengyao said abruptly as they settled down. What's going on? Xia Tian asked, puzzled. Just now, as we were passing by, Shenlan was talking bad about you to Princess Yuning, and there were a few other young ladies nearby who are close to her, who Mengyao explained. When Jean and Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement, Xiatian understood. Shenlan was always the one stirring up trouble. Last time, during the Longevity Festival, she was involved in causing issues, and before that, when Jean and the others came looking for trouble, it was also her who said that the people from the Wuan Marquis' residence didn't acknowledge her in the family tree. During the poetry gathering, try to avoid Princess Yuning and don't confront her directly, Lin Ziyu added with concern. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Xiatian replied with a smile. After chatting for a while, when Jean tugged at Lin Ziyu's sleeve, giving her a knowing look, Lin Ziyu glanced at Wenjin, then turned to look at Xiatian, feeling a bit shy and turning away. Hu Mengyao watched the two of them pushing each other playfully and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hey, what are you two hesitating about? Just ask already. Xiatian looked at Lin Ziyu in confusion. Lin Ziyu's face had turned a shade of pink. What was going on? Even the carefree Miss Lin was feeling shy. Seeing that Lin Ziyu couldn't bring herself to ask, Xiatian felt anxious for her. What could be so hard to say? Was someone trying to harm her? What's the matter? Xiatian asked curiously. I just wanted to ask about your… Lin Ziyu still found it hard to speak up. She wants to know how your friend Shinko is, who Mengyao couldn't wait any longer and asked for Lin Ziyu.
En Keskiriko.
Now Xiatian was even more curious. Why was Lin Ziyu asking about him? Did she like him? That could be a problem. Feeling a bit uneasy, Xiatian asked, Do you like Shinko? After asking, she noticed Lin Ziyu's face turning red again. Could it be true? Did she really like Shinko? What should they do? Xiatian blinked and looked back and forth between the three of them, wanting to know what was going on. No. It's just that your family's Madame Ho sent someone to propose to Lin Ziyu, when Jean answered for her.
What?
Madame Liu went to propose for Shinko? Yes, but my family hasn't agreed yet, Lin Ziyu said quietly. I overheard it the other day. My mom is a bit interested, but nothing is decided. She had met Shinko before. He was good-looking and matched her well. She hadn't heard of any bad habits, and since he was related to Xiatian, she thought it would be good to learn more about him. This was a tricky question for Xiatian to answer. If it was for Lin Ziyu's happiness, she hoped she wouldn't marry Shinko. Not to mention that last time, Madame Liu had tried to harm her, so marrying him would be a mistake. But saying directly that Shinko was not a good match might lead to misunderstandings. It was a tough situation. It was better to clarify first. What about you? Do you like Shinko? Xiatian asked directly, making Lin Ziyu shy again. Xiatian, can you be a bit more subtle? Hu Mengyao shot her a glare. This girl really didn't hold back. It's just us here, come on. Be understanding. Xiatian laughed awkwardly. Lin Ziyu couldn't worry too much. Afraid of being misunderstood by Xiatian, she quickly waved her hand. No, I only saw him once during the Wansho festival, and I didn't get a good look at him. That's good. Xiatian sighed in relief. She quietly said, If you trust me, I suggest you go back and talk to your mother. Don't agree to anything.
Why?
The three looked confused. Well, you know that my family's Lord Shin was unwell for a few years, right? Xiatian asked mysteriously. The three nodded. Everyone in the capital knew about it. No one understood what strange illness had suddenly afflicted Lord Shin, and even the imperial doctors were at a loss. Let me put it this way, my family's Lord Shin didn't have a strange illness. He was poisoned.
Poisoned?
The three exclaimed in surprise. Xiatian nodded. She could only say this much, and hoped the three would understand. If they couldn't grasp it, there was nothing more she could do. At that time, the House of Wuan kept Shin Yan's poisoning a secret, and everyone in the capital thought he had some strange illness. Lu Shi put on a good show, and everyone believed she was kind and virtuous. When Jin's face turned pale as she tightly clutched her handkerchief, her nails nearly digging into her skin. This matched up. After Shin Yan fell ill, the imperial doctors said there was no hope, and the Duke of Wuan even petitioned the emperor to let Shinko become the heir. When her father, Lord Wenyi, returned from court and mentioned this. He said the Duke of Wuhan was foolish. Lin Xiao likely thought of this too. She exchanged a glance with Wen Jin, and they both understood, so they remained silent. Hu Mengyao didn't quite understand what was being said, but seeing that Wen Jin and Lin Xiao had nothing more to say, she wisely kept quiet. After a while, Lin Xiao quietly thanked Xia Tian. Xia Tian sighed in relief, as long as they understood. Indeed, they all grew up in wealthy families. Who hasn't seen a pig run? The group didn't continue the topic. As they noticed more people arriving, they started chatting about everyday matters. Before long, someone came to inform them that the poetry gathering was starting, and the four of them headed over together. Today's poetry gathering was hosted by Princess Ruehua. Once they arrived, everyone took their seats, and Princess Ruehua spoke a few words before beginning. In the courtyard, there was a small lake that divided the area, with men and women sitting on opposite sides. A pavilion was set up by the lake, with tables and writing supplies inside. The lake is not big, so although the men and women on both sides cannot move around, they can still see each other across the way. Good works can be shared for mutual appreciation. I must say, Princess Ruehua's arrangement is quite thoughtful. It avoids any awkwardness while achieving the goal of communication. Anyone who wants to participate can go up and write their poems for everyone to critique. Those who do not wish to join the poetry competition can enjoy the flowers, drink tea, and have snacks. Princess Ruehua also invited scholars and experts in poetry to judge the works on the spot. This is not just for the students participating in the autumn exams. Even the young men and women from prominent families are eager to join, as this is a rare opportunity to gain recognition. If the students can earn praise from Princess Ruehua and the scholars in such a setting, it could catch the eye of influential people, and even a mention of their name could greatly benefit them. For the young men and women, having a good reputation can also be advantageous for their future marriages. Just like Wen Jin, a talented woman known throughout the capital, many suitors are eager to marry her. Women like Mrs. Liu, although not participating in the poetry competition, are happy to attend such gatherings, as every family has a few adult children. This is a great opportunity to choose sons-in-law and daughters-in-law. So, these ladies are also excitedly watching from the side. Xia Tian has never attended such a poetry gathering before and is observing the young women writing poems. Princess Ruehua's first prompt is to write a poem about the scenery at the end of spring and the beginning of summer, with a time limit of 1 incense stick. Once the topic is announced, some people are deep in thought, while others are whispering to each other, all eager to try. Naturally, Wen Jin does not fall behind. After thinking for a moment, she is the first to go up and quickly starts writing on paper. Seeing Wen Jin already writing, the other young women gradually go up, standing at the table, and begin to write. Xia Tian nudges Hu Mengyao. Aren't you going?
Of course I am. I was just thinking about it.
Hu Mengyao glances at her. It's your fault. I was just about to come up when you interrupted me. Xia Tian rolls her eyes. Can you even do it? Don't blame me if you can't. Fine, I'll go up next round. Hu Mengyao pretends to be frustrated, acting like she can't remember. You're really something. Xia Tian gives her a disapproving look. It's amusing that she can't come up with a poem and blames her. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, a brave girl from a military family, has already gone up to write a poem. Startled, Xia Tian stared for a moment before jokingly teasing Hu Mengyao. Why is there such a big difference between the three of you? Where's the difference? Hu Mengyao glared at her, not fooled by the mockery. Stop making excuses and hurry up with your poem. While Wen Jin is already ahead, Lin Xiao has also gone up. If you keep dragging your feet, those ladies will outshine you, and they'll laugh at you, Xia Tian warned Hu Mengyao playfully. Hu Mengyao huffed and went back to writing her poem. Fortunately, she didn't fall too far behind and managed to go up just as the incense was about to burn out. Once the incense finished, Princess Ruehua began to evaluate the poems and encouraged everyone to appreciate each other's work before announcing the winners of the first round. Naturally, Wen Jin took first place among the women. A talented poet is indeed impressive, and Xia Tian beamed with pride, giving Wen Jin a thumbs up. She had read their poems earlier, Although she couldn't write poetry herself, she could appreciate it, and Wen Jin's work was truly superior. Though Lin Xiao and Hu Mengyao didn't make the top 3, their poems were still good, and certainly not just simple rhymes. Xia Tian generously praised them all. Hu Mengyao raised her chin proudly, looking at her with a dismissive expression. Xia Tian rolled her eyes in response. As the first round ended, cheers and congratulations could be heard from across the lake, indicating that some poems had received praise. The atmosphere became lively. When the second round began, Princess Ruehua announced the start, and Princess Yuning approached with her group, saying, "Hey, wild girl, aren't you going to write a poem for this poetry meeting?" "I can't," Xia Tian replied bluntly. "Then why are you even here?" A young lady beside Princess Yuning scoffed. "Should I be honest?" Xia Tian retorted.
What?
"Are you going to lie in front of Princess Yuning?" The young lady said disdainfully. "I wouldn't lie, but whether I participate in the poetry meeting is none of your business." You're rude," the young lady said angrily, pointing at Xia Tian. "Humph." Xia Tian scoffed, turning away from her. Seeing Xia Tian not engage, Yuning continued to mock her. "Is that all you've got? I thought you had some talent, but you can't even write a poem."
What?
"Does everyone here know how to write poetry?" Xia Tian shot back without hesitation.
Oh.
"I see now. You don't just struggle with poetry, you probably can't even read." After saying that, she laughed heartily. The young ladies who came with Princess Yuning also covered their mouths with handkerchiefs and giggled. "I don't need to worry about whether I can read or not. Since Princess Yuning is so talented, I congratulate her in advance for winning this round of the competition." Xia Tian clasped her hands together and nodded to Yuning, then looked at the young ladies behind her. "You all too. Please don't let someone like me, who can't read a single word, down." Without waiting for Yuning and the others to respond, she glanced at the burning incense and added, "Hurry up, you don't have much time left." Princess Yuning also looked at the incense that had burned halfway, snorted, and defended herself. "I never said I would participate in this round."
Oh.
"Then you must be preparing for the next round," Xia Tian said, pretending to understand. "I believe that no matter which round you join, you will surely outshine everyone." "Don't speak so lightly. Whether I participate or not is not for you to decide," Yuning said stubbornly. "Today, I am competing with you, and you have no right to refuse." "That's a bit unreasonable, Princess. You can't compare your strengths to my weaknesses." Xia Tian pretended to be helpless. Princess Yuning was becoming increasingly bold, saying such things in this setting. Was she afraid others wouldn't know she had her eye on Xin Yan? "Since you said that, I won't bully you. You can choose any one of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting," Yuning said with a condescending expression. "Then let's compete in playing the arrow." "That's what I'm best at," Xia Yan replied casually. Yuning was taken aback. "That won't do. Choose another." "Choose another?" Xia Yan pretended to be troubled, patting her forehead. "But that's what I'm best at." "The arrow is not an option. Choose between the pipa and guzheng," Yuning insisted. Hearing this, Xia Tian understood that Yuning's invitation to the poetry gathering was meant to embarrass her in front of everyone. She was determined to seize every opportunity to make her look bad. However, many young ladies at the scene couldn't compose poetry either, so forcing her wouldn't work. Now that she proposed a competition in music, it was clear she had no good intentions. But would Xia Tian comply? That was obviously impossible. Although she couldn't confront her directly, Yuning wouldn't gain any advantage in other aspects either. "I can't do that, Princess. Please choose another." "Don't you? Then you should admit in public that you lost and kneel down to bow 3 times to me." "I might consider letting you go," Yuning said proudly, lifting her chin. Xia Tian thought for a moment and suggested, "Princess, I just came up with a great idea. How about we compete in this? I'm sure we both can do it."
What?
Slapping each other. Xia Tian smiled and raised her right hand to demonstrate. "I slap you, then you slap me. The first one to fall to the ground loses. What do you think?" "You." Princess Yuning instinctively took a step back and raised a hand to cover her face. Xia Tian stepped forward, What do you think of this idea? It's simple and we don't need judges. Maybe one slap will decide the winner. I can guarantee that. Do you dare to hit me? Yuning asked in disbelief. Xia Tian continued to smile. You misunderstood, princess. I wouldn't dare to hit you. It's just a competition after all. Crazy.
Who would compete in that?
It's inappropriate. Princess Yuning took another step back. What a waste of my time. With that, she turned and walked away with her entourage. Xia Tian called after her. Princess, I really can only do this. If you change your mind, you can come find me. How dare she look down on anyone? If she had the courage to compete today, Xia Tian would show her how someone could be knocked down. Honestly, coming to trouble her repeatedly, did she think Xia Tian was an easy target? The three who didn't participate in the competition watched as Princess Yuning stormed off and gave Xia Tian a thumbs up. You're amazing. Xia Tian laughed and swatted their hands down. Stop it, I'm tired. So many people today, and Princess Yuning dared to confront her directly. Where did she get that confidence? After all, she was the daughter-in-law of the Marquis of Wuhan. Wasn't Princess Ruihua supposed to keep an eye on things? Wasn't she also risking her reputation by getting involved? Unless, of course, Princess Ruihua had her eye on Xin Yan. Thinking of this, Xia Tian narrowed her eyes. Her man was not so easily coveted. After a few more rounds of competition, the atmosphere became even livelier. Xia Tian stayed at the venue, waiting for them to finish their matches. At noon, Princess Ruihua arranged a banquet. After everyone had eaten and drank enough, they were free to enjoy the garden, admire the flowers, or drink tea. I have to say, the scenery in this courtyard is really beautiful. There are many peonies and other flowers in the yard, and people are enjoying the flowers and drinking tea in small groups. After sitting for a long time in the morning, it was nice to take a walk by the lake with Ning Shui after lunch. The sun was shining today, and the weather was just right, not too hot or too cold. The gentle breeze by the lake felt very pleasant. The willow branches by the lake danced in the wind, lifting everyone's spirits. Xia Tian was in a good mood as she walked and admired the scenery with Ning Shui. Wen Jin and the others were nowhere to be seen, so it was nice to have some quiet time. After walking for a while, the two of them found a big willow tree, spread a handkerchief on the grass, and sat down to rest. Ning Shui was stirring the water with a willow branch, trying to see if any fish would come by. Since there weren't many people around, Xia Tian didn't mind and just reminded her to be careful not to fall in. After a while, Ning Shui suddenly shouted excitedly, Madam, there are fish here. Where? Xia Tian, hearing there were fish, quickly stood up, brushed off her clothes, and ran over to Ning Shui to look into the lake. Here, Ning Shui pointed with the willow branch. Look, it's a red one. Really? Xia Tian looked where Ning Shui was pointing, and indeed saw a red fish swimming there. The two of them continued to crouch by the lake, playing with the fish and chatting like children. What are you two doing? A voice came from the left. Xia Tian looked up to see Wen Jin, Lin Ziyu, and Hu Mengyao walking toward them. The three of them were still a bit far away, and it was Hu Mengyao who had spoken. The two had been so focused on playing that they hadn't noticed the people around them. There were also some young ladies who had participated in the poetry competition earlier walking around, so they didn't pay much attention and felt relaxed watching the fish. Be careful! Lin Ziyu suddenly shouted as she ran over. Before Xia Tian could react or stand up to greet them, she felt a push from behind and lost her balance, falling into the lake with a splash. Ah! Ning Shui, who was crouching next to Xia Tian, screamed in surprise when she realized her madam had fallen in. She quickly reached out to pull Xia Tian back up. Xia Tian splashed around a bit before stabilizing herself. Luckily, the water wasn't too deep by the shore. At that moment, Lin Ziyu had already rushed over. Ning Shui saw her lady fall into the lake and cried out, "Help my lady," while desperately reaching out her hand for somewhere to grab. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and she couldn't swim. Turning to seek help from those around her, she noticed everyone was keeping their distance, except for Princess Yuning, who stood nearby laughing. Wiping her tears, she pleaded with Princess Yuning, Please, let someone go save my lady." Seeing that Princess Yunying remained indifferent and seemed to enjoy the situation, Ning Shue's tears flowed even more. Just as she was about to jump in herself to save her lady, she thought that if something happened to her lady today, she wouldn't want to live anymore. As she stepped forward, Lin Jiayu, who had just rushed over, grabbed her arm. Lin Jiayu then noticed that Summer was only splashing around and hadn't sunk, which eased her worries. She called for someone to find a stick and turned to Princess Yunying, saying sternly, "Princess Yunying, how could you push Summer in like that?" Upon hearing that Summer was pushed in by Princess Yunying, Ning Shui became furious, disregarding rank and etiquette. With red eyes and a hoarse voice, she shouted, "Princess Yunying, if anything happens to my lady today, our young master will not let you off. Stop wasting time with her. Let's save her first," Lin Jiayu said, holding Ning Shui back. Hu Mingyao's maid went to find a longer stick and handed it to Lin Jiayu. Lin Jiayu took the stick and turned to offer it to Summer, hoping she could grab it to be pulled up. Seeing their attempt to rescue Summer, Princess Yunying stepped forward and arrogantly declared, "I want to see who dares to save her." With a wave of her hand, her maids and guards blocked Ning Shui and Lin Jiayu's path. Ning Shui pushed hard to get through, but was held back by Princess Yunying's maids, unable to break free. Wen Jin also grew anxious, saying, "Princess Yunying, do you want to cause a tragedy?" They had come to the poetry gathering, and each had only brought one maid. Her maid, Luoying, had been sent to find Xin Nian, leaving them weak and unable to overcome Yunying's obstruction. Princess Yunying had 4 maids and 4 guards, clearly prepared for this. Meanwhile, Summer had stabilized herself, with her head above water, her feet treading in the lake, coldly staring at Princess Yunying on the shore. She could swim, so she was only startled when she first fell in. Once she steadied herself, she heard Lin Jiayu questioning her. It turned out that Princess Yunying had pushed her in. Now, she was blocking anyone from helping, as if she wanted her to drown. A flash of anger crossed Xia Tian's eyes. Lin Jiayu was still entangled with Princess Yunying's people, and in that moment, a crowd had gathered around them. But no one was willing to help her. Lin Jiayu was getting desperate. Taking advantage of the chaos, she kicked over a guard and was about to slip through a gap when a maid suddenly grabbed her and brought her down to the ground. The maid held onto her tightly, and they rolled around on the ground. On the other side, Hu Mengyao was also struggling. A guard blocked her way, and no matter how she shouted or threatened, he wouldn't let her pass. Hu Mengyao was so angry she could hardly contain herself. Seeing that several people were still tangled up with Princess Yunying's group, Xia Tian had to think of a way to save herself. The water was still a bit cold at the end of April, and staying in it wasn't a good option. She decided to swim to the surface. However, she was completely soaked, and there were many people on the shore. Although her clothes weren't thin, being wet would surely draw attention. Just as she hesitated, thinking of swimming to a less crowded spot to get out, the crowd suddenly stirred. They parted to make way for a tall man in white who quickly approached. Xia Tian realized it was Shen Nian, so she decided to wait a bit longer. Shen Nian had been informed by his maid, Luoying. When Luoying found him, she only had time to say, "Young Master Shen, your wife has fallen into the lake." Without hesitation, Shen Nian rushed over. When Wen Jin saw Shen Nian arrive, she felt relieved and looked behind him, only to see her second brother, Wen Lan, following. Luoying was still missing. Taking advantage of the moment, she discreetly asked her brother, "Second brother, where is Luoying?" Wen Lan pointed behind him, without saying a word. Wen Jin understood. Shen Nian and her brother had hurried, and Luoying hadn't caught up yet. Seeing her young master arrive, Ning Shui cried even harder, struggling against the grip of Princess Yunying's people. She shouted, "Young master, please save my lady. She is still in the water." Shen Nian couldn't hear anything at that moment. He had already seen the person in the water, with only their head visible, staring directly at him. With a quick leap, he flew over like a dragonfly skimming the water and grabbed her arm, pulling Xia Tian out of the water. He took a few steps forward and placed her on the shore, then removed his outer coat and draped it over her. Seeing that she was okay eased his heart a bit, but he still felt a pang of sympathy at her disheveled appearance. She looked at him with her wet eyes, her hair sticking to her face. He didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, he gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Xia Tian's lips were a bit pale, and she clutched the coat he had given her tightly. She was still cold from being in the water. Mu Chun, relieved that his lady was safe, had already rushed to get her some clothes while Shun Nian was rescuing her. Yuning hadn't had time to stop him and saw that Shun Nian had already pulled Xia Tian up, so she waved her hand, allowing her people to release Ning Shui and Lin Ziyu. As soon as Ning Shui was free, she rushed to Xia Tian's side, kneeling on the ground and crying, "Lady, you scared me to death. It's all my fault for not being able to help." Lin Ziyu, along with Wen Jin and Hu Mengyao, quickly gathered around when they saw Shun Nian had saved Xia Tian. With a dark expression, Shun Nian coldly asked Ning Shui, "What happened? How did the lady fall into the water?" "It was Princess Yuning who pushed her in," Lin Ziyu said angrily, wiping her mouth. "She even stopped us from rescuing her." Upon hearing this, Shun Nian stood up abruptly and walked toward Princess Yuning without saying a word. Xia Tian hadn't had a chance to speak. She wanted to reach out but lowered her hand instead. It was clear that Princess Yuning had completely severed ties with her today, so she decided to see what Shun Nian would do. The onlookers parted to make way for Shun Nian as he approached. Wen Jin and the others watched him with concern, unsure of his intentions. Princess Yuning raised her chin proudly as Shun Nian walked toward her. "Yes, I did it. What about it? She's just a wild girl who doesn't know her place, so she deserves it." Before she could finish her sentence, everyone saw Shun Nian step forward, say nothing, and kick Princess Yuning into the water. She didn't even have time to scream before she flew into the air and landed with a splash in the lake, sending water flying several meters high. The crowd watching nearby was suddenly stunned into silence, the atmosphere becoming eerily quiet. The maidservants and guards of Princess Yuning were also taken aback, unable to react for a while. They never expected young Master Shen to act without a word, and they certainly didn't think he would dare to touch their princess. Just moments ago, Shun Nian's actions were incredibly swift. Without saying anything, he had kicked Princess Yuning into the air. Wen Jin, Lin Ziyu, and Hu Mengyao, who were surrounding Xia Tian with concern, suddenly heard a loud splash and looked up to see the princess struggling in the lake, frozen in shock. Xia Tian also turned to look and saw Princess Yuning floundering in the water. He glanced at Shun Nian, who stood expressionless by the lake, watching the princess's struggles. While he felt shocked, he also felt a bit moved. Wen Jin and the others were momentarily stunned but soon realized that Shun Nian was taking revenge for Xia Tian by kicking Princess Yuning into the lake. They exchanged incredulous glances. Hu Mengyao quietly remarked, "That feels satisfying. She was so arrogant." Lin Ziyu quickly scanned the surroundings and tugged at Hu Mengyao's sleeve, saying, "Don't say that. Be careful not to be overheard." Hu Mengyao pouted but remained silent, aware that if word got to Princess Ruihua, it could cause trouble for her father. Wen Jin looked at Shun Nian with a complex expression before lowering her gaze, choosing not to comment. Meanwhile, when Princess Yuning's maid, Bai Shui, finally reacted, she let out a sharp scream, and the others snapped out of their daze, crying out to rescue their princess. However, as soon as someone approached the lake, Shun Nian kicked them down, leaving them unable to get up for a while. After several attempts, the maidservants around Princess Yuning began to feel desperate. Bai Shui cried out to Shun Nian, "Young Master Shen, if we don't rescue our princess soon, she might drown." Shun Nian remained unmoved on the shore. Seeing that he still wouldn't allow anyone to save their princess, Bai Shui grew more determined, saying, "Young Master Shen, our princess can't swim. If something happens to her, the princess will surely not let you go." Shun Nian didn't even spare her a glance. The people on the shore watched in fear as Princess Yuning floated and sank in the water, but no one dared to approach, afraid that Shun Nian might kick them into the lake as well. Wen Jin's second brother, Wen Lan, who came along, quietly signaled to Shen Nian when it seemed like the right moment. He thought to himself that it was enough and hoped nothing serious would happen. Shen Nian stood on the shore, watching coldly, until he saw that Yuning was struggling less and less before he turned and walked away. Princess Yuning couldn't swim and wanted to shout for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, water rushed in, making it impossible for her to call out. She could only thrash around, waiting for someone on the shore to rescue her. Seeing Shen Nian leave, Yunying's attendants quickly shouted and jumped into the water to save her. If anything happened to the princess today, none of them would escape. They would surely face the wrath of Princess Ruihua. Yuning struggled and was nearly in the middle of the lake when two of her swimming maids reached her and brought her back to safety, just as she was about to lose consciousness. After a few moments of panic and shouting, Yuning finally coughed up some water. The lake continued to splash against her back as she coughed for a while before finally recovering. The maids, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. The others on the shore sighed in relief when they saw that Yuning was okay. They had been terrified. They had thought Shen Nian was like a killer and might truly harm the princess. A few young ladies who had come to watch the summer spectacle felt a wave of fear wash over them after the tension passed, and their legs went weak, causing them to sit down abruptly. Seeing that she was alive, Yuning hugged the water and cried out in fear, her sobs heart-wrenching. She had truly been scared. After struggling for so long, she thought she was going to die. Princess Ruihua and a group of ladies rushed over upon hearing the news and were shocked by Yunying's condition. Forgetting all decorum, Princess Ruihua rushed forward, embracing the drenched Yuning and crying, "My child, did you want to scare me to death?" Seeing Princess Ruihua, Yuning cried even harder, unable to say a word as she sobbed in her embrace. Meanwhile, Mu Chen had already brought a cloak for Ning Xue to wrap around Yuning. Shen Nian approached, noticing Yuning sitting on the ground with a pale face, and intended to pick her up and leave, but was stopped by her guards. "Young Master Shen, the princess requests your presence." Shen Nian knew that he wouldn't be able to leave today without explaining himself. He let Ning Xue and Mu Chen stay behind while he approached with a stern expression. Earlier, when Princess Ruihua asked the maid beside Princess Yunying what had happened, Bihui said that young Master Shen had pushed the princess into the lake, and it wasn't their fault for not taking care of her. Upon hearing this, Princess Ruihua's expression darkened immediately. Without asking for more details, she ordered the guards to bring Shen Nian to face punishment. "Shen Nian, you really have a lot of nerve to push the princess into the lake." Princess Ruihua shouted angrily as he arrived. Hearing her question, Shen Nian stood tall and replied coldly, "Aren't you going to ask why I pushed Princess Yunying into the lake? No matter the reason, you cannot act violently." "This is disrespectful," Princess Ruihua insisted firmly. Shen Nian scoffed. If it weren't for her being a princess, she would be dead by now. You are truly bold. And after Yuner defended you multiple times, this is how you treat her?" Princess Ruihua was so angry she began to lose her composure. The surrounding ladies, although unaware of the details, were intrigued by the gossip, especially after Princess Ruihua's remark, which suggested there was more to the story. "I really can't accept Yuner's defense," Shen Nian said disdainfully. Princess Ruihua took a few deep breaths to calm her anger. With so many people around, she couldn't directly punish Shen Nian without understanding the situation first. So, she instructed the maid to bring clothes for Princess Yunying to cover up and handed her to Bihui before asking, "Now tell me, why did you push my Yuner into the water?" "Because she pushed my wife into the lake." Princess Ruihua was taken aback. In her rush, she had only focused on the anger of hearing that Shen Nian pushed Yuner into the water. She had thought Yuner was merely bothering Shen Nian, who reacted by pushing her. She didn't expect that Yuner had acted first. Upon further reflection, she realized that although Yuner could be thoughtless, she wouldn't openly push someone else's wife into the lake without a reason. There must be some misunderstanding involved. I know what kind of person Yuner is. She wouldn't do something like that. There must be a misunderstanding here. Princess Yunying pushed Lady Shen into the water. "I saw it clearly," Lin Jiayu shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Princess Ruehua was surprised that someone dared to testify. She gave Lin Jiayu a deep look. However, with the situation as it was, she had to defend her daughter. Your lady could have just rescued her. Even if Yun'er made a mistake, you could have told me, and I would have punished her. There was no need to push her into the lake, she said. If I hadn't arrived quickly, my lady would have drowned, Shen Nian retorted. When he heard that Wenjin's maid said that Xiadi had fallen into the water, he was shocked and rushed over without asking anything. When he arrived, he saw a crowd but no one helping, only Xiadi floating alone in the water. He felt a surge of anger. He didn't know if Xiadi had fallen in by accident or if someone had pushed her, but he had to save her first. Once he found out that Princess Yunying had pushed her, he only wanted Yunying to experience being in the water too. He thought it was merciful not to take her life. That's right, Princess. When we arrived, Princess Yunying had people blocking others from helping. If Shen Nian hadn't come in time, his lady would have been in real trouble, Wenlan said, unable to stand by as Princess Ruehua showed bias and stepped forward to defend Shen Nian. Princess Ruehua's expression darkened as she looked at Bishui. Quickly, tell me what happened. Bishui realized she couldn't escape punishment today. With a thud, she knelt and stammered through the story, trying to downplay it. After hearing everything, Princess Ruehua understood that Yunying had caused a serious problem today. Although she had been punished, if Shen Nian pursued the matter, they wouldn't have a strong position either. Now, she was in a difficult spot. If she backed down, her authority would be diminished. If she continued to hold Shen Nian accountable, it wouldn't hold up. She had to remain strong. Even if Yun'er is at fault, can a girl from humble beginnings compare to a noble princess? Hearing Princess Ruehua speak about Xiadi like that, Shen Nian narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and said in a cold voice, "No one has the right to question my lady's background. Princess Ruehua and Princess Yunying may look down on those from poor backgrounds, but that is not a reason to harm anyone." Shen Nian stopped indulging her. As soon as he said this, Princess Ruehua realized she had made a mistake by speaking carelessly about someone's background out of anger. Today, she was hosting a poetry gathering that many scholars attended, some of whom came from humble beginnings. Even the grand scholar she invited was from a farming family. After Shen Nian spoke, he noticed many people looking at Princess Ruehua with mixed expressions. Just as she was feeling stuck and trying to find a way out, Ning Shui shouted, "Young master, something's wrong. The lady has fainted." Shen Nian, not wanting to linger in the awkward situation with Princess Ruehua, quickly turned and rushed to Xia Tian's side. As he crouched down to check on her, he saw Xia Tian wink at him. Realizing what was happening, Shen Nian didn't say anything and immediately picked her up in a princess carry and started to leave. Before he went, he turned to Princess Ruehua and said, "Princess, if the county lord Yunying doesn't give me an explanation, I will go directly to the emperor." When Jean and the others understood the situation and didn't expose anything, they tidied up and left as well. When Wenlan saw Shen Nian leave, he bowed to Princess Ruehua and followed him out. Hearing Shen Nian's words before he left, Princess Ruehua felt a surge of anger. But he was already far away, so she could only scowl and have them carry County Lord Yunying back to her carriage. Once the excitement was over, the remaining guests left in small groups. Earlier, Xia Tian had been watching the exchange between Princess Ruehua and Shen Nian. Hearing their back and forth, she worried that if it continued, Shen Nian might say something that would further offend Princess Ruehua. So, she decided to pretend to faint and signaled Ning Shui to help. Ning Shui understood the look in her eyes and quickly called Shen Nian over. Shen Nian swiftly carried Xia Tian to their carriage and instructed Mu Qin to take them back to the city. Xia Tian's clothes were still damp, and she felt uncomfortable, wanting to get home quickly for a hot bath and fresh clothes. Worried that she might get sick from wearing wet clothes, Shen Nian insisted she change in the carriage first. Xia Tian had no choice but to call Ning Shui, asking Shen Nian to step out so that Ning Shui could help her change. "Today, I came to attend the poetry gathering, and Ning Shui also brought 2 extra sets of clothes, just in case something unexpected happened and I needed to change. It turned out to be useful." After changing clothes, Ning Shui took a clean, thin cloak and draped it over Xia Tian. She had been in the water for a long time, and we were worried she might catch a chill. When Shen Yan saw that Xia Tian was ready, he got back into the carriage and sat beside her. He reached out and touched her forehead. Thankfully, she didn't have a fever. He then took her hand in both of his. Although she wasn't feverish, her hands were still cold. Ning Shui noticed the prince's serious expression and didn't dare to speak. She lowered her head and lit the small stove in the carriage, then took out the teapot to boil water. Once the water boiled, Ning Shui made tea. After Xia Tian took a sip, she felt much better inside. Shen Yan's expression improved a bit, and he asked Ning Shui to recount everything that happened. Although he had a general idea from what Princess Ruihua asked the maid, he didn't know the specific details. Ning Shui then carefully told Shen Yan everything that happened since the poetry gathering began. After finishing, she was still very upset. "My lord, you don't know how arrogant Princess Yunying was. At the gathering, she insisted on competing with the lady. When the lady refused, she mocked her. After the meal, the lady and I were by the lake watching the fish, and suddenly, without us noticing, she came up behind us and pushed the lady into the lake. Miss Lin, Miss Wen, and Miss Hu and I tried to save her, but she ordered her maid and guards to stop us. No matter how much I pleaded, it was useless." As Ning Shui spoke, she started to cry again. When she was being pulled by Princess Yunying's maid and couldn't break free, she felt hopeless. Seeing Ning Shui cry again made Xia Tian realize how scared she must have been. However, if it weren't for her swimming skills, she might have really drowned today. She handed Ning Shui a handkerchief and gently comforted her. "It's okay now, don't cry. Wipe your tears. I'm fine." After having a cup of tea to warm up, she remembered she hadn't asked Shen Yan how he knew she had fallen into the lake. "Brother Shen, how did you know I fell into the lake?" "A maid from Wenjin came to find me." "Oh, it was Wenjin. That explains why you got here so quickly." The scene was too chaotic, and since she was in the water, she hadn't noticed who was missing. Even so, if someone can't swim, they probably wouldn't wait for help to arrive. Thinking of this, Xia Tian felt a tightness in her heart and wished harm upon Princess Yunying. Fortunately, Shen Yan had already avenged her. Otherwise, when she got to the shore, she might have kicked her back into the water to wake her up. After hearing the whole story, Shen Yan's expression grew more serious. There were so many details he didn't know. He felt a bit guilty. It was because of him that she had suffered. Did these people have any other sense of superiority besides looking down on her background? He recalled how Princess Ruihua thought Xia Tian, coming from humble origins, deserved to be bullied by Princess Yunying, and his heart ached. They were still on the road and couldn't do much. Today, only Mu Chun had followed him out. Seeing Shen Yan's dark expression, Xia Tian knew he was still upset about what happened. She took his hand and said, "Don't be angry. I'm fine." "But Princess Yunying wanted you gone today." Shen Yan replied coldly. This matter wouldn't be easily forgotten. He had to ensure Princess Yunying faced consequences. He remembered something else. "Can you swim?" When he saw her earlier, her head was above water, as if she was standing. "Yes, I learned to swim when I was very young, and I'm quite good at it," Xia Tian said playfully. "Madam, you can swim?" Ning Shui asked, surprised. "Yes, I intended to get out myself, but my clothes got wet and there were too many people around. I had to stay in the water for a while. You were too busy dealing with Princess Yunying's people to notice me. If they had observed her more closely, they would have seen that she wasn't struggling much. At that time, Princess Yunying was only focused on stalling and didn't pay attention to her in the water. In this era, very few girls could swim, so the noble ladies probably never considered that possibility. If Princess Yunying had known she could swim, it would have made her furious. Once they returned to the Duke of Wu's residence, Shen Yan asked Mu Qian to find the physician to check Xia Tian's pulse. "Young master, Madam is fine. She's very healthy," the physician reported. Shen Yan nodded and dismissed the physician. He then instructed Ning Xiang and Ning Shui to prepare hot water for Xia Tian's bath before heading back to Lingyun Pavilion after Xia Tian reassured him. Once Shen Yan left, Xia Tian enjoyed a nice hot bath with the help of Ning Xiang and the others, then had a lovely nap. After Shen Yan returned to Lingyun Pavilion, the first thing he did was call Mu Feng and Mu Chen over. Spread the words that Princess Ruihua said today. Yes, master. Make sure no one finds out it's our doing.
Don't worry, master.
We'll handle it perfectly. Mu Chen grinned and pulled Mu Feng out the door. Mu Chen was pleased. Anyone who dared to bully his family's young master's wife would face the consequences. Mu Feng had already heard about today's events from Mu Chen, and with Shen Yan's arrangement, the two rushed out of the residence like they were full of energy. Princess Ruihua had no idea what awaited her. She was currently scolding Princess Yunying, frustrated. How many times have I told you not to trouble that wild girl? Did you listen? How did it go today? Did Shen Yan show you any mercy? As soon as they entered the room, Princess Ruihua called for a doctor to check on her and prescribe medicine. Thankfully, she only had a cold and was a bit frightened. Otherwise, she was fine. Princess Yunying had just finished a hot bath, wrapped in a blanket, sitting on the bed drinking medicine. Her face was still pale as she hadn't fully recovered. Hearing Princess Ruihua's words, she shivered, recalling how she almost drowned, and tears uncontrollably fell. Seeing her daughter, who rarely cried, Princess Ruihua felt a pang of heartache and couldn't bring herself to scold her anymore. Instead, she gently advised, you saw Shen Yan's attitude today. He doesn't have a place for you in his heart. Let's not dwell on it, okay? Yunying remained silent, looking at her mother with a hurt expression. Princess Ruihua sighed, please listen to your mother. Even if you forced him to marry you now, you wouldn't be happy. But, mother, I like Shen Yan. I just want to be with him, Yunying insisted. Why won't you listen? Princess Ruihua felt her anger rising again. But you approved of it a few days ago. I thought Shen Yan was a good person. I didn't know that wild girl meant so much to him. I don't care. You agreed, mother. Why are you so stubborn? Princess Ruihua rubbed her forehead, wondering why her daughter couldn't see reason. After today's events, even if Shen Yan agreed, she wouldn't dare to accept. Who knew if it would turn out to be a mistake? She had 3 children, and this was her only precious daughter, not someone to be given away to others. Mother, why don't you ask our cousin the emperor to arrange a marriage for me and Shen Yan? That way, even if Shen Yan wants to back out, he can't, Yunying suggested, unwilling to give up. No, the emperor won't agree. Princess Ruihua replied firmly. Seeing her mother was not budging, Yunying took Princess Ruihua's hand and pleaded, please, just ask our cousin for me. If that doesn't work, you can ask the Empress Dowager instead. My dear child, didn't you understand what the Empress Dowager said during the Longevity Festival? She won't agree either. Then ask our cousin the emperor. He surely won't refuse you, mother, Yunying said, shaking Princess Ruihua's arm with hope in her eyes. Princess Ruihua, feeling overwhelmed, sighed and said, fine, I will ask the emperor, but if he doesn't agree, you must not pursue this idea any further, understood? I understand. I knew you would help me, mother. Yunying smiled through her tears. She believed that if her mother asked their cousin the emperor, he would surely give her mother some face. Princess Ruihua felt she had no choice but to agree for now. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit tempted by Yunying's suggestion. She wanted to test the status of the Marquis of Wuan in the emperor's eyes. If Shen Yan insisted on causing a scene in front of the emperor's attitude towards her as his aunt and the Marquis of Wuan would be very important. She decided to use the marriage proposal as a way to see if the emperor still remembered her support. Determined, Princess Ruihua planned to speak to the emperor after the poetry gathering. She instructed the maid to ensure Yunying took her medicine and rested well in her room. After leaving, she realized that many people had likely heard about the commotion at the poetry gathering, and she needed to calm them down. Once her guests had left, Princess Ruihua ordered the return to the capital. By the time they arrived in the capital, it was already late, and Princess Ruihua was tired. She instructed everyone not to disturb her and went straight to rest. Early the next morning, she went to the palace. When the emperor finished his court duties, she went directly to see him. Your Majesty, Princess Ruehua has come to seek a favor, she said after bowing respectfully.
You don't need to be so formal, Aunt. What is it?
Please tell me, the emperor said, stepping forward to support Princess Ruehua. However, he didn't commit to anything, in case it was a difficult request. Princess Ruehua was not foolish. She understood the emperor's intentions. She was concerned that she might say something that would put him in a difficult position. She had already lost hope for today's matter. Your Majesty, Yunin has admired the heir of the Wuan Marquis, Shen Nian, for 2 years. I believe Shen is a worthy person to rely on, Princess Ruehua stated directly, knowing the emperor was busy with state affairs. The emperor quickly grasped her meaning but pretended not to understand. He asked, "What does my royal aunt wish for me to do?" "Ruehua hopes your Majesty can issue a marriage decree for the two," Princess Ruehua said with a gentle smile. "Royal aunt, as far as I know, Shen Nian has a wife. Are you suggesting that Yunin become a concubine?" The emperor feigned surprise. No. Princess Ruehua quickly waved her hand. "I heard that Shen Nian's wife comes from a humble background, and the Marquis and his grandmother do not recognize her as the official wife." To avoid any misunderstanding that she was trying to take someone else's husband, Princess Ruehua mentioned the Marquis and Shen Nian's grandmother. She had learned this from Yunin, who got the information from Shenlan. However, Princess Ruehua was unaware that Lu had already encouraged the Marquis and the grandmother to include Xia Tian in the family registry to secure Shen Nian.
Is that so?
I will call Shen Nian to clarify before responding to my royal aunt, as this concerns Yunin's future happiness, and we need Shen Nian's agreement, the emperor said. He knew how much Shen Nian valued his wife, so he had to consult him first. Hearing the emperor's response, Princess Ruehua realized there was little hope left, but she could only say so much. The fact that the emperor had quickly secured his throne and developed the Qian dynasty to such prosperity, earning the respect of neighboring kingdoms, showed he was not someone easily manipulated. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I know you are busy, so I will take my leave," Princess Ruehua said respectfully. After the emperor nodded, she understood and exited. Upon returning to the princess's residence, before she could mention this to Princess Yunin, the prince consort rushed in. "Princess, what happened at the poetry gathering yesterday? Why are people saying you and Yunin disregard the lives of students from humble backgrounds and commoners, treating them as expendable?" The prince consort questioned as soon as he entered. Yesterday, he had something to do and could not attend the poetry gathering. Today, he and his colleague planned to go to a tea house for breakfast tea. As soon as they entered, they heard a storyteller passionately narrating a story in the tea house. Many people had gathered around, including several students who came for breakfast tea. Since it is early May and the autumn exams are in August, some students have arrived in the capital early. Therefore, many students visit the tea house every day. The prince was intrigued and decided to sit in a private room on the second floor, enjoying tea while listening to the storyteller. However, as he listened, he realized something was wrong. The story was about his family, Princess Ruehua, and his daughter, Yuner. This made the prince very angry, and he went down to confront the storyteller, asking him not to slander the princess and the young lady. Coincidentally, some students who attended the poetry gathering yesterday were present and immediately defended the storyteller, stating that what he said was true. These students had studied for many years and were quite skilled in debate. They even quoted texts, leaving the prince speechless. Unable to argue back, the prince stopped drinking tea and angrily returned to the princess's residence.
What?
Princess Ruehua was shocked. Has word of yesterday's events spread already? Did you and Yuner really say that in front of so many people? The prince, even more shocked than the princess, couldn't comprehend it for a long time. Princess Ruehua had always been composed. How could she say such things in public? Was a princess raised in the palace really so thoughtless? Yesterday, I was just caught up in the moment and got provoked by that kid. Shen Nian, Ruehua initially thought it was no big deal and that it would blow over in a few days. Although some students heard her words, as a royal princess, they wouldn't dare confront her directly. Perhaps in a few days, it would all be forgotten. What exactly happened? Why is Yuner involved? The prince asked with a dark expression. It's nothing much. Princess Ruehua intended to brush it off, but seeing his serious face, she decided to tell the truth. The prince and she had been married for over 20 years, and they had always been a happy couple. Although the prince was not very ambitious and was usually gentle, when he got angry, she felt a bit intimidated. Regarding the matter of Yuning, the prince had always been opposed, so Ruehua had tried to keep it from him, fearing he would be upset and reprimand Yunu. Yuning's temper was spoiled by her, and she wouldn't listen to anyone. When she got angry, she even dared to argue with the prince. So, she usually tried to mediate between the two of them. When the prince heard Princess Ruehua's explanation, he was furious. This ungrateful girl. I thought she had changed, but she hasn't at all. Just wait until I deal with her this time. He started to leave to confront Yuning, but Princess Ruehua realized this could cause serious trouble. She pulled on the prince's arm to stop him, knowing that if he went, Yuning would definitely get punished. At the very least, she would have to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days. Eventually, both of them were exhausted, and the prince sat down in defeat. This child had indeed been spoiled by the princess. Once Princess Ruehua calmed down, she felt that someone must be stirring up trouble behind this incident. Otherwise, it would just be a careless remark made in anger, and it wouldn't spread so quickly. The rumors about her and Yuning were particularly vicious. Her expression turned cold as she said, "Someone, investigate who spread this rumor." "Yes, princess," her subordinate replied. Yuning, unaware that her actions from yesterday had already spread, was happily waiting in her room for Princess Ruehua to bring her good news. When she heard from a maid that the princess had returned, she wanted to ask if the emperor had agreed to the marriage. However, as soon as she stepped out of the courtyard, she ran into Erhu, the princess's personal maid, who told her that the prince was with the princess and that she should wait a bit longer. Thinking her father might need to speak with her mother, Yuning decided to go back. She didn't know that her father was already aware of her situation and was preparing to discipline her. Meanwhile, Shen Nian, during his lunch break, listened to Mu Chen's report about the rumors in the streets. He nodded and instructed him to continue spreading them. It would be best if the officials or censors heard about it. He believed that once they did, they would surely bring it up in court to impeach Princess Ruehua. When the emperor learned of this, he would send someone to verify it, and then he would naturally understand what had happened. This would give him a better chance of persuading the emperor. The emperor cared for his people and despised those who oppressed them without regard, especially royal relatives and high officials. Sure enough, within just 2 days, the emperor received multiple petitions to impeach Princess Ruehua during the morning court session. The petition stated that Princess Ruehua, in front of many scholars, looked down on students from humble backgrounds, and that Princess Yuning did not value human life, even going so far as to harm those of lower status in public. Upon reading the petitions, the emperor became angry and ordered his secret guards to investigate. By noon, he was already aware of all the details. With his serious expression, he remained silent for a while. It seemed that his imperial aunt was getting a bit carried away, allowing her daughter to publicly threaten to drown Lady Shen, and even dared to come to him asking for a marriage between Yuning and Shen Nian. She clearly did not care about public opinion. She probably did not realize how powerful the criticism from scholars could be. After Princess Ruehua left that day, the emperor intended to call Shen Nian for questioning, but forgot, due to official matters. Now that he was informed, he immediately ordered someone to summon Shen Nian to the imperial study. When Shen Nian heard the summons, he tidied his clothes and followed, though without asking any questions. "Your servant pays respects to your majesty," Shen Nian said, bowing. "Rise," the emperor replied, moving from behind the desk after Shen Nian finished his greeting. "Chu Xian, is your wife all right?" the emperor asked with concern, as the secret guards reported that Shen Nian's wife had fallen into a lake and was unconscious for a while before being rescued by Shen Nian. "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. My wife only caught a cold and is not seriously ill," Shen Nian respectfully replied, not curious about how the emperor knew this, nor pretending to be surprised. "Chu Xian, my imperial aunt, Princess Ruehua, came to me wanting me to arrange a marriage between you and Princess Yunying, the emperor said, looking intently at Shen Nian to see how he felt about Yunying. Upon hearing this, Shen Nian immediately knelt on one knee and firmly refused. Your Majesty, my heart is with my wife, and I will not marry any other woman. Please grant my wish. Seeing Shen Nian's tense demeanor, the emperor chuckled and helped him up. I didn't say I would separate you from your wife. Why are you so nervous? I also do not plan to take a concubine, Shen Nian added, closing off any other options. The emperor paused and then laughed. Don't worry, I just wanted to inform you. I won't meddle in your affairs. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Nian felt relieved. He had thought the emperor truly intended to arrange a marriage for him and Yunying. When it comes to marriage, Shen Nian actually wants the emperor to arrange a union between him and Xia Tian. With the emperor's blessing, no one would bring up her background again. However, it is not the right time yet. He will wait for the right moment to ask the emperor for this marriage. Chu Xian, have you heard about the recent rumors regarding Princess Ruihua and Princess Yunying? The emperor asked cautiously. His secret guard had investigated the matter and found out the details, but they could not determine how the news had spread. I have heard about it too, Shen Nian replied calmly. Seeing Shen Nian's unchanged expression, the emperor thought he might have misjudged the situation. It seemed that the students who attended the poetry gathering were unhappy with Princess Ruihua's actions and spread the news. Chu Xian, what do you think should be done about the situation with Princess Ruihua and Princess Yunying? Now that he knew about it, the emperor needed to address it. Although Shen Nian had also thrown Princess Yunying into the water, which seemed fair, it was important to acknowledge that Princess Yunying had made the first mistake. He needed to give Shen Nian a satisfactory response to avoid disappointing him. Besides, if nothing was done, the officials would not let it go easily. They were quite stubborn. Your Majesty, I leave it to your judgment, Shen Nian replied, not directly suggesting any punishment for Princess Yunying. After all, the emperor was present, and if he took a strong stance, it might make the emperor uncomfortable if he did not want to impose a severe punishment. Maintaining a good relationship with the emperor was essential. If the emperor chose not to punish her, Shen Nian would handle it himself. Very well, trust me, I will give you a satisfactory answer, the emperor said, pleased with Shen Nian's attitude. After their conversation, he allowed Shen Nian to leave. Then, the emperor instructed Su to deliver the decree to the Princess Ruihua's residence. Princess Ruihua, along with her husband and everyone else, knelt to receive the decree. When Su announced that Princess Ruihua and her husband would be punished with a year's salary reduction for their lax discipline, and that Princess Yunying would be demoted to County Princess Yunying for her arrogance and disregard for the people's lives, everyone, including Princess Ruihua, was stunned. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Once Princess Ruihua regained her composure and tried to extract more information from Su, he politely declined to say anything further and returned to the palace. He knew the emperor well. If he dared to speculate carelessly, he might lose his head. Princess Ruihua couldn't figure out how this matter reached the emperor's ears. Did Shen Nian go to the emperor and report her? Thinking of this, she immediately sent someone to find out what is happening. After receiving the imperial decree, Princess Yunying was still in a daze. It wasn't until her maid, Bishui, came to support her that she realized what had just happened. Suddenly feeling frantic, she shook off Bishui's hand and rushed towards Princess Ruihua's courtyard. Yunying couldn't believe that her cousin, the emperor, was so heartless as to lower her status just because she pushed that wild girl into the water. She had been eagerly waiting for the marriage decree at home. While Yunying was confused, Princess Ruihua understood that the emperor favored the Wuan Marquis' family over hers in this matter. It was likely due to her previous support. Otherwise, the punishment wouldn't have been just a one-year salary cut. However, she still couldn't understand how the emperor found out and why he was so angry. Soon, the person she sent to gather information returned, revealing that the news had spread widely in the streets and was reported by the censors, which led to the emperor's anger and the decree against her. Yunying, however, didn't care about the details and insisted that Princess Ruihua take her to the palace to plead with the emperor. With no other choice, Princess Ruihua, already burdened with her own troubles, took Yunin to the palace the next morning. Instead of going directly to the emperor, Princess Ruihua first visited the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, seeing both Ruihua and Yunin, understood the reason for their visit, but did not neglect them. She chatted with Princess Ruihua, as usual. Seeing that the Empress Dowager was not cold towards them despite the emperor's reprimand, Princess Ruihua felt relieved. Yunin, on the other hand, cried and complained to the Empress Dowager, hoping she would intercede with the emperor on her behalf. The Empress Dowager recognized that Yunin had gone too far this time, but out of consideration for their past relationship, she agreed to send for the emperor. The emperor had already learned about the situation when Princess Ruihua entered the palace. When he heard the Empress Dowager calling for him, he knew what the matter was. There was no need to avoid it. It was better to address it openly to prevent any lingering resentment in the future. When the emperor arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace, Princess Ruihua bowed first and apologized to the emperor, saying, "I, Ruihua, apologize to your majesty. This matter was not handled well by me, and it has brought shame to our royal family." Seeing that Princess Ruihua was sincere, the emperor felt satisfied. He gently supported her and said, "Aunt, please understand that several officials have submitted memorials. If I do not address this, I cannot explain to them. I ask for your patience." Since Princess Ruihua was understanding, it was fine for him to say some kind words. Hearing the emperor speak this way in front of the Empress Dowager, Princess Ruihua knew the matter was settled. As long as she did not cause a scene, she would still be a good aunt to the emperor. She respectfully thanked the emperor, saying, "Thank you for supporting Ruihua. I will have no complaints." "That's good. It is best that you think this way, and I can rest easy," the emperor replied with a smile. Yuning noticed that the emperor and her mother had been talking for a long time without mentioning her, and she felt anxious. She tried to catch Princess Ruihua's attention with her eyes, but unfortunately, Princess Ruihua did not notice her at all. Looking at the Empress Dowager, she could only subtly speak up, "My son, Yuning is still young. Please be more understanding if she makes mistakes." The emperor smiled at the Empress Dowager. "Mother, I think cousin Yuning is not so young anymore, and should consider her future soon." Princess Yuning, unable to wait for a direct answer from the emperor, spoke up herself. "Cousin, how can you punish Yuning for a girl from a humble background?" "Yuning, what are you saying?" Princess Ruihua quickly pulled her back, but it was too late. Yuning had already spoken, and now even the emperor seemed to be blamed. Princess Ruihua hurriedly knelt with Princess Yuning, saying, "Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Yuning did not mean it that way. I will make sure to discipline her properly." Hearing Princess Ruihua's words, the emperor's previously stern expression softened slightly. "Aunt, I have already asked young Master Shen about the matter you mentioned last time. He and his wife are deeply in love and do not wish for anyone else to interfere. I think cousin Yuning is also of an age to find someone to marry." "Yes, Ruihua, thanks Your Majesty." She understood that this meant there was no hope with Shen Nian. She could only agree, or else she might offend the emperor. The Empress Dowager watched quietly, without interrupting. The emperor's words were final, and she had to listen. Otherwise, it would undermine his authority. The emperor had official matters to attend to, so after apologizing to the Empress Dowager, he left. Once the emperor was gone, Princess Ruihua sighed in relief. She had been quite scared just now. "Sister-in-law, Yuner has been spoiled by me, which is why she speaks without thinking. However, she means no harm. She just keeps thinking about young Master Shen. Since the emperor has already inquired about his feelings, I will make sure to manage Yuner better in the future and prevent her from causing trouble," Princess Ruihua explained to the Empress Dowager, showing her intentions. The Empress Dowager understood that Ruihua intended to take good care of her daughter, reassuring both the emperor and herself. "Ruihua, don't blame the emperor. He is right. It's best to find a suitable match for Yuner soon, or all the good young men will be taken. Our Yuner is precious, and shouldn't be treated poorly. Yes, sister-in-law, I think the same. If you know of any good families, please keep an eye out for Yuner. Thank you in advance, Princess Ruehua replied with a smile. Yuning, hearing them discuss her future marriage, wanted to speak up for herself but was held back by Princess Ruehua. She pouted, feeling unhappy. However, she understood that there was no turning back regarding Xin Yan. Though she felt reluctant, she knew she couldn't say anything more, or even the Empress Dowager might dislike her. Seeing that the situation was settled, Princess Ruehua changed the subject and chatted casually with the Empress Dowager before taking Yuning to excuse themselves and return home. In the carriage, Yuning sat silently, sulking and refusing to speak to Princess Ruehua. Ruehua, preoccupied with thoughts of which young men were still unmarried, didn't have the energy to comfort her. Yuner was indeed getting older, and they couldn't delay her marriage any longer, or who knew what trouble she might cause next. Meanwhile, after leaving the emperor, Xin Yan learned that the emperor had sent Su to convey a decree to Princess Ruehua's residence, punishing her and the prince consort with a year's salary reduction, and demoting Princess Yuning to a county princess. This made Mu Qin stop spreading the news. Although this punishment might not have affected Princess Ruehua much, she was somewhat satisfied, as the emperor's attitude leaned in her favor. During these days of summer, she hadn't paid attention to outside matters and had been busy painting indoors, still working on the last piece she had started. Suddenly hearing Shen Yan mention this, I was taken aback. I didn't expect Shen Yan to do so much for her. I felt touched and, unable to control myself, I gave Shen Yan a quick kiss on the cheek. Xia Tian's sudden action left Shen Yan stunned, and the two attendants, Ning Xiang and Ning Shui, were also surprised. Once they regained their composure, their faces turned red. They quickly made an excuse about the tea being cold and left the room. Xia Tian was startled by her own action and, once she realized what she had done, felt embarrassed and wanted to cover her face. Although Shen Yan didn't show it, his red ears betrayed him. He touched the spot where he had been kissed and felt an overwhelming joy. Seeing Xia Tian also feeling shy, he quickly found an excuse to leave, needing some time to process what had just happened. Mu Chen, who followed Xin Yan out, noticed the smile on his lord's face as he exited Jinglan courtyard. It was hard to hide his happiness. What good news had he received? Curiously, he asked, "My lord, why are you so happy?" "Don't pry," Xin Yan replied, but the smile on his lips was still evident. Mu Chen thought to himself that his lord was being secretive and should share the good news. However, seeing Shen Yan so happy lifted his own spirits as well. After feeling shy for a moment, Xia Tian moved on, sweetly recalling her earlier impulsive behavior. The two of them, in good spirits, began to focus on their own tasks. Meanwhile, Lu Shi was shocked to hear about Princess Ruehua and Princess Yuning. She didn't expect Xin Yan to be so important in the emperor's eyes. The emperor was willing to reprimand his own aunt, who had once supported him, for Shen Yan's sake. Lu Shi wouldn't think like Princess Ruehua, believing it was merely out of respect for the Wuan Marquis family. While that might be a small part of it, it was clear that the bond between the emperor and Shen Yan was significant. It seemed she had underestimated Shen Yan's abilities. This meant that her son, Shen Ke, had even less chance of inheriting the title of Wuan Marquis. It appeared that Shen Yan could not stay. Lu Shi calculated her next move. Although Shen Yan had the emperor's backing and she couldn't do much to him now, she could still create some trouble for him and that wild girl in front of the old lady and the marquis. So, she found an opportunity during a family gathering to tell the old lady and the marquis about the events at the poetry meeting. After finishing, she pretended to be worried and said, "Grandmother, you don't know. At that time, my daughter-in-law was right beside me." She didn't show any respect to Princess Ruehua in front of so many people, and it almost made the princess speechless. My daughter-in-law was so afraid that the princess would punish her that she was nearly frantic. Luckily, Princess Ruehua did not punish her. Lu spoke with a look of lingering fear, patting her chest with a handkerchief. When the old lady heard that Xin Yan had offended Princess Ruehua for that wild girl, she immediately became furious and pointed at Xia Tian, saying, "Kneel down. I can't believe you are such a seductress, making Nian offend Princess Ruehua for you." Xia Tian was just enjoying her tea when she suddenly found herself the target of the old lady's anger. Just as she was about to argue, Shen Nian spoke first. "Grandmother, Xia Tian was the victim. What does this have to do with her? You kneel down too. This is outrageous. You dare to offend anyone. How can we offend Princess Ruehua? If the emperor punishes you, can you bear the consequences?" The old lady was even angrier when she saw Shen Nian defending a wild girl. Out of respect, Shen Nian and Xia Tian knelt before the old lady, but Xia Tian did not want to take the blame. "Grandmother, how can this be our fault? We are the ones being bullied. As elders, shouldn't you seek justice for the children? Why are we being blamed instead?"
How dare you speak to me like that?
"Is this your upbringing?" The old lady slammed the table and shouted at Xia Tian. "Grandmother, I am just stating the facts. I was the one pushed into the water by Princess Yunying, and I nearly drowned. Is it wrong for my husband to seek justice for me? Do you even know your status? How can you expect Nian to seek justice for you? Do you deserve it?" The old lady said disdainfully. "I am the wife of the heir of the Marquis of Wuan, and this was approved by you and my father. How can I not deserve it? Are we not allowed to speak up when the wife of the Marquis is bullied? Is our family's reputation so worthless?" Xia Tian retorted. "I will naturally protect my wife. No one can bully her," Shen Nian said coldly. "Such disrespect. Someone slap her." The old lady's face darkened as she couldn't argue back and wanted to resort to violence. The Marquis of Wuan listened for a long time before speaking up. "Mother, wait a moment. I think Nien'er is right. Although our Wuan Marquisate is not what it used to be, we are not at the point where we can be bullied by anyone, even Princess Ruehua. My son, it doesn't matter. I must punish this wild girl today. If it weren't for her, Nien'er wouldn't have turned out like this and learned to argue back with her elders," the old lady insisted. Lu Shi, watching from the side, felt pleased and thought that the old lady must give her a chance to vent today. So she subtly said, "Marquis, I also think mother is right. Nien'er and Xia Shi are still young and don't understand. As elders, we should guide them more to prevent them from causing serious trouble in the future. Although we are in the right, making Princess Ruehua lose face in front of so many people could lead to her punishing them. Wouldn't those two children suffer then?" As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, the old lady looked even more disapprovingly at Xia Tian and immediately wanted to teach her a lesson. The Marquis of Wuan stopped her. Although Nien'er acted a bit recklessly, it was not entirely Xia's fault. "Mother, while Nien'er may have handled this poorly, Xia Shi is also a victim. Let's just give a light punishment." The Marquis still wanted to give the old lady some face. Deep down, he felt a bit pleased that Shen Nian was indeed the successor of the Wuan Marquisate, showing such determination to prevent their family from being bullied. No wonder Princess Ruehua was recently accused, but the report did not name anyone specifically, so he did not know that the person being bullied was his daughter-in-law. If he had known, he would have defended her right away. When did the people of the Wuan Marquisate become so easily bullied? Where would that leave his reputation? Seeing the Marquis speak up, the old lady felt she could not insist any longer, especially with family present. The Marquis's face had to be maintained. Then she will kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and copy the Heart Sutra 50 times. She cannot step out of the hall until she finishes, the old lady finally decided. Shen Nian wanted to argue but was held back by Xia Tian. This punishment seemed to be for her arguing back, and if she spoke again, the old lady might not even spare the Marquis's face. However, she did not expect that this time the Marquis would stand on their side. It seemed that in his heart, the reputation of the Wuan Marquisate was indeed more important than anything else. As for Lu Shi, let her continue to stir things up. Who couldn't tell that she was fanning the flames here? When Lu saw that the Marquis of Wuan was speaking up for Shen Nian and Xia Tian, she realized that saying anything more would be useless and might even make the Marquis suspicious of her intentions, so she wisely kept quiet. Although Shen Nian was not punished, Making that wild girl kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days was a way to vent her anger. Unfortunately, she was too happy too soon. Was Xia Tian someone who would easily suffer losses? How could she be the only one kneeling in the ancestral hall? That would be so lonely. Xia Tian stood up, adjusted her clothes, and began to complain to the Marquis of Wuan. Father, every time Princess Yunying causes me trouble, it's because of third sister. You have to stand up for your daughter-in-law.
Lanea?
The Marquis asked in confusion. What happened to her? Yes, father. You said third sister doesn't like me, and while I'm sad about it, we are family. I can't hold it against her since she's just a silly sister-in-law. But third sister shouldn't spread rumors about me in front of others, right? It's one thing to talk badly about me, which I can tolerate, but she shouldn't encourage outsiders to bully me. Does she not consider the Marquis's residence her home? Does she not respect her older brother? Does she not care about the reputation of the Marquis of Wuan? Xia Tian's eyes filled with tears as she complained, feeling wronged. Shenlan had been enjoying the show, but she was furious when Xia Tian directly accused her. You wild girl, what are you talking about? When did I let outsiders bully you? She was livid that Xia Tian dared to speak such nonsense in public. Exactly. How can you just throw dirt on Lana like that? What will people think of her if this gets out? Lu interjected anxiously, realizing that Xia Tian was trying to drag Shenlan into this. Although she didn't understand Xia Tian's meaning, she knew she couldn't let Shenlan be involved in this matter. Father, I wouldn't dare to slander third sister. It was she who told Princess Yuning that you all dislike me and want to drive me away, saying I refuse to leave. You haven't even acknowledged my status, telling Princess Yuning to feel free to bully me, even to the point of harming me, because the Marquis of Wuan won't support me. As Xia Tian spoke, she began to sob, looking deeply wronged. Isn't that true? Shenlan angrily tossed her handkerchief aside, scoffing. Are you really popular at home? Do you see us willing to engage with you? Shenyan looked coldly at Shenlan. Shenlan, that is your sister-in-law. Dad, look, third sister has admitted it, Xia Tian added. What did I admit? You little brat, are you looking for a beating? Shenlan was so angry that she didn't even care about Shenyan's threats and was about to rush over to hit her. Dad, see? Third sister is angry because I called her out. Xia Tian pretended to be scared and moved closer to Shenyan. Xia Tian, which part of what Lana said did she admit to? Don't slander her without reason, Lu Shi scolded, unable to maintain her gentle demeanor as she saw Xia Tian clinging to Shenlan. Dad, look, even Mom favors third sister. Mom is the head of the household. Even though I'm not her biological daughter-in-law, I have never slacked off in my duties, while third sister, being Mom's biological child, can't just twist the truth. Xia Tian ignored Lu Shi and complained to the Marquis of Wuan, determined to correct Shenlan's behavior today. She couldn't let her ruin her reputation all the time. Father, I know Mother doesn't like me, but she shouldn't encourage Shenlan to disrespect my sister-in-law, Shenyan said, suppressing her disgust at calling Lu Shi mother and supporting Xia Tian. The Marquis of Wuan's face was dark with anger as he shouted at Shenlan. Shenlan, it's said that family matters should not be aired outside. How can you team up with outsiders to bully your own family? Are you trying to ruin the family's reputation? Father, I really didn't do anything. That wild girl is slandering me, Shenlan said, kneeling in front of the Marquis in anger. You ungrateful girl, is this how your mother taught you? To disrespect your sister-in-law and speak like this? The Marquis slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Shinko. Go get the family rules. Today, I will personally teach this ungrateful girl how to behave. Seeing that the Marquis was truly angry, Lu Shi quickly hugged his arm and pleaded, My lord, she's just a girl. How can you use family rules against her? If outsiders find out, how will we show our faces? How can you say that? Isn't she like this because of your teachings? The Marquis shouted at Lu Shi. My lord, how can you wrong me like this? Lu Shi released his arm, looking aggrieved. Shen Ke stood still, knowing that the family rules were not something just anyone could bear. He didn't dare to go get them. If he hurt his sister, their mother wouldn't forgive him. Shenlan saw that her father was really angry and dared not argue anymore. Crying, she turned to her grandmother for help, saying, "Grandmother, please save me. Father wants to hit me." The old lady was also angry, seeing how Xia Tian's few words had messed up the situation. She said, "Lord, don't believe this wild girl's slander and punish Shenlong. Don't you know what kind of person she is as her father? No matter if what Xia said is true or not, mother. Did you hear what Shenlong just said? Is that how a younger person should address an elder sister-in-law? What about her upbringing?" The Marquis of Wuan was even more upset to see his mother defending Shenlong, and he spoke harshly, "Mother, don't interfere. I must teach this girl a lesson today." Seeing that the Marquis was not listening to her, the old lady trembled with anger and stubbornly said, "Fine. Go ahead and hit her. If you dare to lay a hand on Shenlong today, you will be unfilial." Shenlong saw her grandmother protecting her and quickly ran to her side, tightly clutching her arm, looking scared of being hit. "Mother, you." The Marquis of Wuan felt deflated seeing that his mother was also angry and was willing to call him unfilial just to protect the child. He sat back down and wearily said, "Mother, I can spare her from punishment, but Shenlong must be disciplined to avoid further confusion and embarrassment for our family." Seeing that the Marquis had compromised and was no longer insisting on punishment, the old lady also relaxed. If she continued to protect Shenlong, it would be disrespectful to the Marquis in front of everyone. "All right, as long as you don't use family punishment. Then Shenlong will kneel in the ancestral hall with Xia for 3 days and copy the Heart Sutra 100 times before she can come out." The Marquis spoke firmly. "Father, that's unfair. Why does she have to copy it 50 times while I have to do it 100? Shenlong protested when she heard her punishment was even harsher than Xia Tian's. 200 times. The Marquis of Wuan looked coldly at Shenlong, as if ready to increase the punishment if she argued again. Shenlong glanced at Lu Shi behind the Marquis and saw her shake her head gently, so she dared not speak up again. It was all that girl's fault for making her father so angry. Shenlong glared at Xia Tian, her eyes filled with resentment. Xia Tian felt scared seeing Shenlong glare at her, so she stepped closer to Shen Yan. Shen Yan watched Xia Tian's actions and coldly stared at Shenlong. Feeling her brother's icy gaze, Shenlong quickly adjusted her expression and stood properly, lowering her head. The Marquis of Wuan saw that Shenlong had stopped arguing, so he relaxed his expression and called 2 maidservants to watch over the 2 of them as they knelt and copied the Heart Sutra in the ancestral hall. As soon as they entered the hall, the maidservants set up the cushions, ink, paper, and brushes. Once they saw the 2 kneeling on the cushions and starting to write, they locked the door from the outside and stood straight like guards. When Shenlong noticed the maidservants had left, it was just her and Xia Tian in the hall, and she immediately became angry. "You little brat, how dare you report me? Are you tired of living? Who are you calling a little brat?" Xia Tian asked coldly. "I'm calling you a little brat. Can't you understand?" Shenlong angrily pointed at Xia Tian. "Sorry, I only understand human language." "You, do you want to get hit? How dare you say I'm not human?" Shenlong, who was kneeling beside Xia Tian, raised her hand to slap her. Xia Tian was waiting for this opportunity. As Shenlong tried to hit her, she smirked, grabbed Shenlong's hand with her left hand, and slapped her with her right hand. Smack! The sound echoed in the empty hall, leaving the previously aggressive Shenlong stunned. Shenlong was momentarily dazed by the slap, and it took her a while to realize she had been hit by a girl she looked down upon. With a scream, she lunged at Xia Tian. Since they were both kneeling, after Xia Tian slapped Shenlong, she remained sitting on the cushion. When Shenlong came at her again, Xia Tian simply sat on the cushion and kicked out as Shenlong got closer. Before Shenlong could reach her, she was kicked back 2 or 3 meters and fell to the ground. Of course, Xia Tian didn't use all her strength. She held back during the kick, or else with her strength, she could have seriously hurt Shenlong. When Shenlong finally reacted, she realized she couldn't win against this girl, and now everything hurt. This infuriated the usually pampered young lady, and she immediately began to cry out sharply. Unfortunately, the door was a bit far from where they were kneeling. The two maidservants at the entrance heard the commotion but couldn't make out what was being said. So they ignored it. Even if they had heard, they wouldn't have intervened. After all, the one inside was their mistress. In their minds, it was unthinkable that the third miss could be bullied by anyone else. That's not important. The young lady really has no status in this house, so it's no surprise she gets bullied. Two maids outside pretended not to hear. After waiting a long time without anyone coming in, Shinlong got even angrier and kicked over a low table, scattering ink and paper everywhere. However, she was smart enough not to kick Xia Tian. After knocking over the table, she stormed out to find the old lady and her mother, wanting them to support her and teach that rude girl a lesson. At first, she didn't feel it, but now that she had calmed down, her face and the spot she kicked were burning with pain. Touching her hot face, Shenlong worried that the slap she received might have disfigured her. It hurt so much. When she reached the door, she banged on it and shouted angrily, "Open the door. I want to go find my mother." The two maids outside quickly replied, "Miss San, the Lord said you must wait 3 days before going out. Open the door. That rude girl hit me, and I want to speak to the old lady." The two maids exchanged doubtful glances. However, they knew she was known for being fierce, so they could only explain gently, "Miss San, it's not that we don't want to let you out, but the Lord instructed us to follow his orders.
Please understand."
The maid guarding the door refused to open it, making Shenlong so angry that she kicked the door, which made her foot hurt too. Frustrated, she began to shout, "Open the door. Otherwise, you'll regret it when I get out." The maids felt a bit scared. They didn't want to offend Miss San, especially since Lady Lu was the head of the household. They reluctantly opened the door, and as soon as it swung open, Shenlong kicked one of the maids down. "Get out of my way." After saying that, she rushed out of the courtyard towards her mother's quarters. Meanwhile, Xia Tian saw Shenlong leave and guessed she was going to find help, so she knelt back down, arranged the paper, and began copying the Heart Sutra. She worked quickly, finishing one piece before Shenlong returned. Shenlong stormed into her mother's courtyard, and Chuyue, who was directing the maids, was startled to see her and hurried to inform Lady Lu, "Madam, Miss San is here." Lady Lu, lounging on a soft couch with her eyes closed while a maid massaged her shoulders, immediately opened her eyes at the news and looked towards the door. Shenlong walked in just then, and their eyes met. Seeing Lady Lu, Shenlan's lips quivered, and she began to cry, "Mother, that rude girl hit me." As she spoke, she rushed into Lu's embrace. Lu had just stood up from the soft couch, and when Shenlong jumped at her, she almost lost her balance and fell. Once she steadied herself, she asked in confusion, "Lana, weren't you being punished to kneel in the ancestral hall? Why are you back? If your father finds out, he will punish you again." "Mom, that mean girl hit me. I don't want to go back to the ancestral hall." "You need to send someone to teach her a lesson," Shenlong cried, burying her head in Lu's waist. After saying this, she lifted her head and pointed to her left cheek, saying, "Mom, look. This is where that mean girl hit me. Do you think my face is ruined?" Lu gently held Shenlan's face and examined it closely. Her skin was smooth and flawless, with no marks or redness at all. She thought to herself that this girl couldn't even lie properly. Her excuse was too careless. So, she comforted her kindly, "Lana, your face is perfectly fine. Let's not make a fuss. We should hurry back. If someone finds out you left the ancestral hall, your father will definitely be upset. Be good, and when it's time for meals, I'll have the maid bring you something tasty." "Mom, I'm in this state, and you don't care about me at all? You still want me to go back to the ancestral hall?" Shenlong said angrily, letting go of Lu. "You child, your face is fine. Why won't you listen? If you don't believe me, look in the mirror." Lu asked Xiaoyu to bring a small round mirror and handed it to Shenlong. "Look for yourself." Shenlong gazed at her fair skin in the mirror, full of disbelief. After that loud slap from Xia Tian, how could there be no mark at all? If there were no marks, why did her face feel like it was on fire? Shenlong looked around, confused, but she couldn't find any sign of a mark. Then she remembered that Xia Tian had kicked her, and her stomach still hurt. She immediately wanted to open her clothes to check. Mom, she kicked me too? Can you see if there are any marks? Seeing Shenlong about to open her clothes, Lu began to feel uncertain. Could that mean girl really have hurt Lanner? Otherwise, even if Lanner was a bit foolish, she wouldn't make up such an obvious lie. She quickly asked Qiuyu to help Shenlong loosen her clothes and looked closely at the places Shenlong said hurt, but strangely, there were no bruises at all. She pressed gently and asked, Lana, does it hurt here? When Lu pressed, Shenlong immediately burst into tears. It hurts, Mom. Be gentle. But there's nothing here. Lu frowned in doubt. Looking at Shenlong's painful expression, it didn't seem like she was pretending. But from the outside, there was no sign of it at all. Did Xia really hit you? Mom, didn't you see how much I hurt? Why don't you believe me?
Shenlan pouted angrily.
Okay, don't be upset. I just asked because everything looks fine, Lu quickly reassured her. She then turned to Qiuyu and said, Qiuyu, please check if there's anything wrong with Lanner. Qiuyu carefully examined Shenlan's face and stomach, but found nothing unusual. She gently shook her head at Lu. Since Qiuyu couldn't find anything, Lu thought Shenlong was just making excuses to avoid kneeling in the ancestral hall. She had to calm her down first. Lana, let Qiuyu take you back to the hall. You've been delayed for so long. I'm afraid your father will find out and punish you. I'll bring the doctor to check you soon. If Xia really hurt you, I won't let her get away with it. Shenlong felt helpless. She knew her mother was right. Her father was strict, and if she disobeyed, she would face consequences. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Lu and said, Mom, please come quickly. I'm scared that girl will hit me again. All right, I'll send someone to fetch the doctor right away. Be good, Lanner, and go back for now. I'll be there soon. Lu softly comforted her. Shenlong reluctantly let go of Lu and followed Qiuyu back to the hall. Once Shenlong left, Lu called a young maid to fetch the doctor. Whether or not Xia had hit Shenlong, she needed to confirm the accusation. If the Lord found out that Lanner had left the hall without permission, he would surely be angry, and Lanner would be in trouble. Xia was sitting cross-legged on a mat, writing, when she heard the door open and quickly got up to kneel. She couldn't let anyone catch her. Otherwise, her act in front of the marquis would be questioned. The two maids guarding the door relaxed when they saw Qiuyu returning with the third young lady. After Shenlong left, the maid who had been kicked was helped up by another, and they quietly discussed whether to tell the Lord about the incident. They realized that the mistress was ultimately in charge of the household, and since Shenlong was her own daughter, if they dared to tell the Lord about Shenlong leaving the hall, they would be in serious trouble when she returned. At that point, Lu could easily find a reason to make them suffer. The Lord would not come to save them. In the end, the two decided that they absolutely could not let the Lord know about this, so they locked the door again and continued to wait. They prayed that the third young lady would definitely return. Unexpectedly, after a while of anxious waiting, the third young lady really came back. They sighed in relief and saw Qiuyu escorting her back. They immediately approached her with a flattering attitude, saying, Third young lady, Miss Chu, we didn't know anything earlier and didn't say a word. Thank you both. When I return to the lady, I will surely reward you, Qiuyu said, satisfied with their attitude. Seeing how understanding they were, she took out 2 pouches from her sleeve and handed them to them, saying, When the lady comes over, you must be careful in your service. If anything happens to the third young lady in the next 3 days, the lady will not spare you. Upon hearing that the lady would be coming, the two became nervous and quickly assured Qiuyu, Miss Qiuyu, don't worry, we will take good care of the third young lady. Please say a few good words for us in front of the lady. We had no choice but to delay opening the door when the third young lady left the ancestral hall. Qiuyu nodded, saying nothing more, and followed Shenlong into the ancestral hall. Before Shenlong left, the overturned table and writing materials were still on the floor. When Qiuyu saw that the lady was kneeling properly and copying, they just glanced over and continued their work. Qiuyu looked at the items scattered on the floor, clearly knowing they were caused by the third young lady. She hurriedly squatted down to lift the table and pick up the writing materials. She gathered the ink-stained papers and used a cloth to clean the ink off the floor. Shinlon stood by watching Chiyoe work without saying a word, occasionally snorting to express her dissatisfaction. Chiyoe hadn't done this kind of cleaning work in years, and after a flurry of activity, she worked up a sweat. Once everything was tidied up, Chiyoe gently said to Shinlon, "Third young lady, it's all cleaned up. You should kneel properly now. It wouldn't be good if the lady and others see you like this." Shinlon knew Chiyoe was right and didn't argue. She shot a glare at Xia Tian and knelt on the mat while shaking her handkerchief. Xia Tian didn't even give them a glance. She had heard every word Chiyoe said to the two gatekeepers. It was clear that Shinlon had gone to complain to Lu Shi, saying she hit her, and now Lu Shi was coming to find trouble with her. But it didn't matter. When she hit someone, there were only her and Shinlon in the ancestral hall, and no one saw her act. So, she wouldn't admit to it. Moreover, the places she was hit are not visible at all. Even if she complains, it won't help. If necessary, she can just call for the Lord of Wuan to settle things. Who would be afraid of them? This method of hitting without leaving marks was taught to her by Mu Feng. The places that were hit hurt terribly, and it would take days to heal. But even so, not even the doctor could see the marks, so Xia Tian was not worried about Lu Shi causing trouble. If she dares to side with Shinlon and falsely accuse her, she will ask the Lord of Wuan for justice. She has realized that while the Lord of Wuan may be confused, he won't protect Shinlon like Lu Shi does. If things escalate, he won't let them get away with it. In this household, she is determined to rely on the Lord of Wuan. Before long, Lu Shi indeed arrived, accompanied by two maids and the household doctor. "Mother, you finally came," Shinlon said with tears in her eyes. "Don't be afraid. Let the doctor check you first," Lu Shi replied. It seemed she wanted the doctor to examine Shinlon before deciding on any punishment for Xia Tian. Xia Tian saw Lu Shi and did not stand up, just slightly lowered her head as a gesture of respect. "Mother has arrived. Please forgive me, as I am currently being punished and cannot rise to greet you." Lu Shi ignored her and directly instructed the doctor to check Shinlan's pulse. Shinlan extended her right hand, and after a moment, the doctor checked her pulse and looked at her face, finding nothing wrong. Stepping aside, the doctor quietly reported to Lu Shi, "Madam, the third young lady is in good health, and her face is fine." Lu Shi pondered. If even the doctor couldn't find anything, it seemed that Lan Er was just making up excuses. She believed that although the girl was sharp-tongued, she didn't have the courage to act against her. Otherwise, she wouldn't let her off easily. However, this matter couldn't just end here. Earlier, that girl had embarrassed her in front of the Lord of Wuan, and she hadn't settled the score yet. Today, she would show her the authority of the head of the household. Lu Shi exchanged glances with the doctor. They had already discussed what to say after the examination before coming to the ancestral hall. The doctor, intimidated by the lady of the house and the generous reward, could only reluctantly go along with the plan. "Madam, it seems the third young lady has suffered an internal injury, which is why she feels pain in her stomach," the doctor said, unsure of what else to say, as there were no visible injuries and no signs from the pulse. He could only come up with a vague excuse. Lu Shi didn't care whether Xia Tian truly hit Shinlan or not. She just needed an excuse, and this was the perfect one. Lu thought they were speaking quietly, but in the summer, it sounded as loud as if they were talking right in front of her. Was this an attempt to blame her unfairly? Lu didn't realize that Xia Tian had heard everything and pretended to be worried, asking the doctor, "Did Lan really get hurt internally?" "Yes, madam. The third young lady's injury isn't visible on the surface, but it hurts a lot. We can only say she has internal injuries," the doctor explained respectfully. After hearing this, Lu turned to look at Xia Tian and said sternly, "Xia, I put you in the ancestral hall to reflect, but I didn't expect you to be so malicious as to hurt Lan. You truly show no remorse." Unexpectedly, Lu was direct and started blaming her outright. Xia Tian looked up in confusion. "Mother, where is this coming from?" I have been kneeling in the ancestral hall, copying scriptures without moving. Humph, she wouldn't admit it, so what? Although Lu was angry, she knew Xia Tian wouldn't easily confess. It was important to place the blame on her now. Later, she could catch her in a mistake, making it hard for her to defend herself. Humph, you still deny it? The doctor just confirmed that Lon has internal injuries. There were only the two of you here. If you didn't do it, who did?
Mother, I don't know about that.
I didn't lay a hand on her. I was quietly reflecting in the ancestral hall. My sister went out and came back saying she was hurt, claiming I did it. That's just ridiculous. Xia Tian replied, feeling wronged. It doesn't matter if you deny it. Lon said you were the one who hurt her. If you didn't hit her, would she have run out? The doctor's examination can't be fake.
Oh,
Really? A weak woman like me hurt my sister? Do you believe that, Mother? Could it be that my sister, unhappy with father's punishment, made up an excuse? Besides, injuries from a beating are usually visible, right? Where did I hit her? Let everyone see, Xia Tian retorted sarcastically. Lu thought she could say whatever she wanted since she believed only her people were present. The doctor's diagnosis is proof. What more is there to say? Lu was getting anxious. This needed to be resolved quickly. Otherwise, if others arrived, it would be difficult for her. Xia Tian stood up from the mat, facing Lu coldly, and asked, "Is the doctor's word the only thing that matters?" The doctor's diagnosis only proves that Shenlong is injured. When and how did she get hurt? Besides, why should I care if Shenlong is hurt? You all say I did this. And you saw it with your own eyes? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? You can say whatever you want. Xia Tian quickly retorted, making both Lu and the doctor feel a bit uneasy. Unfortunately, it was too late to back down now. Madam, my diagnosis is absolutely correct, the doctor defended himself, feeling a bit guilty under Xia Tian's mocking gaze.
Oh,
You say your diagnosis is correct? Do you dare to swear to that? Xia Tian asked, staring intently into his eyes. I. The doctor stammered, unable to finish his sentence. He couldn't just make a vow like that. Seeing Xia Tian's aggressive stance had intimidated the doctor, Lu knew that if she pressed further, they would surely reveal their flaws. She had to take the initiative. With the authority of the head of the household, she stopped sparring with Xia Tian and directly instructed Chuyue. During Xia's punishment, she openly disrespected her elders and had a terrible attitude. Teach her a lesson. Yes, madam, Chuyue replied cheerfully, ready to step forward. This was an opportunity she had long awaited. As the trusted maid of the madam, she was always treated well, and no one dared to offend her, not even the young masters and misses of the household. But this young lady, relying on the young master's favor, had often looked down on her during their time learning household management, even speaking rudely and not respecting her at all. She had caused Chuyue to be punished several times. Today was the perfect chance for revenge. Xia Tian looked disdainfully at Chuyue as she approached, remaining still until Chuyue was close enough to strike. Then, she raised her hand and slapped her to the ground. The sudden slap left everyone stunned. Chuyue's face quickly swelled up, a bright red handprint appearing on her cheek. Sitting on the ground, Chuyue looked at Xia Tian in disbelief, not even realizing how she had been knocked down. Lu was shocked, pointing at Xia Tian. You actually dared to hit her? Shenlong, witnessing Xia Tian's actions, trembled in fear and instinctively took 2 steps back. Xia Tian didn't answer Lu and slowly walked over, squatting in front of Chuyue. She pinched Chuyue's chin, turning it side to side to examine her closely. Chuyue, sitting on the ground, looked at Xia Tian in terror, forgetting to resist as her chin was held. After a moment of inspection, Xia Tian lifted Chuyue's chin for Lu and the doctor to see, saying, "Look, this is what someone looks like after being hit." After speaking, she slowly stood up and took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the hand that had just pinched Chuyue's chin. When Lu realized what Xia Tian meant, a mix of disbelief and anger filled her. Trembling, she pointed at Xia Tian and repeated, How dare you hit my servant?" She truly did not expect this girl to fight back in front of her. Hitting someone? Mother, You misunderstood me. I wasn't hitting anyone. I was just demonstrating to you and the house doctor what someone looks like after being hit, so you won't wrongly accuse me, Xia Tian replied calmly while wiping her hands. You ungrateful girl. Have you lost your mind? You three, come here. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think I, as the lady of the house, am just for show? Lu angrily pointed at Xia Tian, ordering the two maids who had come with her to teach her a lesson. The two maids hesitated for a moment, but then approached, each preparing to grab Xia Tian's arms to punish her. Unfortunately, Xia Tian didn't hold back. Before they could get close, she kicked each of them away. She didn't hide her strength at all, boldly showing it to Lu. Shenlan watched as Chuyue and the two maids fell, just like when Xia Tian had hit her. She immediately screamed, pointing at Xia Tian and telling Lu, Mother, did you see that? She hit me just like this. Lu began to realize that this girl had been pretending to be weak. Perhaps Lan really had been hit by her. Lu was both angry and anxious.
How dare you say you didn't hit Lan? What do you say about this?
Xia Tian scoffed. What courage do these maids have to try to hit their master? As for Shenlan, did I hit her? Please provide evidence. Without evidence, even the Lord can't wrongfully accuse me. When Lu came to the ancestral hall, she only brought two maids and a house doctor to cover up Shenlan's unauthorized departure, along with Chuyue, who had accompanied Shenlan. No one else was with them. She originally planned to take this opportunity to teach this unruly girl a lesson, but she didn't expect her to be so difficult. How could she swallow the fact that this girl had easily defeated the three maids she brought? You three, come together and catch this girl. I will personally teach her a lesson, Lu shouted angrily as she walked towards Xia Tian, no longer caring about her dignity as the lady of the house, calling for Chuyue and the others to help her. The doctor stood by, unsure of what to do, regretting having helped Lu speak falsely. Lu was eager to step forward and teach Xia a lesson. Xia didn't take Lu and her group seriously. Even together, they were no match for her. However, with the doctor present, if she fought Lu, she might earn a reputation for hitting an elder, which would not be worth it. But letting Lu hit her was also not an option. As Xia pondered how to send the only outsider away, the doctor saw that Lu was about to take action and decided he couldn't stay any longer. He called out and prepared to leave the ancestral hall. He didn't want to be caught in a dispute between the lady of the house and the young master's wife, unsure of which side to take. It was best to leave this troublesome place. Lu understood the doctor's intention and, wanting to keep her actions a secret, nodded meaningfully for him to go. The doctor quickly grabbed his medical bag and hurried out. Just as Xia thought, with the outsider gone, she wouldn't hold back if a fight broke out. The two maids guarding the door locked it again after the doctor left, standing by and pretending not to hear any noise from inside, moving slightly away to avoid trouble. They had decided that no matter what happened inside, they wouldn't go in or let anyone else in. Ignorance was their plan. Lu, seeing the doctor leave, dropped her pretense and grinned menacingly. You little girl, are you tired of living? How dare you act against me in my presence? Today, I will teach you a lesson about respect. With that, she waved her hand, and Xiao and the others rushed forward. Xia had only lightly kicked the two maids earlier, knowing they were following Lu's orders and wouldn't resist. Now, three of them had the strength to grab her. This time, Xia didn't resist as the maids caught her arms, glaring at Lu as she approached. As Lu approached, she raised her hand to strike, but I gently tilted my head to avoid her slap. Taking advantage of her momentum, I kicked her, sending her flying. Those who weren't close thought Lu had missed and lost her balance, falling over herself. Shenlan, who was watching her mother teach Xia Tian a lesson, expected to hear a slap, but instead saw her mother spin and fall. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the three who were holding Xia Tian released their grip in shock. Xia Tian casually remarked, Madam, why are you so careless? You can hit me, but why did you fall? This snapped everyone back to reality. Xiao screamed and rushed to help Lu, who lay on the ground motionless. In truth, Xia Tian's kick hadn't been hard. It would only hurt for a few days, just like Shenlong. Lu was still, mainly because she hadn't expected to fall after trying to hit someone. Xiaoyu helped Lu up, and it took Lu a moment to process what had just happened. Her face turned pale with anger, and her lips trembled as she struggled to speak. Xiaoyu and the other two maids had been focused on controlling Xia Tian and hadn't noticed the kick. They only saw Lu trying to hit someone and then falling. However, Shenlong, standing directly across from Xia Tian, had seen everything clearly. She now looked at Xia Tian with a hint of fear, wondering what kind of person would dare to strike an elder. In their shock, they forgot to help Lu. Seeing Lu silent, Xiaoyu quickly tried to help her breathe and softly called out, "Madam, are you okay?" Once Lu caught her breath, she pointed at Xia Tian and shouted, "This is outrageous. You, a country girl, think just because Shen Yan protects me, I won't dare to touch you? How dare you lay hands on me?" "Lay hands on you?" Xiaoyu was confused. Wasn't Lu the one who fell? How could this be Xia Tian's fault? Xiaoyu looked at Xia Tian in disbelief. "Mother, you fell on your own. Why are you blaming me?" Xia Tian replied calmly. I won't waste my breath on you." Lu scoffed, trying to stand with Xiaoyu's help. But as she attempted to rise, pain shot through her back, causing her to wince before she could slowly get to her feet. Due to the pain, Lu's face looked worse. Once she stood up, she started ordering Shenlong, "Go get the family punishment tool. If I don't beat her to death today, I won't be merciful." Although Shenlong was scared by Xia Tian's earlier actions, having her mother there made her braver. The whip used for punishment was on a shelf next to the ancestral hall. As soon as Shenlong heard her mother ask for it, she rushed over, grabbed the whip, and handed it to Lu, then stood far away from Xia Tian, waiting to see her mother teach Xia Tian a lesson. Lu, with one hand on her waist and the other holding the whip, approached. When Xia Tian saw Lu swing the whip, she quickly dodged to the side. Although she could control Lu and prevent her from hitting, she had already kicked her once and needed to be careful this time to avoid any accidents. As Xia Tian dodged, Lu missed and almost hurt her own back. Furious, she chased after Xia Tian to strike again. The whip was only about a meter long, and Xia Tian was agile, so Lu couldn't hit her. Lu became even angrier when she saw Xia Tian dare to dodge, forgetting about her back pain. While Lu was panting and chasing Xia Tian, a few maidservants, seeing that Lu couldn't catch her, joined in to surround Xia Tian. The scene in the ancestral hall turned chaotic with everyone running around. The two maidservants guarding the door heard the increasing noise from inside and exchanged worried glances, thinking, with this commotion, could the lady really be beating the young lady to death? Just as they hesitated about whether to go in and check, they didn't notice the Marquis of Wuan approaching, followed by the young master. When the Marquis of Wuan arrived, he saw the two maidservants not guarding the door properly, peering inside, and frowned in dissatisfaction, clearing his throat. The two maidservants were startled by the sudden sound and turned to see the Marquis and the young master. Their faces turned pale, and they knelt down, saying, "My lord, young master." The Marquis frowned. "Why aren't you guarding the door? What are you looking at?" Replying to "my lord, we weren't looking at anything," the two maidservants stammered, lying on the ground. The Marquis sensed something was wrong and was about to ask when he heard a loud commotion from the ancestral hall, making his expression darken. Shen Yan also heard the noise from inside and coldly looked at the two maidservants, saying, "Open the door." Two maids quickly got up and nervously opened the door, with the Marquis of Wu leading the way inside. Xia Tian, who was still hiding from Lu Shi, heard the Marquis's voice. As the two entered and approached the door of the ancestral hall, she made a mistake and accidentally let Lu Shi's whip hit her arm. Mother, please spare me. I am truly innocent. I didn't hit anyone." Xia Tian covered her arm where she had just been struck, dodging while calling out and watching the door. When the Marquis of Wu and Shen Yan walked in, the first thing they saw was Lu Shi striking Xia Tian's arm with a whip, then relentlessly chasing after her to continue hitting. The Marquis's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, "Stop it." Lu Shi, startled by the sudden shout, dropped the whip with a thud. Turning around, she realized it was the Marquis who had arrived. She froze, unsure how to react. Xia Tian pretended to just notice the two and cautiously stepped closer to them, bowing to the Marquis. Father. After speaking, she secretly glanced at him. Chiu Yu and the other two maids turned pale and knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and trembling. This was bad. The Marquis and the heir had come, and they must have seen them surrounding Xia Tian. They would surely be punished. Shenlan saw the Marquis and rushed to him to complain, Father, you came at the right time. That wicked girl, no. That sister-in-law just hit us. You must help us. Shen Yan, with a dark expression, quickly walked to Xia Tian's side, holding her hand and asking, Where did she hit you? Let me see. Xia Tian covered her arm, her voice trembling. Heir, my arm hurts so much. The lady wants to kill me. Don't be afraid. Let's see who dares. Shen Yan's voice was icy. It was truly outrageous. He thought it was just a punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall, but upon entering, he found Lu Shi hitting someone. If he hadn't sent Mu Chen to sneak a look, he would have remained oblivious. The Marquis ignored Shenlan and walked directly toward Lu Shi, sternly asking, Lu Shi, what were you doing just now? A hint of panic flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. Seeing the Marquis's questioning gaze, she forced a smile. My lord, Xia Shi was disrespectful to her elders, and I was teaching her a lesson. Remembering that the wicked girl had dared to kick her, she regained her confidence and angrily said, My lord, Xia Shi actually attacked me first, so I had to teach her a lesson. Yes, Dad, just now my sister-in-law really hit me, and Mom. My face and stomach still hurt. Shenlan also came over to support Lu's claim. Hearing this, Xia Tian spoke up sadly, Dad, I really didn't hit anyone. I was kneeling in the ancestral hall copying scriptures. At first, my younger sister got angry and knocked over her table and things. Then she just left without saying anything. After a while, she came back with Chiu Yu, who helped her clean up. Then Mom brought the family doctor in and said I hit my sister. I was just copying scriptures the whole time. Mom accused me of hitting her, and when I denied it, she let Chiu Yu and the others hit me. I defended myself and didn't let them hit me. Then Mom had them hold me so she could teach me a lesson. I felt wronged, so I ran away. Xia Tian said this half-truthfully, glancing at Lu with a bit of fear. Upon hearing Xia Tian, Shenlan immediately pointed at her and retorted, You're lying. You clearly hit me, and that's why I went to Mom for help. Dad, I really didn't hit my younger sister. The Marquis of Wuhan, with a serious expression, ordered the guard at the door. Go get the family doctor. Lu felt a bit anxious upon hearing this, but tried to stay calm and stepped forward. My lord, what Lanner said is true. Otherwise, I wouldn't be angry and scolding Xia. The Marquis looked at Shenlan's smooth, fair face, and his expression grew darker. Where did your sister hit you? Shenlan quickly pointed to her face and stomach. Dad, she slapped me and kicked me. The Marquis stared at Shenlan's face but said nothing. Lu then remembered that the places where Shenlan was hit didn't show any marks, so she hurried to explain to the Marquis, My lord, the family doctor said Lanner has internal injuries. Lu's explanation only made the Marquis's expression worse. He thought Shenlan was lying, and he was shocked that Lu would dare to lie so openly to him. Do you think I'm a fool? Internal injuries? How could a weak woman like Xia cause such injuries? Even if she did hit someone, it should only be external injuries. They were lying so carelessly, thinking that with the old lady backing them, he wouldn't punish them. This time, no one could stop him. Dad, I'm telling the truth. My face still hurts a lot right now. Shenlan felt wronged as she saw that the Marquis didn't believe her. Lu knew that the Marquis of Wuhan did not believe them, but there was nothing she could do. She could only pull Chiu-Yue over and say, My lord, look at Chiu-Yue's face. She was hit by Xia. She dared to hit my maid right in front of me, showing no respect at all. It was Chiu-Yue who tried to hit me first, so I defended myself. As the wife of a noble heir, should I just stand there and let a maid hit me? Xia protested. Chiu-Yue, with half of her face swollen, shrank her neck, and dared not look at the Marquis. Shunyan coldly remarked, "This is what it looks like after being hit." The Marquis narrowed his eyes, glancing at Chiyue, then at Shenlong, before finally looking at Lu. Lu was taken aback. It turned out this girl had been waiting for her. She claimed to have hit Lan, but Lan showed no signs of injury. She claimed to have hit Chiyue, which contradicted her earlier statements. Nothing she said made sense. Realizing this, Lu turned and glared at Xia. "So you set me up, didn't you?" Before Xia could respond, the Marquis could no longer hold back. "Shut up." The Marquis's loud shout instantly silenced Lu. Xia moved closer to Xinyan. The two maids kneeling on the ground trembled like leaves in the wind. The Marquis glanced at the fallen table and the scattered ink and paper, veins on his forehead throbbing. He never expected that a simple punishment of kneeling would cause such a commotion. Was this meant for reflection in front of their ancestors, or to trouble them? He coldly ordered another guard, "Go, bring me the scriptures copied by the third miss and the noble heir's wife." "Yes," the guard replied, picking up the fallen papers and handing them to the Marquis. He took them, noticing one paper had only 2 words written on it, while the other had several pages filled. After flipping through, he saw that one was already finished, and the second was mostly complete. Holding up the extra part, he asked the two who wrote this. Xia quickly replied, "Father, this was written by your daughter-in-law." The other paper with just 2 words was Shunlan's. The Marquis looked at her with a stern expression. "Is this the scripture you copied?" Shunlan shrank back, feeling somewhat defiant. "Father, it was my sister-in-law who hit me, so I didn't have time to write." In front of the Marquis, Shunlan dared not call Xia a wild girl anymore and reluctantly referred to her as sister-in-law. The Marquis of Wuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. He thought Shunlan was just a child with a bit of a spoiled attitude, but he didn't expect her to boldly accuse others and speak so defiantly. "By your logic, in such a short time, your sister-in-law not only hit you, but also copied the scriptures twice?" The Marquis sneered. "Shunlan, not only are you slandering your sister-in-law, but you also show no remorse." "How wonderful!" After saying this, he didn't ask the guards for help. He walked over and picked up the whip that Lu had dropped on the ground. He raised it and struck Shunlan. Shunlan was caught off guard by her father's sudden action and had no time to defend herself. The whip hit her back, causing her to stumble forward and fall to the ground. Lu reacted quickly and screamed, "Marquis, what are you doing?" After shouting, she saw the Marquis with a dark expression, raising the whip again. She called out Lanu and threw herself over Shunlan. Seeing Lu protecting Shunlan, the Marquis had to stop. Once he paused, Lu sorrowfully shouted at the Marquis, "Marquis, this is Lanu. How can you be so harsh? She's a girl. What will happen if you hurt her?" "Humph, a girl? Did you think about that when you hit Xia? She's a girl too. When did my Wuan Marquis household produce such bullies?" The Marquis said through gritted teeth. Seeing Lu protect Shunlan and prevent him from teaching her a lesson only made him angrier. "Step aside. I need to teach this ungrateful girl a lesson. Not only is she bullying others, but she also lies without remorse." Lu felt a chill at her heart. She didn't expect the Marquis to fully believe that wild girl and refused to trust their explanations. She realized that the Marquis wouldn't stop until he punished Shunlan today, so she dared not let go of her. While protecting Shunlan, she signaled to Chiuyu, who was kneeling on the ground, to go and ask the old lady for help. Chiuyu understood Lu's meaning and quietly moved toward the door when the Marquis wasn't paying attention. Xia noticed Chiuyu's actions, but didn't remind the Marquis. This matter had to be clarified in front of everyone. Otherwise, it could lead to future trouble. With Lu's protection, Shunlan finally came to her senses and looked at the Marquis in disbelief. "Dad, you really hit Lanu for that wild girl?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a broken string of beads. Now Shunlan was also angry. She had just started to respect the Marquis's authority and called Xia sister-in-law, but seeing her father always defend Xia, she began to call her the wild girl again.
Slap.
The Marquis of Wuan raised his hand and struck Shenlan with a whip again, and this time, Lu also got caught in it. The sudden whip startled both Lu and Shenlan, making them scream and cling to each other, trembling. Lu was very angry and spoke firmly to the Marquis. "My lord, are you trying to harm me too? I want to punish this rebellious girl today." "Did you hear what she just said? Calling someone a wild girl? Is that how a young lady should speak? She has no grace at all. She is even worse than her sister-in-law." Xia Tian quietly wondered whether he was praising her or insulting her. The Marquis was furious, and the more Lu and Shenlan argued back, the more he felt they were just making excuses. Shenlan was so scared by another whip that she forgot to cry, holding onto Lu tightly and not daring to speak. The places where the Marquis had whipped her felt like they were on fire, and she could only quietly sob in Lu's embrace. Xia Tian was also startled by the Marquis's sudden outburst and pulled on Shen Yan's sleeve, trying to make herself less noticeable, fearing the Marquis's anger would turn toward her. Just watching those two whips made her feel pain. Shen Yan noticed that Xia Tian was also frightened by her father and pulled her behind her. Then, she coldly watched the Marquis reprimand Lu and her daughter, feeling not pity, but rather a sense of satisfaction. While the standoff continued, the guards who had left earlier finally returned with the physician in a hurry. As soon as Lu saw the physician, she called out, "Dr. Chow, please explain to the Marquis that Lan has suffered an internal injury." Dr. Chow, seeing the scene, began to sweat. He hurriedly bowed to the Marquis and explained, "My lord, I did find that the third young lady seems to have an internal injury when I checked her pulse." Seeing the Marquis's dark expression, he quickly added, "However, it could be that my skills are lacking and my diagnosis may not be accurate." Dr. Chow thought that, after all, traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, and it was better to admit a possible mistake than to lie just because Lu had given him a favor. Hearing Dr. Chow's words, Lu felt relieved. If it turned out Shenlan was not injured, it would not be her fault, as it was the doctor's diagnosis. This time, I could only follow Dr. Chow's suggestion and said, "My lord, look, Dr. Chow indeed diagnosed that Shaner has internal injuries. If there was a misdiagnosis, that is not my fault." Shen Yan immediately understood what Lu was planning. She wanted to shift the blame for Shan's injury onto Dr. Chow, which would prove she wasn't lying, and then the Marquis of Wuan couldn't use her hitting someone against her anymore. Thinking she could escape punishment so easily was naive. Shan Yan scoffed and said, "Since the lady and Shan insist that it was Xia who hurt Shan, let's find a doctor and a nurse to examine her thoroughly." Seeing is believing. No one can fake this. The Marquis of Wuan thought for a moment and pointed to a guard, saying, "You go and find Nurse Qin." He then instructed another guard, "You go outside and bring a doctor back." Nurse Qin was the head nurse in his household and was known for her fairness. If they claimed that Xia had hurt someone, there would surely be marks. He wouldn't believe that a delicate girl could inflict internal injuries without any visible signs. If someone was hurt, there should be some evidence. Even he couldn't manage that. While the guards went to call Nurse Qin, the Marquis of Wuan frowned and asked Dr. Chow to explain what he had seen. After Dr. Chow finished speaking, the Marquis's expression darkened even more. Now he fully believed what Xia had said. She was just quietly copying scriptures in the ancestral hall, while Lu disregarded her position as the head matriarch and came to wrongfully accuse her. At first, he had some doubts, thinking that a head matriarch like Lu wouldn't casually accuse Xia without reason. Surely Xia must have done something to provoke Lu into personally striking her. But now, the physician's words confirmed Lu's unreasonable behavior. Even if the Wuan Marquis's household was dissatisfied with Xia's humble origins, they wouldn't openly treat her with such disrespect. It seemed Lu had been in her position for too long and had become a bit arrogant, even disregarding the reputation of the Wuan Marquis's household. The Marquis ordered a chair to be placed in the courtyard of the ancestral hall, planning to settle this matter properly today. He was worried that his ancestors would be upset seeing such unfilial descendants. Just as Nurse Qin had not yet arrived, the old lady hurried over. It turned out that Chiyue had taken advantage of the Marquis's distraction to summon the old lady. Seeing the old lady arrive, the Marquis's expression soured, and he glanced at Chiyue following her, understanding everything at once. He originally didn't know that Shenlong had left without permission. It was Shen Yan who told him that Lu Shi had brought people to the ancestral hall, so he came to check it out. He thought Lu Shi was just worried about her daughter and came to see Shenlong, but unexpectedly, she was there to cause trouble for Xia Shi. Not only did she refuse to admit her mistake, but she also sent a maid to bring the old lady here, hoping the old lady would pressure him to be lenient with them. He wouldn't hold back on their relationship as husband and wife anymore. The Duke of Wuhan asked the old lady with a dark expression, "Mother, why are you here?" The old lady replied with a stern face, "I heard someone did something terrible, even hitting their own daughter." The Duke fell silent for a moment and firmly said, "Mother, I am educating my own child, so please do not interfere." When Shenlong saw the old lady supporting her, she immediately began to cry loudly, "Grandmother, why did you come so late? My father wants to kill me. Grandmother, it hurts." Shenlong's crying made the old lady feel heartbroken and even angrier. Supporting herself with Granny Zhang, she sat down in the chair where the Duke had been and coldly said to him, "If you don't want me to interfere, fine. I'll just sit here and watch your education. Let's see if you can unjustly punish them." "Mother, when have I ever wronged them?" the Duke said, feeling a headache coming on. "Humph, let's get started," the old lady urged with a stern face. The guards saw that the Duke's chair was taken by the old lady and brought another one for him. Once the Duke was seated, Granny Qin arrived as well. "Granny Qin, earlier the lady said that Xia Shi hit them. Please go check their injuries and see if they're serious. Also, check the two maids who were kicked by Xia Tian," the Duke instructed. After giving his orders, he pointed to the two maids who had been kicked. "Yes, my lord." Granny Qin had heard the guards on her way here and didn't ask any questions. She respectfully responded and took Shenlong, Lu Shi, and the two injured maids to the room for examination. Shen Yan asked Ningyu to go in and help. He didn't trust anyone else. What if Granny Qin lied too? Ningyu had come with Shen Yan to the ancestral hall, thinking that Xia Tian and Shenlong were both girls, so it would be more convenient for her to be there. She didn't expect it would come in handy. Granny Qin noticed Ningyu following her and her expression darkened, but she said nothing. It was understandable that the young master didn't trust her. After Granny Qin finished the examination and they exited the room, they saw that Lu Shi looked a bit pale. Just as Granny Qin was about to report her findings, a guard came in to say that the doctor they had called for had arrived. This is a family hall, so it's not appropriate to let outsiders in. The Marquis of Wuhan decided to move everyone to the next courtyard. When the doctor came in and saw so many people, he thought the illness was serious. After greeting everyone, he quickly checked the pulses of the two women. He checked the left side, then the right, but found nothing wrong. Feeling puzzled, he reported the results to the Marquis of Wuhan, saying, "My lord, both the lady and the young miss are healthy and not sick." "Is there any internal injury?" the Marquis asked. "No," the doctor shook his head. "Good. Thank you." After that, he instructed the guards to take the doctor to collect his fee. Then, Granny Qin stepped forward to share her findings. "My lord, I found no signs of injury on the lady and the third miss, but the two maidservants have bruises on their bellies." "All right, I understand," the Marquis nodded. He then turned to Lu and said with a stern face, "What do you have to say for yourself?" Lu felt bitter, knowing it would be hard to explain. She even doubted herself, wondering if she had fallen due to her own strength. But she clearly felt a force push her, and her lower back still hurt a lot. That couldn't be a lie. Most likely, that troublesome maid was behind this, but now no one believed her, especially since there were no visible injuries. "My lord, the old lady, I truly fell because that Xia kicked me. Otherwise, my back wouldn't hurt so much." "Loner feels the same pain in her belly," Lu insisted, determined to stand her ground. She couldn't let them label her as a wrong daughter-in-law. She would lose face when going out. The Marquis had expected Lu to respond this way, so he didn't waste time arguing. He directly announced the punishment Lu as the head of the household, you cannot be fair. You will reflect on this in your own courtyard, and I will temporarily give the management authority to your sister-in-law." When Lu heard that her authority was being taken away, she was about to argue, but the Marquis interrupted her with a wave of his hand. With a stern face, the Marquis turned to Shenlong and said, "Shenlong, you have shown disrespect to your sister-in-law and have not corrected your mistakes. You are to be confined for 3 months and copy the Heart Sutra 200 times. You will be released when you show remorse." Upon hearing she would be confined for 3 months, Shenlong immediately protested, "Father, how can you be so biased? I am your own daughter. How can you favor an outsider?" If you continue to complain, the confinement will be extended to 6 months, the Marquis said, clearly losing his patience. The old lady looked at Lord Wuan with some anger, saying, "My lord, what's going on? Is there anything wrong with what Lanner said? You trust an outsider over your own wife and daughter?" "Mother, this matter is clear. There's no need to discuss it further. Since the Xia family is already on our Shen family's family tree, they're part of the Shen family. How can they be considered outsiders?" Lord Wuan replied firmly to the old lady. Shen Yan stood nearby, feeling cold as she listened to the old lady and Shenlong repeatedly refer to outsiders. Noticing Shen Yan's silence and Xia's lack of argument, Lord Wuan softened his tone and said to them, "Eldest, take Xia back. No need to kneel in the ancestral hall, but you must copy the Heart Sutra 50 times. After thanking Lord Wuan, Shen Yan led Xia away. The old lady was unwilling to accept this and angrily said, "My lord, you really can't tell right from wrong." Lord Wuan ignored her and directly told Qin Momo, "Take the old lady back and take good care of her." The old lady refused to leave, but Qin Momo and others forced her to go back. Only then did Lord Wuan point to Chuyue and the other 2 maids, instructing the guards, "That maid will receive 20 strikes, and these 2 will receive 10 each." Upon hearing that Lord Wuan was going to punish them, Chuyue and the others turned pale and knelt down to beg for mercy, but Lord Wuan ignored them and walked away. After announcing the punishment, Lord Wuan left directly. Only Lu Shi, Shenlong, and others remained. Although Lord Wuan did not publicly punish Dr. Chow, he was already sweating with fear, knowing that the Lord was giving Lu Shi face. Otherwise, he would have pursued the matter further. Dr. Chow quickly greeted Lu Shi and left, thinking he could never do this again. Not only was it frightening, but it also weighed heavily on his conscience, as it went against medical ethics. He had noticed the look the young master gave him when he left, and he realized he needed to find a chance to explain himself, or he might not be able to stay in the Wuan Lord's residence any longer. With a heavy heart, Dr. Chow left. Once everyone was gone, Lu Shi felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been taken away. She guessed that Lord Wuan would never trust her easily again. For a moment, Lu Shi felt regret, but then she blamed Xia for everything, thinking that ever since this wild girl entered their lives, she and her children had faced one problem after another. It was all her fault. If it weren't for her, Xin Yan would have been dead long ago, and none of this would have happened. When Grandma Qi from the Lu family arrived with the maid, Chuyue and the others had already been punished. Grandma Qi was surprised that in just half a day, neither the lady nor the maids had been treated well. She quickly instructed the maid to help Chuyue and the others back to their quarters and left a little maid to take care of them. Then, she personally helped Lu back to Huirui Hall. Lu knew that Chuyue and her maids had suffered because of her, so she asked Grandma Qi to send the best healing ointment to them and instructed the maid to take good care of Chuyue and the others. Shenlong was also sent back to her courtyard by the people arranged by the Marquis of Wuan. Shen Yan took Xia Tian back to Jinglan courtyard first. Once inside, she called for someone to quickly bring healing ointment for Xia Tian's arm. Xia Tian didn't hesitate and showed her injured left arm, which was only slightly bruised from Lu's whip, with no broken skin. Shen Yan saw that the injury wasn't serious and felt relieved. After applying the ointment, she asked Xia Tian in detail about what happened in the ancestral hall. Xia Tian told Shen Yan everything and she was surprised to hear that Xia Tian had indeed hit Shenlan. She was amazed that Xia Tian, who didn't know martial arts, had learned that move under Mu Feng's guidance. No wonder Shenlan and Lu were so sure that Xia Tian had attacked them. At that time, Shen Yan thought Lu was trying to frame Xia Tian, but it turned out the girl was quite clever. Thankfully, she hadn't been at a disadvantage. Still, Shen Yan advised her, "Today, we have completely fallen out with Lu. In the future, when I am out on duty, there may be times I can't protect you, so you must be careful." "I understand," Brother Shen. Xia Tian nodded seriously. She knew that from today on, maintaining a peaceful front with Lu would be difficult. Fortunately, Lu was reflecting on her actions in her own courtyard, and she had time to adjust. In the afternoon, Shun Ke came to Ling Yun Pavilion to find Xin Yan. She entered and coldly questioned him, "Brother, my mother is your stepmother, and Lan'er is your sister. How could you be so heartless as to allow your sister-in-law to fight with your mother and aunt?" Seeing Shun Ke's accusatory expression, Xin Yan sneered, "Mother? What right does Lu have for me to call her mother? Did she think of me as her son when she poisoned me? Did she think of me as her son when she tried to kill me? Go back and ask your mother if she feels comfortable letting me call her mother in front of me." Shun Ke was left speechless by Xin Yan's series of questions. After staring for a moment, she angrily said, "Big brother, so you knew all along? Why are you acting like nothing is wrong when you came back? What? Do you want me to announce it to everyone so they can see your mother's true nature?" Xin Yan replied bluntly, "You, big brother, you've changed. You're no longer the big brother who protected us. Do you realize how heartless you've become?" Shen Ke began to accuse him again. Xin Yan snorted coldly, "Humph, I've changed. Do you and your mother not know why? Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for going too far in the future," Shen Ke said with a fierce expression before storming out of Lingyun Pavilion. Xin Yan watched Shen Ke's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes. He better keep his word and not make him wait too long. After thinking for a moment, he called Mu Chun in, "Send 2 people to watch Shen Ke for 12 hours. Report anything immediately." "Yes, master." Mu Chun didn't ask why, and went out to make arrangements. Seeing Shen Ke leave in anger, it was clear she had a direct confrontation with the master. Although the Marquis of Wuan had lifted her 3-day punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall, she still had to copy the Heart Sutra 50 times, and there were only 2 days left, so time was tight. Lu Shi was required to reflect in her own courtyard, so she was also excused from the morning greetings. However, she still had to pay her respects to the old lady. The next morning, Xia Tian arrived at the old lady's courtyard on time. As soon as she entered, before she could greet her, the old lady shouted, "Kneel," startling her. Xia Tian was a bit confused, not knowing what the old lady wanted, so she obediently knelt down. Only then did the old lady speak with an unfriendly expression, "Xia, you country girl, how dare you cause chaos in the Marquis of Wuan's residence? Do you think you're impressive just because you have someone backing you? Old lady, since I came to the Marquis of Wuan's residence, I have never provoked anyone. How can you say I caused trouble?" Xia Tian realized that the old lady was here to vent for Lu Shi and Shenlan. "Still trying to argue? Go kneel at the courtyard entrance." "You can't get up until lunchtime," the old lady said coldly. "Mu Jin, you watch her at the door. Don't let her get up without my permission." "Yes, old lady," Mu Jin replied and turned to Xia Tian, who was kneeling on the ground, saying, "Please, Lady of the Air." Summer stood up expressionlessly, left the house, and knelt at the gate, while Mu Jin watched her like a guard. Ning Shui saw Summer being punished by the old lady and was ready to kneel with her, but Summer stopped her and asked her to go back first. Ning Shui refused, insisting on staying to keep her company. Summer didn't press the matter further, but didn't let her kneel alongside her. So, Ning Shui and Mu Jin stood on either side of her like 2 guardians. They hadn't eaten breakfast that morning, and were starting to feel a bit hungry. She hadn't expected that the Lu family wouldn't cause trouble, only for the old lady to show up instead. She couldn't keep asking Xin Yan for help every time, and besides, Xin Yan and the Marquis of Wu had gone out early to work, so there was no one to turn to. After kneeling for a while, Summer felt her knees starting to hurt. She shifted her position slightly, and Mujin spoke up, "Madam, please kneel properly and don't make it hard for me." Summer didn't mean to be difficult, but she didn't care what Mujin thought. If it was uncomfortable, she would adjust her position. After all, the old lady only said to kneel, not that she couldn't move. After waiting a while, her stomach began to growl, so Summer pretended to take out a snack from her sleeve and started eating. Mujin was speechless, thinking how strange this lady was, still thinking about food even in this situation.
Madam, you can't eat right now.
Oh, really? All right then. After saying that, Summer stuffed the entire snack into her mouth, clapped her hands, and knelt properly again. Mujin stared in disbelief, feeling exasperated. Ning Shui almost laughed at her lady's antics, managing to hold it in after a struggle. This continued until lunchtime, when Summer was finally allowed to return. Her legs were numb from kneeling, and moving felt like ants were biting her. She leaned on Ning Shui for a long time before limping back to her courtyard. On the way, Ning Shui asked Summer, "Madam, when did you hide the snacks?" "Yesterday. I thought if something came up in the morning, I could have a little something to eat. I didn't expect to need it so soon." "Do you think the old lady will punish you again tomorrow?" Ning Shui asked, a bit worried. The commotion from yesterday clearly upset the old lady. Since she couldn't speak to the Marquis, she took her anger out on them. If the old lady decided to punish them, no one could change her mind. She knew very well how the women in this big household operated. If they wanted to make someone's life difficult, they could always find an excuse. The old lady's status is important. If someone disrespects their elders, even a prince wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Ning Shui anxiously helped Xia Tian back to Jinglan courtyard. Ning Xiang already knew that their lady had been punished by the old lady to kneel. She had prepared hot water and a medicinal ointment to promote blood circulation. As soon as Xia Tian entered, she asked Cui Yun to bring lunch and set it on the warm table in the room. Xia Tian guessed that the young lady hadn't eaten breakfast and must be very hungry now. Several maidservants helped Xia Tian sit on the warm bed and offered her chopsticks and dishes to eat. Ning Shui was also sent away to eat first. Ning Xiang lifted Xia Tian's pants to see her swollen and bruised knee, feeling a bit sorry for her. She quickly applied a warm towel for a while, saying, "Madam, let me warm it up for you first. After you finish eating, I'll apply the medicine to help with the bruising. We need to massage it well for it to heal quickly." "Okay," Xia Tian nodded while eating. Having someone to take care of her was nice. After she finished eating, Ning Xiang had Cui Yun and Cui Ling help Xia Tian sit in a chair. She squatted in front of her, saying, "Madam, it might hurt a bit, so please bear with it." "All right, go ahead," Xia Tian replied, gripping the armrests of the chair to signal Ning Xiang to start. Ning Xiang first applied some ointment to her palms, warmed them up, and then pressed them firmly on Xia Tian's knee to massage it. Xia Tian winced at the pain from the massage, but she didn't want to disappoint Ning Xiang's good intentions. She gritted her teeth and let Ning Xiang finish. Once the bruising was worked out, Ning Xiang applied a thick layer of ointment on the knee and wrapped it with a clean cloth to finish. Xia Tian then took a nap on the warm bed. When she woke up, she continued copying scriptures. The scriptures were arranged by Marquis Wuan, and she couldn't afford to offend him again. Otherwise, she might not even be able to count on Shun Nian for help. In the evening, when Shun Nian returned from duty, he heard from Mu Qin that the old lady had punished Xia Tian to kneel for the whole morning. His expression turned cold. He didn't expect his grandmother to value Lu and her children so much. Well, let's hope she realizes what they have done and continues to protect them. Shun Nian entered Jinglan courtyard and saw Xia Tian still focused on copying scriptures. The sky was already dark, and writing in such dim light wasn't good for her eyes, so he took the paper away and told her to stop for now. "Brother Shin, what brings you here? You must be tired after a whole day of duty. You should rest early," Xia Tian said with a smile as she put away her paper and pen. "I'm not tired. I just wanted to check on you after grandmother punished you."
"I want to see how serious your injury is."
"It's not serious. It will get better." Ningxiang massaged it for a while and applied some medicine, so I'm fine now. I'll go find grandmother, Shen Yan said as he tried to get up. Xia Tian quickly pulled him back. Don't go, brother Shen. Let the old lady punish her just a little. Yesterday, the old lady lost face because of the marquis, and she needs to vent her frustration. If she doesn't, she might cause me more trouble in the future, and that would be even worse. Shen Yan fell silent. He knew his grandmother could be harsh. What worried him most was that if he spoke up, it might not help and could make his grandmother dislike Xia Tian even more, leading to a harsher punishment. His grandmother's authority was strong, and he felt he had no choice but to listen. Shen Yan sat quietly for a while, but Xia Tian persuaded him to go rest. After Shen Yan left, Xia Tian took out some paper and copied scriptures for a while before washing up and getting ready for bed. Once in her space, she drank some spring water and stayed there for a bit until her knees stopped hurting before going to sleep. The next day, Xia Tian learned her lesson and finished breakfast early. She hid 2 snacks in her sleeve and strapped on 2 small cushions for her knees before heading to the old lady's courtyard to pay her respects. These cushions were made by Ningxiang yesterday. As expected, the old lady said nothing and simply ordered her to kneel at the courtyard entrance. Xia Tian remained silent and obediently knelt at the door. As the third lady passed by, she sneered, "Aren't you so capable? You dared to hit someone. Why don't you just stand instead of kneeling here?" Xia Tian glanced at her. "Aunt San, you're quite impressive too. If you're envious, you can ask grandmother to arrange for you to kneel here as well." The third lady was about to retort when the second lady interrupted, "You're a senior. Why argue with a junior? Just go on and stop lingering here." I just think that wild girl is too proud." "Say less." The second lady frowned. She had told the Yi family many times to stop being so competitive, yet they never learned. They always ended up speechless after being confronted. If it weren't for the sake of family ties, she wouldn't bother with her. The third lady was pulled away by the second lady, and the others dispersed. Xia Tian continued to kneel for a while, moving slightly now and then, while Mu Jin couldn't do much to help her. And so, the morning passed. After waking up in the afternoon, she continued copying scriptures. When Shen Yan returned, he sat with Xia Tian for a while but left with a troubled expression. He hadn't expected his grandmother to punish Xia Tian again today. On the third day, she still didn't believe it. They say things don't happen more than 3 times, so she wanted to see if the old lady would punish her every day. If she did, she wouldn't hesitate to seek help. The Marquis of Wuhan also learned about the events of these 3 days. He understood that the old lady was upset and was taking it out on Xia. Fortunately, Xia was sensible. She accepted the punishment without causing trouble for him. He began to have a better opinion of his daughter-in-law. Although Xia could be a bit reckless at times, she knew when to be serious. The Marquis felt a bit guilty, knowing he had a part in this. That evening, he had a guard deliver a box to Shen Yan. The guard simply said it was from the Marquis, and Shen Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Once the guard left, she opened it to find the deed to a fabric shop in the capital. Shen Yan was surprised. This was likely compensation from her father to Xia. Without saying much, she accepted it calmly. The Marquis felt relieved when the guard reported that the young master had received it. The shop was his private property, and he worried that his eldest son might refuse his gift. It seemed he had truly grown up. Shen Yan went directly to find Xia. "This is compensation from my father for you. Please accept it." "What is it?" Xia asked curiously, wondering what the Marquis was compensating her for. "It's the deed to a fabric shop in the capital," Shen Yan said, handing her the box. Xia opened it and exclaimed, "Wow, the Marquis is quite generous." Seeing Xia's excitement over the gift, Shen Yan felt some of her own frustration lift. "Take good care of it. Consider it your personal property," she said gently, squeezing Xia's hand briefly before letting go. "Tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to pay respects." She was curious to see how the grandmother would punish her again. "Okay. Please thank the Marquis for me," Xia replied, smiling as she held up the box. As for Shen Yan supporting her, Xia gladly accepted it. With such a caring husband, she didn't need to be strong all the time. Meanwhile, Lu heard from Granny Chi that the old lady had made Xia kneel at the courtyard for 3 consecutive days, and she felt quite pleased. She thought no one could control her now. The old lady finally vented her anger for me and Lawner. Yes, after all, the lady is the head of the Marquis's household, and the third young lady is the old lady's own granddaughter. How could she be compared to an outsider? Granny Chi said, complimenting Lu with a smile.
Exactly.
Although the Lord has protected her for the sake of appearances, look, has he said a word to her in the past 3 days? Lu said disdainfully. The Lord surely still cares more about the lady and the third miss. Otherwise, why would he only confine the lady and the third miss? It's just for the heir's sake. Without the heir, what is the Xia family? Chi said, continuing to flatter. Lu nodded, feeling proud. Exactly. In the Lord's heart, my Kur and Lawner are definitely more important. Last time, when it came to Kur, the Lord was furious, but in the end, he still let her go. When he saw Kur was hurt, he didn't even mention that incident again. The lady is right. The Lord has always favored our 4th young master and the 3rd miss. Chi agreed with this point. When the 4th young master tried to assassinate the heir, even though he ended up getting hurt himself, the Lord was very angry, but didn't pursue the matter at all. The Lord and the lady had a cold war for a while, but it was resolved with just a few soft words from the lady. Moreover, for the 4th young master's marriage, he didn't hesitate to add the disliked Xia family to the family register. The heir's wife should really thank the lady. Without her, how could the Xia family have so easily entered the Shin family's register? Although Lu was temporarily stripped of her authority in the Marquis's household, she was not worried at all. Even though she was required by the Marquis of Wuhan to reflect in Wari Hall, she was still the Marquis's wife. In this household, no one could surpass her except for the old lady. There was no need to worry about the second lady. Zheng was a smart person and would never cling to her authority. Now that she had completely fallen out with her stepson Xin Yan, she no longer needed to play the good stepmother. The Xia family could forget about getting any favors from her in the future. Lu darkly contemplated the future. Xin Lan was in her own courtyard, throwing a tantrum. The Marquis of Wuhan had confined her and stationed someone at the door. No matter how she threatened or tempted, they wouldn't let her out. The maid guarding the door was also scared. The 2 maids who had let Xin Lan out before had already been sent to the laundry room by the Marquis, and they didn't dare to break the rules again. With no way to go out, Xin Lan could only vent her frustration by smashing things in her room. She had already replaced the tea set 3 times in 3 days. Lu heard the noise from Xin Lan and felt a headache. This child just couldn't stay calm, otherwise, she wouldn't have been played by that wild girl. Lu's hatred for Xia increased even more at this moment. Summer didn't realize that she had reached a point where Lu was so angry she wanted to get rid of her quickly. Lu originally thought that marrying Xin Yan, a low-born village girl, would keep him in check. Who knew that she was like an untamed wolf cub, biting anyone she could, and even causing trouble for Lu. Since she was no longer useful and was becoming a threat, Lu decided it was best to eliminate her. Perhaps after getting rid of her, Xin Yan would be easier to manage without her interference. Even Chi Mama could sense the killing intent in Lu's eyes, making her serve Lu with even more caution. Although Lu had grown up under her care, Chi Mama knew that her young lady was not as innocent as she appeared. If Chi Mama made a mistake, Lu would likely not show her any mercy. The next morning, Xin Yan took a half-day off. He was supposed to accompany Summer to greet the old lady, but Summer changed her mind and asked him to wait a while before going. She said if the old lady punished her to kneel again, he should come to help her. If not, it was better not to go and risk angering the old lady further. Xin Yan thought about it and agreed to her suggestion. That morning, Summer got up early, had breakfast, and then went to greet the old lady. It seemed the old lady had calmed down and decided to let her off this time, not making her kneel at the gate anymore. After kneeling there for days, many maids had watched, and there was plenty of gossip. The old lady had heard about it and, seeing Summer's submissive attitude, decided to forgive her this time. However, she warned, If you continue to be sharp-tongued and disrespectful, the punishment will be more severe than just kneeling. Before dismissing her, the old lady reminded her, and Summer obediently agreed, handing over her neatly copied 50 times of the Heart Sutra. The old lady, satisfied with her attitude, allowed her to return home early. As Summer exited the courtyard, she and Ning Shui both sighed in relief. "Madam, do you think the old lady will punish you again?" Ning Shui asked with some concern. "Probably not. She has vented her anger, saved face, and my arrogance has been curbed. As long as I don't make any more mistakes, I should be fine," Summer replied, half jokingly and half seriously. Ning Shui chuckled. The madam's mindset was quite extraordinary. Others would be trembling and at a loss, but the madam still had the spirit to joke about it. When Shen Yan saw that Summer returned safely after a while, he looked a bit relieved. "Did your grandmother give you a hard time?" "No, the old lady just told me to behave and not cause trouble," Xia Tian waved her hand casually. Shen Yan admired her for this. She never took things too seriously and never punished herself for others' mistakes. She lived life with clarity. After taking a half-day off in the morning, Shen Yan didn't return to Lingyun Pavilion. She stayed at Jinglan Courtyard until noon and only went to work after having lunch with Xia Tian. Xia Tian hadn't drawn for several days, so in the afternoon, she spent the whole time in the study painting. The Empress's birthday was coming up soon, and she planned to reveal her true identity that day. She needed to finish the orders from shopkeeper Xiao ahead of time. Otherwise, she feared someone might use this matter against Shen Yan. In the following days, Xia Tian behaved herself and didn't give the old lady any chance to find fault. She even postponed her plans to check on the restaurant renovations and chef recruitment. With things going well, she didn't want to risk being caught by the old lady for leaving the residence without permission, which could lead to trouble. For now, she had to ask Mu Feng to check on the restaurant and chef situation. Mu Feng visited Xia Tian's restaurant and the second courtyard. The renovations were going well, but the chef recruitment was not going smoothly. Many chefs left when they heard the restaurant wouldn't open until August or September. They couldn't wait. Some could wait, but their cooking skills weren't great. Those with good skills set conditions, saying they wanted to learn new cuisines, and some didn't agree and left. "Madam, Master Liu, the decorator, said it would be best if you could take a look when you have time, as there are some details to discuss." Mu Feng relayed Master Liu's message to Xia Tian. Also, Master Liu mentioned that some materials have increased in price, so the money you provided might not be enough. However, he also said that because you requested the best materials and there are many details to handle, it's a bit short, but he didn't say how much. "Okay, I understand," Xia Tian nodded. She trusted Master Liu and would find an opportunity to check it out herself. "Did Uncle He say anything?" Xia Tian asked. "Uncle He just said he hasn't found any chefs yet, but he has kept the contact information of those he thinks are good. When you have time, you can go and take a look," Mu Feng repeated Uncle He's words. "All right, I'll visit when I get a chance." She knew that finding a ready-made chef was not easy, but she didn't expect it to be this difficult. It seemed she needed to prepare for both options. If it didn't work out, she would have to spend time training her own chef. Unfortunately, that would be quite challenging. She couldn't go out every day to teach. If she did, the old lady would find a chance to punish her. As Mu Feng was leaving, she remembered what Cui Ling had said. "Madam." Cui Ling mentioned that she has almost finished her teaching there. She asked if you want her to come back. Oh, how could she have forgotten about Cui Ling? "Then you should go again tomorrow. Take my message to Master Liu and Uncle He and bring Cui Ling back," Xia Tian said, taking out 2 silver notes. "This 100 taels of silver is for Aunt He to use at home, so she can keep an eye on those girls and help them practice their cooking more." "Okay, madam," Mu Feng replied, taking the silver notes and leaving. After mentioning Cui Ling, Xia Tian thought that if it didn't work out, she could teach Cui Ling at home and then have her teach the others. However, they would need to set up a small kitchen in Jinglan Courtyard for that. Otherwise, there would be no place to teach. But she guessed the old lady wouldn't agree now. They would have to wait until after the Empress Dowager's birthday to discuss it. The next day, Mu Feng brought Cui Ling back. Chui Ling, you've worked hard. How has the progress been these days? How are the girls doing? Xia Tian asked happily. Madam, they are learning quite well. However, the fastest learner is a girl named Xiaoyu. She can make things with just a little guidance, and she is especially good at making snacks. Chui Ling was also happy. She had missed the madam and the others during her time away. Xiaoyu was the older sister from the pair of siblings Xia Tian had bought. Her brother, Xiao Zhou, had received some education. When Zhang Mama named them, she thought the name was nice, so she didn't change it, and others followed the naming pattern. Then I'll find a time to visit. Since Chui Ling just returned, she shouldn't have to work right away. She should rest for a couple of days. Thank you, madam, Chui Ling said happily as she went to chat with her friends. Although no one dared to bother her outside, it still felt a bit lonely without her familiar friends around. A few days later, Xia Tian took the opportunity during the morning greetings to ask the old lady and the second lady if she could go out to buy some things. Grandmother, second aunt, I want to go out to buy some items. I wanted to check if you need anything to take with me? Xia Tian asked with a smile. The old lady remained silent, while the second lady replied with a smile, I don't have anything to send, but I wonder if mother does? After the second lady spoke, she smiled at the old lady, who then lifted her gaze and replied, no. Although the old lady looked unwell, Xia Tian took it as a sign of agreement since she didn't directly refuse her. Once they left the courtyard, the second lady approached her and asked, do you need me to arrange a carriage for you? Thank you, but there's no need for a carriage. The young master has offered me a ride in his carriage, and I also appreciate your help earlier, Xia Tian said, bowing in gratitude to the second lady. If it weren't for the second lady's words, judging by the old lady's furrowed brow, she probably wouldn't have been allowed to leave the estate. Don't mention it, we are family. If you need anything in the future, just come to me, the second lady said with a warm smile. That day, after taking over the management duties, she learned that Shen Yan was planning to hold a formal wedding with Xia Tian in September. Such an important matter had not been mentioned by Lu Shi at all. It was only when she received the management key that the Marquis of Wuan had reminded her about it, revealing the news. It seemed Lu Shi intentionally wanted to keep them in the dark about this matter, and her motives were unclear. However, now that the responsibility was in her hands, she intended to make it a grand event. She clearly saw that in the competition for the young master's position, Lu Shi was obviously not Shen Yan's rival. All right, thank you, second lady. Xia Tian smiled and thanked her again, accepting the kindness without hesitation. The second lady was quite perceptive. She was the second person in the Marquis's residence, besides Shen Ning, who did not harbor any hostility towards her. You're welcome. You should head out early to enjoy some more time, the second lady replied. Yes, safe travels, second lady. Xia Tian responded cheerfully, watching as the second lady walked away before she and Ning Xiang headed back. Madam, I didn't expect the second lady to be so easy to talk to, Ning Xiang remarked quietly. Previously, when Lu Shi was in charge, they spent most of their time serving in Lingyun Pavilion and had little interaction with the second lady. However, since the second lady's arrival, no negative rumors had surfaced. So, she didn't know much about her. Only that the second lady was a very low-key person. Yes, the second lady is quite nice, Xia Tian agreed, having sensed during their interactions that the second lady was quite intelligent. She didn't seek power for herself, but her management skills were impressive. Since Lu Shi fell ill at the end of last year, during her time in charge, the second lady had not taken the opportunity to place her own people in positions of power or build her own influence. She simply followed the model left by Lu Shi. There isn't much going on, and the housekeeper doesn't act superior to others. If the third lady were the housekeeper, the others would probably look up at her in awe. Over here, Xia Tian and Ning Xiang are quietly talking as they walk back. Meanwhile, the third lady, Yi, is complaining to the second lady, sister-in-law, why are you being so polite to that wild girl? You even spoke up for her in front of the old lady. Not only did she speak up for the wild girl today, but she also did so when the old lady punished her by making her kneel. Otherwise, the old lady wouldn't have let her off so easily. We're all family, and there's no deep hatred. It's just a few words, nothing serious, the second lady, Zheng, replied calmly. Although she was considering Shun Yan's feelings, she could see that the young lady was not as simple as she appeared. From her usual way of speaking and acting, it was clear she was not just an uneducated country girl. She seemed well-trained, like someone from a big family. Moreover, she noticed that while the girl could be blunt, it was only towards those she was unhappy with. She had never bullied anyone else. Seeing her sister-in-law like this, although Yi was unhappy that the second lady helped Xia Tian, she didn't say anything more. It seemed she had learned to be a bit wiser. Xia Tian returned to Jinglan courtyard first and sent a young maid to inform Wu Feng that they could prepare the carriage. Last night, she had already discussed with Shen Nian about asking the old lady today if they could go out. Shen Nian kept Wu Feng behind to have him drive the carriage for them. When the young maid returned, Xia Tian had finished getting ready and directly took Ning Xiang and Shui Ling with her. Their first stop was the restaurant in Yuxiu Alley. When Xia Tian entered the restaurant, she saw Master Lu busy with his work. Master Lu, how is the progress? Xia Tian greeted him. Madam, you're here. Master Lu looked up, realizing the lady of the house had arrived. He paused his work to greet her. Madam, the progress is a bit faster than I expected, but the costs are still a bit short. Recently, some material prices have gone up. Actually, it seems like prices have risen overall. I wonder if you've noticed? Xia Tian was surprised. Other prices have gone up too? What does that mean? She had been in the backyard every day, enjoying her meals and drinks, so she hadn't paid attention. I hadn't noticed that. But Master Lu, don't worry. Just follow the agreed-upon plans for the renovations. I will cover any shortfall.
All right.
Madam, please give me 500 taels first. I want to buy all the materials I need now, as I'm worried prices will keep rising, and it will cost more later, Master Lu said. After thinking for a moment, he realized that buying everything at once would save some money. Summer asked Ningxiang to bring 500 taels in silver notes to Master Lu. He quickly wrote her a receipt. He learned this from their previous agreement, which made settling payments easier for both sides. Master Lu discussed some details about the restaurant renovation with Summer. She nodded along, appreciating his suggestions, which were indeed more in line with the tastes of people in this era. Summer readily accepted his ideas. Seeing the kind attitude of the lady of the house, Master Lu felt a surge of goodwill towards her and did not look down on the craftsman. As Summer was about to leave, Master Lu quietly shared some news with her. Madam, I have a relative who recently came from the south. He mentioned that there has been very little rain there lately. You might want to prepare for your restaurant business in advance. Though he didn't say it outright, Summer understood. The south is a major grain-producing region, and a lack of rain would definitely affect crop yields. The first harvest usually happens around May or June, and it was already mid-May. No wonder Master Lu mentioned rising prices earlier. He was hinting at this. Thank you for the reminder, Master Lu, Summer said sincerely. Such information is not something one shares lightly, and in gratitude for his warning, she would be willing to help him if he needed it in the future. If you encounter any difficulties, Master Lu, please feel free to ask for my help if I can assist, she added, showing her willingness to support those who show her kindness.
Thank you, madam.
I appreciate your generosity, Master Lu replied with a smile. He enjoyed working with someone so approachable and understanding. Master Lu smiled and returned to his work, while Summer and her companions got into the carriage and headed to the second courtyard of Linglong Alley. Uncle Chun, feeling like it had been a while since he last saw the madam, was delighted to see Summer's carriage arrive and stood at the door to greet her. Uncle Chun, how have things been here lately? Summer asked as she walked inside. Madam, everything is well here. The servants are following your instructions, and Yunin and Yunquan are leading the men in training every day, Uncle Chun replied, walking alongside Summer. Uncle He and Aunt He heard that Summer had arrived, so they quickly came to report on their recent work. Madam, we haven't found any chefs lately, but I have my eye on 2 people. Their skills are good, though they are a bit young. They have a natural talent for cooking and are eager to learn our new recipes, Uncle He said as he opened the accounting book, flipping through the records and addresses to show Summer. Summer looked over the applications for chefs that had come in recently. Uncle He had made detailed notes, including ages, addresses, specialties, and even their performance during interviews. She nodded in appreciation. Well done. Please continue to recruit according to our requirements. I will also prepare for the future by letting Cooling learn, and then she can choose a few girls to teach. Understood, madam. Summer then thought about how girls might not have enough strength to be head chefs, and that men might be better suited for the role. She asked Uncle He, do you think we could train a few talented young men from our own group to become chefs? Is it too late? Uncle He pondered for a moment. That's hard to say. Many famous chefs have trained for many years. If we start from scratch, we might be pressed for time. That was true. Good chefs are made through practice, and they need guidance to learn properly over several years. With her restaurant opening soon, there wasn't much time. However, she could select a few to assist and start learning, which might be useful later. That's a good point. You can recruit chefs while also keeping an eye on our own people to see if anyone is willing to learn. If we open a restaurant in the future, they could be helpful. I will follow your instructions and ask around. Uncle He agreed, thinking it was a good plan to train some people just in case. After discussing that, Summer turned to Aunt He, who managed the kitchen and the purchasing of supplies, as well as overseeing the young girls learning to cook. Aunt He, how are the prices of rice and flour lately? Aunt He was surprised that the first thing Madam asked was about this. Thinking she might have done something wrong, she quickly presented her purchasing records with both hands. Feeling a bit nervous, she replied, Madam, I went out yesterday to buy rice and flour. The price for brown rice is 5 coins per pound, coarse flour and cornmeal are 6 coins per pound, and white rice and fine flour are 18 coins per pound. Aunt He finished speaking, swallowed, and added, Madam, I noticed that the prices of food have increased a bit over the past half-month. Summer nodded, flipping through the account book. Although Aunt He's records were a bit messy, they were quite detailed. She flipped through from front to back and found that food prices had indeed risen significantly. Prices in the capital were already higher than in Qingchuan town, but she noticed that the current prices were much higher than when she learned about managing finances with Lu at the beginning of the year. Back then, when Lu showed her the account book, the prices of fine rice and flour were around 12 coins, but now, just over 2 months later, they had increased by a third. It seemed the situation in the south was not looking good. Not to mention this era, which relies entirely on the weather. In her previous world, a few months without rain would lead to significant crop failures, let alone here. In the face of such disasters, there was truly little that could be done. Unfortunately, her space could not grow anything. However, the news of the drought in the south had not spread yet. It might also be that the rain in the capital was still decent. Although the rainfall was low and crops might be reduced, it likely wouldn't lead to total failure. So, while others were still unaware, she decided to stock up on some grain as a precaution. Although she was in the Marquis of Wuan's residence and believed that even the worst disaster wouldn't leave her hungry, her main goal was to gather some food now to help those who couldn't afford meals later. While it might not solve everything, any help would still be valuable. She believed that if the South really faced a severe drought, causing people to lose their homes, food prices in the capital would surely rise to a point where ordinary people couldn't afford to eat. At that time, even if she sold it to them at the original price, it would still be a good deed. Determined, she closed the account book and looked up to see Aunt He watching her anxiously. Summer chuckled. Aunt He, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just asking to see if prices have gone up. She picked up the account book and handed it to Ningxiang to pass to Aunt He. You've recorded everything very well, great job. Hearing the madam say this, Aunt He felt relieved and smiled, saying, Madam, I've noticed that the prices of rice, flour, and oil have increased quite a bit recently. Should we buy some more to store in the courtyard? A few days ago, the madam had given Mu Feng 100 taels of silver, and she had only bought enough food for half a month. Well, that's a good suggestion, but when you buy, don't get too much at once. You can make several trips and don't stick to just one place. After all, there are many people around, and if they see you buying a lot of food at once, it could attract attention. Summer thought it was better to let Aunt He continue buying food as usual, so others wouldn't notice anything unusual, which would be safer. Besides, the people living in this courtyard were mostly servants without much strength, so it was best to keep a low profile. Aunt He nodded, understanding that the lady was worried someone might notice, and that it could lead to trouble if bad people took an interest. Uncle Chun, when Aunt He goes to buy food, send 2 people to follow her. Use a cart to cover it up and don't let anyone else in the house know. Find a vacant room to store it and stock up on food, Summer instructed Uncle Chun. Okay, ma'am, Uncle Chun quickly agreed. However, buying food this way was still too slow. Summer thought for a moment and instructed Uncle He, tomorrow, if you have time, go to the Royal Goods Pavilion and ask Manager Bai if he knows any grain merchants to recommend. We can buy some food from them, saying it's for a restaurant opening, to prepare in advance. She believed that buying from acquaintances would be more cost-effective and safer. Uncle He, who had been listening, sensed something was off. Otherwise, the lady wouldn't be asking about prices or planning to buy food in 2 different ways. So he asked, "Ma'am, is something happening?" Seeing there were no outsiders, Summer whispered, "I heard it hasn't rained in the south for a long time." The others were shocked, and their expressions turned serious. This was a big deal. "Ma'am, how much do we need to buy?" Uncle He also thought it would be wise to stock up quickly. Summer calculated carefully, realizing they couldn't buy too much at once, or there would be no place to store it. "Let's start with food worth 5,000 taels of silver. Uncle He, when you buy, do it in several trips. Buy more coarse rice, rough flour, and cornmeal, and we can get less fine rice and fine flour. If there are other coarse grains that are inexpensive and filling, buy more of those. In short, buy more coarse grains and less fine grains." Summer wasn't sure how much to stock up on, but she wanted to prepare. After all, food would always be useful, and any excess could be stored in her space without spoiling. When Uncle He heard the lady wanted to buy so much food, especially coarse grains, he thought it wasn't just for the restaurant. He wondered if she planned to sell it for profit when prices went up. "Ma'am, are you going into the grain business?" "No, I have other uses for it." "Don't worry, I won't profit from a national crisis." Summer explained a sentence. Uncle He felt a bit embarrassed. "Madam, if we buy this grain, where will we store it?" 5,000 taels of silver worth of grain is tens of thousands of pounds. We need a proper place to keep it. You're right. Storing so much grain is also a problem. This idea of stockpiling grain came up suddenly today, and I hadn't thought about the other details. However, we should buy the grain first. I'll ask Shin Yen tonight. He should have a solution. How about this, Uncle He? I'll go back and discuss where to store it. You go find Manager by tomorrow. Summer instructed, first see if we can buy the grain. Remember to negotiate. I didn't bring enough silver notes today, but I'll have Mu Feng bring some to you tomorrow morning. Okay, madam, I'll remember. Uncle He quickly replied. Also, when you buy the grain, remember to disguise yourself. Only we few should know about this. Don't tell anyone else, Summer cautioned. The people in the room nodded repeatedly. They weren't clueless kids. They understood the seriousness of the matter. Besides, having grain at home eased their worries, and they agreed with the madam's proactive approach. With everything arranged, Summer let Uncle Chen go back to his work. She asked Aunt He to bring in Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhou. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhou entered, they first greeted Summer before nervously standing by, waiting for her questions. Summer smiled and asked, Xiao Yu, I heard from Cui Ling that you learn quickly and even come up with your own ideas? Yes, madam. Sister Cui Ling teaches me carefully, and I enjoy doing this, Xiao Yu replied confidently, her eyes shining when talking about cooking. Good, as long as you want to learn. When I have new recipes, I'll ask Sister Cui Ling to come teach you, and once you learn, help teach others too. Yes, madam. I will do my best, Xiao Yu respectfully replied. The madam has been kind to her and her brother, and she will work hard to repay her. Summer noticed that since Xiao Yu came here, she had become steady yet capable, which made her happy. Looking at Xiao Zhou, who had been silent and was only 8 years old, He was surprisingly well-behaved. Summer waved to Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou, come here. I want to ask you, do you still want to go to school? School? Xiaozhou's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. Madam, I won't go to school anymore. I will work hard. Summer felt mixed emotions. The child was too sensible. I meant to ask, if I send you to school, would you be willing to go? Summer spoke gently. Madam, are you sending Xiaozhou to school? Before Xiaozhou could answer, Xiaoyu's excited voice came through. Summer smiled and nodded. Yes, if Xiaozhou is willing. Yes, Xiaozhou is willing. Thank you, madam. Xiaoyu, filled with excitement, pulled the still-dazed Xiaozhou to kneel in front of Summer and quickly bowed 3 times. Xiaoyu's actions left Summer both amused and speechless. She hadn't even finished speaking before the bows were done. Summer quickly had Chuiling and Ningxiang help Xiaoyu and Xiaozhou up. Xiaozhou was still in a daze, not fully processing what was happening. Once Xiaoyu calmed down, she nervously asked, Madam, but we are currently of low status, so we shouldn't be able to go to school. In her excitement, she had forgotten that their current status might prevent them from studying. Xiaozhou is not of low status. Only you were registered as such, not Xiaozhou. At that time, Xiaozhou and Uncle He's youngest son were too young, and the matchmaker didn't collect the money for their sale, so Summer hadn't registered Xiaozhou. Really? Madam, can Xiaozhou really go to school? Hearing Summer say this, Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Yes, really, Summer nodded. Now Xiaozhou also understood, her eyes sparkling as she knelt and bowed to Summer again. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. I will serve you well in the future, Xiaoyu said, tears streaming down her face as she bowed. If her parents knew that her brother could go to school again, they would surely be very happy. All right, get up, Summer said helplessly. Uncle He and Aunt He, who were standing nearby, looked on with envy. Summer then asked them, Where is He Kong? In the excitement with Xiaoyu, she had forgotten to mention this child. Aunt He quickly replied, Madam, He Kong is practicing martial arts with Yun En and Yun Quan. He Kong is Uncle He and Aunt He's youngest son, only 10 years old and their late child. Ask He Kong if he wants to go to school, she said. In her excitement with Xiaoyu, she had overlooked this child. If he wants to, he can go to school with Xiaozhou. I had Mu Feng remove his low status, so he is now a good citizen and eligible to study. She had looked into this. Aside from those of low status, others could study, including those with merchant status. Upon hearing this, Uncle He and Aunt He were momentarily stunned. Then they knelt down and bowed as well. In the summer, she sighed, feeling overwhelmed. You too, please get up. I will need your help here in the future. Since the kids are too young to do much, they should focus on their studies. But when studying, they need to do well. If they pass their exams and become officials, they must support me. She joked. Thank you, madam. Your kindness is something my family will never forget, Uncle He said, wiping his eyes. And he knelt down and cried. For so many years, they had been in a low status, and they never expected the madam would help her youngest son become a respected person and send him to school. It was something they never dared to dream of. All right, Uncle He, comfort Aunt He. Go ask He Kong. I will arrange for someone to take them to school in a few days, she said, seeing that Aunt He was crying and wouldn't stop. Before long, He Kong came in, saying he was willing to study and thanked her before leaving. Once everything was arranged, she had lunch and then left with Ningxiang and Cooling. Instead of going straight back to the Gofu, she strolled around the market to buy some necessary items and check the prices of grains. After getting a rough idea, she returned to the Gofu to avoid being late and upsetting the old lady. In the evening, she went to find Shin Yan. Brother Shin, do you know a reliable place to store grains? Store grains? Shin Yan asked, surprised. How much do you want to store? About hundreds of thousands of pounds. Shin Yan was shocked. What was she planning to do with so much grain? Why do you need to store so much? Come closer, she said, leaning in. When he did, she whispered, I heard there is a severe drought in the south, and I estimate this year's grain production will decrease. Today, I checked the grain prices, and they have risen about 30% since the beginning of the year, while coarse grain prices have doubled. Shin Nian raised his eyebrows, surprised. He realized that while he was out every day, he hadn't noticed these changes. It was impressive that a girl who stayed in the courtyard all day had such sharp insight. Seeing him just staring at her without speaking, she thought he was waiting for her to explain, so she shared what Master Lu had said and her plans. Is the information reliable? Shin Nian snapped back to reality, even more shocked. Just from a casual remark, she had made so many arrangements. No one who goes out every day has heard about this, and no one is discussing it either. Xia Tian looked at Shin Nian, unsure of what he was thinking. She nudged his arm and said, "What are you thinking about, Brother Shin? I believe this news is quite reliable, so I want to buy more grain now and store it. When prices go up, we can secretly help the people." Shin Nian nodded, feeling admiration for her. He didn't expect her to buy grain for the sake of the people. This was a great act of kindness. Shin Nian thought for a moment. We need a place to store it. There's a large underground warehouse at the villa where Granny Zhang lives. It's very discreet. There are also 2 other villas outside the city that can be used for storage. He added, this needs to be kept secret. Once you buy the grain, I'll arrange for someone to store it. Okay. Thank you, Brother Shin, Xia Tian replied with a smile. Remembering that she also needed to find schools for Xiao Zhou and He Kong, she casually asked Shin Nian about it. He told her not to worry, he would take care of it. The next day, Xia Tian asked Mu Feng to take the money for the grain to Uncle He and Aunt He and to explain the arrangements. After 2 days, Mu Feng returned with news that Xiao Zhou and He Kong had already started school. Uncle He had also negotiated with the grain merchant, and Shin Nian had arranged for someone to handle it. Xia Tian decided not to worry about things further, trusting that Shin Nian would manage well. After that, she stayed in her study to paint. Days passed quickly, and soon it was the Empress Dowager's birthday. Everyone woke up early to dress up and prepare to enter the palace to pay their respects. Today was the Empress Dowager's birthday, and the Marquis of Wuan lifted the house arrest on Lu and Shenlong, with the old lady leading the group into the palace. After being confined for a few days, Shenlong glared at Xia Tian as soon as she saw her, as if she wanted to devour her. Shin Nian frowned at the sight. Xia Tian ignored her and, once everyone had gathered, got into the carriage. Today, she brought Ning Xiang with her, who was the most reliable among the maids. When they arrived at the palace gate and just got out of the carriage, a mocking voice came from ahead. You actually have the nerve to go out. Xia Tian looked up to see it was Princess Yuning.
Oh, no.
Now she was County Princess Yuning. Standing next to Xia Tian, Shin Nian's expression turned cold upon hearing the County Princess's words. Xia Tian tugged at Shin Nian's sleeve, preventing him from speaking. Today is a special day for the Empress Dowager. At the palace gate, there are many officials and their families coming to pay their respects. Don't let a small argument upset the Empress Dowager. Moreover, with so many people around, causing a scene would be embarrassing. Princess Yuning is standing next to Princess Ruihua and her husband. When Xia Tian saw Princess Ruihua looking over, she politely bowed but didn't say anything. Shin Nian noticed that Xia Tian wanted to avoid trouble, so she snorted and led her forward. Once inside the palace, the two separated, and Xia Tian followed the old lady and others to the ladies' waiting area. On the way, the old lady scolded her. Today, you need to behave. If you cause any trouble, you will be kicked out of the Wuan Marquis' residence. Xia Tian glanced at Shenlong beside the old lady and obediently replied, Yes, grandmother. The old lady saw her good attitude and let her be. Shenlong smugly lifted her chin at Xia Tian, who responded with a cold glance. The incident at the palace gate must have been reported by Shenlong to the old lady. Otherwise, the old lady wouldn't have scolded her for no reason. While waiting, Ning Xiang stayed close to Xia Tian, as the young master had instructed her to keep an eye on the lady today. Xia Tian wanted to avoid any trouble before the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, so she and Ning Xiang stayed close to the old lady and didn't wander off, sitting nearby and listening to the other ladies talk. Seeing Xia Tian behave so well, the old lady's expression softened, and she continued chatting with her old friends. Shenlong had already disappeared, leaving the waiting area filled with older ladies, with no young ladies or misses like Xia Tian present. "Your granddaughter-in-law is quite good, very obedient," remarked another lady speaking with the old lady, glancing at Xia Tian. "Yes, she listens well," the old lady replied with a smile. Another lady curiously asked, "I heard your young master's wife comes from a humble background. That seems like quite a difference in status. How did you agree to this marriage?" "Well, she saved my eldest grandson's life, didn't she?" "The Wuhan Marquis's residence is not ungrateful," the old lady said, pretending to sigh in resignation. "Old sister, it's really you. The Wuhan Marquis's residence truly values loyalty," the questioning lady praised. "Yes, yes. If it were me, I might not be able to do the same," another lady agreed. "Exactly, old sister. You are truly righteous." In the summer, when she heard them mention her name, she looked up and saw that the old lady asking the question was the matriarch of the Su family, who was also the grandmother of the Su young man engaged to Wenjin. The other old lady who agreed with her was the matriarch of the Hua family, who was the minister of justice. Both looked kind and gentle. The compliments from the two old ladies made the matriarch feel a bit more at ease. She humbly replied and continued chatting about other topics. Hearing the conversation between the old lady and the Su and Hua matriarchs, she thought to herself that they really knew how to flatter. She wondered who called her a wild girl every day. After a short while, Wenjin and her friends came to find her. When Wenjin saw the three old ladies talking together, she quickly pulled Hu Mengyao and Lin Ziyu to greet them before shyly saying, "We came to talk to Lady Shen." The matriarch smiled kindly and said to her, "Go ahead. You young people should chat together. You don't need to stay here with us." Both the Su and Hua matriarchs nodded in agreement. She obediently replied, "Yes, grandmother," and after bowing to the three old ladies, she followed Wenjin and her friends outside. Although the two old ladies were surprised that Wenjin and her friends had a connection with Lady Shen, they were wise enough not to ask about it. Once outside the hall, everyone sighed in relief. Summer didn't understand. "What were you all so nervous about?" "Hey, isn't that Su old lady? She's the grandmother of sister, Wen's future husband. How could we not be nervous?"
Hu Mengyao said boldly.
Wenjin blushed and tugged at Hu Mengyao's arm. "What are you saying, Mengyao?" Okay, I won't say anything more." They didn't walk far and found a quieter spot outside the hall to chat. "Summer, I saw you at the palace gate earlier. I wanted to come over and say hello, but then I saw Princess Rui Hua and County Princess Yuning there, so I didn't." Wenjin asked, "Did she give you a hard time?" "No, she just said something trivial." Summer shook her head. "I thought she was going to cause trouble for you again." Wenjin looked around to ensure no one could hear her before whispering, "Be careful of her. I heard that after County Princess Yuning was demoted by the Emperor, she was upset and dragged Princess Rui Hua to plead with the Empress and the Emperor. In the end, the Emperor refused and told Princess Rui Hua to marry her off soon." "When did this happen?" "How come I didn't know?" Hu Mengyao interjected. "It was about a few days after the incident last summer, when someone fell into the water." "Sister Wen, how do you know this?" Lin Ziyu asked curiously. "I heard it from my aunt." "Oh, I see." Everyone nodded, as Wenjin's aunt was the queen, so it was not surprising she knew about it. "Princess Rui Hua even sent someone to ask about it at my house." Wenjin added quietly. Everyone was puzzled. Ask about what? Wenjin looked around, noticing the maids were a few steps away, then leaned in closer and whispered, "You mustn't tell anyone, but Princess Rui Hua wants to match me with County Princess Yuning for my second brother." The group was surprised. Princess Rui Hua was quite resourceful. Wenjin's second brother had a good relationship with Shen Nian, and he had defended Shen Nian when the incident happened last summer. Did Uncle Wen agree?
Hu Mengyao asked.
Wenjin shook her head, saying that not only her father disagreed, but her mother did too. At the poetry gathering hosted by Princess Rui Hua, Aunt Wen Yi was also present. When County Princess Yuning was pushed into the lake by Xin Nian, Aunt Wen saw everything and would never allow such a girl to marry her son. When Princess Ruehua sent someone to inquire, Aunt Wen politely declined, not outright refusing, but making excuses that her daughter Wenlan was already being courted by another young man. She didn't specify who the young man was or how far along they were. The person inquiring understood this as a polite refusal and reported back to Princess Ruehua. With no other options, Princess Ruehua had to keep looking. Hearing that Uncle Wen did not agree to the match, Hu Mengyao said with a smirk, "Humph, who would want someone like County Princess Yuning? I hope she doesn't cause trouble for brother Wenlan." Exactly, Lin Xiao agreed. These two had grown up with Wenjin and considered Wenlan like an older brother. Xia Tian nodded, thinking that County Princess Yuning must be quite a headache for Princess Ruehua. And then, has Princess Ruehua found a suitable match? Xia Tian asked Wenjin. Wenjin shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I heard Princess Ruehua has been a bit upset lately." They exchanged glances, understanding that it was indeed a frustrating situation. As they talked, time passed quickly. Before long, the ceremony officially began, and everyone went to stand by their family members. Since it was the Empress Dowager's birthday, the Emperor's concubines were present. After the officials presented their gifts, they withdrew, leaving mostly the ladies in the room. The Empress led the way, presenting a screen she had embroidered herself. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction and praised the Empress for her filial piety before allowing it to be taken away. Next, the Emperor's concubines, the princesses, and the ladies from various households stepped forward to present their carefully prepared birthday gifts. When it was Xia Tian's turn, she walked to the center, knelt down, and held up a box above her head, saying, "I, a humble servant, have painted a picture to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, wishing her long life and eternal youth." As soon as Xia Tian finished speaking, before the Empress Dowager could respond, Princess Yuning loudly mocked her. "You painted this yourself? A country girl like you can't possibly know how to paint. Yuner, that is rude." Princess Ruehua quickly stopped Yuning and awkwardly apologized to the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, Yuner didn't mean it. She just speaks too bluntly." The Empress Dowager smiled. "It's all right." She signaled for a maid to take the box, and then casually said to Xia Tian, "Lady Xin, you are thoughtful." "Your Majesty, Yuner is not wrong. How could a country girl like her paint? She must have taken someone else's painting and pretended it was her own." Yuning was convinced that Xia Tian couldn't paint, but she also thought Xia Tian wouldn't be bold enough to claim a painting as her own. The most likely scenario was that she was passing off someone else's work. "Your Majesty, I can testify to this. Yuning is not lying. My sister-in-law really cannot paint." Shenlong quickly stepped forward to support the claim as the Empress Dowager was about to have the painting taken away. Lady Lu, fearing the Empress Dowager would blame Shenlong, quickly added, "Your Majesty, Lanner is right. After all, we have never heard that this girl can paint." Lady Lu meant that they had not heard of Xia Tian's painting skills, so if it turned out that Xia Tian really did paint it, the Empress Dowager wouldn't accuse Shenlong of deceiving her. "Exactly, Your Majesty. All the gifts we present are carefully prepared. Lady Shun cannot just bring something random to fool you. That would be treason." Yuning continued to stir the pot as the Empress Dowager remained silent. The Empress Dowager felt a bit troubled. Out of respect for the Emperor, she thought it best to accept the painting without opening it, as long as it preserved everyone's dignity. One side was a bit angry, thinking if someone can't draw, they shouldn't pretend to be someone else. Seeing that the Empress Dowager's expression was not good, the Empress spoke up, "Mother, since no one believes that Lady Xin can draw, let's open the painting and see. After all, it represents her filial piety." The Empress noticed the Empress Dowager was in a difficult position and decided to help. When Jean had told her about how Lingwu Temple had saved them, and since she was now on good terms with Wenjin, she believed the girl was sincere. The other ladies were watching with interest, and at that moment the noble consort also spoke up, "Empress Dowager, I think the Empress is right. Let's open it and take a look. You can't just hide something good away." The noble consort's joke made the Empress Dowager smile, and others began to flatter her as well. Forgotten in the center, Xia Tian felt speechless, wishing someone would let her stand up. Finally, the Empress couldn't bear it any longer and smiled, reminding the Empress Dowager, "Mother, let Lady Shin stand up first. We don't want to scare her." The Empress Dowager nodded. "Get up, please." Once Xia Tian stood, the Empress Dowager signaled for the maid to open the box and take out the painting roll, asking them to unfold it directly. The roll was quite large, so Xia Tian went over to help, and together they slowly unfolded it towards the Empress Dowager and the Empress sitting above. As soon as the painting was halfway open, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress stood up. When the painting was fully revealed, a gasp of surprise came from the front. The Empress Dowager was very excited, urging them to bring the painting closer. "Come here, let me see it clearly." Those sitting below couldn't see it well and were curious about what the painting depicted. Was it so poorly done that it shocked the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager stared at the painting, not taking her eyes off it for a long time. The Empress did the same. The noble consort was also astonished and asked, "Did you really paint this?" Xia Tian respectfully replied, "Yes, noble consort, I truly painted this." The noble consort praised her while joking, "Empress Dowager, I told you we should listen to the Empress, didn't I? We almost missed out on such a beautiful painting." Only then did the Empress Dowager look away from the painting with a smile. "I originally wanted to keep it to myself and enjoy it slowly, but you two insisted on seeing it now. I can't hide my treasures from you. Mother, we can't miss out on such a treasure," the Empress replied with a smile. Others were even more curious about what the painting was. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the noble consort all praised it endlessly. Old Lady Su couldn't hold back and asked, "Empress Dowager, this wonderful piece, let us old folks enjoy it too." The Empress Dowager smiled at Old Lady Su and said, "Look, I was so happy I almost forgot. You two turn around and show it to them." At this point, Xia Tian was no longer holding the painting. When the Empress called them forward, her personal maid had sent another maid to take her place. When the two maids turned around and displayed the painting to everyone, everyone stood up, eyes wide, staring at the portrait of the Empress that looked just like her, speechless for a long time. "It's impossible. She couldn't have painted this herself," exclaimed Princess Yunying, snapping everyone back to reality. Hearing Princess Yunying's words, Shenlong quickly agreed, "I also think it's impossible. My sister-in-law has never even studied. How could she paint something so lifelike?" Old Lady Wen felt the painting style was familiar. She stepped forward to take a closer look and noticed the signature, realizing it was the same artist who had painted the piece her second son had given her. The signature read Xianing. Old Lady Wen hesitated about whether to speak up. She feared that revealing this in public would unfairly accuse Lady Shin of deceiving the emperor. After all, Lady Shin had a good relationship with her granddaughter, Wen Jin. Just then, another lady who had come to view the painting exclaimed, "Oh, there's a signature?" Leaning in, she said in confusion, "Xianing? This painting was done by Mr. Xianing?" Once this lady mentioned the artist, everyone suddenly understood why the painting looked so real. It was indeed by Mr. Xianing. Since the last longevity festival, when they saw the painting that young Master Shen had given to the emperor, Mr. Xianying's name had become well known, and almost everyone was aware of it. But soon, everyone realized that Lady Shin had just claimed she painted it herself.
How could that be?
Was Lady Shin actually Mr. Xianing? Everyone was startled by their own speculation. It was absolutely impossible. The crowd, who had been happily admiring the painting, now looked at Xia Tian with complex expressions. As Summer watched the startled crowd, she raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that she had been waiting for a long time. How had they only just noticed? Seeing everyone looking at her, Summer remained composed and sat elegantly without changing her expression. The queen, seated in a high position, noticed that Lady Shin showed no intention of explaining. Seeing the Empress's face starting to look displeased, she quickly added, "Lady Shin, you painted this picture, right? If you did, say so. If not, just be honest."
no lain.
The queen was getting a bit anxious. She had believed the girl wouldn't dare lie in front of so many people. If she was wrong, it would be quite embarrassing. Since the queen had asked her directly, Summer decided to drop her formal demeanor and confidently replied, "Your Majesty, I painted this picture myself."
Impossible.
It has Mr. Xianying's seal on it. Princess Yuning immediately countered. Others nodded in agreement, feeling that Princess Yuning was correct. The skill in the painting clearly showed years of practice. How could a country girl have painted it? Seeing the disbelief in the crowd, Summer stepped forward, bowed to the Empress and the Queen, and explained, "Xianing is my pen name." The Queen felt relieved that she seemed sincere and wasn't lying. The Empress also quietly sighed in relief. She didn't want any trouble on such a good day. Princess Ruehua, who had been silent, initially thought the girl would be in trouble and felt a bit pleased. However, she didn't believe that the girl had painted the picture. Since the girl had revealed a flaw, Princess Ruehua decided not to let her off easily. She shook her head and pretended to be regretful, saying, "I didn't expect Lady Shen to be so unassuming. It's a pity I can't see her paint in person." Lady Lu caught on to Princess Ruehua's hint and immediately smiled in agreement. Not just the princess, even I, as her mother-in-law, have never seen her paint. Yes. I've never seen my sister-in-law paint either. I thought she couldn't do it at all. Shun Lan quickly chimed in. She had just confidently testified that Summer couldn't paint, and if the Empress believed the painting was done by Summer, it would surely be unfavorable for her. When the county princess of Yunying heard this, she quickly realized that her mother was hinting at her. She replied, "Lady Shen wouldn't be joking, would she? Unless you draw something right here, I can't believe you did this." The others nodded in agreement. They didn't believe it either. It wasn't just that the young ladies who had studied painting for years couldn't create such a piece. Even well-known artists might struggle, let alone a country girl who hadn't even been to school. Although Hu Mengyao also doubted that Xia Tian had painted it herself, she couldn't bear to see Yunying County Princess and Shun Lan making things difficult for her. She spoke up. "Why is that impossible? Lady Shen said she painted it herself, so she must have. The Empress Dowager and the Empress are here. Would she dare to lie?" "Yes, I also believe that Lady Shen wouldn't dare to tell such a lie," Lin Xiu added in support. The parents on both sides couldn't hold back. Wen Jin nudged her mother, and Madame Wen glanced at her daughter, thinking that she was too impatient. But there was nothing to be done. After all, Lady Shen had saved her daughter's life. So she smiled and said, "I think Hu's girl and Lin's girl are right." Lady Shen's skilled Erhu performance during the Longevity Festival still lingers in my mind. Everyone suddenly realized, yes, Lady Shen was not just some uneducated country girl as they had thought. Her performances at the Ice Festival and the Longevity Festival had left a deep impression. Claiming she could paint didn't seem far-fetched. Perhaps these skills were taught by Lord Shen? But how could Yunying County Princess let such a great opportunity to embarrass someone pass? She stood up and suggested to the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, why not let Lady Shen demonstrate her painting skills in public? That would make it more convincing." Yes. If she draws something right here, it would clear everyone's doubts. The lady who had previously examined the painting and noticed the seal agreed. Xia Tian remained calm and composed. The Empress Dowager looked at Xia Tian, who was standing quietly below, and asked, "Are you willing to paint something on the spot?" Xia Tian respectfully replied, "I am willing." Seeing her confident response, the Empress Dowager felt more at ease. The Empress ordered a maid to prepare the painting supplies. Princess Ruehua and Lu Shi, noticing that Xia Tian had readily agreed, suddenly looked displeased. Although they still appeared to smile, their forced smiles were noticed by many. People began to whisper quietly, "Doesn't Lady Shen seem to dislike her daughter-in-law? Of course. She's not a proper mother-in-law. Who would like her?" "That's true. But why does Princess Ruehua also seem to dislike her? She has no connection to Lady Shen. You don't know?" At the last poetry gathering, someone explained to those who were unaware. Although the voices were low, Xia Tian heard everything. She looked up at Princess Ruehua sitting in front of her and at Lu Shi in the middle. Both indeed looked unhappy. While everyone waited for the maid to bring the painting supplies, Lady Lin Xia's mother, suddenly exclaimed as if she had discovered something new, "Hey, have you noticed? The clothing of the Empress Dowager in this painting looks like what she wore during the last longevity festival." Upon hearing Lady Lin, everyone hurriedly leaned in to take a closer look. Lady Wen exclaimed, "It really does. The background looks similar too." The Empress and the Empress Dowager became curious and walked over to see. After examining it for a moment, the Empress smiled and said, "That's right. It was indeed what my mother wore that day." The Empress Dowager nodded. "This is indeed how I looked that day. It was the first time I wore that outfit." The consort spoke up at the right moment. "Could it be that Mr. Xian Ing was also present that day?" Xia Tian looked up curiously at the consort, wondering why she seemed to be helping her today. Every time the consort spoke, it was very timely. When Xia Tian glanced at the consort, she happened to wink in a certain direction. Following the consort's gaze, Xia Tian saw Miss Shen Hui smiling at her. So that's it. No wonder Shen Hui hadn't spoken all day. It seems the consort was speaking on her behalf. Over here, the consort's words awakened everyone. Others seemed to remember as well, and they began to discuss excitedly. Right. If Mr. Xian Ing wasn't there, how could he have painted such an identical portrait of the Empress Dowager? Exactly. Mr. Xian Ing must have been present. Yes, Lady Shen was also at the banquet, sitting directly across from me, Lady Wen added. Then when Lady Shen claimed to be Mr. Xian Ing, it must be true. I remember that Lord Shen also presented a painting by Mr. Xian Ing at that time. That's right. My husband even wanted to find out who Mr. Xian Ing was. As you all know, my husband can't resist when he sees calligraphy and paintings, said Madame Su, referring to Prime Minister Su. Haha, it's well known that Lord Su loves calligraphy and painting. While everyone was discussing excitedly, the maids who went to fetch the painting supplies returned. The Queen ordered the easel to be set up in the middle of the hall, with various paints, brushes, and wash basins arranged on the table. Once the Queen saw that everything was ready, she smiled and asked, "Lady Shen, is this enough?" Seeing the complete set of painting tools, Xia Tian quickly replied, "Your Majesty, it's enough. I can start right away." The Queen glanced at the Empress Dowager, and when the Empress Dowager nodded, she said, "Let's begin." Xia Tian looked around and finally focused on the little princess in the concubine's arms. The princess seemed to be just over a year old and looked incredibly adorable. Xia Tian asked the concubine, "Your Highness, do you mind if I paint a portrait of the little princess in your arms?" Since the concubine had helped her today, she was happy to do something nice in return. "Oh, you want to paint my little princess? That's wonderful. Thank you. But if it doesn't turn out well, I won't let you off easily," the concubine replied with a smile. Xia Tian then looked at the Empress Dowager and the Queen, and seeing them both nod with smiles, she began to mix colors. Before starting, Xia Tian carefully observed the little princess. The princess was placed on the ground by the concubine and could already walk. When she saw Xia Tian looking at her, she curiously took a few steps forward, grinning and showing off her tiny white teeth, instantly melting Xia Tian's heart. Xia Tian smiled at the little princess and began to paint. The scene fell silent, with everyone's eyes focused on the canvas in front of Xia Tian. Princess Yuning wanted to continue mocking, but was stopped by Princess Ruehua. Princess Ruehua's smile was also forced. She had intended to publicly reveal that Xia Tian couldn't paint. Unexpectedly, this girl really could paint, and now she was left with no choice but to watch Xia Tian perform. Lu Shi, who had just echoed Princess Ruehua, felt the same way, but unfortunately, they were both mistaken. However, they were both puzzled about where this girl learned such skills. But is she really not from the countryside, but rather a refined young lady? Why does Shen Nian want to hide her identity? It doesn't benefit him at all. Lu felt confused inside, but didn't dare to show it on her face, fearing that her carefully crafted image of being kind and virtuous would collapse. Everyone in the room had their own thoughts, while Xia Tian remained completely unaware, focused on her drawing. Recently, she had been drawing more and had improved her speed. In the eyes of the crowd, Xia Tian quickly sketched the outline of the little princess. Xia Tian was very focused. After staring at the little princess for a while, she didn't look up again, relying solely on her remarkable memory to draw. Half an hour passed, and the portrait of the little princess was nearly complete, with some details still to be added. Only then did Xia Tian look up, first showing everyone her drawing before addressing the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the noble consort, saying, "This painting will take a while longer to finish. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday, and I cannot take up too much time. Would it be alright if I move to the side to continue painting while the gift presentations go on?" Xia Tian was right. As the wife of the heir to the Marquis of Wuan, her gift presentation was among the top priorities, and many others were still waiting for their turn. The Empress agreed, thinking that others should not have to wait too long, and after consulting with the Empress Dowager, she gave her approval. The Empress instructed her maid to move everything to the side hall, and then the next segment continued. The waiting ladies also sighed in relief. While watching Xia Tian paint was exciting, sitting for a long time to watch someone else was quite tiring. Unexpectedly, the wife of young Master Shin was quite understanding. Xia Tian moved to the side hall to continue her painting, leaving 2 maids to accompany her. Before long, lively sounds came from the main hall. The gift presentations had ended, and there would be a dance performance. Young ladies willing to perform could showcase their talents. As the dance performance was nearing its end, Xia Tian was finishing up the details of the little princess's portrait when the noble consort entered, holding the little princess, followed by the princess's nurse. "How is it? Is it done?" the noble consort asked with a smile as she walked in. "It's almost finished. I just need to wrap it up," Xia Tian replied respectfully, slightly turning the easel so the noble consort could see the painting.
Wow.
"This is beautiful." The noble consort looked at the portrait of the little princess and exclaimed in surprise. After finishing up, Xia Tian noticed the little princess staring curiously at the easel and smiled, asking her, "Princess, is that you in the picture?" "Yes, it's beautiful." The little princess reached out, wanting to touch her portrait. But the noble consort stopped her. "Wait a moment, princess. The ink isn't dry yet, and if you touch it, it won't look good." Xia Tian explained with a smile, "The little princess is so beautiful, that's why the painting looks nice." Although the little princess was young, she understood the compliment and happily showed a few small white teeth. The noble consort curiously observed Xia Tian. When Shen Hui visited her earlier, she was surprised that someone like Shen Hui would agree to let her brother marry a girl from the countryside. But Shen Hui didn't explain much. She just asked her to say a few words at the right time, and she agreed. Shen Hui and the noble consort had been close friends, and even though they saw each other rarely after marriage, their bond remained strong. This time, Shen Yan had heard about Xia Tian's plan and asked Shen Hui to keep an eye on her, though she didn't specify what it was. Shen Hui had been critical of her brother, not knowing how he had changed. But despite her feelings, she felt she should help and not let anyone embarrass her brother. Shen Hui was pregnant and uncomfortable, and worried she might not have a say during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, so she informed the noble consort in advance. Now the noble consort realized that it wasn't just luck that allowed someone to enter the Wuan Marquis's household and become the heir's wife. Seeing the noble consort staring at her, Xia Tian wondered, "Noble consort, is there something on my face?" She then rubbed her face with her hand. The noble consort couldn't help but laugh at Xia Tian's gesture. Her face, which had been clean, now had a smudge of paint. She instructed a maid to bring water for Xia Tian to wash her face, and then said with a smile, "I think you're quite good. No wonder Shen Hui asked me to look after you." Xia Tian realized her guess was correct and bowed to the noble consort, saying, "Thank you, noble consort, for speaking up for me today." "You're welcome. It seems I benefited from this too," the noble consort replied, pointing to the little princess's portrait. "It is an honor for me that both the noble consort and the little princess like it." The noble consort handed the little princess to the nurse behind her and asked, "Is this painting finished?" Xia Tian nodded. Yes, once it's framed, it will be ready. The noble consort admired the lifelike portrait that looked just like the little princess and praised it repeatedly. Seeing that the painting was almost dry, Xia Tian was about to take it down when the head maid, Madame Chun, entered. Madame Chun greeted the noble consort first before saying, "The Empress Dowager said that if the painting is finished, it should be taken to the front hall for everyone to see." "Yes, it's done. We can take it now," Xia Tian said as she moved to grab the painting. Madame Chun stopped her, saying, "Let's carry it like this." The noble consort nodded, so Xia Tian said nothing more. Madame Chun instructed 2 waiting maids to carry the easel out. The noble consort and Xia Tian followed them outside. By this time, the performance in front had ended, and the maids placed the easel directly in the center of the hall. Everyone stared at the portrait of the little princess, their mouths agape in disbelief, their eyes darting between the painting, the little princess in the nurse's arms, and the calm Xia Tian. They still found it hard to believe that the often looked down upon Lady Xin was indeed the famous artist, Xianing. Princess Ruehua struggled to maintain her smile, while the Empress was quite pleased, saying, "Lady Xin's skills are truly remarkable. This painting looks just like the little princess is standing right in front of us." "Indeed, I like it very much," the Empress Dowager added with a smile. The noble consort quickly joked, "Empress Dowager and Empress, you can't take my daughter away." "I was just thinking that, but I didn't expect you to see through me," the Empress replied playfully. "Fortunately, I'm clever," the noble consort pretended to pat her chest in relief. This made the Empress Dowager laugh, saying "you," while playfully pointing at the noble consort. Seeing the harmonious scene among the Empress Dowager, Empress, and others, the crowd joined in laughter. Lu Shi tightly gripped her fan, forcing a smile. At this moment, Shen Lan dared not speak, trying to hide her presence, fearing the Empress Dowager would remember her. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager only glanced this way, said nothing, and then turned her gaze away. After everyone finished looking, the Queen ordered the painting to be taken down and asked the craftsman to frame it before giving it to the noble consort. Seeing that she had made her point and achieved her goal, Xia Tian wanted to leave. However, the Empress Dowager called out to her, "Lady Xin, please wait. I heard that Mr. Xianying's painting is worth 5,000 taels of silver. You brought out 2 today, without charging anything. Wouldn't that be a big loss?" Xia Tian quickly knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, this is a birthday gift I specially prepared for you. How could I accept silver? It is already an honor for me if your Majesty likes my humble painting. Since you say so, I will accept your kind gesture." "I truly like your gift," the Empress Dowager said without hesitation. "However, we cannot take advantage of the little princess's painting. If you won't accept silver, then let it be a reward instead." After the Empress Dowager spoke, she glanced at the Queen, who immediately added, "What Mother said is correct. Otherwise, it would be awkward for me to ask you for a portrait in the future. See, I just wanted to save some silver, but now I've been caught by the Empress Dowager and the Queen," the noble consort said with a feigned sense of helplessness. "I knew you were stingy. I will cover this reward," the Empress Dowager replied. "You are so kind, Your Majesty," the noble consort said playfully with a smile. The Empress Dowager instructed Mama Chen, "Go and select 6 bolts of the silk that was recently presented by the Kingdom of Luoyun, along with that set of jewelry inlaid with red gemstones, and send them to Lady Xin." Upon hearing that the Empress Dowager was truly giving gifts, Xia Tian quickly bowed and thanked her. "Thank you, Your Majesty, Queen, and noble consort for your generous gifts." After that, the Empress called for something, and Xia Tian returned to her seat. The gifts from the Empress were sent directly to the Duke of Wuan's residence. After all the commotion, everyone was tired, and the Empress Dowager could no longer hold on, so she went back to rest before the banquet began. Seeing that the Empress Dowager, Queen, and noble consort had left, everyone else relaxed. Lin Xiu and a few others quickly gathered around Xia Tian. Several unfamiliar young ladies also came over, pushing Shenlan, who was sitting nearby, to the side. Shinlon was so angry that she almost twisted her handkerchief into a rope. When had she ever been treated this way? As the legitimate daughter of the Wuhan Marquis' residence, she was always the center of attention. Now, seeing the young ladies who used to come to talk to her all gathered around Xia Tian made her furious, but she could only feel angry in silence. On the other hand, Xia Tian noticed that the crowd around her was affecting others nearby. She quickly pulled Wen Jin and the others outside to talk. Once outside, Hu Mengyao complained, "Xia Tian, you really should have told us about such a big deal. I thought you were my friend." "Exactly. If you had told us earlier, we could have stood up to Princess Yuning for you," Lin Xiu quickly added. Xia Tian cleared her throat and joked, "I just wanted to make a splash." Wen Jin chuckled, "Well, your splash is known by everyone now. I didn't mean to be so flashy. Who knew my talent would shine so brightly?" "Indeed, your talent makes me feel inferior," Wen Jin complimented, realizing that Xia Tian's painting skills were exceptional. It seemed she would have to give up her title as the top talent in the capital. He just kidding," Xia Tian said, feeling a bit shy. "I didn't plan to be so high-profile. I just wanted to paint a portrait to please the Empress. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." She explained that while it was part of her plan, she couldn't just tell Wen Jin and the others everything. "I don't care. You have to paint one for me, and then I'll forgive you for hiding this from us," Hu Mengyao insisted, pulling on Xia Tian's arm as if she wouldn't let go until she agreed. "Sure, I can do a portrait as long as the payment is right," Xia Tian replied with a grin, rubbing her fingers together. "Humph, you money grabber. But you have to give me a discount," Hu Mengyao said playfully. "All right, I'll give you a 10% discount." "Only 10%? You're so stingy." "Hey, who would complain about having more money?" Wen Jin and Lin Xiu watched the two bicker and smiled helplessly. Whenever they met, they never seemed to stop. The other young ladies who came out with them watched their interaction enviously, but couldn't join the conversation. Meanwhile, the ladies, feeling too proud to approach Xia Tian directly, went to chat with Lu Shi instead. "Madam Shen, your daughter-in-law is truly talented. Has she never revealed anything in front of you?" "Yes, Madam Shen. My husband will celebrate his birthday in 2 months. Could you please help me ask if she can paint a portrait of him?" Yes. That painting looks just like a real person. I would like one for myself, too." The ladies surrounding Lu were all talking at once, making her head spin. However, she couldn't refuse them directly, and agreeing was not an option either. She knew her relationship with Xia Tian was already strained, and if she agreed to these ladies, that wild girl would not show her any respect. So, she could only respond vaguely, "Ladies, if you like her paintings, I can ask her for you, but I can't guarantee she will agree." She sighed, taking the opportunity to criticize Xia Tian. "You all know I'm not her proper mother-in-law. If I were, she would have shared such important news with us." When the other ladies heard this, they realized it was true. Otherwise, why would Lu and Shinlon have insisted that Shinshitzi's wife couldn't paint? These ladies were clever. They understood Lu's hints and connected it to her earlier comments, realizing that their relationship was not good. Otherwise, a family would support each other instead of undermining one another in front of outsiders. Some ladies spoke up for Lu. "How can you say you're not a proper mother-in-law? You raised Shinshitzi. He can't just forget his mother after marrying. As a daughter-in-law, how can she not listen to her mother-in-law? It seems you are too kind, allowing her to behave this way. Shinshitzi's wife comes from a humble background. You should teach her some manners." These ladies, all with daughters-in-law of their own, were used to being respected at home, so they looked down on a daughter-in-law who disobeyed her mother-in-law. Seeing some ladies on her side, Lu felt secretly pleased. "Humph. You think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced." Meanwhile, ladies like Madame Su and Madame Wen, who understood the situation, noticed Lu's implications and became less enthusiastic toward her. The older ladies were even less likely to approach Xia Tian like the younger ones did. However, they had their own targets, as the old Mrs. Shen was now surrounded by a group of older ladies. Especially Lady Su directly held the hand of the old lady from the Wuhan Marquis' residence and asked, "Sister, with such an amazing granddaughter-in-law, why are you keeping her a secret from us?" Exactly, sister. That's not fair. We also want a portrait. It's not like we won't pay.
Right.
How much does a portrait cost? Just tell us and we'll line up for it. The old ladies looked eager for the answer, making it difficult for the old lady to respond. If she said she didn't know the girl could paint, it would undermine her status as the head of the family. If she claimed to know, she would be admitting her ignorance. Agreeing now made her worry that the girl might take advantage of the situation later, making her even more uncomfortable. While the old lady was in a dilemma, Shun Hui arrived. Shun Hui smiled and said, "Ladies, please don't put my grandmother in a tough spot. You don't know how tight-lipped my sister-in-law is. She hasn't revealed a thing to us. Today is the first time we learned about this. If you want a portrait, I can ask her, but she only paints 2 a month at most and no more than that. So it might take a while." Lady Wen chimed in. "I heard from my second son that this Mr. Xian only paints 2 portraits a month. The one he gave me was because he pulled some strings and paid extra. Since Lady Shin and her granddaughter had a good relationship, it was only right to help them out a bit, so no one would think too highly of themselves and hesitate to pay." Given the girl's humble background, she likely had no dowry, so it wouldn't be fair to expect her to work for free without proper compensation. Earlier, the Empress insisted on rewarding Xia Tian, likely thinking about this situation. She probably anticipated that many would seek portraits from Xia Tian afterward. Since the Empress wouldn't take advantage of her, others would have to offer something of equal value in exchange. Upon hearing Shun Hui's words, the old ladies understood that if they wanted portraits from Lady Shin, they needed to ask for her consent and be prepared to pay. These families weren't short on money, and after hearing this, they agreed with Shun Hui, nodding and smiling. "Of course, painting a portrait isn't easy, and we won't shortchange you." Shun Hui smiled and joked, "Then I'll thank all the ladies on behalf of my sister-in-law. I'm sure she'll agree, especially for the sake of the money." "We're looking forward to it," the older ladies replied with laughter. Shun Hui didn't hide the fact that Xia Tian painted to earn money. Before this, she didn't know that Xia Tian was Mr. Xianing, but she had heard of his reputation and rules. He typically painted 2 pieces a month unless the payment was significantly higher, which could allow for an exception. Shun Hui only thought about how Xia Tian sold paintings to make money, not considering anything else about him. Xia Tian was unaware that Shun Hui had already secured a big business deal for her without her knowledge. He continued to joke and laugh with Hu Mengyao and the others. When the banquet ended, Xia Tian wanted to thank Shun Hui, but she had already left. Soon after, Shun Yan approached him, and as they walked toward the palace gate, Xia Tian felt like someone was looking at them. Seeing Xia Tian's confused expression, Shun Yan stifled a laugh and whispered, "They all know you're Mr. Xianing now." "Oh." Xia Tian didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Once they exited the palace, they were soon stopped by Minister Su and Madame Su. After exchanging greetings, Madame Su spoke first. "Young Master Shen, young mistress, I apologize for the interruption." "It's fine," Shen Yan nodded slightly. "Is there something you need, Minister Su and Madame Su?" "I just told my husband that young Mr. Shen is Mr. Xianing, and he wanted to ask Mr. Xianing to arrange a painting. He couldn't wait to get home," Madame Su said with a playful glance at Minister Su. Minister Su remained calm. "I've always admired Mr. Xianying's paintings and wanted to ask if he could customize one for me." Shun Yan looked at Xia Tian. Xia Tian smiled and asked, "What kind of painting does Minister Su want?" "I prefer landscape paintings, so I would like to order a landscape piece," Minister Su replied, stroking his beard. Xia Tian thought for a moment and asked, "Does Minister Su have a specific location in mind for the landscape, or can I choose?" "No specific requirements. Mr. Xianing can use his creativity, but it should be 8 feet in size. Since the painting is quite large, it may take about 2 months to complete," Xia Tian explained. Minister Su nodded in satisfaction. "That's fine." After finishing the discussion about the painting, Shun Yan said seriously, "Prime Minister Su, this painting is quite large, so it will cost a lot of money." Prime Minister Su paused, then pointed at Shun Yan and laughed. "You little rascal, are you afraid I won't pay?" Shun Yan raised an eyebrow, and Madame Su quickly pulled Prime Minister Su away. Once they returned to the Marquis's residence, before they could settle down, a maid came in to announce, "Young master, madam, the Marquis requests your presence in his study." They exchanged glances, both understanding that the Marquis wanted to see them for a specific reason. Xia Tian changed into a fresh outfit before following Xin Yan to the Marquis's study. Upon entering, they saw the Marquis sitting behind a desk that had nothing but writing supplies on it. When the Marquis noticed them, he looked up and gestured to the chairs beside him. "Please sit." After Xin Yan and Xia Tian greeted him, they took their seats. Neither the Marquis nor Xin Yan spoke, and after a moment of silence, Xia Tian asked helplessly, "May I ask why you called us here?" After a long day, she had hoped to rest, but with the two of them silent, she felt time was being wasted and decided to ask first. The Marquis paused for a moment before asking, "So, is it true that you are the renowned Xianing?" Xia Tian nodded. "Yes, that is the pen name I chose for myself." The Marquis was curious. "Aren't you from a farming family? How did you become so skilled in painting? Is that what you want to know?" Xia Tian smiled. "To be honest, I have had a photographic memory since childhood, allowing me to replicate almost anything I see. I once watched my uncle paint when I was young, and I became interested. I started to draw on my own, and over time, I developed my skills." Xia Tian spoke earnestly to impress the Marquis. Her uncle did have some basic painting skills due to his studies, but it was hardly noteworthy. However, using this half-truth as a cover worked well. The Marquis was shocked to hear Xia Tian's explanation. He had not expected his underestimated daughter-in-law to be so talented. Today, many people in the palace had mentioned that his daughter-in-law was the famous Xianing, whom no one had seen before, and he was greatly surprised. He never imagined there was a connection between the two. Some people even approached him to inquire about purchasing paintings, leaving him confused. It seems that it is indeed true. His daughter-in-law is really that Mr. Xianing. Lord Wuan was silent for a moment before asking, "Did you really sell a painting for 5,000 taels?" Summer nodded. She said that only one painting sold for that amount. The others were not priced as high, and she doubted anyone would believe it. Besides, today the Empress had mentioned in front of many people that one of her paintings was worth 5,000 taels. If she asked for less, wouldn't that be disrespectful to the Empress? Lord Wuan seemed to think of something and turned to his desk to take out a small box, handing it to Xin Yan. Xin Yan opened it and found it filled with silver notes, each worth 100 taels. Xin Yan asked, puzzled, "Father, what is this? Didn't you say a painting is worth 5,000 taels?" Lord Wuan said, his voice a bit awkward. Summer realized that Lord Wuan wanted a painting too, but was too shy to ask directly, so he took out the money first. "Dad, do you also want a painting?" Any painting will do." Lord Wuan turned away, feeling embarrassed. Summer glanced at Xin Yan, took the box, and placed it on the table. "Dad, if you like Mr. Xianying's work, just say so. You don't need to give money. Can I really ask you for money as your daughter-in-law?" Seeing Summer put the box of silver back on the table, Lord Wuan felt a bit relieved. Although he thought it was only right to give money, he was still pleased that his daughter-in-law was so understanding. He casually took the box and handed it back to Xin Yan, saying to Summer, "Take it. This is what you deserve." Summer saw that Lord Wuan seemed sincere, so she accepted it without further refusal. She was quite happy. Even though Lord Wuan wanted a painting, he didn't use his status to pressure her and even gave her money. From this perspective, he was indeed someone worth relying on. With nothing else to discuss, Lord Wuan let them leave. He didn't particularly like Mr. Xianying's paintings. As a military man, he usually didn't have a taste for such things, but today everyone was talking about it, and he was a bit curious. He thought it would be nice to have Summer paint something for him to see what kind of painting could be worth 5,000 taels. As for giving money, they were family, so it didn't bother him. Just as Summer and Xin Yan left Lord Wuan's courtyard, a guard came to report that the Empress's reward had arrived. Lord Wuan quickly stepped out. Instead of the Empress's attendant, 2 eunuchs and 2 maidservants had come to deliver the items. The visitors did not make a big fuss about receiving the decree. They just dropped off the items and were ready to leave. Before the others could arrive, The Marquis of Wu had his maid Qin give each visitor a large pouch before letting them go. Once the Empress Dowager's people left, the Marquis asked Shen Nian what was going on. Shen Nian briefly explained what Xia Tian had told her about the events at the Empress Dowager's place today. The Marquis nodded, surprised to learn about this new development. No wonder everyone now knew that his daughter-in-law was the famous Xianing. After understanding the situation, the Marquis waved his hand and instructed someone to send the items directly to Xia Tian's courtyard. Shen Yan and Xia Tian followed along as well. When they arrived at Jinglan courtyard, Ning Xiang organized people to place the items in the warm room. Xia Tian looked at the 6 pieces of silk fabric, each in a different color, all suitable for young people to wear. The set of gemstone accessories included hairpins, a headpiece, a necklace, and bracelets, all looking extremely valuable. The gifts from the Empress Dowager were definitely worth more than 5,000 taels of silver. Xia Tian was very happy, knowing that she earned these through her own efforts. She asked Shen Yan, "Brother Shen, do we need to share these with the old lady?" She wasn't familiar with this custom and wanted to clarify to avoid upsetting anyone later. "No need. These are gifts from the Empress Dowager for you. You can keep them," Shen Yan replied. "Okay, then I will keep them." "Yes, you must be tired today. Rest early," Shen Yan said before returning to Ling Yun Pavilion. Once Shen Yan left, Cui Yun and the others gathered around to ask Xia Tian what was happening. Only Ning Xiang and Ning Shui in Jinglan courtyard knew about Xia Tian being Xianing, as they were the ones who cleaned the study and did not involve others. So, Cui Yun and the others only knew that Xia Tian often painted in the study, but did not realize she was Xianing. After getting Xia Tian's permission, Ning Xiang and Ning Shui shared the news with Cui Yun and the others, who were all very excited. They were amazed that their lady was so talented, impressing many with her artistic skills. Seeing them happy made Xia Tian joyful as well. In her excitement, she had Cui Yun take some money to the kitchen to treat everyone in Jinglan courtyard to a special meal. This made everyone even happier, wishing their lady had good news every day. Meanwhile, over at Lu's side, there was no joy at all. "Madam, are you saying that Xianing is the daughter-in-law of the heir?" Lu's personal maid, Qi, asked in disbelief. Today, Qiuyu had accompanied Lu into the palace, so she was unaware of the situation. Today, she painted in front of the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and many noble ladies, Lu said through gritted teeth. No one could match her flair. "Madam, didn't we hear she comes from a humble background? Could it be that our people didn't investigate thoroughly, or perhaps they didn't check at all, and just made things up?"
Kimama questioned.
Lu had not hidden anything from Chi Mama about her actions while Shen Yan was out looking for a healer. Chi Mama knew that Lu had sent people to hunt down Shen Yan and had also looked into Xia Tian's background. "There's no doubt about it. The people we sent wouldn't dare lie about this matter," Lu asserted. But what went wrong? How could a girl from a rural background know so much? Was Shen Yan teaching her? But if it was Shen Yan who taught her, reading and writing might be possible, but painting certainly wasn't. The great Qian dynasty had never heard of anyone with such artistic skills. Could she be a disciple of a hidden master? Lu speculated. Otherwise, how could one explain her abilities? Unless she was a genius who taught herself. Should we send someone to investigate her identity again?
Chimama asked.
Lu thought for a moment, her gaze turning cold. No matter if she truly comes from a humble background or is a master's disciple, it doesn't matter. What's important is that she is now on Shen Yan's side, and we have no reason to keep her. She had initially wanted to use her to embarrass Shen Yan, but now realizing that keeping the girl only strengthened Shen Yan, she decided she must be removed. After a brief silence, Chi Mama asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Let's not rush. I need to prepare first. You go call for Granny Li." Granny Li was the one in charge of the garden, who had instructed her goddaughter Qingyi to give Xia Tian the poison. Before long, Granny Li arrived under the cover of dusk. The guards watching her quickly informed Shen Yan. Shen Yan instructed them to keep watching without alarming anyone. Then she sent Mu Chen to listen in on their discussion. Mu Chen quietly made his way to the roof of Lu's house. Once Granny Li entered Lu's room, Chi Mama asked everyone else to leave and told Chiou to guard the door. After resting for half a month, Chiou's injuries had mostly healed, and she had returned to her duties a few days ago. Granny Li entered and bowed to Lu before asking, "Madam, what do you need from me?" "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." "Are you still giving it to the young lady?" asked Granny Li. They had already given her the medicine to prevent pregnancy. Giving her more would be a waste. "That's right. If you do this well, I will remove your grandson's low status and even pay for his education," she replied. "Really, madam?" Granny Li asked excitedly. Her grandson was 8 years old, and everyone praised him for being clever and smart, a good candidate for studying. Unfortunately, their family was of low status and could not afford education. If the madam showed mercy, perhaps the Li family could have someone in government and they could redeem their status as good citizens. Tempted by this great benefit, Granny Li immediately promised, "Madam, just tell me what to do, and I will make it happen." Seeing Granny Li's agreement, Lu gave a knowing glance to Granny Chi. Granny Chi helped Granny Li up and kindly took her hand, saying, "When the time is right, after you give her the medicine, find a suitable moment to bring the old lady's nephew over." Granny Li understood immediately. They wanted to harm the young lady's reputation. Since she didn't get along with the young lady, this task shouldn't be difficult, and she agreed right away. Lu instructed Granny Chi to give Granny Li a pouch, and after a quiet reminder, they sent her on her way. Muchen watched as Granny Li left, then waited on the roof for a while, listening to Lu and Granny Chi plot some more before quietly leaving to report back to Xin Nian. "Master, I didn't hear everything clearly from the roof, but I caught bits about the old lady's birthday, the medicine, and bringing the old lady's nephew over," Muchen recounted. "Oh, and they mentioned giving more medicine." After a moment of thought, Shen Nian understood Lu's intentions. They planned to drug someone, likely Xia Tian, not him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mentioned bringing over the old lady's nephew. With this realization, Shen Nian narrowed his eyes, his hands clenching into fists. Lu is trying to ruin Xia Tian's reputation. How cruel. Seeing the growing seriousness on Shen Nian's face, Muchen felt the gravity of the situation and waited quietly for his master's orders. He kept an eye on Granny Li's guard and, after she returned to her room, instructed another guard to continue watching while he went to report the situation. After hearing the guard's report, Muchen came back to Xin Nian and said, "Master, Granny Chi put silver in the pouch for Granny Li." Xin Nianwei nodded. "Yes, keep watching. Also, send someone to keep an eye on Granny Chi. Check where she goes lately. If she leaves the house to buy medicine, make sure to note what she buys." He could already guess what Lu Shi was planning to give in the summer, but he needed to prepare in advance. He wasn't quite sure which nephew of the old lady Lu Shi was referring to, so that needed to be investigated as well. During the years when he was seriously poisoned, he was indifferent to many things, which made it hard for him to connect some people and events. Lu Shi and Shenlan were still under house arrest, so the next day, when Xia Tian went to the old lady's courtyard to pay her respects, she did not see them. Yesterday, they were allowed out because they attended the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, but now they had to continue their confinement. This actually saved Xia Tian some trouble, avoiding another round of arguments. Unfortunately, she was thinking too optimistically. Even though Lu Shi was absent, there was still the old lady who disapproved of her. After Xia Tian followed others and respectfully paid her respects, the old lady unexpectedly ordered her to kneel and did not allow her to get up or say anything. Xia Tian felt confused about kneeling. After waiting for a while, without a word from the old lady, she became a bit annoyed and stood up. "Did I tell you to get up?" The old lady was furious to see her stand without permission.
Oh.
"I thought the old lady might have forgotten to tell me to get up, so I stood up myself to avoid bothering you," Xia Tian replied coldly, looking at the old lady. "Impudent. Is this how a younger person treats their elder?" "Old lady, I came here respectfully to pay my respects today. Everyone else has stood up. Why should I continue kneeling? I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't understand why you disapprove of me," Xia Tian said, her face cold with frustration. "Don't you know where you went wrong?" The old lady slammed the table and raised her voice. I don't know. Where did I go wrong? If you don't know, then kneel and reflect on it. Xia Tian stood tall. Old lady, I don't think I need to reflect. If I did something wrong, please tell me directly. I don't like this guessing game. You are simply rebellious. Fine, I will tell you where you went wrong. The old lady stood up, pointing at Xia Tian. What happened yesterday? Trying to play tricks in front of the Empress Dowager? Do you think everyone else is a fool? The old lady was very angry. Yesterday, when she was surrounded by the other ladies asking questions, she couldn't answer a single one, which was truly embarrassing. If it weren't for that troublesome girl hiding things, how could she have been left speechless? That troublesome girl thinks she is innocent, not realizing how ridiculous her little tricks are to those experienced ladies. She managed to steal the spotlight, but yesterday's incident almost revealed to everyone that the Wuan Marquis family does not welcome her. The kind image they had maintained for years is now being trampled by this girl. Can you blame her for being angry? Does she not see where she went wrong? In the old lady's eyes, Xia Tian is simply unrepentant. Xia Tian scoffed. So that was the reason. It was because she didn't inform them in advance and chose to reveal herself as the famous Xian Ying during the Empress Dowager's birthday, leaving them embarrassed. As for whether she had her own motives, what could they do if she didn't admit it? I don't understand what you mean, old lady. I just wanted to personally paint a picture as a gift for the Empress Dowager. Is that wrong? Then why did you hide the fact that you are Xianing? The old lady asked through gritted teeth. No one asked me. Should I just tell everyone that I am the famous Xianing? Wouldn't they think I'm crazy? Xia Tian replied calmly. Besides, I never denied being Xianing. The old lady was momentarily speechless, her face growing even darker. Then why did you claim it was your own painting when you presented it to the Empress Dowager? Why keep it a secret? Isn't it said that one shouldn't lie in front of the Empress Dowager? That would be a serious offense, and I'm too timid to do that, Xia Tian said, blinking her innocent big eyes. You. The old lady pointed at Xia Tian, her body swaying as she struggled to catch her breath. Granny Zhang quickly helped her steady her chest until she could breathe normally. Xia Tian was startled. This was just a normal argument, yet the old lady looked like she might faint from anger. She quickly tried to smooth things over. Old lady, I'm just a country girl with limited experience. Please don't let this upset your health. If word got out that she had upset the old lady, it would be disastrous. She had finally built her reputation, and she couldn't afford to get into trouble now. The second lady saw the old lady's endless complaints and couldn't help but speak up. Yes, mother. You are generous, so please don't hold it against Miss Xia. I believe she didn't mean any harm. She just didn't think of it. Yes, grandmother, I really didn't think that much. I was only focused on the Empress's birthday. I didn't have any impressive gifts to offer and felt embarrassed to ask the heir for something. I only paint well, so I thought I would draw a portrait for the Empress to please her, Xia Tian quickly added after the second lady's words. The old lady recalled the girl's usual behavior, which was rather crude, and guessed she might not have thought it through. Her expressions softened a bit. Seeing that the old lady was not as angry, the second lady hurriedly helped her sit down comfortably with Nurse Zhang. The old lady took a sip of tea, and her expression gradually returned to normal. Xia Tian secretly sighed in relief. However, when the old lady looked at Xia Tian, her calm and obedient demeanor reignited the old lady's frustration. This girl had just been defiant, almost driving her to anger, and now she was acting meek. Anyone who didn't know would think the girl was being bullied. Xia Tian noticed the old lady's changing expression and felt anxious. She couldn't help but say, Grandmother, yesterday's incident really wasn't my fault. Think about it. I was just trying to please the Empress. If it weren't for Princess Yunying and Shunlan insisting on saying those things about my painting, none of this would have happened. Plus, my mother embarrassed me in front of so many people. Although she had hoped for some commotion, she didn't need to share that with the old lady. Shunlan and Lu Shi clearly wanted to make things difficult for her, so she thought of giving them a taste of their own medicine, even if it might not help. The old lady's gaze darkened. Indeed, if Shunlan hadn't stepped in to vouch for her and Lu Shi hadn't sided with outsiders, the Empress might have taken the painting away without displaying it. Could she have wronged this girl after all? The old lady scrutinized Xia Tian with suspicion. Xia Tian looked wronged and stared back at her. The old lady didn't want to back down directly, so she argued, "Even so, you should have informed me about this beforehand. I can overlook it this time since you are still learning the rules, but if it happens again, the Marquis of Wuen's household cannot keep you." "Yes, grandmother," Xia Tian replied obediently. In her heart, she complained, thinking about how she could scare her away from the Vofu. If she really had the ability, why not try to kick her out? She agreed, but how she would act in the future depended on whether others would cooperate. If they continued to create trouble, she wouldn't let anyone walk all over her. Seeing that the old lady had softened, the second lady quickly called for someone to serve breakfast. "Mother, it's almost time for breakfast. Let's eat first, so you don't go hungry." The old lady noticed that Xia Tian's attitude was okay and decided to let her go for now, waving her hand to send her out. Once Xia Tian left the courtyard, Ning Xiang let out a sigh of relief. She had thought the old lady would make the lady kneel again. Xia Tian chuckled and patted Ning Xiang's arm. "Now that you're with me, you need to get used to this. Your lady is so exceptional that she always attracts jealousy." Ning Xiang laughed softly, feeling much better. The lady is really wise. "There's no way to change the environment, so we have to figure things out ourselves," Xia Tian said, with her hands behind her back, looking serious. "The lady is doing great," Ning Xiang sincerely believed. With the lady's background, in this calculating household, if she didn't have strong self-regulation, she would truly be overwhelmed by their endless schemes. Who could handle all the plotting, punishment, and endless tasks without a moment's peace? If the lady weren't naturally optimistic, she might have been deeply troubled. Sometimes, Ning Xiang thought that if there were no one from the Vofu, just the heir and the lady, their lives would surely be much more comfortable. Seeing Ning Xiang lost in thought, Xia Tian turned and asked, "What are you thinking about so intently?" Ning Xiang snapped back to reality and smiled at Xia Tian. "I think a lady's character is really kind. I want to learn from her more in the future." "Of course. Have you ever heard that one should never waste energy on internal conflicts? If something goes wrong, it's someone else's fault, not yours," Xia Tian said seriously. I haven't heard that." Ning Xiang shook her head. "Hee, I just made that up," Xia Tian said with a laugh as she continued walking ahead. Ning Xiang smiled and quickly caught up with her. The two of them chatted and laughed as they returned to Jinglong Courtyard. Meanwhile, after the second lady finished serving breakfast to the old lady, she returned to her own courtyard. After serving breakfast to the old lady, the second lady came out with the third lady. The third lady curiously asked the second lady, "Sister, do you think that wild girl gave a gift to the Empress Dowager on purpose yesterday?" Just now, when the old lady was arguing with Xia Tian, she wanted to say a few words, but the second lady stopped her. Later, seeing how angry the old lady was getting with that wild girl, she held back her words. She hadn't thought that way before, but after hearing the old lady, she felt that the wild girl might have intentionally revealed her identity as Xianing at that moment. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. Didn't that girl say she wanted to please the Empress Dowager? "Don't overthink it," the second lady said, her eyes flickering. "Even if it was intentional, it's not something we should discuss casually among ourselves. Why can't the people in the Marquis's residence see clearly? That girl is not simple and cannot be easily manipulated. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is better than you? But the old lady thinks she has some ulterior motive. What could she possibly want? You know that girl. She's straightforward and can't hide anything," the second lady patiently advised. "Don't go around saying things. We are all family, and there's no reason to turn against each other." The third lady huffed in discontent. With that wild girl's temper, always ready to argue, does she really consider them family? Just as she was about to say more, the second lady interrupted. "Enough. The old lady misunderstood today. That girl has become famous, and it's a good reputation. It only benefits us, so stop being at odds with her. Seeing the second lady so supportive of that girl, the third lady reluctantly nodded and returned to her courtyard. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Xia Tian picked out a piece of pink and a piece of green silk from the fabrics gifted by the Empress Dowager yesterday, thinking that the second lady should be done with her household matters by now. She took Ning Xiang and Cui Yin with her and headed to the second lady's courtyard with the 2 pieces of silk. When the second lady heard from the maid that the young lady was coming, she was quite surprised, as this was Xia Tian's first visit to her courtyard. She quickly instructed the maid to let her in. Upon entering, Xia Tian saw the second lady sitting on the warm kong, with account books and an abacus on the table, likely calculating expenses. "And I hope my sudden visit isn't a bother," Xia Tian said, bowing to the second lady. The second lady quickly invited her to sit down. "Not at all. You are a rare guest." She then instructed the maid, "See you. Hurry and make tea for the young lady." Xia Tian sat down at the other side of the Kong table and smiled at the second lady, explaining her purpose for the visit. "And I didn't come for anything specific today. I just wanted to say thank you to Anne Eyre. If it weren't for you speaking on my behalf to the old lady, she wouldn't have let me off so easily this time. We're all family, so it's only right to help each other," Aunt Eyre replied with a smile. Seeing that Xia Tian knew everything, Aunt Eyre nodded to herself. Although she didn't expect anything in return, she hoped people would remember her kindness. "Right, since we're family, I won't be polite. Aunt Eyre, these 2 pieces of silk were gifted by the Empress yesterday. I chose colors suitable for young girls to make clothes for Sister Yenner. It's just a small gesture, so please don't refuse." Xia Tian asked Ning Xiang and Cui Yin to place the silk on the table. Yenner was Aunt Eyre's only daughter, named Xin Yan, and she was 12 years old this year. Aunt Eyre looked at the silk in front of her, surprised. She didn't expect Xia Tian to bring her silk gifted by the Empress. She knew that the silk was extremely precious and that Xia Tian only had 6 pieces. She had never heard of anyone receiving 2 pieces before, so she was truly astonished. Aunt Eyre smiled even more sincerely. "Then I'll thank you on behalf of Yenner." It wasn't just about the 2 pieces of silk. It was the genuine exchange of kindness that made her happy. Seeing Aunt Eyre's warm response made Xia Tian happy too. It seemed that befriending her was a good choice. Aunt Eyre asked Xiu to put the silk away. Xia Tian noticed the account book on the table and curiously asked, "Aunt Eyre, are you keeping accounts?" "No, it's just that next month is the old lady's birthday. In the past, it was my sister-in-law who managed things, but this time it's my responsibility. I'm reviewing last year's purchases to prepare in advance," Aunt Eyre said, showing the account book to Xia Tian. "Next month is the old lady's birthday?" Xia Tian was surprised. She really didn't know, and no one had told her. "Yes, it's on the 12th, Aunt Eyre replied. Seeing that Xia Tian didn't know about the birthday, she guessed she hadn't prepared a gift either. She pointed out, for the old lady's birthday, everyone in the family prepares a gift. We usually give handmade items like embroidered pieces or shoes. Xia Tian understood that Aunt Eyre was reminding her to prepare a gift early. She sincerely thanked Aunt Eyre. "Thank you for telling me this. If you hadn't mentioned it today, I wouldn't have known what to prepare." However, she wasn't skilled in embroidery or sewing. Although she had learned a little from Sister Yao, she hadn't had the chance to start before coming to the capital. She simply asked the second lady, "Aunt, I can't do embroidery or sewing. What kind of birthday gift do you think would be suitable for me to prepare?" The second lady smiled. "Aren't you good at painting? If you paint a portrait for the old lady, she will surely be happy." Xia Tian thought for a moment. "That's true. But with less than 20 days left, I'm not sure if I can finish it in time. Didn't you finish a portrait of the little princess quickly the other day?" The second lady was surprised, thinking a painting would take a day or 2 to complete. "Not that fast. The one I painted for the little princess wasn't very detailed, and it was smaller in size." Xia Tian smiled helplessly, knowing they would think that way after that day. "Oh, I see. I didn't notice that." The main issue was that she still had other paintings she promised to do for others, so time was indeed tight. She had 2 more paintings from shopkeeper Xiao that were not finished, and she was hoping to complete them and send them out this month. She estimated that in the future, many high-ranking officials would ask her for portraits, and she might not have time to take on other work. However, the second lady was right. Now that the old lady knew she painted a portrait for the empress, if she didn't have one for her, the old lady might not treat her well. Well, and is right. This is the only skill I can offer, Xia Tian nodded. The second lady smiled and nodded, realizing the girl was thinking along those lines. If you make the old lady happy, life in the house will be easier for you. She is an elder, and we must maintain a good relationship. The second lady's words were very straightforward, and Xia Tian thanked her again. If she didn't genuinely want to befriend her, the second lady wouldn't have shared this advice. Xia Tian sat and chatted with the second lady for a while before saying goodbye and returning to Jinglan Courtyard. Thinking about what the second lady said, although she was reluctant, it was best to paint a portrait for the old lady. This way, if anything happened in the future, she didn't expect the old lady to support her, but at least she hoped not to be treated poorly. Time was running out, so Xia Tian went straight to the study. Yesterday in the palace, the empress and the noble consort spoke on her behalf, so she felt she should show her appreciation. She had originally planned to paint a separate portrait for the empress and the noble consort. Now, she also had paintings promised to Chancellor Su and Marquis Wu, plus the 2 from shopkeeper Xiao, meaning she still had at least 7 paintings to complete. Summer felt a bit of a headache. Although she earned a good amount of money, there were many tasks to handle, making it a mix of pain and joy. Fortunately, the matters with Prime Minister Su and Marquis Wu could wait a bit longer. However, she still needed to finish the other paintings soon. Without delay, she spent almost all her time in the study, except for lunch. In the evening, Shen Yan returned and came to find Summer, only to discover she was still in the study and hadn't eaten dinner. Shen Yan knocked and entered, saying, "Come out for dinner. Have you been painting all day?" "Just a moment, let me finish this part," Summer replied without looking up, continuing her work. Shen Yan leaned in to take a look and exclaimed, "Is this a painting of the queen?" He had thought it was for Prime Minister Su or Marquis Wu. "Did the queen ask you to paint her?" "No." Summer stepped back to admire her work and smiled. "Yesterday, when Princess Yunying and Princess Ruehua were giving me a hard time, the queen helped me out. I wanted to thank her." Shen Yan nodded and took the brush and palette from Summer's hands, placing them on the table. "Let's eat first. It's getting dark, which isn't good for your eyes." "Okay, let's go. I won't paint anymore today." Summer took off her apron, and Ningxiang brought warm water for her to wash her hands. She then took Shen Yan to the warm room. Ningxiang locked the study door behind her. In the warm room, Ningxue and Sueyun had already set the table with food. The 2 sat down to eat together. "Today, the emperor called me to ask questions," Shen Yan said as she served some food into Summer's bowl. Summer casually asked, "What did the emperor want?" Shen Yan looked at Summer, who was focused on eating and seemed uninterested, and couldn't help but smile. "The emperor heard your xianing, and he questioned me for a long time." "Oh, what did he say?" "He wasn't asking about my background, was he? Is the emperor that curious?" "Not really, but he wants you to be his court painter," Shen Yan said casually. Cough, cough, cough. Summer thought she misheard and nearly choked on the unexpected news. Court painter? Really? Aren't there any court painters in the palace? Can a woman even be one? She was genuinely curious, feeling like the emperor was acting like a child, just thinking of ideas on a whim. There are court painters in the palace. It's just a title, not limited by gender. Did you agree? Wouldn't that mean I'm taking someone else's job? I didn't agree. I said I would come back to discuss it with you. Shen Yan smiled and said, "The emperor said your paintings are good and realistic. Just paint for people when needed. It's not official." Shen Yan paused for a moment. "And the emperor said the payment will be made." "Oh, there's payment too." Xia Tian immediately perked up. "Then the emperor is not bad at all." Shen Yan chuckled, knowing that only money could make her agree. However, she was still a bit worried and asked, Brother Shin, if I paint for the emperor, is it not good to accept money? It's fine. The emperor can afford that little bit of money, Shin Yan reassured her. That's good. Then I'll take this job, Xia Tian said confidently. Since it's a temporary job, she would only go when needed and wouldn't take work from other painters. Plus, she would earn money, so why not? I'll tell the emperor tomorrow that you agreed. Okay. For the next few days, Xia Tian spent all her time in the study painting. After 10 days, she finished the portraits for the empress and the concubine and had them framed. The empress's portrait captured her walking gracefully into the hall on her birthday, looking dignified yet beautiful. The portrait of the concubine showed her playfully holding the little princess, looking warm and lovely. Once finished, Xia Tian packed them in a box and asked Shin Yan to deliver them to the palace. That evening, Shin Yan returned with a pile of rewards for her. Xia Tian felt a bit helpless. She wanted to express her gratitude, but the empress and the concubine were too polite and gave her many gifts. Shin Yan encouraged her to accept them, saying they were allowed by the emperor. What she didn't know was how happy the empress and the concubine were to receive the portraits. To them, the gifts were insignificant, especially the concubine, who immediately had the portrait hung on her wall after receiving it. Xia Tian understood people's feelings well. The concubine had only one daughter, whom she cherished dearly. Having a portrait of them together was something she could never get enough of. Naturally, the rewards were generous. The empress was pleased that Xia Tian was considerate and remembered her kindness. For someone who understood, she would not hold back. In short, everyone was happy. Xia Tian felt justified in accepting the rewards after hearing Shin Yan's words. This meant she had caught the attention of some important figures in the palace. In the following days, she focused on painting for the old lady. Although the old lady remained somewhat indifferent, she didn't create any trouble, which made Xia Tian very happy. Meanwhile, the second lady was busy arranging for the old lady's birthday celebration, ensuring it would be lively. There are 3 days left until June 12th, and the portrait of the old lady is finally finished. Xia Tian took some time to visit Linglong Alley. A couple of days ago, Uncle Chen sent someone to say that the courtyard next to theirs was for sale, so Xia Tian thought about buying it. She had previously asked Uncle Chen to keep an eye out for another courtyard. This one is also a 2-entry courtyard, similar in layout to hers, and she decided to take a look today. Uncle Chen, that courtyard hasn't been sold yet, has it? Xia Tian asked as she entered. Not yet. I've been watching it these past few days, but they are asking for 4,000 taels, Uncle Chen explained, following her. Could you ask if they would sell it for 3,500 taels? She bought her own courtyard for that amount. Before long, Uncle Chen returned and said the seller agreed to 3,500 taels. Xia Tian didn't bother to see it and directly gave Uncle Chen the money to handle the paperwork. She also gave Uncle Gu 5,000 taels to buy more food when the opportunity arises. She still felt it was safer to stock up. Aunt Gu mentioned that food prices have risen recently. This time, whether it's coarse or fine grains, she just wanted to buy whatever she could. Uncle Gu mentioned that he had already hired 2 chefs. Xia Tian had been so busy lately that she almost forgot about this. What are they like? They both worked at other restaurants before and have over 10 years of experience. One lost his job because the owner sold the restaurant, and the other returned home to care for a sick family member, only to find someone else had taken his position, Uncle Gu explained. Xia Tian looked over Uncle Gu's notes. Both chefs were in their 30s. Uncle Gu continued, Madam, I investigated, and what they said is true. I also asked around about their character, and their reputation is quite good. Are they willing to learn new recipes? Xia Tian asked, worried that some experienced chefs might be set in their ways and reluctant to learn. They are willing. They both have families to support, and the salary you offer is high. Plus, finding a job these days isn't easy, Uncle Gu replied. Xia Tian nodded, satisfied. Since they already have a place to stay in the capital, she wouldn't need to arrange anything for them, which made things easier. However, she still wanted to find 2 more chefs. Uncle Gu suggested, Madam, we can ask them to bring an apprentice. I asked 2 of them, and both have apprentices who they train themselves. They seem to have good character and skills. That's a good idea. You can ask them about it, and we can give a 1-month trial period to see how their skills are. If it doesn't work out, we can replace them. All right, madam, Uncle Gu agreed. With the arrangements mostly done, Xia Tian asked about Xiao Zhou and Gu Kang's studies. Hearing that the 2 children were doing well in their studies and received praise from their teacher made her happy. She rewarded each of them with a set of writing materials to encourage them to keep working hard. Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu happily thanked her. Xia Tian felt she had done a good deed and assigned them a task to teach the older siblings in the yard who couldn't read. The 2 children hadn't finished school yet, so Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu promised to encourage them. Xia Tian nodded and didn't stay longer. After leaving Linglong Alley, she went directly to the restaurant renovation site. Master Lu had brought in a few more workers and informed her that it would be mostly finished by the end of the month. Surprised by the quick progress, she realized she needed to keep up with her preparations. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Xia Tian bid farewell to Master Lu and returned to the Ofu. Time passed quickly, and it was June 12th. She got up early, got ready, greeted the guests according to the process, celebrated the old lady's birthday, and received gifts from her children and grandchildren. When she presented the portrait she had made for the old lady finally smiled at her with satisfaction. Xia Tian thought to herself that if it weren't for her own convenience in the future, she wouldn't be so eager to please her. Seeing Xia Tian's thoughtfulness, the old lady finally showed a good attitude. After listening to her old friends express their envy and jealousy, she had Mama Zhang put the portrait away. Xia Tian watched, feeling a bit annoyed by the vanity of it all. The second lady noticed Xia Tian's expressions and couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't wrong. Xia Tian was indeed someone who had clear likes and dislikes. However, she was also adaptable, which is probably why the emperor wanted her to be the court painter. The second lady quite liked this aspect of her. Xia Tian was unaware of the second lady's thoughts. Once the gift-giving was over, she immediately wanted to leave. She didn't want to stay in front of the old lady, feeling like a monkey being shown off. Additionally, the old lady's nephew, Su Jun, kept glancing over, making her uncomfortable. She noticed Su Jun while helping the second lady greet guests in the morning. He was in his 20s and looked quite handsome. According to Shun Nian, he was the son of the old lady's youngest sister, who had married the youngest son of the Wei Yuan Duke. She only had Su Jun, whom she spoiled greatly, and he spent his days chasing after pleasures and playing with animals. It was also said that he had married before, but his wife died during childbirth and the child did not survive. Because of his bad reputation, he had not found a suitable partner and remained single until now. Just as she was leaving, the second lady called her over and quietly warned her not to go to secluded places alone, pointing to the old lady's nephew, that Su Jun often flirts around. So be careful. Although the second lady didn't know what might happen, last year Su Jun had teased the second miss of the Ho family, Shen Ning, in the garden, and the old lady had only lightly scolded him afterward. This year, since she was in charge of the birthday banquet, she didn't want a repeat of last year's incident. The other young ladies in the household were aware, but only Xia Tian might not understand the situation. It was better to give a reminder, just in case. Xia Tian narrowed her eyes, wondering if the second lady had noticed something. She studied the second lady closely, but couldn't find anything unusual. Nevertheless, she kept her expression neutral and thanked her. "Thank you for the reminder, second aunt. I will be careful." Seeing that Xia Tian was taking it seriously, the second lady didn't say anything more and went back to her tasks. The banquet was about to start, and as the organizer, Xia Tian was quite busy. Today, they told everyone that Lu Shi was ill, which was why the second lady was in charge. Xia Tian thought the second lady was doing a better job than Lu Shi. As she watched the second lady walk away, Xia Tian slowly withdrew her gaze. In fact, Shun Yan had informed her about this matter a couple of days ago. The guard sent by Mu Chen to watch over Granny Chi reported that she had left the house disguised and went to buy medicine from someone associated with the Zue Huafeng, a second-rate brothel in the capital, known for attracting many men seeking pleasure. Xia Tian understood immediately. Shen Nian also told her about Lu Shi and Granny Qi plotting against her. She realized that Lu Shi actually wanted to harm her. She worried that if something happened today, it might cause trouble for the second lady. Before long, the banquet began, with screens separating the tables for men and women. Shen Lan and Princess Yining sat together, while Xia Tian sat at the table next to them, with Xin Ning at the same table. The table for the women was set with fruit wine. Summer occasionally ignored the glares from Princess Yining and Shen Lan. Seeing that Summer was unaffected by their stares, the two became more irritated and started drinking the fruit wine one cup after another. Summer also had a few cups. The fruit wine was a bit sweet and quite tasty. After a while, Summer looked up and saw Ningyue glance over, just as her maid brought her a cup of tea. They had agreed beforehand that if they saw Granny Li making a move, Ningyue would give a signal. Summer picked up the teacup and discreetly smelled it with her sleeve, noticing that it had a strange taste, indicating the tea was not right. She secretly moved the tea to her space and placed the cup back on the table. At the next table, Princess Yining was also drinking tea. After sitting for a moment, Summer pretended to be tipsy and let Ningxiang help her outside. Xin Ning intended to see her off but was stopped. As Summer passed by Princess Yining, her sleeve accidentally brushed against the princess's tea, switching their cups. Ningxiang helped Summer walk back. The path from the banquet to Jinglan Courtyard went through the garden, and Summer pretended to feel unwell, stopping frequently. Ningxiang noticed Granny Li following them and discreetly signaled to Summer. Understanding the hint, Summer acted as if she couldn't walk anymore and sat down on a nearby stone. Ningxiang, I feel terrible. I can't walk, she complained. Ningxiang looked around and urged, Madam, please hold on a little longer. We'll be through the garden and to our courtyard soon. Summer waved her hand, tugging at her collar, and playfully insisted, No, I can't walk anymore. I'm so hot. I need water, cold water. Go get me some. Ningxiang continued to persuade her. Madam, I can't leave you here alone. We'll be there soon, and I'll bring you ice water right away. No, you must go get me water. I'm dying of heat, Summer insisted, stretching her legs out and ignoring Ningxiang's pleas. Ningxiang sighed. All right, madam, I'll go get you water. Just stay here and don't move. I'll be back quickly. Okay, hurry, Summer urged, waving her hand. Ningxiang quickly left. Summer sat there, fanning herself and mumbling, I'm dying of heat, dying of thirst. Seeing that Ningxiang had gone far and there were no other people around, Granny Li walked straight toward Summer. As Summer approached, she pretended to just notice her and asked in surprise, Lady, why are you sitting here alone? Are you feeling unwell? Summer looked up at her and replied, I feel a bit uncomfortable and want some water. The old woman looked up at the sky and smiled flatteringly, saying, Lady, it's sunny here. Let me help you to that room over there to rest and get you some water. She pointed to a nearby courtyard. That courtyard was a temporary resting place prepared for the female guests attending the birthday celebration, right next to the garden. Summer supported her head with her hand, her face slightly flushed, but she still refused, saying no. Ningxiang went to get water for me and will be back soon. Lady, your face is all red from the sun. You should go to that room to rest. After I help you there, I will call Ningxiang over, the old woman said, reaching to support Summer's arm. All right then, Summer said, offering her hand to the old woman to help her walk. As the old woman assisted her, she chatted and led her to the neighboring courtyard. Summer pretended not to notice and allowed the old woman to guide her inside. Once inside, the old woman helped Summer sit on the bed, saying, Lady, you should lie down here for a bit. I will go get Ningxiang. Summer waved her hand impatiently. The old woman smiled slyly, left the room, gently closed the door, and locked it from the outside. Hearing the old woman's footsteps fade away, Summer stood up and looked around the room. Everything seemed normal. However, this courtyard was rarely visited, and the room setup was similar to the temporary resting area next door. There was a teapot on the table, and the bed was neatly made. indicating that this had been planned for a while, just waiting for today. After sitting in the chair for a while, Summer heard the sound of the door lock and looked up to see Mu-chin carrying someone inside. Mu-chin placed the person on the bed, and when Summer approached, she saw it was Princess Yunying. It turned out that shortly after Summer left, Princess Yunying finished her tea and began to feel a headache and heat, wanting to go outside for some fresh air. Shenlong thoughtfully called a maid to take Princess Yunying to the courtyard prepared for the female guests to rest. Princess Yunying then held on to her maid, Bishui, as they left. As they walked toward the courtyard, Princess Yunying spotted Xinyan nearby and wanted to go over to talk. However, it was inconvenient to have a maid following her, so she sent the maid who was leading the way away. She took Bishui and chased after Xinyan. Xinyan did not look back and went straight to Lingyun Pavilion. Yunying County Princess followed all the way, but was exhausted by the time she reached the gate of the courtyard. She felt a bit dizzy, so Bishui helped her inside. Once inside, she laid her on the bed, and Yunying County Princess was already feeling quite dazed. This courtyard was only a temporary place for female guests to rest and change, so there were only 2 little maids assigned to guard it. At this moment, the 2 little maids had disappeared, and Bishui, worried about her county princess, waited for a while but no one came. She decided to go out and find someone to make a hangover soup. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu-chun brought Yunying County Princess over. She had already drunk quite a bit of fruit wine at the banquet. Although the fruit wine did not make her drunk immediately, it had a lingering effect. Combined with the tea she had after, she was now quite intoxicated, her face flushed. Although Xia Tian felt it was wrong to do this, Yunying County Princess had been causing her trouble without reason. She could only say sorry. Mu-chin settled her in and lowered the bed curtain. Once everything was in order, the 2 of them left the courtyard. Xia Tian went next door to the temporary changing room for female guests, while Mu-chin found a hidden spot to hide. After a while, she heard someone coming from next door. Old lady Li led the tipsy Su-jun into the locked room. Once Su-jun entered, old lady Li glanced at the bed and saw that the person behind the curtain seemed to be asleep. Satisfied, she stepped out and kindly closed the door. Mu-chin crouched on the roof, able to see the movements inside through the gaps in the removed tiles. Su-jun entered the room, took off his outer coat, and lifted the bed curtain to lie down. To his surprise, he found a woman lying in bed, which startled him. Why is there a woman here? Su-jun noticed she was not moving and leaned closer to take a look. She was quite pretty, and with the alcohol clouding his mind, he felt warm all over. Xia Tian, feeling restless waiting in the other room, decided to step out and check. Just as she opened the door, she saw Bishui coming in with a bowl of hangover soup. Bishui saw Xia Tian but did not greet her, heading straight into the room. Upon entering, she looked at the bed and realized their county princess was already gone. Bishui searched the room but couldn't find anyone, and now she was really worried. She rushed out and asked Xia Tian with a panicked face, "Lady, where did you take our county lord?" Xia Tian looked confused and replied, "Your county lord? How would I know? I've been resting in this room and haven't seen her." "That's impossible. Our county lord was just resting on the bed here. She got drunk, and I went out to make her a hangover remedy. When I came back, she was gone, and you were the only one here. You must have hidden her," Bishui said, tears streaming down her face in anger. Xia Tian was speechless, puzzled by her logic, and asked her in a harsh tone, "Are you really sure you brought her to this room?" Bishui looked around and nodded. "I'm sure it's this room. Come with me outside to take a look," Xia Tian said as she walked toward the courtyard door. Bishui hurried to follow her. Once outside, Xia Tian pointed to the 2 connected courtyards and asked again, "Are you sure this is the right courtyard?" Since the 2 courtyards were next to each other and looked the same from the outside, it was easy to get confused. This was also why Granny Li chose this courtyard. Bishui looked at the identical courtyards, feeling uncertain. Could I have made a mistake? As the 2 hesitated at the door, they suddenly heard some noise coming from inside the house. Xia Tian glanced at Bishui and said, "Let's go in and check." Bishui, now unsure, could only follow Xia Tian inside. Mu Chun, hiding on the roof, saw Xia Tian bringing the county lord's maid and sighed quietly, realizing that their lady had changed her plans at the last minute. No wonder she told him to stay on the roof and to knock out Su Jun if he tried to harm the county lord. He initially thought she was worried about what would happen to the county lord at the Marquis of Wuen's residence, but it turned out she softened at the last moment. The noise they heard earlier was Su Jun falling to the ground. Bishui followed Xia Tian into the room and saw the bed curtains pulled down, revealing her county lord lying on the bed. Looking at the unfamiliar man collapsed in front of the bed, she felt a chill and screamed in fright. Xia Tian quickly covered Bishui's mouth and whispered, "Be quiet. Do you want to alert everyone?" Bishui was already in tears, her legs feeling weak. If something happened to the county princess, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Xia Tian understood what Bai Shui meant and let her go, saying, "Let's see how your county princess is doing." Bai Shui nodded mechanically and hurriedly crawled to the bedside. When she saw that the county princess, Yining, was dressed properly and seemed unharmed, she finally felt a bit of strength return. But just the thought of the princess being alone in a room with a stranger made her very anxious, leaving her feeling lost and unsure of what to do. Seeing Bai Shui crying and unable to help herself, Xia Tian decided to take charge. "Stop crying. We need to move your county princess to the next courtyard before anyone finds out." Bai Shui snapped back to reality and quickly nodded. "You're right, lady. Let's hurry and move the princess." With that, she bent down to pick up the county princess, but unfortunately, she couldn't lift her. Xia Tian, feeling frustrated, pushed Bai Shui aside. "Let me do it." With one swift motion, Xia Tian picked up Yuning in a princess carry. Time was running out, and she couldn't afford to delay, fearing that Old Li would bring people over to see. Just as they stepped out of the room, Mu Chen walked in from the courtyard entrance. Xia Tian was surprised. Wasn't Mu Chen hiding? Why was he here? "What are you doing here?" "Madam, someone is coming this way," Mu Chen quickly replied, not having time to explain. He added, "Ning Xiang said you were in this courtyard, so the young master sent me to find you." This was mainly for Bai Shui's benefit. Earlier on the roof, he had seen Old Li leading a group of people toward them. If they went out through the courtyard door, they would be spotted, so he had to come in to warn them. Now Xia Tian was panicking. "What should we do? We can't let anyone see this." Mu Chen glanced at Bai Shui, stepped forward, and said to Xia Tian, "We have to climb over the wall." Xia Tian nodded. While Bai Shui was still in shock, Mu Chen grabbed both of their shoulders and, with a leap, lifted them over the wall into the next courtyard. Bai Shui barely had time to gasp before they landed. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Once in the courtyard, Xia Tian urged, "You go erase any traces in that room." Mu Chen nodded and swiftly moved to do just that. Bai Shui was left stunned. Xia Tian couldn't worry about that now. She carried Yuning into the room and placed her on the bed. Princess Yuning's face was getting redder because there was a special ingredient in the tea. Xia Tian sighed, picked up the bowl of detox soup, and secretly added a few drops of spring water before handing it to Bishui. "Quickly, let your county princess drink this." Bishui seemed to come back to life, but instead of taking the bowl, she suddenly knelt in front of Xia Tian with a loud thud. With tears in her eyes, she bowed and said, "Thank you, lady, for saving our county princess." "Thank you for saving me." Xia Tian felt a bit guilty and pretended to be impatient. "Stop kneeling. Hurry and feed your county princess the detox soup. Today, nothing happened. You're just resting in this courtyard, understand?" "Understood. Thank you, lady." Bishui bowed again, then stood up to take the bowl, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and went to feed the detox soup to Princess Yuning. Seeing Princess Yuning lying there like a lifeless pig, Xia Tian helped her up with some annoyance, muttering, "How much did your county princess drink?" "She got herself drunk on fruit wine. What a talent." Bishui didn't dare to respond and quickly used a spoon to feed the soup as Xia Tian helped lift Princess Yuning. Fortunately, Princess Yuning felt the warmth and quickly drank it. Just as they were feeding her, a group of people next door burst into the courtyard, making a lot of noise. Bishui's hands trembled, and her face turned pale. Xia Tian glanced over and said, "Stay calm. Nothing is happening. We don't know anything." Bishui looked into Xia Tian's eyes, slowly calmed down and nodded heavily, continuing to feed the detox soup to Princess Yunying. After one bowl, Princess Yunying's complexion improved a lot, and her breathing became steadier. Xia Tian laid her flat on the bed, so she could continue sleeping. Bishui stayed by the bedside. Xia Tian didn't go outside and sat in a nearby chair. After a while, Ning Xiang came in. Seeing Bishui there, she was surprised but remained calm. "Lady, the ice water has been brought." As she spoke, Ning Xiang placed the food box she was carrying on the table and then looked at the bed. "Is Princess Yunying here too?" "Yes, Princess Yunying got drunk, and her maid helped her in to rest here," Xia Tian explained casually. Bishui felt relieved. In the next room, Mu Chun entered, wiped away any traces, lifted Su Jun from the floor, and placed him on the bed, adjusting the bed curtain to cover him. After that, he left the room and hid back on the roof. Just after hiding, Granny Li brought a group of ladies over. Mu Chen's eyes darkened. Granny Li was really asking for trouble. She boldly brought people over, thinking she could catch someone in the act. She didn't consider that if the scandal of the Wu and Marquis's household got out, neither the Marquis nor the old lady would let her off easily. At this moment, Granny Li was only excited about catching someone cheating, not thinking about the consequences. All she knew was that her little grandson would soon be able to go to school. Driven by this huge temptation, Granny Li pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as she entered, the other ladies hadn't followed yet. Granny Li glanced at the bed and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my." The ladies behind her were startled by her unexpected shout. Granny Li, flustered, turned around and blocked the doorway, not letting anyone else in. She shouted, "There's nothing in here, ladies. Let's find another place to rest." As she spoke, she stepped back to close the door. Seeing Granny Li's suspicious behavior, the other ladies instantly sensed something was off. Their curiosity was piqued, and an older lady stepped forward, pushed Granny Li aside, and walked in. Granny Li pretended to stumble and stepped aside. The other ladies rushed into the room. Upon entering, they found nothing. Just as they were about to get angry, the person lying on the bed turned over, disturbed by the noise. The ladies, suddenly energized, excitedly approached and pulled back the bed curtains. Su Jun just opened his eyes and saw a crowd of women staring at him. Both sides gasped in shock. Granny Li thought she had successfully caught someone cheating and rushed in, crying, "Lady Young Master, how could you be so foolish? How can you repay the young master for his kindness to you?" The people in the room looked confused, and one lady said unhappily, "What are you crying about? What does this have to do with the young master's wife?" Granny Li replied sorrowfully, "Our young master's wife did such a thing. I'm just heartbroken for the young master." One lady couldn't take it anymore and frowned, saying, "Look carefully before you speak. Where is your young master's wife? Isn't she right there?" Granny Li said, pointing to the bed. Upon looking, they were all stunned. There was only Su Jun on the bed, and the young master's wife was nowhere to be found. This. Granny Li stared for a long time, unable to say anything. Madame Su in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore and said, "You old woman, you didn't see anything clearly, yet you dare to slander the young lady of our family. I see you brought us here just to frame her and want us to testify against her, right?" Madame Su didn't want to come over, but a clumsy maid accidentally spilled wine on her clothes. With no choice, she followed the other ladies to change her clothes and rest for a bit. She didn't expect that the guide, Old Lee, had such dirty intentions and was leading them to catch someone in a scandal. When Madame Su spoke up, the other ladies realized they had been used by this old woman. They exchanged glances and felt a surge of anger. They couldn't believe that the Marquis of Wuen's household was so disgraceful, doing such shameful things right under their noses and dragging them into it. One lady, a bit angry, said, "You old woman, with no evidence, you come in and start shouting. This is clearly a setup to make us look bad in front of our families. Exactly, it's outrageous. A servant trying to frame her master? In our house, that would be punishable by death. Old Lee was frightened by the lady's words and sat down on the ground. She was confused about what was happening. She had clearly helped the young lady into this room and saw her lying on the bed. How could she have disappeared? Could it be that the young lady was taken away by Soo-jun? But the young lady had taken that kind of medicine and couldn't possibly leave. As the ladies argued, Soo-jun, who had just woken up, was startled awake and quickly understood what was happening. No wonder old Lee had been so eager to bring him in and then shut the door. He had been feeling dizzy from the wine and thought old Lee was being kind by keeping others out. He nervously glanced at the bed and seeing the woman was gone, he looked down at himself. His clothes were neat and he felt relieved, thinking he hadn't done anything inappropriate. But then he remembered trying to pounce on the woman on the bed when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and passed out. Soo-jun touched the back of his head, feeling a bit of pain but nothing else. At this moment, he reacted and immediately pointed at the old woman, scolding her, "I had too much to drink. I wondered why you kept bringing me into this room. Once I was inside, you even closed the door. So, you were trying to set me up." At this point, Soo-jun felt a bit scared. Although he usually liked to flirt and have fun, he wasn't foolish. He absolutely would not admit that there was a woman in the room. As a young master from a prominent family, he could have any woman he wanted. He would openly bring a woman into the house if he truly liked her. There was no need for such tricks. Besides, there was a big difference between being proactive and being tricked by someone else. The old woman was at a loss for words. She couldn't admit that she had seen Xia Tian lying on the bed, as that would mean she was deliberately trying to frame her master. But she knew that if she didn't explain herself clearly, she wouldn't get away with this. She had already given up on the idea of letting her grandson go to school and just wanted to distance herself from the situation quickly. "Maybe I just misjudged," the old woman quickly explained. "I really saw the young lady coming this way, so I thought." Her voice grew quieter. It turned out that while they were arguing, Madame Sue had sent a maid to find the second madam. Just then, the second madam entered. "What's going on here, ladies?" she asked, noticing the angry faces and the old woman sitting on the ground, while Soo-jun sat on the bed. She felt a headache coming on, fearing that this unreliable Soo-jun had caused some trouble. Her voice took on an angry tone. "Cousin Sue, what are you doing here? The guest quarters for men are on the other side. Did you take a wrong turn?" Soo-jun felt a bit guilty, but then he remembered it wasn't his fault. The old woman had tricked him. So, he replied without courtesy, "Second cousin, ask this old woman. I had too much to drink, and she brought me here." Seeing that the second madam was angry, the old woman quickly explained, "Madam, I saw young Master Sue had too much to drink and thought this place was closer, so I brought him here to rest." The second madam frowned. "If young Master Sue is here, why did you bring these ladies to this courtyard to rest?" The old woman was momentarily speechless and couldn't respond. Madame Sue stepped forward and explained to Madame Erhu, "Madame Shin, this old woman came in without seeing anything clearly and started shouting that your son's wife is in the room, claiming she did something wrong to young Master Shin. Clearly, she is trying to tarnish the reputation of young Master Shin's wife." Madame Sue had a good impression of Xia Tian and naturally supported her. Madame Erhu understood immediately, and her face turned pale with anger. "Well, Li Posey, you really have some nerve to slander our lady." Li Posey quickly defended herself. "Madam, I am old, and my eyesight is poor. I thought I saw the young lady coming to this courtyard, so I assumed she entered this room. I was mistaken. Please forgive me." As she spoke, she bowed her head repeatedly. Madame Erhu's expression darkened. "You can argue your case in front of the old lady later." Then she instructed her maid, "Siyu, take Li Posey away and lock her up." Madame Erhu had her maid Siyu call over a few other women to tie up Li Posey's hands and feet. The birthday banquet was nearing its end, and they would deal with her after the guests left. Xia Tian waited in the courtyard for a while before bringing Ning Xiang over. Upon entering, She was surprised to see so many people and asked, "Why are all the ladies here? If you want to rest, you can go to the next courtyard. There's hot water and snacks prepared there." I heard a commotion from the next courtyard. What happened? Then she noticed Lee Posey, who was tied up, and curiously asked, "What's going on? Why is Lee Posey tied up?" The other ladies looked at young Master Shin's wife with complex expressions, sensing her genuine surprise. Madame Air pulled Xia Tian aside, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "This Lee Posey brought these ladies over and, without understanding the situation, claimed you were in the room." Madame Air wanted to befriend Xia Tian and would not hide the truth about Lee Posey. "Well, Lee Posey wasn't wrong. She helped me into the room. I had a bit to drink and felt dizzy, and Ning Xiang went to get me some water, so Lee Posey helped me in. It was just the room in the next courtyard. It seems Lee Posey led everyone the wrong way," Xia Tian explained earnestly. The other ladies looked at her with even more complicated expressions. Madame Air was anxious and didn't know how to respond. Madame Su stepped out of the crowd and said to Xia Tian, "Madame Shin, just now this old woman brought us here and immediately said you wronged young Master Shin. When we entered the room, we saw young Master Su sitting inside." As she spoke, Madame Su pointed to Su Jun, who was still sitting on the bed. Xia Tian was confused for a moment, then pretended to understand and angrily asked, "Does this mean I was inside with someone?" Madame Su nodded sympathetically. Xia Tian became furious, rolled up her sleeves, and quickly walked over to the old woman, kicking her over. She shouted, "You old woman, I thought you were kindly helping me into the room, but instead, you were trying to ruin my reputation. Luckily, you brought us to the wrong courtyard, or I would have been in trouble because of you." Then she kicked the old woman again and demanded, "Tell me, who told you to do this?" The old woman was too scared to say a word. Xia Tian angrily turned to Su Jun. "You tell me, did you ask the old woman to do this?" Su Jun was startled by Xia Tian's sudden aggression. He didn't expect her to be so fierce and ready to fight. Seeing her attitude, he realized that if he admitted it, he might be in trouble too. He quickly defended himself. "Cousin-in-law, it wasn't me. I was also tricked by this old woman. I got drunk, and she brought me to this room and left. I didn't see anyone else in here. I was just sleeping alone until you ladies came in." Xia Tian looked at the other ladies, who all nodded in agreement. The first lady who entered said, "That's right, when we came in, it was just young Master Su here. It wasn't a big deal until this old woman led us to believe you were in the room too," another lady added. "Exactly, we didn't think much of it, but then she started crying and blamed you," another lady chimed in. "Yes, if she hadn't made a fuss, we wouldn't have been curious enough to come in," the ladies all explained, worried that Madame Shin and Madame Shinair would think they were there to mock. Xia Tian's expression softened a bit. She bowed to the ladies and said, "Thank you all for believing in me and proving my innocence. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by this old woman today." As she spoke, tears began to fall. Madame Su quickly took Xia Tian's hand to comfort her, saying, "We are all clear-minded people and cannot be misled by a servant. I will testify for you today, and I will also meet your elder lady later." Madame Su, being the wife of the Prime Minister Su, held significant weight in her words. Xia Tian wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Thank you, Madame Su." Madame Su patted Xia Tian's hand to reassure her. Seeing the crowd gathered, the second lady decided to have the other ladies rest in the next courtyard. At this moment, Princess Yunying had woken up, her complexion returning to normal, and she was enjoying some snacks with the help of Bishui. Bishui had already informed her about the earlier incident, and Princess Yunying felt a wave of fear. After all, as a young lady, losing her reputation would be devastating. Noticing her princess's unusual expression, Bishui quickly comforted her, suggesting they act as if nothing had happened. By the time the other ladies arrived, Princess Yunying had regained her composure. The ladies greeted Princess Yunying and sat for a short while before leaving. Madame Su stayed behind and noticed that Princess Yunying seemed a bit off today. Curiously, she asked, "Why does Princess Yunying seem so unwell today? You're not as spirited as usual." Princess Yuning stiffened, and Bishui quickly replied, Madam Su, my princess drank a bit too much fruit wine today and is still feeling a bit unwell. Madam Su nodded. That fruit wine may taste sweet, but it can have quite an effect. Young ladies should not indulge. Bishui nodded. Thank you, Madam Su. I will keep a closer eye on my princess from now on. Madam Su was just making casual conversation and did not think too deeply about it. Today, Princess Ruehua did not come due to feeling unwell, and Princess Yuning had come with the prince. Once the guests began to leave, the second lady approached Madam Su to say that the elder lady requested her presence. Xia Tian followed Madam Su to the elder lady's courtyard. The second lady personally escorted Princess Yuning out, returning only after she saw her get into the carriage. The Marquis of Wuan, the elder lady, and Madam Su sat in the main seats. In the room, besides the three of them, were the second master, the second lady, the third master, the third lady, Xin Yan, Xia Tian, and the bound servant Li. Also present were the elder lady's nephew, Su Jun, and his mother, the elder lady's younger sister. Even the feigning sick Lu was invited over. At this moment, Li was kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly. Madam Su looked around and noticed she was the only outsider. She smiled and said, Old Madam, Lord, this is your family matter. As an outsider, it's not proper for me to interfere. The only reason I stayed today was to witness and share what I saw, so no one gets wrongly accused later. After I speak, I will leave, as I shouldn't involve myself further. The old lady forced a smile and replied, Madam Su, you honor us by staying and speaking. We apologize for putting you in this awkward situation. Please don't say that every family has its troubles. Madam Su said with an understanding smile. Madam Su did not waste any more time. She straightened her posture and calmly described what she had seen to everyone in the room. When that woman led us inside, she opened the door, took a step in, then quickly backed out, saying there was nothing in the room and trying to close the door. But her expression suggested otherwise, so we pushed her aside and entered the room. However, once inside, we found nothing unusual. Just then, we heard some noise from the bed. A lady quickly lifted the bed curtain and revealed that Master Su was lying there, just waking up. Madam Su took a sip of water and continued. At first, this seemed harmless. We are all mature ladies, and encountering a man is not a big deal. But before that woman even entered, she started shouting, accusing the young lady of behaving improperly and questioning her loyalty to our young master. We were all confused. It made no sense. The only people in the room were us and Master Su, and we hadn't seen the young lady Shin at all. The old lady, Lord Wuan, and Shin Yan's faces turned dark as they listened to Madam Su. Although she hadn't said it outright, everyone understood the implication. They looked at the kneeling old Li with disbelief. Once Madam Su finished speaking, she did not linger and stood up to leave. After all, it was someone else's matter, and getting too involved would be unwelcome. She only stayed because she couldn't ignore what she saw. The old lady thanked Madam Su and asked the second lady to escort her to the door. Before getting into the carriage, Madam Su patted second Madam's hand and said, Second Madam Shin, please wait. I spoke out today because I was unhappy with the situation. Please don't take it to heart. I believe your young lady is a person of great potential, and I hope you treat her well. Second Madam sincerely thanked Madam Su, saying, Thank you for your advice, Madam Su. Please take care. Only then did Madam Su hold onto her maid's hand and get into the carriage. Second Madam watched the carriage drive away and sighed softly. If even an outsider could see this, some people in the Ho residence were still blind to it and kept targeting and suppressing them. To call them foolish would be an understatement. Second Madam held onto Siyu's hand as they walked toward the old lady's courtyard, thinking how fortunate it was that nothing serious happened today. Otherwise, as the temporary steward, she would surely face consequences. However, she believed this incident was not just the doing of old Lady Li. She didn't have the courage to act alone. Most likely, she was being directed by someone else, but who could that be? Second Madam's eyes darkened, and she tightened her grip on Siyu's hand. Inside the old lady's room, Duke Wuan slammed his hand on the table, his face dark as he asked Old Lady Li, who was on the floor, "Now tell me what happened." Old Lady Li trembled in fear, quickly bowing her head and crying for mercy. "My lord, I truly made a mistake because of my poor eyesight."
I didn't mean to say that.
Big cousin, this old woman definitely did it on purpose. She wanted to scheme against me too, Su Jun said angrily as he listened to Old Lady Li's excuses. Duke Wuan glanced at Su Jun, his voice cold. "And what about you? You better explain yourself clearly, or else." Su Jun shrank back, feeling nervous. He was always afraid of this cousin, and now he felt a bit guilty under Duke Wuan's questioning. His mother, unable to bear it, shot him a glare. This child, honestly, always causing trouble wherever he goes. Feeling his mother's glare, Su Jun's mind cleared. Why was he feeling guilty? He hadn't done anything today. He had almost been set up. Thinking of this, Su Jun immediately spoke up in indignation. "Big cousin, I didn't do anything today. I was just a bit tipsy, enjoying the breeze in the garden. That old woman came over and said she would take me to rest in a room, and I followed her because I was feeling dizzy. Once inside, she closed the door behind her, and I just lay down on the bed for a bit. Then those ladies came in and woke me up with their chatter. I swear, I was the only one in that room." Su Jun finished speaking and, fearing that Wu Anho wouldn't believe him, raised 4 fingers to the sky and swore, "If I'm lying, may lightning strike me." Wu Anho glanced at him disapprovingly. "Why are you alone in the garden? Where's your servant?" He needed to use the restroom, so he went to find one. Wu Anho looked at him with disdain, and Su Jun, who had been so confident, shrank back like a quail. At this moment, Su Jun's mother chimed in, "Nephew, although your cousin is unreliable, he wouldn't do something so shameful."
Su Yun nodded repeatedly.
The old lady remembered there was another person involved and asked Xia Tian with a stern expression, "What about you?
Where were you at that time?"
Xia Tian stepped forward and explained expressionlessly, "I was resting in the next courtyard. After I left, I intended to return to Jinglan Courtyard, but when I got to the garden, I felt dizzy, hot, and thirsty, so I asked Ningxiang to get me some ice water. I sat on a stone in the garden waiting for her. After a while, Granny Li came over and said it was too sunny here, so she helped me to the courtyard where the female guests could rest and change. She took me inside and then left, saying she would tell Ningxiang I was there. I stayed in that courtyard until I heard a commotion from the next courtyard and went out to see what was happening. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room understood and exchanged glances. It was clearly a setup. As for who was being set up, it was obvious. Even the third lady felt a bit of sympathy for Xia Tian. This was a ruthless move, aiming to push someone to their limits. As for Su Jun, he would likely just get beaten up a bit and then continue being his charming self. Su Jun glanced at Xia Tian, feeling the same way as the third lady. He wondered who hated his cousin-in-law so much that they wanted to harm her. But then he realized he had almost been used as a pawn himself, which made him angry. He slammed the table and declared, "I don't care. You must give me an explanation. Whoever in your family wants to harm someone is not my concern, but if you dare to involve me, that's crossing the line." Su Jun's mother nodded in agreement. No matter how much of a troublemaker her son was, that was not a reason for anyone to plot against him. They needed to provide an explanation. Xia Tian listened to Su Jun's words and thought to herself, "A fly doesn't land on an egg without cracks. You're not a good person yourself, yet you expect others to respect you? That's just a dream." But despite her thoughts, she agreed with Su Jun's attitude. They needed to provide an explanation. Shen Yan said with a dark expression, "Father, I need an explanation for what happened today." After Shen Yan spoke, the expression on Duke Wuan's face grew even darker. His cold gaze turned to the kneeling Old Li. "Tell me, who instructed you to do this?" Old Li trembled in fear and quickly replied, "My lord, it was truly a mistake on my part. No one instructed me. Please believe me." Still not telling the truth? Take this ungrateful servant away and punish her severely. Sell her family as well. Duke Wuan had no patience left. Since the servant was disobedient, he decided to take action. Hearing that the Duke was serious, Old Li immediately cried out for mercy. My lord, it was not my intention. Please have mercy on me." As she spoke, she tried to move forward, but with her hands and feet bound, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The guards, hearing the Duke's command, quickly came to drag Old Li away. She was terrified and cried out to Lady Lu for help. "Madam, please save me and my family." Lady Lu was extremely anxious, gripping her hands tightly in her sleeves, her nails nearly digging into her skin. She struggled to maintain her calm facade but felt she could not remain silent. "My lord," Lady Lu began to speak, but Duke Wuan interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "Take her away." The guards immediately dragged Old Li out. Seeing that Lady Lu was not going to help her, Old Li realized that if she was taken away, she would truly be in danger. She cried out desperately, "My lord, I will speak. I will speak." Duke Wuan waved his hand again, and the guards released Old Li, who fell to the ground. Bound and struggling, she could not get up. Duke Wuan frowned and said, "Untie her." The guards approached and cut the ropes binding Old Li. She quickly crawled up and knelt properly, ready to speak, but Lady Lu interrupted. "Old Li, we have treated you well in the Duke's household. How could you do something so foolish without thinking of your family?" Old Li looked up and met Lady Lu's cold gaze, shivering in fear, and the words she was about to say caught in her throat. She quickly averted her eyes and bowed to Duke Wuan, saying, "My lord, no one instructed me. I acted on my own because I could not stand the young master's wife. It was all my idea. Please see the truth." Lu felt a bit relieved after hearing what Li said. It seemed she understood the meaning behind her words. Before the Marquis of Wu could speak, Lu asked, "Li, what grudge do you have with the young lady to act like this?" "The young lady mocked me because I made a mistake while handling the accounts. She even suggested replacing me, so I held a grudge and thought of getting back at her," Li replied calmly. The tension from earlier was no longer visible. Xia sneered, "Li, you're an older woman. Just because I said you weren't doing your job well and might be replaced, you want to ruin my reputation and put me in danger? Do you really think anyone would believe that?" Su Jun, waiting for an explanation, found the reason absurd and mocked. "You're just a servant. How can you think of harming your master over a few words? Where do you get the nerve?" Everyone in the room was clever. No one would believe such excuses. Yet, Lu had to go along with it, saying, "Li, it seems I have spoiled you too much. Just because your master said a few words, you hold such a deep grudge. How cruel. I even thought of giving you a chance after all these years of service." Su Jun frowned at Lu. "You actually believe this nonsense?" Lu was taken aback, surprised by Su's bluntness. She then looked at the Marquis of Wu with regret. "My lord, Li is worried that her embezzlement will be exposed, which is why she acted this way. It's my fault for being soft-hearted, thinking she deserved another chance. I didn't manage these servants well, and now this has happened. Please punish me." Xia silently criticized Lu for trying to make herself look good and for being soft-hearted, as if she didn't recognize the threat in her words. The old lady, displeased, said, "Lu, explain clearly what happened." Today was her birthday, and such a scene had turned into a joke for the other ladies. Thinking of this made the old lady furious, and she no longer gave Lu a good look. Lu then recounted how, after the new year, when Xia was managing the household, she discovered Li's embezzlement, but was stopped by her from taking action. The people in the room looked at Lu with complicated expressions. Her excuse was too far-fetched. The second lady tightened her handkerchief, realizing that Lu was the one behind this. Li Posey had already resigned herself to her fate. Hearing Lu Shi's words, she bowed her head and said, "Madam, you have a kind heart. I am just afraid that the truth will come out, which is why I acted this way. I only seek death, hoping that the Lord and you will not harm my family because of my lifelong hardships." After speaking, Li Posey glanced at Lu Shi, hoping that, considering she hadn't revealed their identities, Lu Shi would treat her family kindly and not truly sell them. She knew how ruthless Lu Shi could be. If she dared to expose them today, her family would not have a good ending. Shun Yan realized that it was impossible to bring Lu Shi down today, and he couldn't reveal what Mu Chun had overheard. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Then let Li Pozi be executed, and her family sold off." Duke Wuan was also tired and didn't want to listen to the woman's excuses. He waved his hand to have her taken away. Lu Shi remained silent. Seeing this, Li Pozi understood that the young master did not believe her and still intended to harm her family. She could accept her own death, but her clever little grandson would suffer if they were sold off. In a moment of desperation, she blurted out, "It was Mama Chi. Mama Chi instructed me." Lu Shi, who had already calmed down, suddenly felt her heart race again at Li Pozi's shout. Mama Chi, standing behind Lu Shi, stiffened, realizing that there was no way to escape this situation today. Li Pozi still hesitated to directly name Lu Shi, but if she didn't speak up now, her family would truly be sold off by the young master. Su Jun, noticing Li Pozi's change of heart, immediately chimed in sarcastically, "I knew it. How could this be the work of just an old servant? Someone must have been behind it." Duke Wuan thought it was about to end, but unexpectedly, another instigator was mentioned. Su Jun, provoked, seemed ready to explode with anger, saying, "If you lie again this time, your whole family will be executed. Not one will be spared." Lu Shi's face turned pale, and her limbs went cold, causing her to sway in her chair. This time, Li Pozi didn't dare to look at Lu Shi and quickly revealed what Mama Chi had asked her to do. "It was Mama Chi who told me to put the drug in the young master's wife's tea and then lead young master Su over." The old lady was taken aback. "Drug? What drug?" Others also looked puzzled, realizing that this matter was more serious than they thought. Old lady Li had not yet spoken when Granny Chi stepped out from behind Lu and knelt on the ground, calmly replying, "It is an aphrodisiac." "What?" The old lady was taken aback and could not speak for a while. "Where did you get this medicine?" The voice of Lord Wuan was as cold as ice. He was shocked to find such a dirty substance in his home. Their esteemed Wuan family's reputation was almost ruined. "I bought it from someone at the Drunken Flower Pavilion." "Someone? Go search." The others were also stunned, and Su Jun was the first to react, angrily shouting, "You old woman, I have no grudge against you, yet you harm me like this." Granny Chi shot Su Jun a cold glance and replied coolly, "Young Master Su, you are not innocent. Don't you know your own character?" "You." Su Jun was taken aback by Granny Chi's words, then angrily kicked her down, saying, "I am not someone you can speak to like that." Su Jun's mother was displeased and showed her anger, saying, "Even if my son is not perfect, you cannot just plot against him." After speaking, she looked at the old lady. "Sister, this matter must be explained to my daughter-in-law." The old lady's expression stiffened, and she remained silent. Granny Chi maintained her calm demeanor and knelt properly again, saying, "This was all directed by me. If the Lord wants to punish or kill me, I accept it." Seeing Granny Chi take all the blame, Lu felt relieved but pretended to be heartbroken, saying, "Granny, why would you do this?" Granny Chi looked at Lu with a kind smile. "Miss, I have cared for you since you were little. How could I let a younger generation bully you? You are too soft-hearted to punish them, and I cannot bear to see you wronged. But Granny, it's fine if I suffer a little. You shouldn't put yourself in danger because of me." Lu's voice trembled. "Do not cry, Mississippi. I just cannot stand it. Ever since you married into the Lord's family, you have worked diligently to manage the household and care for your in-laws and children. Yet, in the end, the Lord punishes you and the third young lady because of this unknown noblewoman and takes away your authority. I cannot accept this." Granny Chi said, becoming emotional and shedding tears. She appeared completely wronged and unable to resist. If someone unaware of the truth heard this, they might think Lu was living in a very difficult situation in the Lord's household. Summer rolled her eyes, feeling quite shameless. If she wanted to clear her name, that was fine, but to accuse her of disrespecting her elders was too much. The old lady's sister, Soo Jun's mother, looked at Summer in disbelief after hearing Granny Chi's words. It was the first time she had heard of a daughter-in-law bullying her mother-in-law. Soo Jun curiously asked Shin Yan, "Is your wife really that fierce? Even bullying her mother-in-law?" Although he didn't fully believe Granny Chi, he still remembered how fierce this cousin-in-law was. Shin Yan shot him a glance and coldly asked, "Then why would your uncle let a servant scheme against him?" Soo Jun closed his mouth, looking a bit disgruntled. After a while, the guard brought the searched medicine to the Marquis of Wuhan. "My lord, the house doctor has confirmed this is the medicine." The Marquis of Wuhan tiredly rubbed his temples and asked Granny Chi, "Do you have anything to say?" Granny Chi replied seriously, "I have nothing to say." Soo Jun couldn't help but interject, "Cousin, this old servant belongs to my cousin-in-law. Does she really know nothing? I don't believe it." Soo Jun's mother watched the Marquis of Wuhan and Lu Shi with interest, clearly not believing it either. Summer wanted to applaud this second-generation heir for being so bold and straightforward. Who would have thought that even a child of a wealthy family would be so clear about the hidden schemes in the household? After speaking, Soo Jun proudly glanced at Shin Yan, as if to say, "Cousin, see? Your uncle isn't useless after all." Shin Yan glanced at him and then looked away. Hearing Soo Jun's words, Lu Shi tightened her grip on Granny Chi and said sadly, "Cousin, what do you mean by that? Do you think I ordered this?" "That's hard to say," Soo Jun replied coolly. Lu Shi, feeling anxious, knelt before the Marquis of Wuhan and said, "My lord, do you think the same of me? After all these years, you know what kind of person I am." Granny Chi quickly spoke up to defend Lu Shi, "My lord, this was solely my idea. The lady had no knowledge of it." The Marquis of Wuhan glanced at Lu Shi but said nothing. The old lady grew impatient. This matter should end with Granny Chi. Lu Shi was the matriarch of the Wuhan family and couldn't bear such a terrible reputation. So she reminded the Marquis, "My lord, why ask further? Since Granny Chi has admitted it and the medicine has been found, just deal with it directly." The Marquis of Wuhan waved his hand, signaling for Granny Chi and Li Posey to be taken away. Lu held onto Granny Chi's hand, crying like a child, "Granny, what will I do if you leave?" Granny Chi wiped her tears and said, "Miss, don't be sad. This is what I should do. After I'm gone, take good care of yourself." Duke Wuhan frowned in annoyance, and the guards dragged him away. Soon, the sound of punishment echoed in the courtyard. Soo Jun and his mother had nothing more to say, so they bid farewell to the old lady and left. Shun Nian remained silent, and without saying a word, took Xia Tian back to Lingyun Pavilion. As others saw the situation settle, they began to disperse. Before long, only Duke Wuhan, Lu, who sat on the ground, and the old lady remained in the hall. Duke Wuhan glanced at Lu and said sternly, "Take care of yourself." With that, he left the old lady's courtyard without looking back. The old lady waved her hand and helped Granny Zhang into the inner hall. After sitting for a while, Lu, with the help of Chuyue, finally left the door. Upon seeing Granny Chi had passed away, she felt deep sorrow. She had Granny Chi's body taken back for a proper burial. As for Granny Li, no one cared. It was the second lady who couldn't stand it and had someone take her away to hand over to Granny Li's family. In the end, Granny Li's family was sold off completely. As for Granny Chi, her family was not in the Duke Wuhan's residence. She was brought by Lu when she married, and the other family members served only Lu, so the Duke's residence had no authority to deal with them. Meanwhile, Shin Nian and Xia Tian returned to Lingyun Pavilion. After sending everyone away, Shin Nian asked, "Why did you change your mind?" After asking, Shin Nian picked up the teapot and poured a cup of water for Xia Tian. Xia Tian smiled and said, "This was caused by Lu. Princess Yunying didn't participate. If it were Lu, I would have let her face the consequences of her own design without hesitation." Xia Tian took a sip of tea and continued, "I'm a girl too, and I know how important reputation is. No matter what, I can't take the initiative, otherwise, What's the difference between me and Lu? Shen Nian smiled slightly, reaching out to stroke her hair. This girl is still kind-hearted. Even after how Princess Yunying treated her, she still didn't take action at the last moment. Seeing Shen Nian silent, Xia Tian took his hand and held it. Brother Shen? You're not angry, are you? This was something they had planned together, but in the end, she had given up on the original plan. And Lu had escaped another crisis. Shen Nian shook his head. It's fine, you did the right thing. As for Lu Shi, with Granny Qi taking the blame for her, we can't do anything about it. Exactly. Looking at Granny Qi, she seems to have planned this all along and isn't even thinking about survival. As long as Granny Qi kept quiet, they couldn't do anything to Lu Shi. Granny Qi was determined to end her own life, so no matter how much they asked, she wouldn't reveal Lu Shi's involvement. That's why Shen Nian chose not to say more. He didn't expect to bring Lu Shi down through this, but it was good enough to make her lose a capable assistant. Besides, although it wasn't explicitly stated that Lu Shi was behind today's incident, everyone could see the truth and likely believed she was involved. Granny Qi was her personal maid, so she was definitely connected to her. If anything else happened in the future, others would surely think of her first. Shen Nian narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. Both of them were a bit tired after the day's events. Seeing Xia Tian looking dejected, he suggested she go back and rest. Xia Tian nodded and took Ningxiang back to Jinglong courtyard. In the old lady's courtyard. Do you think that girl was involved in this matter? The old lady asked Zhang Mama, who was standing beside her. Zhang Mama was taken aback, then smiled. Old lady, are you referring to the young lady? Yes, who else could it be? The old lady snorted.
I don't think she was involved.
Who would gamble their own reputation? The old lady nodded but felt something was off. Could it be that old lady Li mixed up the two courtyards due to her old age? That's possible. Think about it, if old lady Li was doing something wrong, she would definitely be nervous and might have made a mistake. But didn't old lady Li say she put something in that girl's tea? How come she is fine? The old lady was puzzled. Was there an antidote for that kind of drug? Zhang Mama was also confused. The young lady didn't seem affected at all. If old lady Li hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known about the drugging. Is it possible that the young lady never drank that cup of tea? Zhang Mama suggested uncertainly. The old lady nodded, as it seemed to be the only possibility. Could it be that she noticed the drug in the tea? It seemed that the girl had some luck on her side. She managed to avoid this incident today. As for Lu Shi, the old lady was surprised that a young lady from a noble family would resort to such despicable tactics. The old lady narrowed her eyes. If it weren't for the reputation of the Wuan Marquis family, she would have dealt with Lu Shi today. However, she cannot be let off easily. Does she not have any dignity as a member of the Shin family? How could she do such a thing? Zhang Mama, go tell Lu Shi that she has not been strict with her subordinates. She should go to the Buddhist hall and recite scriptures for a month to calm her mind. Yes, old madam, Zhang Mama replied and went to deliver the message to Lu Shi. After hearing Zhang Mama's words, Lu Shi respectfully acknowledged, but once Zhang Mama left, she angrily swept the tea set off the table. Before Zhang Mama could leave the courtyard, she heard the sound of things being smashed in Lu Shi's room and quickly exited the courtyard. After venting her anger, Lu Shi sat dejectedly in a chair, resting her head in her hands and remaining silent for a long time. Qiuyu instructed a young maid to come in and clean up the broken pieces, standing quietly, without daring to speak. Today, Qi Mama died, and they felt anxious and uneasy, not knowing when their turn would come. In the past, they thought that no one could make them suffer in this household except for the old madam. They felt superior in everything they did. Unexpectedly, when a real issue arose, even the madam could not protect them, and not only that, she herself would face punishment. She always felt that ever since the young master's wife entered the family, things had not gone smoothly for them. Lu Shi felt the same way, believing that the deceased girl's fate must be in conflict with hers. Otherwise, why had nothing gone well since she arrived at the Ho residence? It seemed she should visit the temple to pray and seek guidance from the monk. Xia Tian was unaware of Lu Shi's scheming and went straight to bed upon returning to Jinglan courtyard. Shen Yan called Mu Qian in to carefully review today's events, checking for any oversights and ensuring they had something to hold against others. Yuning didn't see you, did she? No, I knocked her out before entering the room. Mu Qian knew Shen Yan was asking about carrying the person to the neighboring courtyard. You revealed yourself later, and one of the maids by Yuning saw you. Have you thought about how to explain that? It was important to be prepared in case Yuning reported to Princess Ruihua. Princess Ruihua was not a naive girl. One wrong word could lead to suspicion. I have thought it through. When I revealed myself, I said that you sent me to find the madam. If anyone asks, I will say I saw young Master Su enter that courtyard and then saw the madam holding the unconscious Yuning. I felt something was wrong, which is why I mentioned that someone was coming. Shen Yan nodded. It was a reasonable explanation. The two of them had just finished discussing what to say. Princess Ruihua learned about the events that happened today at the Duke of Wuan's residence. After returning home, Princess Yuning felt scared when she thought about almost losing her reputation. When she saw Princess Ruihua, she hugged her mother and started crying. This made Princess Ruihua anxious, thinking something was wrong. She called on the prince to ask, but he didn't know anything. Then she called in Bishui, who had been with Yuning. Bishui didn't hide anything and told everything that happened. After hearing this, Princess Ruihua also felt scared. After comforting Yuning for a while until she stopped crying, she asked, "Do you really not remember anything at all?" Yuning pouted and nodded. "I really don't remember anything." Princess Ruihua decided not to ask her anymore and had a maid take her back to her own courtyard to rest. She then asked Bishui to explain everything that happened at the Duke of Wuan's residence again before letting her go. The next day, Princess Ruihua called for her personal maid, Erhu. Take my invitation and go to the Duke of Wuan's residence to invite Lady Shen for tea. Erhu took Princess Ruihua's invitation and hurried to the Duke of Wuan's residence. When the doorman informed the second lady that someone from Princess Ruihua's residence had arrived, the second lady quickly welcomed her into the old lady's courtyard. After Erhu greeted the old lady, she explained her purpose. "Old lady, my princess has asked me to invite Lady Shen over for tea, and I hope you will allow it." "Princess Ruihua's invitation is a blessing for that girl," the old lady replied with a smile, then said to the second lady, "Take this young lady directly to Jinglan courtyard." "Yes, mother," the second lady replied with a smile. "Erhu, please follow me." Once they left, the old lady wondered, what does Princess Ruihua want with that girl? She didn't want to ask directly, since Princess Ruihua didn't seem to think highly of her. Nanny Zhang, while massaging the old lady's shoulders, laughed and said, "Perhaps she wants to see a portrait of Lady Shen." The old lady nodded. That's possible. She almost forgot that the girl had that talent. In Jinglan courtyard, Xia Tian looked at Erhu. "Princess Ruihua invited me for tea?" She found it hard to believe. "Yes, Lady Shen, that is what the princess instructed me to do." "All right, then please wait a moment while I change my clothes." "Of course, Lady Shen." The second lady accompanied Erhu in the outer room, while Xia Tian went to change in the inner room. "Do you think Princess Ruihua is looking for me to ask about yesterday?" Xia Tian whispered to Ningxiang, who was helping her get dressed. Ningxiang shook her head. "I'm not sure. But should we wait for the young master to return before going?" "No, people are waiting. Let's go now and adapt as needed," Xia Tian instructed Ningxiang quietly. "If she asks about yesterday, just remember to say what we discussed." Ningxiang nodded. "Yes, madam, I understand." Once dressed, Xia Tian came out from the inner room. "Let's go, Miss Erhu." The second madam watched as Xia Tian left in the princess's carriage, feeling anxious about whether Princess Ruihua would make things difficult for her. In the end, she sent someone to inform Shen Yan. Shen Yan was on duty and couldn't leave, so he sent Mu Chen to drive the carriage to wait outside Princess Ruihua's residence. When Xia Tian arrived at the princess's residence, Princess Ruihua was already waiting for her in the hall. "Greetings, Your Highness," Xia Tian said with a bow. "Please sit." Princess Ruihua gestured to the chair beside her. After Xia Tian sat down, Princess Ruihua had a maid serve tea, and they both sat quietly enjoying it. Xia Tian calmly sipped her tea for a while, but Princess Ruehua still hadn't spoken. It seemed like she had only called her over for tea. Xia Tian was unsure whether to speak first. What did it mean to call her over without saying anything? Was it really just for tea? Princess Ruehua was feeling a bit conflicted. She had always suppressed her feelings towards Xia Tian, not realizing that this girl she looked down on had saved her Yunner at a crucial moment. Seeing Princess Ruehua observing her without speaking, Xia Tian finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Your Highness, did you really just want to have tea with me?" She had finished her cup, and Yuru had already refilled it for her. Princess Ruehua was taken aback and then smiled. "Of course, it's not just for tea. Just as I thought, they didn't have any close relationship to warrant tea. Did your Highness want to ask about Miss Yuning's situation at the Marquis of Wuan's residence yesterday?" Xia Tian put down her cup and asked seriously. Princess Ruehua smiled. "You are indeed a clever person. I am aware of my position. Your Highness wouldn't call me over for no reason." Xia Tian looked into the princess's eyes and continued, "If you have any questions, I will answer honestly." Princess Ruehua nodded, paused for a moment, and asked her lingering question, "Why did young Master Shin's wife extend a helping hand to Yunu yesterday?" This is something she couldn't figure out after thinking all night. Logically, Yunner had been causing trouble for Lady Shin, even pushing her into a lake once, nearly costing her life. Given such a good opportunity, it was kind of Lady Shin not to take revenge, and instead lend a helping hand to Yunner. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to do that. Does the princess think it's unbelievable for me to repay kindness with kindness? Xia Tian smiled slightly. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just think that since we are both girls, we shouldn't ruin someone's reputation in that way. Even if I don't like Princess Yuning, I still don't want to see her suffer like this." Princess Ruehua didn't expect this to be the reason. She thought Xia Tian wanted something from her. After all, as a girl from a rural background, having the princess's support would make her future much easier. "I didn't expect Lady Shin to be so honest and to have such a kind heart. It seems I misunderstood you before." Princess Ruehua smiled. She was surprised that Xia Tian dared to say she disliked Yunner in front of her without trying to gain any advantage. Since the last birthday celebration of the Empress, she noticed that Lady Shen was not a simple person and seemed quite clever. Otherwise, she wouldn't have exposed her connection to Xian Ying in front of so many people and used their disagreements to push herself forward. Not only did she gain rewards and fame, but even the emperor praised her and appointed her as the court painter. Initially, she thought that Xin Yan was behind her actions, but today she realized she had underestimated Xia Tian. Perhaps she really had the ability to stand beside Xin Yan. Otherwise, why would the young master choose to marry a farmer girl instead of a noble lady? Xia Tian noticed Princess Ruehua studying her and smiled calmly. "Your Highness is too kind. Although I haven't read much and come from a humble background, I still have my principles." Princess Ruehua was surprised. She had never heard of such a concept before. "Regardless, you saved Yuna yesterday, and I appreciate that. May I ask for a favor from the princess?" Xia Tian asked with a smile. The smile on Princess Ruehua's face faded. Did she overestimate her? "Lady Shin, please share your request. I will do my best to fulfill it. Can the Princess Rong speak to County Princess Yuning and ask her not to trouble my wife anymore?" Xia Tian said, looking at Princess Ruehua with hope. Princess Ruehua paused her tea drinking, surprised by the request. She had expected something much more demanding. With a complicated look, Princess Ruehua was about to respond when County Princess Yuning barged in. County Princess Yuning was taken aback to hear Xia Tian's first words, asking her not to cause trouble anymore. She immediately got angry. Are you afraid I'll trouble you?" Xia Tian looked at County Princess Yuning with a mix of confusion and concern. It seemed she was quite bold. The incident from yesterday didn't seem to affect her at all. Look, she was already up and shouting again. Princess Ruehua quickly interjected, "Yuna, how can you speak like that?" Why can't I say it? She talks behind my back, and now she's afraid of me saying something?" County Princess Yuning huffed as she sat down. Princess Ruehua sighed. Madam Shin, please forgive her. This girl has been spoiled by me. But don't worry, I will make sure to discipline her. I hope you won't take it to heart. It's fine, princess. No need to be polite, came the reply. Humph, so fake, County Princess Yuning scoffed. Princess Ruehua could no longer tolerate it. Yunner, Madam Shen helped you yesterday. You should at least thank her instead of speaking like this. Who needs her fake kindness? Yuning muttered. How can you be so ungrateful? Isn't it true? If she hadn't taken away young Master Shin, would I have chased after him? If I hadn't chased, would Bai Shui have gone to the wrong courtyard? County Princess Yuning argued. Xia Tian was speechless. What kind of logic was that? By her reasoning, if she hadn't saved Shin Yan, would she even have seen him? Princess Ruehua felt a headache coming on. This girl was more stubborn than she had imagined. You should go back to your courtyard and stop bothering me. Fine, I'll go, County Princess Yuning said defiantly. As she was leaving, she turned back to Xia Tian and said, what I said earlier was true. Although I really dislike you, I can't promise not to trouble you in the future. But I, Yuning, am a person of my word. Yesterday's help cancels out your past harm to me. However, if you provoke me again, you won't have it easy. After speaking, she walked away with her head held high. Princess Ruehua felt a bit shy and looked at Xia Tian. Lady Shen, please change your request. Xia Tian was taken aback and then understood what Princess Ruehua meant. Smiling, there's no need for that, Princess. Didn't Princess Yuning say that if we don't provoke her, there won't be any issues? As for whether Princess Yuning would cause trouble in the future, that wasn't something she needed to worry about now. Although she was afraid of trouble, she would still handle it if it came her way. She hoped that Princess Ruehua would act quickly and find someone for her to marry. While thinking this, Princess Ruehua remembered something else she wanted to ask. Who was that man yesterday? Princess Ruehua was referring to the man who had fallen on the floor in Princess Yuning's room. Xia Tian replied honestly, he is Su Jun, the grandson of Duke Wei Yuan. There was no need to hide this. So many ladies had seen what happened at the Wuan Marquis' residence yesterday, and Princess Ruehua would find out soon enough. Seeing Princess Ruehua's expression darken, Xia Tian added, Princess, it's not Su Jun's fault. Someone was trying to frame him, and he was caught in the middle. Xia Tian thought that since Su Jun had been so helpful during the questioning yesterday, she should say something nice about him. As for what Princess Ruehua thought or did, that was beyond her control. Who would want to harm someone? She had thought that the man had simply walked into the wrong room while drunk. After all, Bai Shui had said that when they entered, he was lying on the floor and smelled strongly of alcohol. It was a servant from the Wuan Marquis' residence. Xia Tian paused before continuing. The person they wanted to harm was actually me. Although this was a family issue for the Wuan Marquis' residence, so many ladies knew about it yesterday. If Princess Ruehua sent someone to inquire, she would quickly understand that Princess Yuning was affected by it. Princess Ruehua's earlier displeasure was somewhat eased by Xia Tian's honesty, and while she was shocked, she was also curious. Why would they want to frame you? Maybe they just don't like me? Xia Tian answered uncertainly, as she couldn't reveal the reason given by Granny Qi to Princess Ruehua. Otherwise, Princess Ruehua might misunderstand and think she disrespected her elders, and the little goodwill she had gained would be lost. She hoped this wouldn't make Princess Ruehua angry with her again. Seeing that Xia Tian didn't want to say more, Princess Ruehua didn't press further. Sometimes, the hidden schemes in the back courtyard really had no reason behind them. She originally thought about asking that man, and if his identity was not significant, she planned to deal with him to prevent future troubles. However, it seems she cannot take action now. Still, she wants to test him to see if he recognized Yuning yesterday. Princess Ruehua was lost in thought and didn't speak for a while, so Xia Tian quietly waited. They had asked all the necessary questions, and it was almost noon. Princess Ruehua instructed her maid to prepare lunch, asking Xia Tian to stay and eat before going back. When Xia Tian left the princess's residence, she saw Mu Chun waiting with a horse cart at the entrance. She declined the princess's kind offer and got into Mu Chun's cart. To her surprise, she found Shin Yan was also there. Brother Shin,
Weren't you on duty?
She asked. I took a break to come pick you up, Shen Yan replied, handing her a cushion to sit on. He hadn't planned to come, thinking that if she was sent back, Mu Chen would inform him. After waiting for a while without hearing from Mu Chen, he felt a bit uneasy and decided to find her. Xia Tian smiled slightly and took Shen Yan's hand. Are you worried about me, Brother Shen? Yes, Shen Yan nodded. That's nice, Xia Tian said, leaning closer to him. You silly girl, Shen Yan said with a smile, gently patting her head with his other hand. Princess Ruihua kept me for lunch, so I came out late, Xia Tian explained. Did the princess make things difficult for you? He asked. No, she just asked me about the matter with Princess Yuning yesterday. Xia Tian then remembered that Princess Ruihua also asked about Su Jun. Brother Shen, Princess Ruihua also asked about Su Jun. She won't do anything, will she? Shen Yan thought for a moment. It's fine. Princess Ruihua won't do anything to him. Even if she wanted to teach him a lesson, it wasn't their concern. Besides, with his flirtatious nature, he would get what he deserved eventually. Xia Tian was just asking out of curiosity. After all, Su Jun wasn't a good person, and maybe a lesson from Princess Ruihua would change him for the better. They decided not to discuss it further. Since Shen Yan hadn't eaten lunch yet, Xia Tian accompanied him to grab a bite before returning to the Marquis's residence. As soon as they entered, Miss Mu Jin stopped them, saying the old lady was looking for her. Xia Tian had no choice but to follow Mu Jin to the old lady's courtyard to respond. Upon entering, Xia Tian greeted the old lady and then asked, Old lady, did you call for me? The old lady slowly raised her eyes. What did Princess Ruihua want with you? Nothing much happened. Yesterday, Princess Yuning got drunk, and I helped take care of her for a while. The Grand Princess thanked me, so she invited me to dinner. Is that all? The old lady was skeptical. The Grand Princess wouldn't invite her just for such a small matter. Xia Tian nodded, not caring if she believed it. It was the only explanation she could give. Seeing Xia Tian's natural expression, which didn't seem like a lie, the old lady stopped asking questions and waved her off. Xia Tian returned to Jinglan Courtyard and did nothing, first taking a nap. The next day, after getting the old lady's and the second lady's permission, Xia Tian left the house and went to Linglong Alley. In recent days, Uncle Chun had organized the newly bought courtyard next door. Uncle Gu had also found other grain merchants to buy over 100,000 pounds of grain. This time, she didn't ask Shen Yan for help with storage. She had everything stored in her newly bought courtyard. Seeing everything was proceeding smoothly as planned, she didn't stay long and took Ningxue and Sueyun Ti studio. Manager Xiao hadn't been there since the Empress Dowager's birthday, and after that, he hadn't come back. Every finished painting was directly sent over by Mufeng to Manager Xiao. Manager Xiao was surprised to see Xia Tian. Previously, he thought that the mysterious Mr. Xianying didn't want to show his face and had this lady represent him. Now he realized that the mysterious Mr. Xianying was actually this lady, the heir's wife. When he first heard about it, he was puzzled, as she didn't seem like someone who needed money. Madam, what brings you here today? Manager Xiao greeted her with a smile. I have 2 finished paintings that I brought along, Xia Tian replied with a smile, handing the paintings to Manager Xiao. Madam, so you are the mysterious Mr. Xianying? I always thought there was someone else behind that name. It seems I was mistaken, Manager Xiao said with a smile as he took the paintings. Well, using a pen name is just for convenience. Please don't mind, Manager Xiao.
You're too kind, madam.
Since we started working together, I've gained a lot, and I have you to thank for that. You're too modest, Manager Xiao. Not at all. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Manager Xiao seemed to gather his resolve and asked about his concerns. Madam, will you continue to collaborate with the shop in the future? Recently, since Mr. Xianying's true identity was revealed, more people had come to order paintings from him, but he hadn't dared to accept any. Mainly because Xia Tian hadn't visited his shop, he thought this lady wouldn't seek his collaboration anymore. After all, now that he has a good reputation, many important people know about Xianying's identity. Although some still want to connect with Mr. Xianying through him, If he doesn't accept them, they will naturally find other ways. Shopkeeper Xiao felt a bit regretful that such a good opportunity to make money was coming to an end. Shopkeeper Xiao was the first person to cooperate with me, so we will continue our partnership. It's still the same rule, a maximum of 2 paintings per month, or I really won't be able to keep up. After days of feeling anxious, Shopkeeper Xiao finally felt relieved and happily said, "Thank you, madam, for continuing to work with me. To show my sincerity, I will only take a 10% commission from now on, and I can also help frame the paintings for free." Seeing Shopkeeper Xiao's sincerity, Xia Tian agreed. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Xiao." If Shopkeeper Xiao could handle the framing, it would save her a lot of time. Once they agreed, Shopkeeper Xiao happily escorted Xia Tian out of the studio. In the carriage, Ning Shui asked Xia Tian, "Madam, why do you still want to work with Shopkeeper Xiao? You are already so busy with orders that you don't need him. Shopkeeper Xiao helped me in the beginning. Since it's all about paintings, it's good to give him some face. If I ever need something, I'll have a connection." Xia Tian explained to Ning Shui and Cui Yun, "If no one comes to me for paintings in the future, Shopkeeper Xiao will still have orders. It's a way to earn money, isn't it? Most of the orders from Shopkeeper Xiao come from wealthy merchants. If they want paintings from Mr. Xianing, they will likely have to go through him, which is a significant part of the market. After all, a painting costs around 5,000 taels of silver. Besides the noble families, who among the officials would spend so much on a single painting." The two nodded, though they didn't fully understand. They felt that what Madam said made sense. After having dinner out, Xia Tian took the 2 girls for a stroll, buying a bunch of little trinkets and snacks before returning to the Marquis's residence. The restaurant must open in August, and Xia Tian thought it would be best to set up a small kitchen in Jinglan Courtyard. This would make it easier for her to teach Ling how to cook. Without delay, the next morning after greeting the elders, Xia Tian brought this up with the old madam and the second madam. In the entire Marquis Wuen's residence, only the old madam and Lu's courtyard had small kitchens. No one else did. These 2 small kitchens were only used occasionally for cooking meals or making soup. The main meals were usually prepared in the big kitchen. When Xia Tian proposed to set up a small kitchen in Jinglan Courtyard, before the old madam could respond, the third madam spoke up first. "There is no small kitchen in either my or your second aunt's yard, yet you, a younger generation, are already enjoying it first." The second lady quickly pulled the third lady, saying, "Don't rush. Let Xia girl finish speaking." Xia Tian glanced at the third lady and respectfully explained to the old lady and the second lady, "Old lady, my daughter-in-law used to enjoy researching some recipes for health. The young master found them quite good. I thought about setting up a small kitchen to occasionally make some nourishing dishes for him, as he has been in poor health for several years. This food therapy is definitely better than taking medicine." This was also the reason Xia Tian and Xin Yan agreed upon when discussing the small kitchen. The old lady didn't have much of an opinion. She thought it was fine since it was for her beloved grandson. Although he had become less obedient than before, it wasn't like they had to be stingy about food. "Go ahead if you want. Just ask your second aunt about it." The third lady was a bit dissatisfied that the old lady agreed so easily. "Mother, setting up a small kitchen will cost a lot of money. If that's the case, then I also want to set up a small kitchen in my yard to make some soup for my husband." Having a small kitchen was fine, but she didn't want to spend public funds on it. If public money was used, she would also want one. She couldn't let the first house take all the advantage. The old lady looked at the second lady. The second lady felt a bit awkward, as she was only a temporary manager. She needed to discuss this with Lu Shi to avoid any conflicts later. Xia Tian noticed the second lady's hesitation and quickly said, "Old lady, my daughter-in-law will cover the costs for the small kitchen with the young master, so we won't touch the public funds, to make it easier for second aunt." Seeing how understanding Xia Tian was, the second lady looked at her gratefully and smiled. "Well, if that's the case, then there's no problem at all." The main concern was that there were too many people in the Wuan Marquis's residence. If Xia Tian opened a small kitchen, others would likely follow suit, leading to significant expenses. As the head of the household, She couldn't spend money carelessly, especially with so many people to support. Daily expenses were already a large sum. Noticing the third lady was silent, she nudged her and said, "If you also want a small kitchen in your yard, you can cover the costs, and I can arrange for the big kitchen to help you buy the necessary items." The third lady felt awkward when she heard she had to pay, saying, "Forget it, I won't bother. It's too much trouble." The old lady nodded, thinking it was fine, and let them discuss it among themselves, deciding not to interfere with these small matters. As she left, the third lady walked away, without looking back. Only then did the second lady take Summer's hand to thank her, saying, "Thank you for helping me out. It's hard to know how expensive things are when you're not in charge. But what I said earlier is true. If you need anything, just let me know. I can have the kitchen buy it for you, so you won't have to worry. The money can come from the household funds. Just don't let anyone know." "Thank you, Aunt. I'll write a list when I get home and have someone bring it over. But I'll pay for it myself to avoid causing you any trouble." She could manage a little expense. "That's fine. I'll head off now. Just have someone bring it over later." "Okay, take care, Aunt." With the kitchen matters settled, Summer felt good and made a list of pots, bowls, and other items she needed, sending Ningxiang with the money to the second lady. She also directed the young maids in the courtyard to hurry up and clean the kitchen. The quiet stream courtyard used to belong to Shen Hui and had a small kitchen that hadn't been used for years, so it needed a thorough cleaning before it could be used again. The kitchen wasn't large, only about 20 to 30 square meters, but with many hands, it was cleaned up neatly by the afternoon. They just needed the cooking tools and ingredients to arrive, and they could start cooking right away. She planned to teach Cooling how to make various types of porridge first, as Cantonese cuisine has the most varieties of porridge, which is both healthy and delicious. There would also be all kinds of soups, nourishing and tasty. She was determined to promote Cantonese cuisine in the capital. Thinking of this, Summer eagerly returned to her study, found some paper, cut it to book size, and prepared to write down the recipes. Ningxiang quietly ground the ink beside her, admiring how quickly her lady began to write without hesitation. Despite her young age and humble background, she was knowledgeable and clever, having researched and written the recipes herself. If she were to manage the Marquis's household, it would surely be well organized. However, Summer had no intention of taking over the Marquis's household. She didn't want to be free labor for them. She only wanted to earn her own little money. So, until dinner time, she wrote dozens of recipes, all for various types of porridge. Once she finished, Ningxiang took the needle and thread to help bind the porridge recipes together for easy reference. In the summer, watching Ningxiang being so virtuous made Xia Tian very pleased. If she ever goes out in the future, she must bring Ningxiang and Ningxue along. In the evening, when Shen Yan returned, she saw that in just one day, Ningxiang had made the kitchen look quite nice and had even written a thick cookbook. While feeling impressed, she also felt a bit sorry and took Ningxiang's hand to give it a gentle massage. After writing so much, her hands must be sore. Xia Tian enjoyed Shen Yan's care while recounting what she had done that day. Recently, both of them had been busy, so they didn't have many chances to sit together and chat. Watching Xia Tian talk nonstop, Shen Yan's thoughts drifted back to the courtyard in Lu family village. Back then, this girl would share her stories regardless of whether anyone was listening or responding. Sometimes it felt noisy, but it also had a magical power that could calm one's heart. The next morning, the second lady had the kitchen staff bring everything she needed. Xia Tian checked the list and inspected the quality, finding no issues. She had Ningxiang give each person a small reward, and once the kitchen staff left, she began to instruct the young maids to wash everything. After cleaning the pots and containers and boiling water twice, she had them sort everything neatly. After having lunch from the kitchen, she started teaching Cooling how to make porridge in the afternoon. Ningxue and Sueyin also learned alongside, but cooking truly requires some talent. Cooling was the talented one. As long as she understood the main steps and followed the recipe, she could make it perfectly. In the afternoon, they only learned to make mushroom and pork rib porridge and duck blood porridge. As Cooling simmered the porridge on a small stove, The delicious aroma wafted over, making the onlookers unable to resist swallowing. Even before tasting it, just the smell made them sure it would be delicious. Xia Tian saw the eager girls and decided to let Cooling serve each of them a small bowl to taste. How is it? Is it good? Xia Tian took a bite and felt it was just like the flavor from her memories. It's delicious, really delicious, the girls said, not even looking up from their bowls. Xia Tian saved a bowl of mushroom and pork rib porridge for Shen Nian and let the others share the rest. From then on, Cooling learned to make 2 types of porridge each day. Besides sharing with them, Xia Tian would occasionally send a bowl to the old lady, Marquis Wuan, and the second lady for them to try. Since the old lady started drinking the porridge she sent, sometimes when she didn't deliver it herself, she would send Mama Zhang or Mu Jin to bring a bowl over. With their feedback, she gained great confidence in her hotel business. Now that she had learned enough about porridge, Summer began to make various health soups for the summer. Even the old lady, who occasionally came for soup, looked healthier and more vibrant. Seeing that Summer's health soups were exceptional, the old lady copied down a few recipes of her favorites and had someone prepare them in her small kitchen. Summer didn't mind, as she had plenty of recipes in her head. Once Cui Ling had learned enough, Summer arranged for her to temporarily stay in Linglong Alley to teach Xiao Yu and the other 2 girls. Because Xiao Yu was skilled, Summer even wrote a pastry recipe for her to study on her own. The restaurant renovations were almost complete, and Master Lu said everything would be ready by the end of the month. Summer designed the uniforms and asked Aunt Gu to buy fabric for the staff's outfits, which would serve as their work clothes and be a highlight for the restaurant. The 2 chefs hired by Uncle Gu also brought a disciple each, and Summer had them come during the day to practice new dishes in the kitchen of the newly purchased courtyard. The preparations for the restaurant were progressing smoothly, but Summer realized she still hadn't named it. In the evening, when Shen Nian returned, Summer showed him a list of names she had prepared and asked for his opinion. "Brother Shen, please help me choose which name is better," Summer said, handing him the paper. Shen Nian took it and carefully looked through the options. "This name, Eugene Ge, is nice." Summer nodded. "Let's use this name. I think it's great." "Brother Shen, could you write it for me?" "I'll find someone to carve it tomorrow." Shen Yan agreed and went to the study to write. When he finished, Summer saw that his calligraphy was strong and elegant, matching the style of her restaurant perfectly. With the name decided, she could arrange for the sign to be carved the next day. "Have you set a date for the restaurant opening?" Shen Yan asked as he sat down with Summer. "Not yet. I plan to open next month, and tomorrow I'll look for an auspicious day." It was already late June, and she aimed to open the restaurant in July, which was quite tight. The main reason was the autumn exams in August, and many students were arriving in the capital to take the tests. She wanted to seize this opportunity to establish the restaurant's reputation. "Sure, just let me know if you need anything." During this time, Mu Lin has also returned, and Mu Feng and Mu Chun are here to help you.
Okay.
Xia Tian replied with a smile. Seeing her happy, Shen Nian hesitated, rubbing his hands in his sleeves, unsure whether to speak up. Noticing Shen Nian seemed to have something to say, but was struggling, Xia Tian felt curious. Was there something bothering him? "Brother Shen, do you have something to tell me?" She had never seen him look so hesitant. Shen Nian paused, a slight blush appearing on his face. Did she notice? Xia Tian, feeling anxious, urged him. "What is it?"
Just say it.
"With our relationship, there's nothing to be shy about." When did Brother Shen become so hesitant? Shen Nian thought for a moment. Father said the date is set for September 16th. "What date?" Xia Tian looked confused. "Our wedding date."
What?
Xia Tian stood up in surprise, pointing at herself. "Wedding? Us?" She must have misheard. Hadn't they already been married? Why were they getting married again?
Yes.
Shen Nian gently pulled her back down and said slowly, "The time in Lu family village doesn't count. We only wrote a marriage contract and didn't perform the ceremony. But we've been together for so long. Is it okay to have the ceremony now?" Xia Tian felt a bit lost. Can weddings be arranged like this in ancient times? It's fine. Only after the ceremony can we officially be considered husband and wife. Shin Yan seemed more confident now.
But
Xia Tian was conflicted. She wasn't ready for this. It felt too sudden. Although she had referred to herself as Mrs. Shun for a while, she thought they were still just in a romantic relationship, not realizing they would soon be true spouses. Are you unwilling? Shen Yan asked softly, noticing her struggle.
not really.
Xia Tian looked up at Shin Yan, who appeared both anxious and hopeful. All right then, if we're getting married, let's do it. Such a handsome man with money. She felt lucky and shouldn't be so picky. Realizing this, Xia Tian smiled and playfully complained, Brother Shin, next time you have news like this, please tell me in advance so I can prepare. Bringing it up suddenly really surprised me.
Okay.
Shin Yan saw that Xia Tian had calmed down and didn't look forced. He quietly took out a yellow item from his sleeve and handed it to her. What is this? Xia Tian took it, curious, and opened it. A decree? She quickly read it carefully. Marriage grant? She looked up at Shin Yan in disbelief. How did a marriage decree come up again? Well, I asked the emperor for it today, Shin Yan replied, holding the decree. This way, it's official. Now you won't leave me in the future. Xia Tian bit her lip and stayed silent for a while. To be honest, even though Shen Yan made the decision without asking her, she felt a bit touched. At least it showed that she was important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden this from her. Brother Shen Yu.
Xia Tian didn't know what to say.
She stepped forward and hugged Shin Yan, burying her head in his chest and not lifting it for a long time. Shen Yan stiffened for a moment, then opened his arms to hold Xia Tian's shoulders. They embraced quietly for a while, without saying a word. As Xia Tian listened to the rhythmic beating of Shin Yan's heart, she felt sweet yet a bit shy. This must mean she finally had a home in this era. When she returned to Jinglan Courtyard and lay in bed, she felt a bit too excited to sleep. Not exactly excited. It was more of a mixed feeling of hope and uncertainty. Tossing and turning in bed for a long time, she replayed all the moments she had shared with Shin Yan like a movie. As a result, when she got up the next day, she felt a bit sluggish and had to sneak a sip of spring water to feel better. After breakfast, Xia Tian prepared some snacks and, along with Ning Xiang, headed to Prime Minister Su's residence. Over the past half-month, she had finished the 2 paintings requested by Prime Minister Su and the Marquis of Wuan, and today she was delivering them. Madame Su happened to be home and warmly welcomed Xia Tian inside when she saw her. What brings you here, Lady Shin? Madame Su asked as Xia Tian took the food box from Ning Xiang and placed it on the table. I heard that Madame Su enjoys good food, so I made some snacks for you to try, Xia Tian said with a smile as she opened the food box. Today, she had brought several Cantonese pastries, which she planned to include in the restaurant's menu. Madame Su looked at the delicate pastries with delight and, without hesitation, picked up her chopsticks to try a piece of the dumpling. This is delicious. I didn't expect Lady Shin to have such skills. I'm glad you like it. Thank you for speaking up for me last time, Madame Su. This was also why she had come in person today, to deliver the paintings to Prime Minister Su and to express her gratitude to Madame Su. Knowing that the Su family lacked nothing, she had thought for a long time and decided to make a few snacks herself as a gesture of appreciation. Madame Su put down her chopsticks and smiled, saying, You really know how to please me. I don't have many hobbies, but I do enjoy these delicate pastries. Xia Tian chatted with Madame Su about food for a bit before taking out the painting for Chancellor Su. This is the painting that Chancellor Su requested. Please help me pass it to him. Chancellor Su had not returned from court yet. Madame Su didn't open it. Instead, she had a maid bring over a box containing prepared silver notes. Xia Tian took it, counted, and found 5 notes, each worth 1,000 taels. She took out 2 notes and put the rest back, saying this is enough. Consider the rest as my thanks to you. Madame Su, wanting to build a good relationship, did not refuse. All right, since I am older than you, I will accept your gratitude this time. She felt even more pleased with Xia Tian, appreciating her generosity in not wanting to owe anyone. This way, they could become more familiar with each other through mutual exchanges. That's how it should be. Once everything was settled, Xia Tian prepared to take her leave. Madame Su insisted on keeping Xia Tian for lunch before she left. Xia Tian, having other matters to attend to, politely declined and promised to visit when she had time. Madame Su personally saw her off. After leaving the Su residence, Xia Tian first went to the place where the signboard was being made to confirm the order. They agreed she would pick it up in 3 days. Next, she consulted someone about an auspicious date, which was set for July 20th, giving her enough time. Then, she went directly to the restaurant with Ning Xiang. Master Lu was directing the final touches of the work. Xia Tian inspected the place inside and out. The renovations were mostly complete, needing only a thorough cleaning and the arrangement of tables and chairs. Master Lu, is everything ready? Yes, I just need to do a final check, and then it will be finished. Thank you for your hard work, Master Lu. I will arrange for people to come and clean up now. Is that all right? That's fine. They can start cleaning. Xia Tian instructed Mu Feng to go to Linglong Alley and have Aunt Gu bring people to clean. For 3 consecutive days, Xia Tian came to the restaurant to oversee the cleaning. She had Uncle Gu bring over the ordered tables and chairs and set them up. Most of the decorative paintings on the walls were from shopkeeper Zhao's elegant art studio, while some were her own cartoon or simple drawings, giving the restaurant a lively yet elegant style. The sign has been made, and Uncle Gu arranged for it to be hung up, covered with red silk for now. It will be unveiled when the business opens. The kitchen has been divided into 2 areas, one for cooking dishes and the other for Chuiling and Xiaoyu to make snacks, porridge, and soup. These past few days, I have been leaving the residence early every morning. During the morning greeting, the old lady finally couldn't help but say, "Why don't you stay at home? Running around every day looks ridiculous. Grandmother, please understand. My restaurant is about to open, and I've been busy lately, which is why I've been going out so often," Xia Tian explained with a smile. The old lady frowned. Restaurant? Where did you get a restaurant? Did Nian help you with this? No, I earned some silver from my painting, so I thought I shouldn't just sit and do nothing, and decided to open a restaurant, Xia Tian clarified, worried that the old lady might think she was spending Xin Nian's money. Although the old lady was not pleased with her frequent outings, she never considered that Xia Tian was taking advantage of her silver. After all, they come from a wealthy family, each with a generous dowry, and the Wuan Marquis' residence is not short on money. After a few words of advice to be more careful when going out, she let Xia Tian leave. Once outside, Xia Tian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the old lady might not allow her to go out anymore. It seems that painting has been quite useful. A few days later, everything at the restaurant was ready. Xia Tian had Uncle Gu post a notice at the entrance, hiring a few waiters and an accountant. Uncle Gu will be the manager of the restaurant, and such a large establishment needs someone to handle the accounts. For purchasing supplies, Uncle Chen will take care of it for now, as there are no masters in the second courtyard, and Aunt Chen can keep an eye on things. With everything arranged at the restaurant, Xia Tian finally had some peace. With no special matters to attend to, she was just waiting for the opening day. These days had worn her out, and she was hoping to rest for a day or 2, but then she received the emperor's decree summoning her to the palace. Thankfully, Shen Nian was with her, so she wasn't too nervous. After greeting the emperor, the chief beside him took out a decree and began to read. Once the decree was finished, Xia Tian took it, officially becoming the royal temporary painter. Previously, it was only mentioned, and the emperor hadn't issued a formal decree or summoned her to paint. She thought it was just casual talk. To her surprise, the decree was officially issued today, and her identity was registered. To make her entry easier, the emperor also granted her a token, so she wouldn't need anyone to guide her when summoned. She could simply show the token to enter the palace. Now that Madame Shen is a royal painter, please paint a portrait for me today, the emperor said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, Xia Tian replied respectfully. Seeing the emperor not making any moves, she asked, "What kind of painting would you like? Something formal or more casual?" The emperor was taken aback, then realized what Xia Tian meant. He cleared his throat. "I will change my clothes first." After a short while, the emperor changed into formal attire and posed. Xia Tian observed carefully and noted all the details. All right, I have everything noted down. Would your majesty mind if I took it home to finish the painting and brought it back? That's fine, the emperor replied, surprised to see that Lady Chu Xian had a remarkable memory. With nothing else to do, they prepared to leave when they heard announce, Your Majesty, the crown prince has arrived. The emperor smiled, come in. Then Xia Tian saw a little boy about 5 or 6 years old enter and bow to the emperor. He was the empress's eldest son, crowned as Crown Prince Jinghui at the age of 2. After Xia Tian and Xin Yan bowed to the crown prince, he curiously asked, Are you the Mr. Xianing who painted for my grandmother and mother? Yes, your highness, that is me, Xia Tian replied, amused by the adorable voice and the crown prince's serious attempt to act grown-up. Although the crown prince was young, his status made her cautious, so she kept her thoughts to herself. The crown prince glanced at Xia Tian, then turned to the emperor, tugging at his sleeve and said, Father, I would like a portrait too, like Sister Ning's. The Sister Ning he mentioned was Princess Xian Ning, the little daughter of the favored concubine, who was just over a year old. Since Xia Tian painted Princess Xian Ning during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, the palace's little princes and princesses had been eager to see her work. The favored concubine had hung the 2 paintings in her palace hall, attracting the little ones to visit daily. Hearing that the emperor had summoned Xia Tian to the palace, the crown prince hurried over. Just as the emperor took the crown prince's hand and was about to speak, 3 little ones ran in excitedly. They were followed by the empress. These 3 little ones were also the emperor's princes and princesses. They had come in behind the crown prince, but since he was older and walked faster, they arrived a bit later, around 2 or 3 years old, taking their time. Once the 3 little princes and princesses entered, they casually bowed to the emperor before rushing over, tugging at his clothes and chattering excitedly. Father, I want a nice portrait too. I want one as well. And me, I want one too. All right, everyone will get one. The emperor, feeling a headache from the noise, quickly agreed. After bowing to the emperor, the empress hurriedly pulled the little ones away, saying, Don't bother your father anymore. Come with me, and I'll have someone prepare your portraits. The emperor kept Xin Yan behind to handle some official matters. Xia Tian went with the empress to her palace first. Madam Xin, please sit. I'll have someone prepare everything. Xia Tian thanked the empress and waited on the side. Earlier, she mentioned that the portraits couldn't be finished today, but the 3 little ones didn't understand and insisted on having them done right away. So, she agreed to do a simple sketch for each of them first. The empress's servants worked quickly before she finished her tea. Everything was ready. Who wants to go first? Xia Tian asked the little princes and princesses while holding a paintbrush in front of the easel. The easel was set up outside in a pavilion with a nice view after getting the empress's permission. Let the crown prince go first. The little ones knew to let the crown prince go ahead. Let my younger siblings go first. The crown prince suddenly acted like a little adult. The little ones looked at the empress, and seeing her nod, they happily lined up with their nannies, standing in their favorite spots. Xia Tian noted each of their features and quickly sketched a basic outline for everyone, then set it aside. She then drew a smaller cartoon character for each of them, and the little ones were satisfied, agreeing to wait until she finished before taking them. While the easel was still up, the little ones gathered around her with questions. Can you draw a dog? I love dogs. I like little rabbits. I like little rabbits too. Xia Tian looked at the adorable little ones, their voices sweet and innocent, and her heart melted. I can draw that. Would you like one? Yes. I want one too. Okay, please wait a moment, little princes and princesses. Xia Tian picked up her brush and quickly drew a cartoon dog with a big head and small body, handing it to the little prince who loved dogs. Wow, you're amazing. I want a little rabbit, the 2 little princesses said eagerly. All right, just a moment, my princesses. She quickly drew 2 identical little rabbits and handed them to the 2 little princesses. The 3 of them happily ran to the queen to show off. Mother, look at my little rabbit. Mother, my puppy is cuter. They're all lovely, the queen said with a smile. Seeing the prince standing quietly to the side, Summer asked with a smile, Your Highness, what do you like?
I can draw it for you.
I like horses. Can you draw them? The prince asked shyly, with his hands behind his back. Summer nodded and drew a galloping horse for him. Since the prince was still young, he was delighted to receive the cartoon version of the horse and showed it to the queen, who praised it equally. Summer was surprised to see that the emperor and queen were not as strict as she thought. They were quite understanding in some matters. After making the little princes and princesses happy, Summer finally managed to leave. Once outside the palace gates, Shen Yan was already waiting for her. Are you done drawing? Shen Yan asked as he helped her. Once they got into the carriage, Summer took the scroll from Ningxiang and said, Not yet finished. I only drew a few simple cartoons for the little princes and princesses. I still need to work on them. She showed the scroll to Shen Yan. Curiously, she asked, Brother Shen, why did the emperor call for you? The emperor wants to promote me to Deputy Minister of War. Deputy Minister of War? Summer was puzzled. Isn't that Lord Liu? Yes, it is. Lord Liu is the father of Liu San, who tried to kidnap Wen Jin and her friends in the plum grove behind Lingwu Temple. Has he been reassigned? No, he was demoted and removed from the capital due to recent poor performance. The main reason was that Liu San's death had a huge impact on Lady Liu, who constantly demanded that Lord Liu catch the culprit. As a result, families that Liu San had bullied banded together to file a complaint against Lord Liu. The emperor felt he was not strict enough with his children, so he found a reason to send him away. I knew that Lord Liu would face this day eventually. With his style of indulging his son in wrongdoing, he couldn't be a good official. Summer thought the emperor had done a good thing this time. Shen Yan nodded in agreement. Does this mean you are getting promoted, Brother Shen? Summer asked with a smile. Yes, but I haven't been officially appointed yet. The emperor just gave me a heads up today. Since the emperor personally told you, it must be confirmed. Summer clapped her hands happily. I'll cook tonight, and we can celebrate secretly. Okay, Shen Yan replied with a smile. Oh, Brother Shen, what rank is the Deputy Minister of War? She didn't know the ranks, but Shen Yan's current position was a 5th rank official. 3rd rank.
Wow.
That's a big jump of 3 ranks. Summer exclaimed. It's nice to have someone above you. Promotions come easier. Yes, Shen Yan said with a slight smile. Then I will be the wife of a 3rd rank official. Can I walk around proudly? Summer joked. Shen Yan chuckled. You can walk proudly even now. Hee, I took that seriously. That evening, Summer prepared a large feast in her small kitchen to celebrate Shen Yan's promotion. Amid the clinking of cups, it felt like only the two of them existed in the world. The next day, she overslept as expected, but fortunately, the old lady only scolded her a bit before letting her go. Summer thought to herself that her alcohol tolerance was still low. She got drunk after just half a pot and decided to avoid drinking in the future.
It was easy to get sidetracked.
For the next while, aside from visiting the restaurant, she mostly stayed in the study to paint. She hurried to finish the portraits for several princes and princesses, sending them to the palace with Shen Yan once completed. The emperor's portrait was larger and more complex, so she needed to take her time with it. Time flew by, and soon it was July 20th, the opening day of the restaurant. Early in the morning, Summer got ready and went to find Shen Yan. He happened to have the day off and had promised to accompany her to the restaurant. Last night, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep, unsure how the business would go on its first day. A mix of worry and excitement filled her, and if it weren't for the spring water, she would have left with dark circles under her eyes. When she arrived at Lingyun Pavilion, Shen Yan was already ready. They set off with Ningxiang, Ningxue, Sueyun, and Mukin toward the gate. To her surprise, as they approached the gate, the second lady and the second master were also there. Summer was astonished that they were going out so early. Seeing Summer's surprised expression, the second lady smiled and said, "Isn't your restaurant opening today? Your uncle and I want to join in the fun." Summer smiled and stepped forward. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your support. After greeting each other, a few people got into the carriage and headed to the restaurant. She had booked the restaurant to open at 11 in the morning. By the time they arrived, Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, Uncle Chun, and Aunt Chun were already busy at the restaurant. Chui Ling and Xiao Yu were inside preparing snacks, cooking porridge, and making soup. The two chefs had also brought their apprentices to get ready. The waiters at the restaurant included some hired from outside and others she had chosen from the courtyard for their cleverness. Today, they all wore the same color and style of clothing, looking neat and orderly, which gave a refreshing impression. The second madam nodded secretly, realizing that this girl was not simple. Since she started making porridge and soup in her own courtyard, she had benefited quite a bit, often enjoying the delicious soup she made. Even the third madam felt a bit jealous because this girl only delivered to the old madam and herself, leaving others out. Today, with the restaurant opening, she planned to come and see if there was anything she could help with. Upon arrival, she discovered that Xia Tian had already arranged everything in an orderly manner and did not need any assistance. Xia Tian asked the second madam and the second master to sit in the private room on the second floor to drink tea and enjoy some snacks, but she was not at ease and checked everything inside and out. "Is everything ready?" Xia Tian asked Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu, now the manager of the restaurant, replied with a smile, "Yes, madam, everything is ready. We are just waiting for the auspicious time." Xia Tian glanced at Uncle Chun, Aunt Chun, Aunt Gu, Chui Ling, Xiao Yu, and the two chefs, and they all nodded with smiles, indicating that everything was fine. Xia Tian nodded and let them take their positions. By 10 o'clock, the dragon and lion dance team that Uncle Gu had invited arrived, and the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air, making the entrance of the restaurant lively. Passers-by gathered around to see what was happening, causing a crowd to form in front of the restaurant. As it approached 11 o'clock, Xia Tian asked Uncle Gu to prepare the firecrackers, ready to set them off at the right time. When the moment arrived, the unveiling ceremony began. She and Shun Yan each took one end, and Uncle Gu called out, "The auspicious time has come." Together, they pulled down the red cloth. With that, the firecrackers went off with a loud bang. After the noise subsided, Uncle Gu stood at the entrance and announced, "Dear villagers, today marks the opening of our restaurant. All customers dining here today will receive a 20% discount, and tea will be free. We welcome everyone to come in and taste our offerings." As his words ended, some curious villagers entered, and Uncle Gu quickly got busy attending to them. Every customer who entered today received a pot of tea and a small plate of snacks. The guests who entered saw that the tea and snacks were free, so they all tried some, and the taste was particularly good. This street has many scholars, and with the autumn exams coming next month, the nearby inns are full of students coming to Beijing to take the tests. It was almost lunchtime, and soon the hall was filled with people. The prices for dishes set in summer are not expensive. Some people ordered food, and soon the kitchen became busy. Before long, the waitstaff began serving dishes, and the aroma of food filled the restaurant. Uncle Gu stood behind the counter greeting guests. Although there were many people, everything was orderly, and Summer quietly breathed a sigh of relief. When the guests had eaten enough, she asked Uncle Gu to serve each table a plate of sliced watermelon, as it was July, the peak season for watermelons. Therefore, watermelons were also inexpensive. While delivering the watermelon, Uncle Gu asked the guests for their opinions on the restaurant's dishes, as Summer had instructed. She ran a Cantonese restaurant, but since this was the capital, it was important to gauge customer reactions to make adjustments as needed. Madam Tu and Master Tu also had lunch at the restaurant with Xin Nian and Summer before heading back. They even prepared a lucky cat ornament for Summer, which she happily accepted and placed on the counter at the entrance. The lucky cat was made of sandalwood and looked very realistic, with a good meaning, which was a pleasant surprise for her. Before leaving, she packed some snacks in a food box for Madame Tu to take back for Xinyan. Madame Tu graciously accepted and left with Master Tu. Once they got into the carriage, Master Tu remarked, "Madam, you were right. This girl is quite remarkable. That large restaurant I heard from Mufeng is all managed by her alone, and Nian Gu didn't help at all." Madame Tu nodded. "I noticed that long ago. If she didn't have some skills, would Nienga take a liking to her? After all, Nienga is the heir of our Wuan Marquis family, and his wife will have to support the entire marquisate. That's true. You have a keen eye, madam. Master Tu agreed, nodding. If Madame Tu hadn't insisted he come today, he wouldn't have bothered. He thought it was unnecessary to rush over just for a restaurant opening. It seems listening to his wife was the right choice, and building a good relationship with Shen Yan was wise. Summer and Shen Yan stayed until the restaurant closed before returning to the marquisate. Before leaving, she reviewed the day's earnings. The restaurant had previously hired an accountant, and Master Lu introduced someone who also had the surname Lu, a distant relative of Master Lu, who was also a down-and-out scholar. After the evaluation, I felt that both the character and abilities of the candidate were good, so I decided to hire them. Now Lu, the accountant, has calculated today's earnings, which amount to 26 taels, 3 chien, and 52 won. Everyone else showed happy expressions upon hearing this. Xia Tian was a bit confused at first. She thought the earnings would be much higher. After realizing it, she felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Recently, she had been a bit carried away, thinking that her paintings, which sold for over 1,000 taels, made earning money seem easy. She completely forgot that when she used to sell marinated meat at a stall, she only made a few dozen to 100 won a day. Uncle Gu and Ning Xiang earned only 2 taels a month, so it was no wonder they were pleased with today's earnings. After deducting costs, the net profit was over 10 taels, which is quite good for a mid-sized restaurant like hers. It seems today was a successful start. Madam, if we continue like this, our restaurant could make several hundred taels in pure profit each month, Uncle Gu said happily. That sounds good, Xia Tian nodded. Thank you all for your hard work today. Tomorrow, let's give customers a 20% discount like today, and we'll return to the original prices in 3 days. Understood, madam, Uncle Gu replied with a smile. One of the chefs raised his hand and, after Xia Tian looked over, continued, We didn't prepare enough dishes today, and we ran out. Okay, I understand. Tomorrow, Uncle Chen should prepare a bit more, but not too much to avoid waste. Sure, madam, Uncle Chen quickly agreed. It's July now, and the weather is hot. He was worried that if he prepared too much, it might spoil, and he didn't expect so many customers today. Are there any other issues? Xia Tian asked the group. Madam, if we keep getting this many customers, we might need to hire 2 more chefs, another chef said. Xia Tian nodded. Indeed, with 2 floors in the restaurant, 2 chefs were not enough. Although they had apprentices, the peak serving times were still a bit tight. If the serving speed can't keep up, customers might leave. Do you 2 know any chefs you could recommend? She felt that putting up a notice to hire chefs herself would take too long. If they knew skilled chefs, they could start right away. Madam, I know one, but I need to ask if he's willing to come, the chef who mentioned the shortage said. All right, if you're willing to come, have him come for an interview tomorrow. Just to be clear, if he doesn't pass the interview, no one can help him. Understood, ma'am. Xia Tian then talked about various small issues she discovered today. Noticing it was getting late, she gave everyone a red envelope as a parting gift and let them go. When she returned to Jinglan Courtyard, Xia Tian was so tired that she collapsed onto the bed, not even wanting to wash up. Shen Yan also went straight back to Lingyun Pavilion, as he had to work tomorrow, so he rested early. For the next 3 days, Xia Tian stayed at the restaurant until closing time. She thought that after the 3-day discount, there would be fewer customers, but surprisingly, more guests came, including some young women. Cui Ling and Xiao Yu were also very busy these days, especially with the various soups and snacks in the restaurant, which the girls loved. For the restaurant's opening, Xia Tian didn't do any grand promotions. She mainly relied on the students nearby who came for exams. Unexpectedly, business was quite good. Seeing that everything at the restaurant was running smoothly, Xia Tian took a few days off at home and worked hard to finish the emperor's portrait. It seemed that relying on the restaurant to make money wasn't going to work out. She would need to save money through her painting. Although the emperor had appointed her as the court painter, it was different from the other court painters who received a salary. She was paid directly in silver. So, She needed to hold on to this good source of income tightly and couldn't neglect her biggest client, no matter how hard it was. The rewards given by the queen for the portraits of the young princes and princesses were truly generous. After this comparison, Xia Tian's enthusiasm for painting instantly increased. At the end of July, Lin Xiao invited her to meet. The location was her Yuejin Pavilion. Xia Tian was surprised. How did they find out she opened a restaurant? Did the news spread that quickly? When they met, Hu Mengyao was the first to complain, "I can't believe you didn't invite us to the restaurant opening. Were you afraid we wouldn't pay for our meals? I was worried you might laugh at me, so I didn't want to make a big deal out of it," Xia Tian replied, leading the three of them to the private room at the back of the second floor. Aunt Gu personally brewed tea and brought over some snacks. Xia Tian quickly urged the three of them, "Try this and see how my little restaurant tastes." When Jean smiled, "Your restaurant is small? I didn't expect you to be so capable, Xia Tian. You've opened a restaurant." Wen Jin's words are true. They're still at the stage where their mothers are guiding them. They didn't expect that Xia Tian would open a restaurant by herself, and she manages it quite well. Today, they arrived early, around 10 o'clock, and when they came upstairs, there were already guests in the lobby enjoying tea. "Hey, I just wanted to earn a little extra money for myself," Xia Tian said with a shy smile as she poured each of them a cup of tea. "Do you really need money? One of your paintings is worth more than all the savings I have," Hu Mengyao exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "Out of the four of us, you're the richest." "That's right. You don't know, my mother wants you to paint her portrait. After she saw the one you did for the Empress, she couldn't stop talking about it," Lin Xiao added. "A painting costing 5,000 taels of silver isn't something just anyone can afford. Even a general's wife would have to think twice. The main issue is whether it's worth that much." Xia Tian didn't mind. The 5,000 taels were just a result of speculation. That day, the Empress misunderstood and casually mentioned it, and everyone thought her painting was really worth that much. "If you want portraits, I'll give you a discount," Xia Tian joked. "Really? How much off?" Hu Mengyao asked eagerly. "2/3 off, how about that?" "2/3? That makes it 1,000 taels. Are you serious? You can't back out." "Absolutely, it's as real as pearls," Xia Tian laughed. 1,000 taels is about 2 months' profit for her restaurant. "That's great." Hu Mengyao cheered. When Jean and Lin Xiao also smiled. Actually, they all wanted portraits, just like modern girls love taking photos, but they couldn't bear to spend 5,000 taels. Portraits aren't necessities, unless someone is truly wealthy, who would spend so much just for a painting. "How about this? I won't charge you anything. As friends, I'll gift each of you a portrait when you get married as a wedding gift." "Really? That will be quite generous of you," Wen Jin said with a smile. "No problem. It saves me from having to think hard about what to give you." Xia Tian leaned in and mischievously asked, "By the way, when are you three getting married?" Wen Jin and Lin Xiao both blushed at the same time. "What's going on? Are they really getting married? What's up? Has a date been set?" Xia Tian asked curiously. Wen Jin was fine. She had agreed to marry the son of Minister Su earlier this year, so the marriage was a natural progression. But why is Lin Xiao blushing? Remember the last time I told her about Lu wanting to talk to Shinke? It hasn't been long, and now she's getting married? Come on, why are you two so shy? Just say it. Hu Mengyao couldn't hold back and spoke up first. Xia Tian found it amusing. How did Miss Hu develop such a personality? Aren't all young ladies supposed to be gentle and reserved? She seemed nothing like that. Lin Xiao shyly spoke up. We invited you today to tell you this. Xia Tian perked up, waiting for them to continue. Wen Jin bit her lip and then quietly said, My family has set a date for me. It's October 18th. After saying that, she quickly took a sip of her tea. Xia Tian looked at Lin Xiao again. Since Wen Jin had spoken, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. I set mine for March next year. Xia Tian turned to Hu Mengyao. What are you looking at me for? My mom said she can't bear to let me go and wants me to stay another year, Hu Mengyao said, glaring at Xia Tian with a hint of pride. Stay another year? You might end up as an old maid. Xia Tian teased her on purpose. Humph. You're the old maid. Hu Mengyao rolled her eyes. I'm just curious. Which young masters are you two engaged to? After all this time, she still didn't know who Lin Xiao and Hu Mengyao were marrying. Hu Mengyao grinned. I'm not telling you. Well, if you don't tell me, then I won't need to draw your portrait, Xia Tian said, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair, looking relaxed. Humph. You dare. Hu Mengyao flashed her teeth at Xia Tian. Stop teasing. Wen Jin pulled Hu Mengyao and smiled as she introduced. She's engaged to the third son of Lord Gao from the Guozijian.
Oh.
Xia Tian nodded. She didn't know this third son personally, but had heard of him. He was the one who won first place at the poetry event hosted by Princess Ruihua last time. He should be a talented and well-read person. How did this elegant young man and the lively miss who get together? Xia Tian wondered if it was truly a case of opposites attracting. She wasn't sure, but this third son was not only talented but also quite handsome, and he was Hu Mengyao's childhood friend. They were betrothed from a young age. What about you? She turned to ask Lin Xiao, the second son of Lord Li from the Ministry of Revenue. Lin Xiao said quickly, her ears turning a bit red. It seemed Lin Xiao was quite pleased with this Lord Li's son. She even blushed when mentioning him. Xia Tian smiled and noticed that the young lady, Master Lier, was unfamiliar to her. Seeing their shyness, she decided not to ask more questions. Congratulations to the three of you in advance, Xia Tian said with a fist salute.
What are you talking about?
Hu Mengyao playfully pushed Xia Tian's shoulder. Before long, the dishes were served one after another, and Xia Tian invited them to try some. She had Ningxiang set up another table for their maids. Wen Jin and the others found the Cantonese cuisine quite to their liking. After the meal, Xia Tian asked Cooling to pack 3 portions of their favorite snacks and place them on the carriage. Lin Xiao wanted to pay for the meal, but Xia Tian stopped her, saying, "What? I can't afford this meal? I'm just worried you might lose out," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "It's just a meal. In the future, you can help promote my restaurant, and then more customers will come." Xia Tian joked as she saw the three of them off. "To be honest, your restaurant not only has great food but also a nice atmosphere, perfect for female guests," Wen Jin remarked as she looked around. "All right, next time I'll bring some guests," Hu Mengyao readily agreed. "Then, I thank you all in advance. If more young ladies and gentlemen came here for tea and meals, the restaurant's revenue would surely increase. Then she could develop more dishes suitable for these wealthy young people to boost her income." On the first day of opening, many students came in, but their spending power was limited. Although there were many customers, each table averaged only 300 to 400 won, so low revenue was expected. After all, not everyone could spend 1 or 2 taels of silver on a meal. To make money, it was essential to attract wealthy young men, ladies, or rich people. Before leaving, the young ladies took out the congratulatory gifts they had brought. Xia Tian smiled and accepted them without hesitation. The gifts from the three were decorative items suitable for the restaurant. Although the gifts weren't very expensive, they were heartfelt, and Xia Tian asked Uncle Gu to display them. She exchanged a few words with Uncle Gu and then returned with Wen Jin and the others. Time flew by, and soon it was the 9th day of the 8th month, the first day of the autumn examination. The autumn examination lasted 9 days, with 3 sessions over 3 days. This year, there were candidates from the Duke of Wuan's household. Shun Ke from the main branch and Shun Rui from the second branch were both participating. Shun Rui was the eldest son of the second master and second mistress. The autumn examination began with inspections at 3 or 4 in the morning. On the evening of the 8th, the Duke of Wuan and Lu accompanied Shun Ke, while the second master and second mistress accompanied Shun Rui until they entered the examination hall. They waited outside the exam hall just in case something happened, and they needed to report back quickly. Normally, students from military families like them didn't have to take exams. They could get jobs through connections when they reached the right age, such as in the 5 cities military command or as palace guards. However, ever since the old marquis passed away and the new marquis was injured while guarding the border and called back, he insisted that the young men in the family study hard and take the imperial exams. Lu was at home dreaming of her son Shen-ku passing the high school entrance exam, but unexpectedly, before the last exam ended, he was sent out. The servant who had been waiting outside rushed back to report to the Marquis. "My lord, the fourth young master has come out of the exam hall." The Marquis was taken aback. Why did he come out when the exam isn't over? The servant hesitated. He was sent out by someone inside. Lu immediately panicked. Is it because Kur is unwell that he was sent out early? The servant shook his head, not daring to say more. The Marquis seemed to remember something and slammed his hand on the table. This troublemaker. With that, he strode out the door, and Lu hurried to follow him. Before they reached the exam hall, they encountered Shin-ko, who was riding home in a carriage. The Marquis, frowning, ordered the carriage to turn around. Once they got home, before Shin-ko could say anything, the Marquis kicked him to the ground and shouted, "Tell me what happened. Why were you sent out before the exam ended?" He had been waiting for good news about Shin-ko's exam, but instead, after 3 years of anticipation, he was sent out early. I didn't do anything," Shin-ko replied while rubbing his knee. "Didn't do anything? Why else would you be sent out?" Seeing the Marquis about to act again, Lu quickly stepped in front of Shin-ko. "My lord, maybe it's really a misunderstanding? Let's find out what happened first." Lu still held on to hope that it might not be her son's fault. The Marquis, seeing Lu defending this troublemaker, felt even angrier. Anyone sent out early from there is either cheating or causing disorder. How could it be good?
Cheating?
Lu was shocked. Cheating could mean losing the right to take exams for life. "Tell me, did you cheat inside?" Lu asked, her voice rising in concern as she lightly patted Shin-ko's back. Shin-ko quickly shook his head. "Mother, I didn't cheat, I swear." Upon hearing it wasn't cheating, Lu felt relieved. As long as it wasn't cheating, there would be another chance to take the exam next time. "What do you mean it wasn't cheating?" Woo On-ho frowned and shouted. "I just spoke to the student next to me, and the proctor said I disturbed the exam and kicked me out." Shin-ko replied defiantly, but seeing Woo On-ho's darkening expression, her voice grew softer. Woo On-ho sat back down, feeling a bit discouraged. He had hoped Shin-ko would pass this autumn exam and be able to take the spring exam next year. In a family of military officials, having 2 people enter the government through the imperial examination would be quite impressive. It seemed he was thinking too much. Not everyone could pass the exam like the eldest. Thinking of Shin Yen, Woo On-ho couldn't help but smile wryly. In Jinglong Courtyard, Xia Tian was painting in her study when Ning Xiang knocked and entered. "Madam, I just heard from the doorman that the 4th young master has returned." "The 4th young master? Shin-ko? Did he just finish the exam?" Xia Tian asked casually, not stopping her brush. "No. Tomorrow is the last day of the exam," Ning Xiang quickly reminded her, seeing that Xia Tian didn't quite understand. "If the exam isn't over, did he turn in his paper early?" Xia Tian finished her stroke and suddenly realized, "You mean Shin-ko left the exam room early?" "Yes, madam, you finally got it," Ning Xiang teased with a smile. "Right, this isn't modern times. You can't just turn in your paper early." If he left before the exam was over, it could only mean one thing. He must have made a mistake and was kicked out. Truly, heaven is watching. Xia Tian set down her brush, clapping her hands with a smile. With someone as ruthless as Shin-ko, who would even harm his own brother if he became an official, it would be unfortunate for others. Ning Xiang was also pleased. As someone on Shin Yen's side, she was happy to see the 4th young master in trouble. Xia Tian decided to stop painting and pulled Ning Xiang out of the study. "Today is a good day. I will cook to celebrate." Ning Xiang smiled helplessly. "Madam, please be discreet. I heard the Lord is very upset and almost wanted to discipline him. The 4th young master is still in the Lord's courtyard. Who cares? We'll celebrate quietly, without them knowing. When your young master returns tonight, we can all have a drink together." The fragrant scent no longer lingered. She instructed Sueyun to inform the kitchen and also to bring back the materials needed for Jinglong Courtyard. The kitchen manager, Granny Wan, was quite agreeable since the young lady had been generous. Whenever Jinglong Courtyard needed supplies, she readily agreed. The kitchen staff did not make things difficult for those from Jinglong Courtyard. Preparations for the summer celebration were underway. On the other side, the second branch was startled to hear that Shinko had left the examination room early. The second master and mistress hurried over, their hearts racing with worry. They hoped nothing had happened to Shinrue as well. Upon arriving at the residence of the Marquis of Wuan, the second mistress waited outside while the second master knocked and entered. He found only Shinko kneeling on the ground, with no sign of Shinrue, which relieved him slightly. Turning to see his elder brother, the Marquis of Wuan, with a stern expression, he cautiously asked, "Brother, what happened to the fourth one?" The Marquis huffed and replied in a low voice, "This troublemaker was caught whispering during the exam. He even argued with the examiner and was sent out." "Really?" The second master was momentarily speechless. The autumn examination only happened once every 3 years, and even a child knew that whispering or cheating was not allowed. The fourth one was so unreliable, treating such a serious exam like it was at home, where he could act freely. "Brother, did you send someone to find out what happened?" The second master still held onto a glimmer of hope. "The person I sent just reported this," the Marquis of Wuan said, feeling angry at the thought of someone who couldn't distinguish between serious matters and trivial ones, treating the examination hall like his backyard. The second master felt frustrated. "Fourth one, you are too reckless. Don't you know how important the autumn examination is? You wasted a chance for nothing." "I know I was wrong," second uncle, Shinku admitted, not daring to argue anymore after receiving a few slaps from the Marquis out of anger. Seeing the second master join in on reprimanding her son, Lu felt dissatisfied and spoke sarcastically, "Second brother, if Cook can't take the exam, doesn't that give your Rue a better chance?" The second master paused, his expression darkening. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? They are all sons of the Shin family. Whoever succeeds brings honor to our family. Would I wish for could have failed just because Rue is also taking the exam?" Lu's words implied that Shunku's failure would benefit Shinrue, which was quite unreasonable. Looking at it this way, Lu not only fell short compared to the elder sister-in-law, but her own children were also not as capable as Shin Yan and Shin Hui. The heart of a person is hard to understand. Who really knows? Lu murmured softly. The second master was infuriated. "Brother, what does this mean? Is it that they can't stand our branch and are deliberately causing trouble?" "Second brother, women can be short-sighted. Don't pay her any mind," Duke Wuan said, rubbing his temples in frustration. "You should go back first. Tomorrow, Shinrue will finish his exam, and this time, our house is counting on him." Seeing his brother like this, the second master said nothing more. He glanced at Lu and huffed, "What nonsense." Then he waved his sleeve and left the study. Outside, the second lady was anxiously pacing. When she saw the second master come out, she hurriedly approached and asked, "What happened? Is Rue all right?" "Rue is fine. Let's go home and talk," the second master replied with a dark expression, striding ahead. Noticing his bad mood, the second lady didn't ask further and quickly followed him. Once they returned to their courtyard, the second master angrily recounted Lu's words. The second lady scoffed. "She's just a narrow-minded person pretending to be generous and kind, thinking everyone shares her petty thoughts. Just wait. Someone like her will eventually be disliked by Duke Wuan." Seeing the second master still upset, she quickly tried to soothe him. "My lord, don't let her get to you. Just look at her 3 children. None can compare to Nian-go, and now it seems even our Rue-go is better." The second master calmed down a bit. In a big family, there are always various frictions, but in the end, they are all family and no one truly harbors ill will. Lu's words were just too harsh. "Do you think Rue inside hasn't been affected?" the second lady asked with concern. If Shinrue knew that Shinko had been sent out early, it might affect his mood. Thinking this way, the second lady felt a bit resentful towards Lu and Shinko, as they showed no grace of a lady or noble. They pretended to be dignified but fell short when it mattered, dragging everyone down. That evening, when Shen Yan returned, Xia Tian had indeed cooked 2 tables of dishes. One table was for her and Xin Yan, while the other was for Ning Xiang and the others. Shen Yan had heard about Shun Ke being sent out during his duty today. Seeing Xia Tian wanting to celebrate this by cooking was both amusing and touching. He thought it was a sign from heaven. The next day, the second master and the second lady set out early in a carriage to wait outside the exam venue for Shen Rui. On a quiet summer afternoon, after lunch, I went to wait with others to pick someone up. The exam results wouldn't be released until later in the day. "Why are you here?" Lady Air asked in surprise when she saw me. "Of course I had to come on such an important day," I replied with a smile, handing the food box I brought to her companion, Siu. "Aunt Air, you and Uncle Air haven't eaten yet, right? I brought you some food." "Well, I really am hungry," Lady Air said with a smile. "Thank you, Xia girl. We're family, Aunt Air, no need to be polite." Lady Air nodded and went to eat by the carriage. It was still early before the afternoon event, but the area outside the exam hall was already filled with carriages, all there to pick up their children who were taking the autumn exam. I looked around and was surprised to see Hu Mengyao. Could it be that her family has someone taking the exam today? I greeted Lady Air and made my way through the crowd with Ning Shui to find Hu Mengyao. She was standing by a carriage, peeking around. When she saw me approaching, she stood on her tiptoes and waved her fan. "What a coincidence to see you here," I said with a smile. "Yes, it is. What are you doing here?" Hu Mengyao asked curiously. "My Aunt Air's son is taking the exam, so I'm here to pick him up," I replied, looking around. "Are you here alone? Where are the others?" "Don't look for them. They didn't come." "It's just me," Hu Mengyao replied with a laugh. She must have been looking for Wenjin and Lin Ziyu. "Oh, so you're here to pick someone up too? Does your family have someone taking the exam?" I asked, intrigued. "No one in my family is taking the exam. I'm just here to take a look," Hu Mengyao said quietly, glancing around. I found it amusing and teased her. "What are you hiding? You're just here to see your fiancé." I remembered that Hu Mengyao's betrothed, the third son of the National Academy's head, was also taking the exam. She must be here to see him. "Shou, keep your voice down," Hu Mengyao said urgently, looking around to make sure no one heard. She had come without permission, and although they had grown up together, they had seen each other less often as their families began discussing their marriage. Today, she had used the excuse of looking for Lin Ziyu and Wenjin to be allowed out. Okay, I'll be quiet. Don't worry, no one will hear." Hu Mengyao glanced at her, noticing her teasing expression, and said shyly, "Stop talking about it, or I might get angry." Seeing Hu Mengyao embarrassed, Xia Tian decided not to tease her further. There were too many people around, and since they were girls, they needed to be a bit more reserved. The two chatted for a while, watching as students gradually came out of the exam room. Xia Tian then said goodbye to Hu Mengyao and returned to the second madam. After waiting a bit longer, more students emerged, and she and the second madam occasionally stood on their toes to look. The second madam seemed a bit nervous. Throughout history, parents have always felt anxious when their children take exams. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they spotted Shen Rui in the crowd. They moved closer, and Shen Rui's servant had already squeezed to the front. Seeing his young master come out, he quickly waved, "Young master, over here." At this point, Shen Rui's clothes were wrinkled, and his hair was a bit messy. The 17-year-old looked exhausted, carrying his exam basket, and his steps were a bit sluggish. The servant quickly stepped forward, taking the exam basket with one hand and supporting his young master with the other. Xia Tian looked around. Most of the students who came out looked similar, all appearing quite worn out. It seemed that the 3 consecutive exams were indeed quite exhausting, especially since this autumn exam lasted 3 days, and during those days, the students had to stay in their small rooms. For someone like Shen Rui, who is used to a comfortable life, it must have been tough. When the servant helped Shen Rui over, he weakly greeted them. The second madam didn't ask anything and had him helped into the carriage. Just from that brief encounter, Xia Tian noticed a strong smell of sweat. After all, in the hot August weather, 3 days without a shower would leave anyone smelling bad. Once Shen Rui was in the carriage, Xia Tian quickly invited the second madam to join her. The second madam gave her a grateful glance and nodded before getting into the carriage. Seeing that everyone was settled, Xia Tian also climbed into the carriage to head back. Once they returned home, the first thing the second madam did was call for the maid to prepare a bath for Shinrui and cook a meal. After he was clean and well-fed, they would let him rest. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, upon hearing that Shinrui was back, was very upset, saying, it's just an autumn exam. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss to pick him up? Madam is right. If he doesn't pass, it would be embarrassing. Chiou quickly agreed with Lu Shi. These past few days, especially today, Lu Shi had been in a terrible mood, breaking dishes at the slightest annoyance. If Kur can't pass, then that Shinrui from her family will definitely not pass either. Lu felt a bit better hearing Chiou say this. Yes, the fourth young master will surely do much better than them after the exam. Chiou gently massaged Lu's shoulders. While Lu enjoyed this, she was also a bit annoyed with Shinku for not being more competitive. Otherwise, no one would be laughing at her. Seeing Lu silent, Chiou tried to make conversation. Madam, I heard that the young master's wife is also going to pick up the third young master. The third young master was Shinrui, who is the same age as Shinku, just 2 months older. What a clown. Does she think that by currying favor with the second branch, she can secure her position in the household?
Dream on.
Lu snorted. Talking about this made her angry. After all, she was the proper mother-in-law of that girl. She had set up a small kitchen in her courtyard without even consulting her. Whatever delicious food she made, she never sent any to Lu, always taking it to the old madam and the second madam. Sending to the old madam was one thing, but what was up with sending to the second madam? Instead of trying to please her proper mother-in-law, she went to please an outsider? They really couldn't tell the difference. Just wait until I regain control of the household. She'll be in for it. Madam is right. The young master's wife has no sense and keeps going against you. I think she just lacks vision and experience. Chiou continued to flatter. Lu nodded in satisfaction. That's true. Chiou sighed in relief and continued to massage Lu's shoulders. Ever since Granny Chi left, they had been very careful every day, afraid that one wrong word would trigger Lu's anger. Moreover, the Marquis had been visiting less frequently, which made Lu even more frustrated, and she would punish them at the slightest provocation. Chiou also began to resent Xia Tian, realizing that ever since the young master's wife arrived, Lu had not been in a good mood. This had led to their status in the household not being as glorious as before. If Xia Tian knew what these two were thinking, she would probably laugh in anger. What kind of logic was this? Instead of looking for faults within themselves, they blamed others. But it must be said, if they lived in modern times, they definitely wouldn't have such internal strife. Meanwhile, on the second madam's side, Shinrui slept until the next day. After morning greetings, Xia Tian and the others didn't rush to leave. The old madam was holding Shinrui's hand, chatting warmly, while the second madam accompanied them. Blair, how did the exam go? The old madam asked with a smile. I finished all the questions, but I don't know if I can pass, Shinrui replied with a smile, humbly. When it comes to reading, no one among these people can compare to Xin Yan. It doesn't matter how well you do. In our family of military officials, we don't all rely on the imperial examinations to enter the government, the old lady gently reassured. Yes, thank you, grandmother. While the grandmother and grandson were happily chatting, the Marquis of Wuan pushed aside the curtain and strode in. As soon as he entered, he laughed heartily and said, Mother, great news. The Marquis of Wuan shook off yesterday's gloom, his face full of uncontainable joy as he announced the good news. Everyone in the room turned to look at him, and the old lady asked with a smile, What is this great news? Weren't you at court? The Marquis tossed aside his robe, sat down, took a sip of tea, and replied, The court session ended early. The Emperor sent me home. What great news makes you so happy? The old lady asked again when the Marquis didn't answer. The Marquis laughed and said, Mother, Nian has been promoted to a third-rank official. Huh? This is truly great news. The old lady clapped her thigh with delight, her face beaming with joy. Yes, I never expected Nian to be promoted to third rank at such a young age. The emperor announced it in court today. The Marquis felt proud. This was the first time someone from the Marquis of Wuan's family had risen to third rank on their own. As military officials, their achievements came from battles, and compared to civil officials, it had been hard to gain military merit in recent years due to peace and prosperity. Promotion was even more difficult. That's why he insisted that the younger generation take the exams, hoping to elevate their status and not let the family become just an empty shell over generations. Yesterday's frustration over Shun Ke being dismissed from the exam had completely vanished today. While waiting for court, he had been mocked by his colleagues, who said he hadn't raised his son well, as his son had been kicked out of the exam. He had been furious but couldn't argue since it was true, so he just sulked. Unexpectedly, during court, the emperor promoted Nian in front of everyone, making him stand tall again. He had been prepared to face ridicule after court, but instead, he was called by the emperor and returned home first after everyone else had left. "Brother, what position has Nian been promoted to?" The second lady couldn't help but ask, shocked that Xin Nian had risen from a fifth-rank official to a third rank in less than a year. From the third rank, it is already quite high. For example, Minister Su is a first-rank official, and the heads of the 6 ministries are second-rank. Basically, everyone has worked for decades to reach this position. It is rare for someone as young as Xin Nian to be promoted to the third rank. Minister of War's deputy, then we must celebrate with a couple of tables, the second lady said with a smile. The Marquis of Wuan nodded. Let's take a break in a couple of days and celebrate with just our family. That sounds good. The old lady agreed happily. Mother, there's another piece of good news. Our family has double happiness this time. The Marquis of Wuan continued cheerfully.
Oh.
Then hurry up and tell us, the old lady playfully urged. The Marquis of Wuan looked at Xia Tian and then said to everyone in the room, "Today, after court, the emperor called me to the study and said he wanted Nian to be a teacher for the crown prince and other princes and princesses, teaching them painting." "Is that true?" the old lady asked in surprise. The emperor said it himself, and Nian was there too. He also mentioned that Nian should check with his wife first, the Marquis of Wuan said, feeling quite mixed about it. When he went to the study, he thought there was something important, but it turned out to be this. He never expected that this daughter-in-law, whom he reluctantly acknowledged, would become a teacher for the crown prince and the princes and princesses, even if it was just for painting. No matter what, she would be a teacher for the crown prince and the princes and princesses. That is something everyone must recognize. As for the other princes and princesses, it was fine, but the key point was that the crown prince was among them. He would be the next king. This was no longer just a matter of pride. It was a significant event for the Xin family's legacy. Xia Tian was also surprised by the news. "Dad, the emperor really wants me to teach the crown prince how to paint?" She felt the same way as the Marquis of Wuan. This was truly unexpected. Being appointed as a court painter was already impressive, but now she was to be a teacher for the crown prince. Even if not in a formal sense, she would still be a teacher. "Yes, when Nian returns from duty, you can ask him." The Marquis of Wuan nodded. Hearing this, the others in the room looked at her, some happy, some in disbelief, especially the third lady, whose feelings were quite complicated. She had always looked down on her, often calling her a wild girl, thinking she was far superior. But unexpectedly, this so-called wild girl had quietly distanced herself from them. At this moment, the second lady was the happiest, holding Xia Tian's hand and examining her. "You really are someone who accomplishes great things quietly." Xia Tian smiled shyly. "I didn't expect this either." The old lady looked at Xia Tian with a complex expression and smiled. "Yes, indeed, it's a double joy." Duke Wu uncovered his lips with his hand and cleared his throat. When Xia Tian looked over, he said seriously, "When you enter the palace to teach the crown prince and the princesses, remember the rules. Be aware of what to say and what not to say." "I understand, father," Xia Tian replied respectfully. She knew that Duke Wu and was worried she might not understand the rules and cause trouble, so he was reminding her. Once he finished speaking, Duke Wu left. The old lady was tired too, so Xia Tian and the others followed suit and dispersed. As Xia Tian and the second lady walked out, they chatted. "Aunt, when will the results of the autumn examination be announced?" "It will be early September," the second lady calculated the days. "That's still more than half a month away. Then third brother should be fine this time, right?" Xia Tian glanced at Shen Rui, who was following the second lady. He had recovered and looked like a noble young man again. "That's uncertain," the second lady sighed. "I hope he makes the list. After so many years of studying, even if he wasn't as good as Nian Ge, he should be able to pass." Xia Tian linked her arm with the second lady's and whispered, "Now that the autumn examination is over, third brother's wedding date should be set, right?" "Yes, we have already discussed it with the bride's family," the second lady said, feeling happier at the thought. She initially wanted to set the date for this year, but time was tight, so it would likely have to wait until after the new year. As they spoke, they reached a fork in the path, and Xia Tian released the second lady's arm and returned to Jinglan courtyard with Ning Xiang. "Madam, I'll ask the kitchen to add a dish for lunch," Ning Xiang said happily. Their young master had been promoted, so their lady was also considered to have gained status. Being a lady was even more exciting for them than the young master's promotion. When Ning Xiang mentioned this, Ning Shui and Chui Yin were all very happy. "It's a pity Chui Ling isn't here. Otherwise, she could make some of the ladies' favorite dishes," Chui Yin said with a hint of regret. "That's all right. We can discuss it when your young master returns from duty tonight. We need to clarify this matter." Xia Tian calmed the excited maids and told them to busy themselves for now. She went straight to her study to continue painting. Although she was initially shocked by Duke Wu En's words, she was no longer as excited. Thinking of the 5-year-old crown prince and the 2- or 3-year-old princes and princesses, she could imagine the chaos that would ensue. This was not going to be a class. It felt more like being a kindergarten teacher. She certainly couldn't handle the students and parents in that situation. Summer shook her head, clearing her mind of distractions, and began to focus on her drawing. When Shen Yan returned in the evening, she came out of the study. "Brother Shen, did the emperor really say he wants me to teach the crown prince and the others how to draw?" She picked up her chopsticks and served Shen Yan a piece of rib. "Yes, father has already mentioned it," Shen Yan said, slowly enjoying the rib. Summer nodded. "He said so this morning in the old lady's room, and he seemed quite happy about it." Summer had never seen the Duke of Wuan smile. As the head of the family, he always carried an air of authority. Although she usually called him Dad, she still felt a bit intimidated in front of him. "The emperor asked me to check your opinion first." "Are you really asking for my opinion? Doesn't the emperor usually just issue a decree?" "The emperor isn't that autocratic," Shen Yan chuckled at Summer's wide eyes. "Then, I definitely agree. Even though the emperor said this, I can't take his politeness for granted." She was aware of her position. In this society of royal power, the emperor's words were truly golden and could not be easily contradicted. "All right, I understand," Shen Yan nodded. "I'll tell the emperor tomorrow that you agree."
Good, have some soup.
She served a bowl of soup in front of Shen Yan. The next day, Summer received a royal decree delivered by the emperor's chief. Thankfully, she didn't have to go every day. Visiting once a week was enough. Summer began preparing her lessons. She couldn't just entertain the children each time. She needed to teach them some painting knowledge to avoid complaints from students and parents. While preparing her lessons, Summer also took some time to visit the Yuejin Pavilion. Although the autumn exams had ended, the results had not yet been announced, and the students were still in the capital. After a few days away, the Yuejin Pavilion was already crowded with students, and some were even reciting poetry. When Summer arrived, it was still early for dinner, but a large group of students had gathered, passionately discussing and competing in poetry. She didn't want to disturb them and asked Uncle Gu to serve tea and snacks for free. Uncle Gu had hired 4 more waiters during this time, and business was booming, with daily earnings increasing several times. Seeing everything going well, Summer felt relieved and brought Chui Ling back with her. It was because she had the old lady Zhang keep an eye on things, and she bought some people. After the old lady helped her organize everything, a few skilled ones were directly placed in the restaurant for Cooling and Xiaoyu to manage. Now, they were basically ready to start. She asked Cooling if she wanted to stay at the restaurant as a manager. Cooling said she wanted to follow her, so she didn't insist and let Xiaoyu take care of that part, with Anku watching over everything, which was fine. 7 days passed quickly, and in the morning, Xiao Ian went to the palace with Shen Nian. Today was her first class, and she had prepared well. She thought they would be in the usual classroom for the crown prince, but the maid led her directly to the queen's palace. "Your servant greets your majesty," the queen. Xiao Tian bowed to the queen. The queen smiled and said, "No need for formalities. Lady Shen, please take a seat." After thanking her, Xiao Tian sat down and asked, "Your majesty, is this where the class will be held?" "Yes," the queen replied with a smile. "The little rascals are too young to be in the school, so the emperor suggested having the class here, where I can help keep them in line." "Your majesty is joking. The last time I saw them, although the crown prince is young, he is very steady and wise, and the little prince and princesses are quite adorable." Hearing Xiao Tian praise her son, the queen's smile widened. What mother doesn't love to hear compliments about her children? "Lady Shen, don't praise them too much. Just remember not to complain to me during class." The queen joked. "I'm only speaking the truth," Xiao Ian replied with a smile. After a while, the little ones were brought in by their nurse, along with their mother. Xiao Tian quickly stood to greet the ladies before sitting down again. In came the little prince and the 2 little princesses she had seen last time. The queen only had the crown prince. The others were born to the emperor's other consorts. Since the crown prince had not arrived yet, everyone waited. Just then, the favored consort arrived with her little princess. The emperor now had 5 children, 2 princes and 3 princesses. The crown prince was the emperor's eldest son. After greeting the favored consort, as she stood properly, the little princess in the nurse's arms reached out to her. Xiao Tian was surprised that this 1-year-old child remembered her. The little princess wanted to be held, and Xiao Tian glanced at the favored consort, who smiled and said, "This child actually wants you to hold her. Usually, only the queen can hold her. She doesn't let anyone else." "Yes, usually only I can hold her from her mother's arms," the queen said with a smile. "Can I hold the little princess?" Summer asked with a smile. This child is precious, so she didn't dare to reach out casually. "What's the problem?" "Lady Shen, feel free to hold her. Just don't complain if you get tired," the noble consort said, sitting down next to the queen. Summer reached out to hold the little princess, who wrapped her arms around her neck, a soft and cuddly little bundle that was simply adorable. Although she wasn't particularly fond of children, this pretty and affectionate little girl was just too cute to resist. Holding the little princess, Summer walked over to the drawing board and picked up a pen to draw a cute little cat. She pointed to the drawing and asked the little princess, "What is this?" "Cat," the little princess pointed. "Wow, the princess is so smart," Summer praised, then drew a mouse and asked, "What is this?" The little princess shook her head. She probably hadn't seen one before, so she couldn't answer. "This is a mouse," Summer explained. "Cats catch mice." "Cats catch mice," the little princess repeated. Seeing Summer drawing, the other little ones let go of their mother's hands and ran over to watch. The other noble consorts were also curiously watching. The queen nodded to herself, surprised that Lady Shen was so good at entertaining children. It seemed wise of the emperor to have her teach the princes and princesses how to draw. Not only was her drawing skill good, but she was also patient with such young children. Watching the princes and princesses gathered around Lady Shen, the noble consorts were amazed. Last time, the little ones brought back the drawings of dogs and rabbits she made for them, insisting that they be hung up, and the first thing they did every morning was run to see them. When the emperor arrived, they insisted that he ask Lady Shen to draw something else for them, which led the emperor to think of having Summer teach them to draw. Before long, the crown prince arrived, and Summer's teaching officially began. When the crown prince arrived, Summer set the little princess down and had them sit properly. The place where she taught them to draw was a special room prepared by the queen, with easels and brushes set up for each prince and princess. Today, she didn't plan to teach anything complicated. Instead, She took out her simple drawing materials and taught them to recognize the shapes while drawing simple pictures. Simple drawings are easy to learn and perfect for these little princes and princesses, all under 5 years old. Time passed quickly. At noon, the queen invited her to have lunch in the palace. In the afternoon, the young prince and princess took their naps, so there was no need for lessons. After lunch, Xia Tian left the palace. At the end of August, Shen Yan had a day off. During lunchtime, Chu Sanyang personally brought over the embroidered wedding dress for Xia Tian to try on and see if it fit. "Madam, please try it on. If it doesn't fit anywhere, I can make adjustments," Chu Sanyang said as she took out the wedding dress and opened it for Xia Tian to wear. "Okay, I'll try it," Xia Tian replied, taking off her outer garment and spreading her arms so that Chu Sanyang and her maid could help her with the fitting. When Chu Sanyang came to take measurements, Xia Tian thought it was just for regular clothes. She didn't realize that Shen Yan had secretly hired the best embroiderer to make her a wedding dress. She glanced outside, feeling happy inside. The wedding dress fit well, so Chu Sanyang took her leave and went back. Soon, it was the 8th day of September, the day the autumn exam results were announced. The Marquis of Wu and returned directly to the Marquis's residence after the morning court session. Early in the morning, he sent someone to check the results. Although he knew that the officials would come to notify them if there was a name on the list, he still wanted to know the results as soon as possible. Shen Rui left early to wait at the announcement location. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Wuan, the second master, and the second lady were all waiting in the old lady's courtyard. Although they knew the results wouldn't be announced so early, no one left. Even Lu Shi was allowed to come out and wait for news. Xia Tian made an excuse to visit a restaurant and took Ning Xiang and Ning Shui with her. On such an important day as the announcement of the autumn exam results, she wanted to see the excitement in person. However, when they arrived, they found the road to the announcement area blocked, and they had to get out of the carriage and walk. A large crowd of students had already gathered near the announcement area. Some were chatting excitedly, while others were silent and anxious. But everyone felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The three of them found a less crowded corner to stand in, with half an hour left until the results were announced. "Madam, do you think the third young master will pass?" Ning Shui asked, looking at the sea of students with concern. "It's like 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. Who knows?" Xia Tian sighed. Just like their college entrance exams, this was an opportunity for ordinary people to change their fate. Especially for families with limited means, they truly invested everything to support a scholar. If they couldn't pass, all their hard work would be in vain. Just like that little uncle of his, who studied for over 10 years but never passed the exams, their family lived on very little, and their savings were all gone. Shen Rui is different. Since he can't succeed in the imperial examination, he has someone in the family who can help him find another path. So for the nobles, the imperial examination is just an added bonus. As they chatted, time passed quickly. When it was time to announce the results, Xia Tian took a few steps forward and spotted Hu Mengyao in the crowd. "Mengyao, I ran into you again." Xia Tian waved at Hu Mengyao. Seeing her, Hu Mengyao came over with her maid. When she got closer, she looked at the large crowd and complained while fanning herself. "I told my mother I didn't want to come, but she insisted I should see this. Look at all these people. We can't even get to the front." Xia Tian laughed at her. "Did your mother really make you come? Or did you want to come yourself?" "I didn't want to come at all. What's so interesting about a crowd?" Hu Mengyao huffed, glancing around. Xia Tian teased, "You're just being stubborn." Believe what you want." Hu Mengyao turned her head away. Before long, someone shouted, "The results are here." The crowd immediately surged forward. Xia Tian quickly pulled Hu Mengyao aside, knowing they wouldn't be able to squeeze in with their small frames. Once the officials posted the results, the area was packed tightly. Xia Tian and Hu Mengyao stood on their tiptoes but couldn't even see the edges of the announcement. "It's just a list. Why are you so anxious? It's not like it's going to run away." Hu Mengyao grumbled as she looked at the tightly packed crowd. People have studied hard for years. Of course, they want to know the results. Xia Tian replied, thinking that if it were her, she would be even more anxious. Soon, cheers erupted from the announcement area, with some shouting "I passed," and others crying in disappointment. It was a vivid display of human emotions. Once the students slowly dispersed, Xia Tian and Hu Mengyao approached to check the results. This year, 120 students were accepted in the capital's autumn examination, and Shen Rui ranked 109th. At least he made it onto the list. After looking at Shen Rui's name, Xia Tian turned to Hu Mengyao, who was still searching for her fiancé's name, and nudged her. "Did you find it? What's his rank?"
Not yet.
Hu Mengyao replied, her eyes nearly crossing from searching so hard. "What's his name? I can help you look." "Gao Lin," Hu Mengyao answered without looking up. As soon as Xia Tian looked up, he saw the two big words high above, and he was speechless. Such a big name, yet Hu Mengyao couldn't see it. "Isn't that right? Second place." Xia Tian pointed to another piece of paper with 3 big names written on it. Hu Mengyao looked up in shock and followed Xia Tian's finger, instantly frozen in surprise. It turned out that the top 3 names were each written on separate papers and posted quite high. No wonder she hadn't seen them. She also didn't expect Gao Lin to get second place, so when she entered, she just looked at the lower list, searched for a long time without finding it, and thought she had failed. Xia Tian tilted his head, watching Hu Mengyao stare at the names without moving. He waved his hand in front of her. "Hey, snap out of it." Hu Mengyao blushed and swatted Xia Tian's hand away. "What are you talking about?" Xia Tian chuckled, wondering what she was thinking. "Second place. You have to treat us this time." "Why should I treat? It's not like I got in." "Gao Gongzi getting in is like you getting in. You definitely have to treat." Xia Tian joked. "Hey, Shin Shitzi was first in the autumn exam back then, so do you have to treat too?" Hu Mengyao countered. "I didn't even know him back then. Why would I treat?" "But your Shin Shitzi just got promoted a few days ago. You should treat for that, right?" "That's different. You treat yours, and I'll treat mine." The two laughed and teased each other, neither backing down. "All right, if we're treating, then since your Shin Shitzi got promoted first, you treat first." Hu Mengyao agreed playfully. "Okay, I'll let you know once I set a date." Xia Tian waved his hand. "It was nice to chat with peers." "Good, hurry up. I still have to line up to treat." Hu Mengyao pretended to urge him.
Got it.
"Stop nagging." After a while of playful banter, they each returned home. When Xia Tian got home, the messenger had already come, and there were firecracker remnants all over the entrance. The second lady was busy preparing for tonight's family banquet. Such a joyous occasion must be celebrated. "Second aunt, congratulations." Xia Tian smiled and congratulated her while helping with the preparations. Thank you. The second lady's face was beaming with joy. Once everything was ready, the second lady pulled Xia Tian aside and said seriously, "Xia girl, in a few days, you and Nyener will hold the wedding ceremony. Have you arranged where you will be getting married from?" Everything in the house was ready, and they would start decorating in a couple of days. The second lady was worried that Xia Tian might not understand this, so she spoke up to ask. After spending so many days together, she liked the girl more and more. Naturally, she hoped for a grand wedding for her. "Yes, it's all arranged." Shen Yan said she will get married from his villa in the capital. Xia Tian said, surprised that the second lady was concerned about this, feeling touched. Her wedding day was approaching, yet the old lady and Lu Shi hadn't thought to ask her about it. "Good, as long as it's arranged. If you need any help, just let me know. I will make sure everything in the house is taken care of," the second lady said, patting Xia Tian's hand and smiling to comfort her. "Thank you, second aunt." Xia Tian sincerely thanked her. Remembering something, she asked, "Second aunt, have the invitations been sent out?" She had 3 friends she needed to invite. Otherwise, they would surely complain about her not being a good friend. The invitations were sent out 2 weeks ago. "Are you asking because you want to invite someone?" "Yes, I have a few friends I want to invite," Xia Tian nodded.
Who are they?
"Do you want me to arrange it?" The second lady was a bit surprised, not knowing which friends needed separate invitations. "They are Miss Wen, Miss Lin, and Miss Hu." It's not a bother. I will send them invitations myself, Xia Tian replied. That's fine then. If it was those three, it made sense. Last time during the Empress's birthday, they had helped Xia Tian, so it was not surprising they were friends. When Xia Tian returned to Jinglan Courtyard, she quickly wrote the invitations. The next day, she sent someone to deliver them to Wen Jin and the others. When Hu Mengyao received Xia Tian's invitation, she thought it was for a gathering and muttered, "They set a date so quickly." When she opened the invitation and saw wedding, she was stunned.
Wedding?
Hu Mengyao looked again in disbelief. Isn't Xia Tian already engaged to young Master Shin? How can there be another wedding? She asked her maid, confused. I don't know. Is it possible that young Master Shin and Miss Xia are not actually married yet, and this time it's for real? Her maid, Rower, suggested with bright eyes. That makes sense, Hu Mengyao nodded. When Jean and Lin Ziyu were just as puzzled when they received the invitation, unable to understand how there could be another wedding. Lin Ziyu, however, didn't dwell on it. If she didn't understand, she would just wait for a chance to ask. Wen Jin felt a bit complicated, but she quickly let it go. She was now engaged to the Prime Minister's son and would soon be married. Although there was some regret about missed opportunities, it had to be said that Xia Tian might be better suited for Shin Yan. She met him during his hardest times and saved him. That bond was not something just anyone could replace. With 3 days left until September 16th, Xia Tian moved into Shen Yan's villa. When she saw the room filled with 108 pieces of dowry, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She thought it was just a formality since he was from a noble family, and a wedding must have some ceremony. However, she didn't expect Shin Yan to plan everything so thoroughly, even preparing the dowry according to the highest standards of 108 items. Moreover, he hadn't hinted at anything beforehand. When Xia Tian cried, the housekeeper, Zhang Mama, was so flustered that she ended up crying too after trying to comfort her for a long time. Once Xia Tian had cried enough, she shyly wiped her tears and smiled. Mama, did Shin Yan ask you to prepare all this? Yes, we started preparing a few months ago. The young master said it must be done perfectly so you wouldn't feel wronged, Zhang Mama replied with a smile.
Mama.
Xia Tian stepped forward and hugged Zhang Mama, tears flowing again. Zhang Mama gently patted her back, saying, Don't cry. As long as you and the young master are happy, my young lady can rest easy. The young lady she referred to was Shen Yan's biological mother. Okay.
Don't worry, Mama.
We will be very happy, Xia Tian assured while hugging Zhang Mama. 3 days passed quickly, and on September 16th, at the appointed time, Shen Yan, dressed in bright red, arrived with the wedding procession, playing music and celebrating. With no parents present, Shen Yan had invited Madame Su to style Xia Tian's hair. The person who styles the hair of a bride must be a blessed woman, meaning she has living parents, children, and a harmonious marriage. Madame Su not only had all her family members, but also had a good relationship with her husband, making her a recognized blessed person. Along with Shen Yan were his brothers, and even Wen Jin's older brother, Wen Lan, was in the procession. When it was time to leave, without any brothers to carry her, Shen Yan directly picked Xia Tian up in a princess carry and placed her in the bridal sedan. Unfazed by the teasing from others, Shen Yan mounted his horse and led the procession toward the duke's residence. Passers-by on the road stopped curiously to watch as the wedding procession moved ahead, followed by a long line carrying the bride's dowry. The dowry procession seemed endless. Shen Yan took a detour to arrive at the Ho residence on an auspicious day. After he dismounted, he took hold of one end of the red silk and entered alongside Xia Tian. In front of everyone, they completed their vows and were led into the bridal chamber, making it all feel real. Xia Tian, covered by a red veil, felt her heart racing. It all seemed like a dream, and as she sat on the edge of the bed, she could hardly believe she was really getting married. She quietly pinched her thigh, and the pain confirmed it. This was real. In her 2 lifetimes, she was truly getting married this time. Shen Yan stood in front of Xia Tian, ready to lift the veil when he heard a soft gasp. He quickly asked what happened. Xia Tian quickly sat up straight and replied from behind the veil, "It's nothing." As Shun Nian lifted the veil, their eyes met, and it felt like sparks flew between them. As they locked eyes, Xia Tian felt a bit shy and quickly looked away. Shin Nian, dressed in red, looked even more handsome. Seeing Xia Tian's shyness made him feel a little bashful too. After they drank from the ceremonial cup, Shin Nian went outside to greet the guests, allowing Xia Tian to relax. Just as she turned her neck to ask Ning Xiang for a massage, a group of people rushed into the room. Leading the way was Shun Ning, followed by Wen Jin, Hu Mengyao, and a few other young girls, including Shin Yan. "Big sister, congratulations." Shin Ning was the first to congratulate Xia Tian. Shin Ning was genuinely happy for her. Her brother treated Xia Tian well, and she was glad for their happiness. Since her own marriage, she hadn't returned often, remembering Xia Tian's words about avoiding trouble with the Liu family. The last time she visited was for the old lady's birthday. "Thank you, second sister," Xia Tian said, looking at Shin Ning's bright smile. She felt more relaxed now, as if her life was going well after marriage. Wen Jin, Hu Mengyao, and Lin Xiao also came forward to congratulate Xia Tian with smiles. Xia Tian felt a bit shy under their teasing gazes, thanked them, and quickly invited them to sit. Shin Yan and the others were curious for a moment before rushing back outside. Once they were alone, Hu Mengyao stepped forward, saying, "You kept this under wraps. You only sent us the invitation a few days before the wedding. That's quite something." "Hee, I didn't really know how it worked. I thought if I invited your family you would come too, so I didn't think much about it." She really didn't expect this. If she hadn't run into Hu Mengyao that day, laughing and joking about treating everyone, she probably wouldn't have thought to send them invitations alone. "Hey, how can you say that?" Hu Mengyao huffed. Wen Jin and Lin Xiao just watched the two banter, not planning to intervene. They sided with Hu Mengyao. Wen Jin looked at Xia Tian, who was wearing a crown and looked stunning, and was speechless for a moment. Xia Tian laughed. "What are you looking at?" "I'm amazed at how beautiful you look today," Wen Jin said with a smile. Usually, Xia Tian was carefree and lively, but now she looked like a shy bride, which surprised her a bit. "Of course. This is my most extravagant moment," Xia Tian joked, pointing to herself. "Look at me, all decked out in jewels. Wearing silver feels really different." Her words made everyone burst into laughter. They sat for a while longer until Ning Shui brought in some food, and they decided to leave. The banquet in the front yard was about to begin. Just as it was about to start, the emperor's congratulatory gifts arrived, and Xia Tian was helped out. Everyone knelt down together to receive the imperial decree. Before long, the empress, the noble consort, and the dowager empress also sent their gifts. Everyone was amazed. The Wuhan Marquis's residence was truly special, receiving gifts from the emperor, empress, noble consort, and dowager empress. The Wuhan Marquis was overjoyed, not expecting such respect from the emperor and others, and his voice became even louder. Just when everyone thought it was over and picked up their chopsticks, a young came in again, this time bringing gifts from the crown prince. He specifically emphasized that it was for his teacher Xia Tian. Xia Tian thanked the crown prince and returned to her room. Everyone's expressions became a bit complicated. They hadn't expected that a country girl they looked down on would not only rise to prominence, but also become the art teacher for the crown prince and princess. Who would dare to disrespect her now? Shun Nian didn't show it on his face, but he was secretly pleased. His little girl was no longer someone who relied on others. She had established herself in a position even higher than his. Feeling happy, he inevitably drank a bit too much. By the time Shin Nian returned to the room, he was a little tipsy. Xia Tian had Ning Xiang bring in a basin of warm water, with a cloth to wipe her face, and asked someone to prepare a bowl of sobering soup. After Xia Tian finished wiping his face, Shin Nian was about to change the cloth when he suddenly hugged her waist, resting his head on her chest, and said, "This is wonderful." Then there was no movement. Ningxiang took the handkerchief from Xia Tian and carried the basin outside, her face slightly flushed as she gently closed the door, leaving space for the two newcomers. Xia Tian looked at the person holding her and not moving, gently patting him. "Brother Shen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She thought Shen Yan was feeling bad from drinking too much, which is why he was holding her. Hearing Xia Tian's question, Shen Yan shook his head lightly. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a while." He suddenly remembered Mu Yang. If it weren't for him saving Shen Yan, fearing he would have no one to care for him after he left, he insisted on finding him a wife despite Shen Yan's objections. Otherwise, he and Xia Tian would never have met. Without meeting her, he would have long been gone. Mu Yang was seriously injured at that time, and fearing that pursuers would come after him, he couldn't even hire someone to take care of him while staying in the village. He could only say he was finding him a wife to keep others from prying, allowing him to live his last days more comfortably, without worrying about being unattended after he was gone. Mu Yang surely didn't expect that the wife he casually found would end up saving his life in a twist of fate. Perhaps this is the connection of destiny. It brought two unrelated people together. After holding her for a while, Shen Yan finally released her, lifted his head to look at Xia Tian, and said, "I miss Mu Yang." Xia Tian paused and gently replied, "Let's go see him tomorrow." Although she had never met Mu Yang, he was the matchmaker for her and Shen Yan. Without him, they wouldn't be together. So she was grateful to him for bringing a different kind of excitement to her life. "Okay." Shen Yan nodded. "Thank you." Mu Yang's remains had been taken back shortly after Shen Yan returned to the capital, and he was buried on the mountain outside the city near his villa. Seeing Shen Yan looking a bit sad, Xia Tian understood why he was thanking her. She cupped his face in her hands and kissed his forehead, softly saying, "Brother Shen, from now on, I will be with you. As long as you don't abandon me, I will always be by your side." Shen Yan took her hands down and held her close. "Yes, we will always be together." Xia Tian wasn't sure if Shen Yan was just drunk today or if he was feeling sentimental, but he was especially affectionate and gentle. In the end, they didn't drink the hangover soup and they fell asleep like that. Ningxiang didn't hear Xia Tian asking to bring the hangover soup inside, so she stopped anyone from going in. Once the room was quiet, she knew the two must have fallen asleep and quietly went to rest. The next day, both of them woke up late as expected. When Xia Tian was getting dressed, she noticed the marks on her body and felt her face heat up. She quickly put on her clothes. Shen Yan, however, remained calm and took his time getting dressed with assistance. Seeing Xia Tian blushing and smiling happily, he couldn't help but smile back. Xia Tian playfully tapped Shen Yan, who then took her hand and led her to the dining table for breakfast. After they finished eating, they went to greet the old lady. Although it was just a formality, she had prepared gifts for everyone. The old lady, Lu Shi, and the second lady all had gifts ready, and Xia Tian accepted them with a smile. Duke Wu and was the most straightforward, directly gifting Xia Tian one of his pawnshops. Xia Tian was a bit surprised. Her father-in-law was very generous. Lu Shi's expression darkened when she saw Duke Wu giving the most profitable pawnshop to Shen Yan and Xia Tian, but with so many people around, she couldn't say anything. Instead, she signaled to Shen Ke beside her. Shen Ke was already unhappy that his father easily gave the shop to his older brother and sister-in-law. Seeing Lu Shi's hint, he couldn't hold back anymore. "Father, we all have a share in your shop. You can't be so biased towards brother." Duke Wu and's good mood quickly soured at Shen Ke's words. "Most of this estate belongs to your brother. The rest is for you all." Shen Ke was stunned by this. If everything belonged to his brother, what would he get? Duke Wu was not wrong. This was how large families divided their inheritance, with the eldest son inheriting most of the estate while the other brothers received the remainder. This was why Lu Shi repeatedly wanted to eliminate Shen Yan. If Shen Yan were gone, her son Shen Ke would naturally become the heir of Duke Wu and's estate, allowing him to inherit the title and the entire estate in the future. Shen Ke protested, "Father, I am your son too. You can't be so biased." "Biased? If you had your brother's abilities, I would favor you too. You don't strive for improvement and only bring me shame. Duke Wu and recalled Shunke's performance in exams and felt a surge of anger. Shunke saw that his father was genuinely upset and opened his mouth several times, but didn't dare to speak. Lu Shi quickly tried to smooth things over. My lord, Kur is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't let him upset you. Calm down. Humph. Duke Wu snorted and fell silent. Lu understood the situation clearly now. The Duke of Wu was increasingly favoring Xin Nian, which was not good for her and her son. In the past, she could still influence things, but now she realized that the Duke was losing patience with them. Lu gritted her teeth, and her desire to get rid of Xin Nian and Xia Tian grew stronger. Xia Tian noticed Lu's changing expression and knew she was plotting something again. It seemed that she and Xin Nian needed to be more cautious from now on. After the gathering, Xia Tian packed some food and followed Xin Nian to the villa outside the city, along with Ning Shui. They had planned to visit Mu Yang's grave today, so Mu Feng, Mu Chun, and Mu Lin came along too. Mu Lin, Mu Yang, Mu Feng, and Mu Chun had been the best of brothers. They had followed Xin Nian since childhood, while others called Xin Nian Young Master. They always referred to him as Master. This title showed how close they were. However, Mu Yang had died saving his master, but thankfully, Xin Nian survived, giving them hope for the future. Mu Yang's sacrifice was not in vain. Mu Yang's grave was on a hill within the villa grounds, and it was well maintained, with no weeds around it. The group visited the grave and spoke to Mu Yang for a while before slowly returning to the villa. Xia Tian looked up and saw Xin Nian's deep gaze, gently taking his hand. Feeling the warmth, Xin Nian turned and saw Xia Tian's worried expression, smiling subtly. It's okay. Xia Tian smiled back, and they held hands as they descended the hill. After having dinner at the villa, they began their journey back to the city. In the evening, as it grew darker, Mu Feng drove the carriage while Mu Lin and Mu Chun rode alongside to escort them. Suddenly, while passing through a grove, a sharp sound pierced the air, and Mu Lin shouted, "There are assassins." Before he finished speaking, an arrow struck the side of the carriage. Luckily, Xin Nian's carriage had been specially reinforced, so the arrow couldn't cause any harm, and they remained relatively safe inside. At Mu Lin's command, numerous arrows rained down on them. Xin Nian held on to Xia Tian, his expression serious. Mu Feng controlled the horses, continuing to steer the carriage while drawing his sword to protect against the arrows. The attackers were hidden while they were exposed. Seeing that there were only a few of them and realizing they were turning back, the assailants revealed themselves, blocking their path and preparing to attack. The people who came were all dressed in black, with their faces covered, making it hard to see them clearly. Xia Tian nervously held on to Xin Nian's hand in the carriage, unsure of what was happening outside. All she could hear were the sounds of clashing swords, occasionally mixed with low shouts, making her heart race. Today was definitely not a good day to go out. Who could have sent these attackers after them? She wasn't sure if it was the Lu family, as their outing had been a last-minute decision, and the Lu family was unaware. Even if they had known before leaving, preparing for an attack would take time. There was no way they could have acted so quickly. However, she couldn't completely rule out the Lu family, as they were the only ones who could send assassins after them. After a while, the fighting outside grew more intense. Mu Feng had already stopped the carriage because there were more than 10 attackers, all skilled fighters, and they were surrounded. Xia Tian noticed Ning Shui huddled in the corner and quickly pulled her over, holding her hand. Let go of Xin Nian. Xin Ge, you should go help. I'll be fine in the carriage, so don't worry about me. Xin Nian had wanted to help for a while but was afraid they would hurt Xia Tian, so he stayed by her side. At this point, half of the attackers had already been taken down by Mu Lin and the others, leaving about 7 or 8 still fighting. Xin Nian told the girls to stay hidden while he went out to help. Xia Tian worriedly tugged at Xin Nian's sleeve. Xin Ge, be careful. Okay. Xin Nian nodded and left the carriage. Xia Tian knew Xin Nian was skilled, but she still worried. Not daring to look out the window, she stayed hidden in the carriage, listening to the sounds outside. She held a dagger she had found in the carriage's hidden compartment, sitting at the door with Ning Shui, both of them watching closely. They were afraid an attacker might jump into the carriage. Just as she feared, one of the assassins took advantage of Xin Nian and the other's distraction, leaping onto the carriage and thrusting a sword through the curtain. In that moment, Xia Tian lifted the curtain and raised her dagger to block the attack, then kicked the attacker off. Mu Feng, who rushed over upon hearing the noise, saw Xia Tian's action and quickly stepped forward to finish off the assassin with a sword, then gave Xia Tian a thumbs up. When Shen Yan turned back, he nearly got hurt by another attacker, but Mu Lin blocked the blow. The group quickly dealt with the remaining attackers, hoping to leave one alive for questioning, but before they could ask anything, the attacker committed suicide. Shen Yan hurried over and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xia Tian shook her head. Shen Yan got back into the carriage and ordered, "Let's go back to the city." After a delay, it was completely dark. Returning to the villa now wouldn't be wise. If someone were to chase them, they would be at a disadvantage with so few people. Most of his men were still in the city. Today, he had been careless and didn't expect anyone to attack outside the city. It had been a while since the last assassination attempt, which made him think they wouldn't act so boldly again. Shen Yan wiped his sword with a cloth, his expression growing colder. Mu Lin and Mu Feng searched the attackers, but found no identification. They left the bodies as they were and headed back to the city. During the fight, Mu Chun had been cut on the arm. Shen Yan took out some healing ointment and bandages from the carriage for Mu Lin to use on Mu Chun. Xia Tian handed over a water pouch for Mu Chun to drink from. She had prepared it with spring water in case of emergencies. Mu Feng drove the carriage quickly, fearing a second wave of attackers, but fortunately, they encountered no more threats on the way back to the Marquis's residence. They returned safely to the Marquis's house. Shen Yan told Xia Tian to go back to Jinglan Courtyard to rest while he went to find Marquis Wuan. Marquis Wuan was pleased to see Shen Yan visiting him so late. It seemed his son was finally willing to reach out. "Why are you here?" Marquis Wuan asked warmly. "Father," Shen Yan replied, bowing before looking up at him. "I encountered assassins on my way back to the city." "Assassins?" Marquis Wuan stood up in shock. "Were you hurt?" Seeing his father's clear worry, Shen Yan's expression softened.
"I'm fine."
Hearing that Shen Yan was unharmed, Marquis Wuan felt relieved and sat back down, asking in a serious tone, "Where did you encounter them? How many were there?" "On the road from the villa to the city. There were 16 of them," Shen Yan replied solemnly. Marquis Wuan thought for a moment. "Do you know who sent them? Were there any survivors?" Shen Yan shook his head. "After checking, we found no identification. There were no survivors. They were likely trained assassins." At this point, Shen Yan wasn't sure if it was the Liu family behind it. If they had hired people, those attackers would have retreated after failing, not fought to the death. These attackers had committed suicide without hesitation when captured. Only trained assassins would do that. The Liu family didn't have such assassins unless they borrowed them from her maternal family, the Lingxiu Marquis' residence. Thinking of this, Shen Yan's eyes turned cold. It would be best if the Lingxiu Marquis' residence had no involvement. Marquis Wuan seemed to have the same thought, his expression darkening. "Bring someone in." "Yes, my lord." The captain of the guards, Lin Qing, entered and waited for orders with cupped fists. "Take someone with you and go to the scene where the young master was attacked. Find out who is responsible." "Yes, I will take my leave." "Send someone to guide you," the Marquis of Wuan instructed Shen Yan. "I'll handle this matter." "Yes, father," Shen Yan replied, nodding. He had come to see the Marquis specifically for this reason, as his father was better suited to investigate. First, his father had more people at his disposal, making the investigation easier. Second, if it was indeed the Liu family or Shen Ke's doing, his father would not be too biased when Shen Yan retaliated later. "Go home and rest for now," the Marquis said gently, adding in the future, "Take more people when you go out." "Yes, father, I take my leave." After saying this, Shen Yan stepped out. The Marquis tapped his fingers on the table, sat for a moment, then called out, "Come in." Another guard entered, and the Marquis handed him a token. Go secretly investigate the movements of the lady and the fourth young master over the past few days, including those around them. Yes. The guard took the token and left. The Marquis still suspected the Liu family and Shen Ke. Since the last time Shen Ke had someone attempt to assassinate Shen Yan, he hadn't found any evidence, but he believed that guard was telling the truth. He just didn't know if today's incident was also their doing. Shen Yan returned to Lingyun Pavilion first and sent Mu Lin to guide the Marquis' men. After giving Mu Feng and Mu Chen some instructions, he washed up before heading back to Jinglan Courtyard. Is everything all right? Xia Tian asked as she approached. Nothing's wrong. Father sent someone to investigate, Shen Yan said, rubbing his forehead. He had just taken on the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War and had many matters to handle daily, feeling somewhat tired. Xia Tian sympathetically patted him and poured him a cup of water, adding a bit of spring water. Brother Shen, drink this and rest early. Shen Yan nodded and drank the tea in one go. The emperor had only given him 3 days off, and he needed to wake up early for court tomorrow, so he should rest early. After a quiet night, when she woke up in the morning, Shen Yan was already gone. Looking at the new marks on her body, she felt a mix of helplessness and sweetness. Even after such a tiring night, he still held her tightly. They had only fallen asleep after quite a bit of tossing and turning. If she hadn't drunk the spring water, she would have been exhausted. After finishing breakfast, Xia Tian greeted the second lady and left with Ning Xiang. Yesterday, she had scared Ning Shui quite a bit, so today she wanted her to rest at home. She planned to go to the pharmacy to buy some herbs and make some pills for future needs. I want to see if using spring water to make pills will have healing effects. This way, if she needs to act in the future, she can do so discreetly. In the summer, she took Ningxiang to several pharmacies to buy some ready-made medicines. She also asked the pharmacist to prepare a few types of tonics, neatly packaged. She secretly gave the old doctor some silver and asked about the steps to make pills. The old doctor, not worried about her learning from him, explained everything in detail. After buying the herbs, she went to get some other necessary items. Passing by the grain store, she saw many people lining up to buy grain, which made her uneasy. Could it be that refugees have already appeared in the capital? She asked Mufeng to find out the current grain prices. When Mufeng returned, he looked serious. Madam, the grain prices have doubled since you last bought some. It seems the situation in the south is not good. She wondered how widespread the disaster is. If grain prices in the capital have risen so much, it must be worse in other places. Thinking it over, she returned to the pharmacy, took out the Wuan Marquis token, and discussed with the shopkeeper about stocking up on more herbs. During a disaster, food and medicine are the most needed, but unfortunately, the pharmacy didn't have enough stock. She negotiated with the shopkeeper, paid a deposit, and ordered a batch to be delivered directly to Linglong Alley when it arrived. After securing the herbs, she visited Yuejin Pavilion. Madam, what brings you here? Uncle Gu quickly greeted her. Wasn't she just married yesterday? Why was she out today? Uncle Gu, how has business been at the restaurant these days? She asked casually as she walked inside. Uncle Gu's face lit up with a smile. Madam, our business is doing very well. Recently, many wealthy young gentlemen and ladies have been coming here to dine. Summer nodded. That's great. Madam, would you like to see the accounts today? Not for now, she waved her hand. Has anyone caused trouble? No, everyone knows this is the property of the Wuan Marquis household, so no one dares to cause trouble. Uncle Gu replied with a smile. It's good to have strong backing. Summer went to a private room on the second floor and asked Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu to join her. She had something to discuss. Once Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu were settled, Summer pointed to the seats. Please sit down. Yes, madam, they replied, feeling a bit anxious. Noticing their nervousness, Summer smiled and continued, Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, have you noticed how much grain prices have risen lately? Yes, that's right. The two nodded. They both kept an eye on the purchases for the restaurant, so they were well aware of the rising prices. Uncle Gu looked at Xia Tian and asked, Does Madam want to adjust the menu prices? He had been looking for a chance to bring this up with her. With prices going up, their costs had increased significantly, and if they didn't adjust, they could end up losing money. The prices had been set by Madam, so any changes would need her approval. Oh, yes, we will follow the market trends. You can discuss adjustments, but don't go too far. Also, after the adjustments, all prices should be clearly marked and we can't mislead customers. Yes, madam, the two quickly agreed. If any customers are unhappy with the prices, make sure to explain and do not argue with them. Yes, madam. Aunt Gu, Xia Tian paused for a moment. Last time we bought coarse grains, please take some each day to the restaurant and have someone steam them into buns or other dishes. If there are people who are really hungry, we can help them discreetly, but we must be careful and not get into trouble. She was worried that refugees would eventually come to the city, and if someone truly couldn't afford food, they could lend a hand, but they also needed to avoid creating resentment. Yes, madam. Aunt Gu felt anxious hearing this. It seemed the concerns Madam had were indeed becoming a reality. Also, Uncle Gu, please contact the grain merchant we bought from before. Buy as much grain as you can and negotiate the price yourself. As long as it's grain, buy more of whatever you can. Xia Tian continued, for the restaurant's needs, stock up on anything that can be stored. Okay, Madam, Uncle Gu nodded. You don't need to worry about the restaurant supplies. A few days ago, noticing the price increase, I used some of the funds to stock up, and we already have enough in the warehouse for 3 months. Great. With you two handling the restaurant, I feel at ease, Xia Tian praised with a smile. As she was about to leave, she remembered something. If there are any disturbances, don't be afraid. Send someone to find me. Running a restaurant, the fear of trouble is always present. Also, yesterday on the way back to the city, there was an assassination attempt. If that was aimed at Shen Yan and her, then even if the attempt failed, they might still cause trouble. If it was Liu or Shen Ke, the chances were very high. They needed to be prepared for this. By the way, how are Yun En and Yun Quan doing with their martial arts training? Xia Tian suddenly asked. Every day we practice, and the others are doing well too. There's no problem with guarding the house, Uncle Gu replied with a smile. The young ones at home are really dedicated to their training, knowing it will be useful for the lady in the future. Everyone is putting in their best effort, even Gu Kong, who practices for a while after school. That's good. You and Uncle Chin should discuss it. We need someone to watch over the restaurant every day, and we should take turns at night to prevent any trouble. But also pay attention to your own safety. If the strength difference is too great, prioritize your own safety, Xia Tian advised. Yes, ma'am. Don't worry, we will make arrangements. We have enough people now, and we have also stationed someone at Linglong Alley to keep an eye on things. There won't be any problems. Xia Tian nodded. Good. No matter what, you must ensure your own safety first. Money is not worth your life, so remember that. Yes, ma'am, I understand, Uncle Gu replied seriously. It is rare to find a master who values the lives of their servants more than money. Uncle Gu felt touched. He must have done good deeds in his past life to have such a good master now. Also, if things really get chaotic in the city, close the restaurant if it becomes too much to handle, Xia Tian added as she was about to get into the carriage. If a large number of refugees flood in, it might not be possible to keep the restaurant open. She handed Uncle Gu another 10,000 taels in silver notes to buy grain, and then got into the carriage to head back. The people sent by Marquis Wuan to investigate the assassination had returned. Report, my lord. Those people had nothing on them to prove their identity. Their clothes and shoes were very ordinary, nothing special about them. From the traces at the scene, they didn't seem to act on impulse. They likely followed the young master all the way and waited until dark to strike, Lin Qing reported. That group looked well-trained, indeed resembling elite fighters from a big family. Moreover, my subordinates kept watch in that area all night and didn't see anyone come to check, not even someone to collect the bodies. We buried them ourselves in the morning. Marquis Wuan felt a heaviness in his heart. It seemed the assassins were very cautious and had planned this in advance, which made things more complicated. There was still no news from those investigating Liu and Shin Ke's whereabouts, so Marquis Wuan told Lin Qing to go rest for now. It seemed that it would take some time to uncover anything. On Shen Yan's side, after hearing Mu Lin's report, she didn't say anything more and also told Mu Lin to go rest. After not sleeping since yesterday, Mu Lin was quite exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes and a scruffy beard. In the summer, after returning to Jinglong Garden, she began to work with herbs in her small kitchen. The herbs she bought were mostly beneficial supplements for health. With the help of Ningxiang and Ningxue, she worked quickly. After a few days, she had used up most of the herbs she brought back. Of course, there were results. She had made many pills. She sorted them into porcelain bottles, leaving a few out and storing the rest in her own space. When cooking the herbs, she added spring water. After finishing, she tried one and found it effective, though not very noticeable for her. She decided to soak the pills in the spring water for better results. In the evening, when Shen Nian returned, she offered him one to try. "What is this?" Shen Nian asked, looking at the pill, which was about the size of a soybean, confused. He knew she had been working with herbs, but didn't understand what she was doing with them. He trusted her and let her continue. "Just try it and see if it works," she urged him. Shen Nian didn't ask further and swallowed the pill. Summer watched him eagerly. "How do you feel?" Shen Nian nodded. "I feel a warm flow in my body and I feel lighter." He seemed to remember something and quietly asked her, "Did you add that?" Summer smiled and nodded. "Yes, it makes it easier to use." "Very good." Shen Nian smiled back, thinking she was clever. Just then, Ningxiang entered. "Master, Madam, someone from the eldest young lady's side has come." Shen Nian paused, wondering what his sister needed at this hour. "Let them in quickly," Summer instructed. As soon as the person entered, they knelt on the ground and urgently said, "Master, please save my young lady." The visitor was Bai Yuan, the maid by Shun Hui's side. She knelt before Shen Nian and cried, asking him to save Shen Hui. Shen Nian frowned. "What happened to your young lady?" "She is having a difficult labor, and the doctor said there is severe bleeding. It might not end well. She sent me to find you," Bai Yuan said, her face wet with tears, sounding hoarse from crying. Upon hearing that Shen Hui was in labor and bleeding heavily, Summer quickly stood up and said urgently, "Get up. We need to go now." There was no time to ask more questions. A difficult labor with heavy bleeding could not be delayed, and they needed to hurry. Shen Yan stood up and walked outside before Bai Yuan finished speaking. At the door, he saw Mu Chen waiting and immediately ordered, "Mu Chen, get the horses ready." Riding horses would be faster than taking a carriage. "Yes, master." Mu Chen quickly ran off upon hearing Shen Yan's command. Xia Tian hurried out right after him. Seeing the two leave, Ningxiang quickly grabbed a cloak from the side and followed, saying, "Madam, take this cloak with you." By late September, the weather had turned a bit chilly, especially at night. If they didn't wear something warm, they would surely get cold, especially since they would be riding. Xia Tian turned to take the cloak from Ningxiang and ran after Shen Yan, calling out, "Wait for me, brother Shen." Shen Yan was anxious. Hearing that Shen Hui might be in trouble, he didn't think about anything else and just wanted to rush over to check. Remembering that he couldn't save her alone, he quickly turned back, put the cloak on Xia Tian, and then put on his own as he headed outside. Once dressed, Shen Yan took Xia Tian's hand, and they hurried towards the gate. Bai Yuan had just said a few words when they rushed out, and by the time she realized it, they were already gone. She quickly wiped her tears and ran after them. As they walked, Xia Tian calculated the days and reassured Shen Yan. According to the dates, sister should give birth in the next few days. As long as she has the strength, she will be fine. Don't worry. When she first heard Bai Yuan mention a difficult delivery, her first thought was whether Shen Hui had been harmed and was giving birth early. After all, how could a woman who had already had 2 children face complications? But calculating the time, it was indeed the right moment for Shen Hui to give birth, so it was likely a normal complication. She felt very anxious because of the secrets surrounding the large estate. Shen Yan held Xia Tian's hand tighter and nodded firmly. Fortunately, she was with him. It made him feel more at ease. He didn't want to lose his older sister after losing his mother. Since his mother passed away, his only close family was his sister Shenhui. Although she sometimes liked to boss him around, she always protected him when it mattered. When they reached the gate, Mu Chun was already there with the horses. Without hesitation, Shen Nian picked up Xia Tian and jumped onto the horse, taking the reins and galloping away. Xia Tian sat in Shen Nian's arms, gripping his clothes tightly, afraid of being jostled off at the fast speed. Fortunately, the Ning'an Marquis' residence is not far from the Wuan Marquis' residence, and the two arrived quickly. It was already dark, and the servants at the entrance of the Ning'an Marquis' residence were anxiously waiting. When Bai Yuan left earlier, he had noticed her departure. Hearing the sound of hooves, he hurried over, but did not see Bai Yuan. As he got closer, he realized it was the younger brother of their young lady, Shen Nian. Shen Nian jumped off his horse, picked up Xia Tian, and handed the reins to a servant without saying a word, then rushed toward Shen Hui's courtyard with Xia Tian in tow. He had visited Shen Hui's courtyard about 4 or 5 years ago. As soon as they entered, a young servant approached them. Upon seeing Shen Nian, he immediately said, "Young Master Shen, please follow me. My lady is waiting for you." This young servant was also from the Ning'an Marquis' residence, working for Su Lingyue. Shen Nian recognized him and followed him inside. Su Lingyue, Shen Hui's husband, had already sent people to the entrance several times. Since Shen Hui insisted on seeing Shen Nian, he had to send a carriage to bring Bai Yuan to him. When the two arrived at Shen Hui's courtyard, Su Lingyue came out with a worried expression. "Little brother, go in and see your sister," he said. "What's going on?" Shen Nian asked coldly as he walked inside. Xia Tian's heart sank as she looked at Su Lingyue's face. It seemed that Shen Hui was not well. If they had not arrived in time, even the miraculous water would not save her. "She's lost a lot of blood, and the doctor says there's no hope," Su Lingyue said, his voice breaking. Since marrying him, Shen Hui and Su Lingyue had always had a harmonious relationship. Over the years, he had only taken one concubine, and all his children were born from Shen Hui, with no illegitimate ones. With only one legitimate son, it felt a bit too thin. After 3 years, Shen Hui was pregnant again, and the whole household was joyful. Who would have thought that this afternoon she went into labor, but the baby was slow to arrive. When the doctor finally came, the midwife worked hard for a long time to safely deliver the baby, a boy. Just as everyone was about to celebrate, the midwife suddenly exclaimed, "The young lady is losing a lot of blood." This frightened him so much that his legs felt weak. The doctor hurried forward, administering medicine and needles, but nothing seemed to stop the bleeding. Shen Hui likely sensed her situation was dire and asked for Shen Nian to be called. Su Lingyue held Shen Hui's hand, nodding through his tears. No matter what, if Shen Hui didn't pull through this time, it might be the last time she saw her brother. They had to let the siblings meet one last time. When they entered the room, the doctor saw that young Master Shen had arrived and shook his head sadly before stepping outside. Shen Hui lay on the bed, her face pale. When she saw Shen Nian and Xia Tian enter, she reached out her hand to Shen Nian with effort, her lips moving but no words came out, tears streaming down her face. Shen Nian stepped forward and took Shen Hui's hand, holding back his sadness as he called out, "Sister." Su Lingyue followed in, sending the others away before stepping out himself. He knew Shen Hui had something important to say to Shen Nian. Only Shen Hui, Shen Nian, and Xia Tian remained in the room. Xia Tian looked at the strong sister, now lying on the bed like a lifeless doll, feeling a pang of sadness. He quickly took out a porcelain bottle, poured out 2 pills, and fed them to Shen Hui. Shen Hui wanted to refuse, but she had no strength left. As she lifted her hand slightly, Shen Nian held it tightly, reassuring her, "Sister, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Xia Tian smiled to comfort her, "Sister, don't worry. After you take this medicine, you'll be fine." Shen Hui felt confused. If even the doctor couldn't help, how could their medicine work? She decided to trust her brother and opened her mouth without resistance. Xia Tian fed her the medicine. After she swallowed it, he poured half a cup of water, adding a bit of spring water, and slowly fed it to her sip by sip. He mainly worried about the medicine's effect and wanted to ensure she was safe. After all, Shun Hui's condition looked like she had just escaped from the grasp of death. Once the medicine was taken, Shun Hui felt the bleeding stop and her abdomen slowly warm up, losing the bone-chilling cold sensation. Seeing Shun Hui's color improve a little, Xia Tian exchanged a glance with Shun Yan. Sister should be okay now. Shun Yan nodded, feeling relieved, and called out, brother-in-law. Su Lingyue, who was waiting at the door, hurried in upon hearing Shun Yan. His first glance went to Shun Hui on the bed, and seeing she was all right, he turned to Shun Yan, little brother, your sister. Shun Yan looked at Su Lingyue. Although they hadn't interacted much, he appreciated that he treated his sister well. Seeing her in such a weak state eased some of his earlier frustration. When he rushed over, he had been somewhat angry with Su Lingyue. Now seeing her, his expression softened. Call the doctor to check on her. Okay. Su Lingyue replied quickly and stepped out to summon the doctor. The doctor thought the patient might not make it and went in to confirm, sighing. Seeing that Shun Hui's face seemed a bit better, he thought there was a chance she might recover. He quickly checked her pulse and said in surprise, the bleeding has stopped. She should be fine now. In cases of difficult childbirth with heavy bleeding, as long as the bleeding stops, the person can usually recover with proper care. Su Lingyue was stunned when he heard the doctor say Shun Hui was saved. He quickly reacted, rushing to the bedside, holding Shun Hui's hand, tears streaming down his face. It was such a relief. He thought he would lose her forever, but now there was hope. Shun Hui looked at her husband, who was crying for her, and tears flowed from her eyes as well. The doctor was puzzled. How could someone who seemed to be dying suddenly improve? He curiously asked, Lord Shen, did you give the young lady any medicine earlier?
Shun Yan nodded, yes.
How is she now? Her pulse shows she is out of danger, but she lost a lot of blood and needs time to recover. The doctor couldn't help but ask, what medicine did you give her?
It had such a remarkable effect.
Do you have any extra for me to see? Shun Yan looked at Xia Tian, who nodded, and then said to the doctor, this medicine was brought by my wife. The doctor turned to Xia Tian, who handed him a pill. She wasn't worried about the examination. It was just a tonic for blood and energy. If they could identify the spring water component, that would be even better. The doctor took the pill, examined it closely, but couldn't tell anything from its appearance. He smelled it, but it seemed ordinary. He wondered, where did this medicine come from? Do you have a prescription? Xia Tian shook her head, no prescription. I came across it by chance. The doctor regrettably returned the pill to her. Xia Tian took it back and put it away. While they were talking, the wife of the Marquis of Ningen rushed in, holding 2 children. She had been waiting outside while Shun Hui was giving birth, and when she heard about the heavy bleeding, she fainted and had to be carried to another room. She had been unwell and just woke up. Shun Hui's 2 children were taken out by the nurse. Shun Hui was worried her condition would frighten them. Now that the Marquis's wife had awakened and heard that her daughter-in-law was saved, she hurried over with the 2 children. Hui, you almost scared me to death. When Lady Ningen entered the room and saw Shun Hui doing well, she sighed in relief, and tears began to flow as she spoke. Since Shun Hui became part of their family, she had taken on the role of managing the household, which had brought Lady Ningen much comfort over the years. Shun Hui was always caring and attentive to her mother-in-law, even more so than her own son. Their relationship was as close as that of a mother and daughter. Seeing her mother-in-law like this made Shun Hui feel emotional, and she quickly comforted her, saying, Don't worry, mother, I'm fine now. Yes, as long as you are well, that's all that matters. From now on, let's not have any more children. I just want you to be okay, Lady Ningen said, forcing a smile as she wiped her eyes. The 2 children, seeing their mother was better, rushed to Shun Hui and held her hands tightly. They were still young and might not fully understand that they had almost lost their mother, but they could sense the adults' tension. Shun Hui had regained some strength and was sitting up in bed, gently stroking her children's hair, feeling deeply grateful to Xia Tian. Thank you for saving me, Shun Hui said to Xia Tian. In her heart, she had already accepted her sister-in-law. She had thought she might not make it today, which was why she had sent someone to call her brother, wanting to see him one last time. She never expected her sister-in-law to save her. There's no need to be polite, big sister, Xia Tian replied with a smile. Fortunately, you sent someone, otherwise, we wouldn't have known you were giving birth today, especially with such a dangerous situation. Luckily, we were close enough to make it in time. Bai Yuan had truly startled her with the news. What if something had happened to Shen Hui? Shen Yan would have been heartbroken. Shen Hui nodded, deciding not to say more polite words and just focus on the future. Lady Ning also walked over with a smile, taking Xia Tian's hand and saying, "Thank you. Today, thanks to you all, a Hui is." As she spoke, Lady Ning choked up again. Xia Tian quickly reassured her, "There's no need to be polite, madam. She is my big sister. I wouldn't stand by if something happened. Yes, please come by more often when you have time. We are family, so let's not be strangers." "Okay. Thank you, madam," Xia Tian replied with a smile. Shen Hui looked around but didn't see her newborn child. She asked Su Lingyue, "Husband, where's the baby?"
Please bring them to me.
"The baby is next door with the nurse." "I'll have them brought over right away," he replied. "Madam, let me go get the baby," Bai Yuan said quickly, relieved to see her young lady doing well.
Ok, Shen Yu nodded.
Today had certainly been quite a scare for Bai Yuan too. Watching Bai Yuan leave with a light step, I finally felt alive again. When Bai Yuan brought the child over, Shen Hui looked at her sleeping little son and felt her heart melt. Xia Tian also pulled Shen Yan over to take a look. The tiny baby, though it was hard to tell who he looked like, was so soft and adorable. Since it was their first meeting, they wanted to give a gift, but unfortunately, they had come in a hurry and prepared nothing. Xia Tian rummaged through her space and found a jade pendant to place in the baby's hand. "Baby, this is a gift from your aunt. Hold on to it." Shen Yan looked at her, wondering when she had prepared that. Seeing Shen Yan look at her, Xia Tian shot him a glance and casually explained, "I was in a hurry to leave, so I only brought this. It's our first time meeting the little one, so I wanted to give a gift." This jade pendant was something she had bought on her last trip to the market and had conveniently stored in her space. There were many nice things in her space, but nothing suitable for a child, so she had to settle for the jade pendant. Hearing this, Shen Yan remembered he was the baby's uncle, so he definitely needed to give a gift. He looked at himself and pulled a charm from his waist, tucking it into the baby's swaddling. Unfortunately, the baby was still sound asleep and didn't open his eyes to look at them. Shen Hui found it amusing. Her brother was also influenced by his sister-in-law. "You two don't need to be so polite. Just coming here today is the best gift." Noticing the fatigue on Shen Hui's face, Xia Tian kindly said, "Sister, you just gave birth. You should rest well. We'll come back to see you in a few days." Shen Hui nodded, "That sounds good. It's already late, and you've been here for a while. You should head back and rest. Once I finish my confinement, I'll come to thank you and your husband." "All right, I'll be waiting for the thank you gift from your husband and you. He better not hold back." Xia Tian joked. "Of course, you two are my saviors today. A thank you gift is a must," Su Lingyue said sincerely. He wasn't exaggerating. If it weren't for Xin Yan and Xia Tian, he would have lost his wife and the child would have lost his mother. "Don't take it seriously. I was just joking," Xia Tian quickly clarified when she saw Su Lingyue's serious expression. "Okay, let's head back," Shen Yan interrupted them. "Sister, make sure to rest well." "Yes, you two head back," Shen Hui nodded. "Husband, please see off my younger brother and sister-in-law." "Sure, this way please," Su Lingyue replied. Xia Tian and Shen Yan said goodbye to Madame Ning and before leaving. By the time they returned to the Wu the Marquis' residence, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. After a dreamless night, Xia Tian woke up to find that Xin Yan had already gone to court. After breakfast, she went to the study to paint. She still hadn't started the portraits for Wen Jin and needed to hurry, since Wen Jin's wedding day was approaching. Around noon, Ning Xiang was directing the maids to set the table when the doorman came in, saying someone was looking for the lady. Ning Xiang was puzzled. Who could be looking for her at this hour? Usually, any visitors were relayed by Mu Feng, so this was the first time someone had come directly to find her. Ning Xiang asked Ning Shui to finish setting the table, and then went out to see what was going on. If it was nothing serious, Xia Tian wouldn't need to come out herself. When Ning Xiang reached the entrance, the visitor anxiously said, "Miss Ning Xiang, Manager Gu sent me to tell the lady that there's trouble at the restaurant. Some customers are claiming our food is poisoned and are causing a scene." Ning Xiang immediately felt worried. "Okay, I understand. I'll go tell the lady right away." This food issue was serious. Ning Xiang hurried back to Jinglan courtyard and, barely catching her breath, said, "Madam, Manager Gu from Eugene Pavilion sent someone to find you. They say some customers are causing a scene because they got sick from the food." Xia Tian had just finished washing her hands and was about to eat when she heard Ning Xiang's news. She quickly changed her clothes and rushed out. Since Mu Feng was not there today, Xia Tian greeted the second madam, who promptly arranged a carriage for her. When she arrived at Eugene Pavilion in a hurry, a large crowd had already gathered in front of the restaurant. "Excuse me, everyone, please make way." Ning Xiang called out as she cleared a path for Xia Tian. As Xia Tian squeezed through the crowd, she saw several men, dressed like troublemakers, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Standing on the steps was Princess Yuning, looking down at them. What was happening? Why was Princess Yuning here? Could she be the one causing trouble? Xia Tian was confused, wondering if today was the day Princess Yuning had come to confront her. Uncle Gu noticed Xia Tian had arrived and quickly stepped forward, greeting her with a complex expression. "Madam, you're here?" "Yes, what's going on?" "Where are the troublemakers?" she asked. "They're right here." Uncle Gu pointed to the 5 men kneeling on the ground. They ordered 2 dishes at noon, took only a couple of bites, and then claimed they had stomachaches. They insisted our food was bad. I suggested calling a doctor to check, but they refused and demanded money from us. Uncle Gu explained the situation briefly. Xia Tian nodded. It was clear they were causing trouble. "So, what are they doing?" she asked, pointing at the men, confused. If they were here to cause a scene, why were they kneeling and looking so angry yet silent? "They disturb a customer and got reprimanded," Uncle Gu said, glancing toward County Princess Yuning. Thankfully, because of her, the troublemakers were taught a lesson. Otherwise, they might have damaged the place. Xia Tian looked up and saw County Princess Yuning acting very proud. When she noticed Xia Tian looking, she lifted her chin in disdain. Xia Tian found it amusing. She looked so punchable. Still, she greeted the princess and smiled, asking, "County Princess, are you here to eat?" "Humph. Why should it matter to you where I eat?" County Princess Yuning replied haughtily. "That's not it. It's just that this restaurant is mine." "It's an honor for you to visit," Xia Tian said. "I'm not here just to eat at your restaurant. I came because I was invited. If I had known it was yours, I wouldn't have come even if invited," the princess said. "As long as you're happy, County Princess," Xia Tian smiled, deciding not to argue with her. "What should we do with these men?" Xia Tian asked Yuning, since they had caused trouble for her, and it was important to get her opinion on how to handle it. "Since this restaurant is yours, you can deal with it. Just make sure they don't disturb me again," Yuning replied. Xia Tian nodded and turned to the kneeling men, asking coldly, "Who sent you to cause trouble?"
It was Lord Qi.
One man, with bruises on his face, began to speak, but was interrupted by a burly companion. "No one sent us. Your restaurant's food made us sick, and now you refuse to compensate us while bullying us. I'm going to report you to the authorities," the burly man said. "Yes, your food is the problem," another added. "Right, your food is bad, and you even hit us. We're going to file a complaint," the others chimed in, expressing their dissatisfaction. A crowd gathered to watch, and upon hearing the conversation, they began to whisper and point. Xia Tian had sharp hearing and could clearly hear the doubts from the people around her. She frowned, realizing that if this situation wasn't resolved in front of everyone today, The restaurant's reputation could be ruined. The worst thing for a restaurant is to have issues with their food. If these misinformed people believe the rumors, no one would want to eat here anymore. Thinking of this, Xia Tian's eyes turned cold. The person behind this was truly skilled. Uncle Gu, please send someone to fetch a doctor, Xia Tian instructed. And do we still have the food they just ate? It's all saved properly. We haven't touched it at all, Uncle Gu quickly replied. He then sent Yun An to get a doctor. When the group heard that Xia Tian was calling for a doctor, the burly man among them arrogantly said, "Getting a doctor won't help. It's your food that's the problem. Don't think you can just brush us off." Xia Tian ignored him and asked the one who had slipped up earlier, "How much silver did Lord Qi give you?" "He gave us." Before he could finish, the burly man covered his mouth and scolded, "Are you stupid? Can't you see she's trying to trap us?" Once his companion nodded, he reluctantly let go and shot a fierce glare at Xia Tian. Don't think a few words will intimidate us. You should find out who we are. If you don't give us an explanation today, your restaurant won't stay open." Xia Tian thought to herself that they were truly reckless. Even after his companion had slipped up, he still acted tough. They were clearly spoiled. Then let's call the authorities. At that moment, someone in the crowd raised their hand and said, "I'll report this." This person had also eaten at the restaurant that day and had witnessed the commotion. He could tell these people were trouble. Having dined at this restaurant several times without any issues, he couldn't stand by any longer and stepped forward. Xia Tian glanced at the crowd. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help." The man nodded and went to find the officials. Just then, the person sent to fetch the doctor returned. The doctor was an elderly man, a familiar face. He was the same Dr. Xia Tian had consulted when buying medicinal herbs. "Sir, these people claim they got sick from eating at my restaurant. I asked you to come to help verify if there really is a problem with our food." Summer smiled and explained to the old doctor. "It's fine." The old doctor recognized Summer but didn't say anything. "Please, this way." Uncle Gu quickly stepped forward to lead the old doctor. The food that the previous group had eaten was still on their table, untouched. Curious villagers stood on tiptoe, peering inside. The man with a round face stood up from the ground and complained, "Don't try anything funny. We are all watching." "Exactly. How do we know the doctor you brought isn't on your side? Right? These wealthy people love to blame us common folks." The others who were kneeling also stood up in agreement. Summer ignored them and said to the crowd, "Anyone who wants to come in and take a look is welcome. It will be good for us to have witnesses." "I'll go witness it." "Me too." A few people from the crowd stepped forward, and Summer stepped aside, saying, "Please, go ahead." The county princess, who had not entered, saw the others standing up and huffed, "Who told you to stand up?" She signaled her guard, who immediately stepped forward and kicked one person back down to the ground. "You." The others dared not speak, glaring at the county princess. Seeing them still daring to look at her, the princess shot a glare, causing the others to shrink back in fear. Only the round-faced man stubbornly held his ground, but the guard slapped him on the head and coldly warned, "Look again, and I'll poke your eyes out." Summer found it amusing. The county princess was truly commanding her royal presence. These troublemakers were unfortunate, not expecting to run into such an unreasonable person today, and they certainly couldn't afford to provoke her. Summer looked at the county princess, who was also looking at her, disdainfully saying, "Learn from this." Really, she was the wife of the Marquis of Wuan, yet she was being bullied by a few small ruffians. It was one thing to be bullied, but to waste time arguing with them was truly embarrassing. Summer sighed. Could learning be this easy? Would she still be able to run her business? However, once the truth was revealed, she could indeed learn from it. The old doctor who went in to check returned and told her someone put laxatives in the food. Summer was taken aback. Someone really did drug the food? How foolish. She ran a tavern, and if they said the ingredients were not fresh or spoiled, that was one thing. But drugging? Was that something a normal person would do? Look, it really is their restaurant that has a problem. They even put medicine in the food. A doctor kneeling on the ground discovered that the food had been laced with a laxative and thought he had caught them. He immediately shouted to the crowd, "Exactly, this is solid evidence. We should report them and shut down their restaurant. Yes, who would dare to eat here now?"
What if they poison the food next time?
Others joined in the shouting. The people around began to discuss. Really? Did they actually put something in the food? Someone asked in confusion, "Are you silly? Why would a restaurant put medicine in the food? Do they want to lose business?" Someone who understood quickly replied, "Right, that would ruin their reputation." The person suddenly realized, "Exactly. If the ingredients were bad, we would believe it, but putting medicine in the food? That restaurant must be out of their minds. Yeah, how did I not think of that? Hey, look at those few people. They look suspicious. Definitely not good people. Yes, I noticed that long ago." Xia Tian listened to the crowd's discussions and nodded in her heart, realizing there were indeed many sensible people. She felt relieved. She disdainfully said to the few people, "We run our business openly and have no grievances with you. Why would we want to harm you?" Exactly. Why would they want to harm you? Someone in the crowd echoed. They must be trying to extort money. Didn't they just say that if they don't get paid, they won't leave? Yes, they probably ran out of money and want to scam us because our business is good. That's nonsense. I have plenty of money, if it weren't for someone. One person, seeing that the crowd was not on their side and was leaning toward the restaurant, couldn't help but retort. Smack. A heavy-handed man slapped the one who spoke, angrily saying, "I told you to be quiet." What a terrible teammate. He must not have checked his luck before leaving home today. The slapped brother was still unconvinced. "Big brother, I didn't say anything wrong. Didn't you hear that they don't believe us? These people must have been bribed by the restaurant to speak for them." The heavy-handed man's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Yes, these people must have been bought off by you. That old doctor must have been bribed too, which is why they are all saying this. Yes, the big brother is right. They must be in cahoots." Xia Tian watched the group causing a scene and couldn't help but laugh in frustration. They were truly shameless, turning white into black and acting as if they were justified. The old doctor was so angry that his beard stood on end. "I have lived my life honestly, helping countless people. How can a few rascals like you casually slander me?" Exactly. Dr. Duan is the best healer around and a really nice person. How could he possibly collude with the tavern? Someone in the crowd defended him. Yes, yes. Dr. Duan lives nearby, and we know him much better than you do.
Right.
Dr. Duan has been here for decades, treating patients without any mistakes. You can't just smear his reputation. Many people in the crowd were local residents or business owners. Dr. Duan's clinic had been in the area for many years, and they had all sought his help, so they knew his character well. The few troublemakers realized they couldn't sway the crowd and resorted to being unreasonable. That means you have all been bribed. You are all in on it. Yes, big brother. We should report this to the authorities and have them arrested. My big brother has connections. Although these people were being pressured by the county lord, their arrogance remained intact, as if they had some backing and were not afraid of Xia Tian and the others reporting them. Xia Tian didn't care about them much. Since they dared to put laxatives in her food, it was clearly premeditated. No good person would carry laxatives while going out to eat. Who was this Chi they mentioned? Why were they instructed to create trouble? This matter must be resolved today to uncover the mastermind behind it, or it would lead to endless trouble. Uncle Gu, check if they have any more medicine on them. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Gu called Yun and the others to help search them. The troublemakers immediately shouted, "On what grounds are you searching us? It was your tavern's food that upset our stomachs, and now you claim we poison ourselves? Is there any justice left?" This reminded her that they had been insisting that the tavern's food made them sick, but after all this time, there was no sign of them being unwell. Instead, they were all shouting loudly, "Since you say our restaurant's food made you sick, how about this? Dr. Duan is right here. Let him check your pulses to see if you really are unwell. We don't trust him. He's on your side. That's not up to you." Xia Tian scoffed. He turned to Dr. Duan. "Please check their pulses. I'll cover the consultation fee. Dr. Duan nodded and approached to take their pulses. The group tried to resist, but one of Princess Yuniying's guards, who had been standing nearby, kicked one of them, prompting them to obediently extend their hands for the check. They had already decided that no matter what Dr. Duan said, they would insist they were sick from the food. After checking each pulse, Dr. Duan stood up, stroking his beard, and said, "These people are not suffering from diarrhea." Upon hearing this, the group immediately protested. "You're lying. We clearly ate the food that was tampered with. How could we not have diarrhea?" "Exactly. Didn't you just find out that the food had laxatives? But you didn't even touch that food," Uncle Gu reminded them. "Besides, who shouts like you do if they're really sick?" At Uncle Gu's reminder, the group froze for a moment before realizing. Right, they weren't actually sick, so they couldn't act like innocent people. It was all that County Princess's fault. After being beaten by her, they forgot to pretend to be ill. Ouch, ouch. They immediately clutched their stomachs and cried out. Wrong. Someone in the crowd corrected them. Getting sick isn't like that. It should be like this. As they spoke, the person held their stomach with one hand and their backside with the other, demonstrating while squeezing their legs together. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, yes. You're not even pretending well. It's obvious you haven't had diarrhea. Exactly, if you're trying to trick someone, at least pretend better. The crowd burst into laughter, amused by the person's antics. Xia Tian couldn't help but smile. The crowd had sharp eyes. Uncle Gu stepped forward and quickly searched one person, finding a packet of laxatives. After confirming with Dr. Duan, it was the same as what was in the food. When the group saw the medicine being found, they still stubbornly refused to admit it, insisting Xia Tian and her friends were framing them. Princess Yuniying, who had been watching the commotion, could no longer stand it and ordered her guard, silence them and question each one about who is behind this. If they don't talk, make them. Yes, my lady, the guard replied, stepping forward to take action. Xia Tian stepped back, relieved that someone was stepping in on her behalf, sparing her the need to get involved directly. The main concern was that if she acted herself, she might be seen as bullying others, which could harm her reputation with the tavern. If the county princess took action, it would no longer be her problem. Of course, she would remember this favor from the county princess. Even though they didn't get along, she believed in returning kindness. Before long, the person who first spoke out confessed, mainly because they feared a worse beating if they didn't. The county princess's guards were not concerned with anything other than following her orders. Xia Tian watched nervously from the side and glanced at the county princess, thinking it would be best to keep her distance in the future. This was truly ruthless. Fortunately, the county princess was unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely mock her for being petty and small-minded. Once the guard got a confession, he lifted the person and threw them to the ground. The county princess proudly raised her chin and gestured to Xia Tian, saying, if I have to handle such small matters, what can you do? Xia Tian paused, left speechless by her words. The county princess looked at Xia Tian, who was left speechless, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In the past, it was always Xia Tian who left her at a loss for words, and now she finally had the upper hand. Her bad mood from being disturbed by those ruffians lifted instantly. Xia Tian observed the proud county princess with mixed feelings. They had both once wished to harm each other. Although they hadn't succeeded, their rivalry had deepened. Today, the county princess had unexpectedly helped her out. What was she thinking? Xia Tian was puzzled, but since she had helped uncover the mastermind, she felt it was only right to express her gratitude. Thank you, county princess, for your help. I didn't do it for you. They were making noise and bothering me, the county princess huffed, turning her face away. Xia Tian was speechless. She had indeed overthought it. How could she be so kind? So, she decided to ignore her and turn to the people on the ground, instructing Uncle Gu, tie these people up and take them to the authorities. Yes, ma'am, Uncle Gu replied, preparing to act when the officials pushed through the crowd. What's going on? Who is causing trouble? The leading officer asked sternly. Uncle Gu quickly stepped forward. Sir, it's these few who are causing a disturbance at my tavern. The officer frowned as he looked at the people on the ground. 4 of them had their mouths covered, but when they saw him, one quickly removed the cloth and shouted, Surly, we are not causing trouble. It's the restaurant that bullied us. Their food was bad, but they insist we poisoned it ourselves. The officer who had just asked the question, known as Surly, looked at the speaker with disdain. Zhang Datu, it's you again. The group, with bruised faces, was recognized by him upon closer inspection. Zhang Datu was the one with a face full of flesh. Surly, it's me. You have to help us this time. Zhang Datu stepped forward with a flattering expression. Surly took a step back in disgust. Don't try to get close. Take them away. If you have grievances, go to the court. Please, Surly, we really aren't causing trouble. It's them, they are bullying us. Zhang Datu shouted, pointing at Shi Tian and Princess Yunying. He didn't want to go to the court. Although they were regulars there, it was never easy to get in. They always ended up suffering before being released. Surly, likely the leader of this group of officers, listened to Zhang Datu's accusations and then looked at the proud-looking woman sitting at the restaurant entrance and the quiet Shi Tian standing beside her. Just as he was about to say to take them all away, he noticed the woman's haughty gaze. Seeing her attire, it was clear she was either very rich or of high status. Surly thought quickly and refrained from ordering them taken away. Instead, he cupped his hands and asked, Please forgive my ignorance. May I ask who you two are? Princess Yunying noticed that this officer had some sense and subtly nodded to her guard. The guard coldly replied, This is Princess Yunying. Ah, so it's Princess Yunying. My apologies. Surly felt relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, he might have faced consequences. Although he had never seen Princess Yunying, he had heard of her reputation for being domineering. People said to avoid provoking her, or they would face dire consequences. Princess Yunying snorted lightly. Let's settle this here. Once it's clear, then take them away. Shi Tian looked gratefully at Princess Yunying. She agreed. Clarifying things in front of everyone would help clear their restaurant's name. Although the man had revealed the name Chi under pressure, he only knew the name and not who Chi was. It's best to clarify everything here. They can't deny it in front of everyone. Hearing this from Princess Yunying, Lord Li had no choice but to comply and instructed the other officers to question them on the spot. Uncle Gu had someone bring a chair for Lord Li to sit and ask questions comfortably. Lord Li wasted no time and began questioning each person one by one. The man named Zhang was reluctant to speak, but the other 4 brothers quickly confessed, leaving him with no choice but to do the same. He had to admit, as for Lord Qi, I only know that his mother is a favored person in the Marquis of Wuan's household. I don't know anything else. A favored person in the Marquis of Wuan's household? Xia Tian's expression darkened. It indeed had something to do with Lu. The favored ones around Lu must be Qi Mama and Xiuyu, among others. Although Qi Mama had already passed away, it seems that Lord Qi must be her son. This disturbance must have been instigated by Lu or Shinko. It was said that Qi Mama's family had always worked for Lu. If after Qi Mama's death, Lu or Shinko blamed her for it, then it wouldn't be surprising for her son to cause trouble. Do you know what Lord Qi does specifically? Where can we find him? Lord Li continued to ask. He is the manager of the Kaiyun fabric shop, located on Jinsher Street. How did you come to know him? We've done business a few times before, Zhang replied vaguely. Lord Li understood right away that they must have previously tried to swindle Lord Qi in a shop. With this information, he left the rest to the authorities, sending 2 officers to the fabric shop to bring in Lord Qi, while Zhang and the others were taken back to the office for further questioning. Seeing that Princess Yunying agreed, Lord Li left with the men. Xia Tian instructed Uncle Gu and Yun to follow along to clarify matters with the authorities later. According to Zhang's earlier confession, Lord Qi had instructed them to cause trouble at the inn several times until it closed. It seems they need to stay alert for more trouble. Without Zhang, others like Li and Wang might still appear. To resolve this issue once and for all, they must bring down Lu and Shinko. Xia Tian contemplated how to solve this matter effectively. Meanwhile, Princess Yunying, seeing that everything was settled, returned to her private room to continue her meal. The onlookers, seeing there was no more excitement, gradually dispersed. Summer smiled at the villagers who had just helped her and said, "Thank you all for speaking up today. If you don't mind, I would like to treat you all to a meal." The villagers, seeing her sincerity, laughed and came in, saying, "Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. Our restaurant, Yuejin Pavilion, is here because of our connection with you all. I appreciate your support, so it's just a meal. Please don't be shy. You're very generous." Seeing the villagers enter, Summer instructed someone to hurry to the kitchen and tell the chef to prepare the food quickly, ensuring the villagers had a good meal today as she was treating them. She then looked at the customers who were already dining in the restaurant and apologized. "I'm sorry for interrupting your meal. To make up for it, everyone dining here today will receive a 50% discount." "Thank you. Thank you." The customers who had been dining before the commotion happily expressed their gratitude. Unexpectedly, the owner was quite considerate. After giving her instructions, Summer went upstairs to thank County Princess Yunying. At the door of the private room, Summer knocked and entered. County Princess Yunying was sitting with 3 young ladies, all of whom Summer recognized from several gatherings. At a poetry event hosted by Princess Ruehua, these ladies had even mocked her alongside Yunying. However, since they were guests at her restaurant today, she had to be polite. Seeing Summer enter, Yunying huffed and impatiently said, "What do you want? Hurry up and serve us our food. Do you want to starve this county princess?" Summer's words of thanks got stuck in her throat. She felt like she wanted to give Yunying a piece of her mind. It was truly infuriating. She found it strange that someone like Yunying could actually have friends. It seemed they were all cut from the same cloth. "I have already instructed the kitchen to serve your food as soon as possible. Please wait a moment," Summer said as she turned to leave. It seemed better to keep her distance from Yunying in the future. Going downstairs, she instructed Anku to brew a pot of fine by Luo Chun tea and prepare some signature snacks to send up. After Anku took a few steps, Summer called her back. "Never mind, Anku, I'll take it up myself." After all, Yunying had indeed helped a lot today. Without her, who knows how long the situation would have dragged on. Delivering it herself would be her way of saying thank you. When she knocked and entered again, Princess Yunying saw it was her and frowned slightly. "Why are you here again?" "Please forgive me, Princess. I don't want to keep bothering you. I just wanted to thank you for your help today, so I had the kitchen prepare some of our restaurant's signature snacks for you to enjoy." Hearing this, Princess Yunying relaxed her brow but quickly returned to her proud and slightly annoyed expression. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not helping you." Yes, I know. You just found them noisy," Xia Tian replied quickly. "This stubborn person is like a mule. She needs to be handled gently." "Humph. As long as you understand," Princess Yunying scoffed. "Just put it down, and you can leave." "All right, enjoy your meal," Xia Tian said without arguing further, set down the tray, and stepped out. Princess Yunying watched Xia Tian's retreating figure, feeling conflicted. She didn't even know why she helped her today. It all started when they arrived at the restaurant and encountered those troublemakers. She intervened because they were ruining her dining experience. When Xia Tian arrived and she realized this restaurant was hers, she initially didn't want to get involved and even thought about just watching the commotion. But when she heard the back-and-forth arguing, she couldn't help but step in. Perhaps it was her dislike for such indecisive behavior that prompted her to act. It was definitely not to help her. That must be it. Princess Yunying found an excuse for her actions, sighed in relief, and picked up her chopsticks to slowly enjoy a shrimp dumpling. Meanwhile, Xia Tian went downstairs and asked Anku to hurry the kitchen to prepare the dishes for Princess Yunying. After waiting a while at the restaurant, Uncle Gu returned and informed her about the situation at the office. "Madam, that man named Shi refuses to admit he instructed Zhang Daitu and the others, and they have no evidence to prove it either. The officer has detained them for now, saying they will investigate further before responding." "Okay," Xia Tian nodded. "You can go back to your work. If anything else comes up, send someone to notify me early." I need to leave soon. Understood, madam. Oh, by the way, waive the bill for the private room for Princess Yunying upstairs and give a 50% discount to the original customers downstairs. I've promised to treat the villagers who helped us, so there will be no charges for them. Just keep a record of the expenses under my account. Yes, madam. After that, Xia Tian took Ningxiang and headed back. In the carriage, Ningxiang looked at the thoughtful Xia Tian and asked in confusion, Madam, are we really going to let that Qi gentleman go just because he denies it? Of course not. If it turns out he was behind this, we can't just let him off the hook. Xia Tian paused. But I have no conflict with this Qi gentleman. Why would he want to harm me? There must be someone else behind this. Madam, are you talking about that person? Ningxiang asked quietly. Xia Tian knew she was referring to Lu Shi. Yes, that seems very likely, Xia Tian nodded. The person behind this was either Lu Shi or Shen Ke. Even if it wasn't them directly, they must have stirred things up. Otherwise, how would this Qi gentleman know who she was? Also, she needed to confirm whether this Qi gentleman was indeed Qi Momo-san. If so, those two wouldn't escape responsibility. Ningxiang's eyes widened. She was increasingly puzzled by Lu Shi. She had a prominent background and was married to the Marquis of Wuan. As the lady of the Marquis's household, why was she causing so much trouble? Although she wasn't the biological mother of the heir, she raised him and was his legitimate mother. Even if the heir inherited the Marquis of Wuan's title, she would still be his legitimate mother, a respected lady of the household whom no one would dare to oppose. What was she unhappy about? Why did she want to put the heir in danger? Ningxiang couldn't understand, and neither could Xia Tian. They could only say that some people's desires are truly endless. The more they gain, the more they want. The two of them didn't speak again during the ride, as the carriage was arranged by the household, and they didn't want their conversation to be reported to others. So, they silently waited until they returned to Jinglan Courtyard to talk. On the way, they passed a gold and silver shop, and Xia Tian went in to buy a few longevity locks for children, gold and silver necklaces, and such. Tomorrow was Shun Hui's younger son's naming ceremony, and as the aunt, she had to attend. She decided to buy a few extra, just in case they were needed in the future. After such a long day, they hadn't even had lunch yet. When Ningxue saw them return and realized they hadn't eaten, she quickly arranged for someone to reheat the food. Xia Tian didn't let Ningxiang go out again and had her sit down to eat together. After they finished their meal, she went to the study, and Ningxiang and Ningxue followed her inside. Sueyun was wisely waiting outside the door, preventing anyone else from getting close. Madam, is everything all right at the restaurant? What happened with the troublemakers? Ningxue asked worriedly. When the madam heard there was trouble at the restaurant, she left without eating, and Ningxue had been worried for quite a while. Summer waved her hand, noticing that Ningxiang looked a bit tired, so she told Ningxue about what happened at the restaurant. Ningxue felt relieved when she heard there were no serious issues at the restaurant. It's good that nothing happened, but we still need to confirm if that Master Qi is really Granny Qi's son, Summer said, looking at Ningxue. No need to confirm. I already know, Ningxue replied. Isn't that Master Qi the owner of the Cayenne fabric store on Jinshu Street? Yes, that's him. Do you know him? Summer asked, surprised that Ningxue was familiar with him. Well, I sort of know him. I went to that fabric store with some friends before. When he heard I was from the Wuan Marquis' residence, he gave me a discount. Later, I found out he is Granny Qi's son. That Cayenne fabric store is also the shop for the lady's dowry. She had visited 2 years ago and hadn't gone back since she heard it was the dowry shop for the Liu family. But she was sure that Master Qi was indeed Granny Qi's son. If Master Qi is Granny Qi's son, then it makes sense. Liu or Shun Ke must have said something to him, like blaming me for Granny Qi's death, which would explain why he is causing me trouble, Summer explained. But Granny Qi's death isn't your fault. Why would he come after you? Ningxue asked, confused. He wouldn't dare confront Liu, so if he wants revenge, he can only target me. Ningxiang and Ningxue nodded, agreeing with Summer's reasoning. What if he still denies it? Ningxiang asked. If he denies it, there's not much we can do. But at least we know who is behind this now, so we need to be more cautious in the future. In ancient times, there were no surveillance cameras, and without witnesses, it would be hard to make Master Chi confess. This matter might end up unresolved. Summer sighed, knowing that such issues would likely continue to arise. Later that evening, when Shen Nian returned, Summer told her about the restaurant incident again. Okay, I understand. You don't need to worry about it for now. I'll arrange for someone to investigate quietly, Shen Nian said thoughtfully. Also, we have some leads on the people who tried to assassinate us. My father has sent someone to look into it, and it seems connected to the Lingxiu Duke's residence. When the Wuan Marquis brought this up with him today, he had already suspected something. However, having his father investigate it personally would be more beneficial for him. As long as her father continues to lose trust in Liu, he will doubt her actions in the future. When disappointment builds up enough, it will be time for him to take action. All right, be careful when you go out. Those people who have done it once may do it again. Yes, I know. Don't worry, Shen Nian said, gently holding Summer's hand. Mu Feng will stay with you when you go out, so I will feel more at ease. Okay, Summer nodded. After chatting for a while, they washed up and rested. The next day, Shen Nian went to the morning court first and would come over after it ended. At the Kofu, Lu led the group to attend the washing ceremony for the son of Ning and Ho. Lu had been under house arrest for almost 5 months, but today was Shun Hui's son's ceremony. The old lady was worried about gossip if Liu didn't attend, so she lifted the house arrest and allowed her to take the ladies of the household to Ning and Ho's residence. Although it was just a child's ceremony, Ning and Ho's family invited friends and relatives. As Shun Hui's family, they arrived quite early, but soon the Ning and Ho's residence became lively with guests arriving one after another. Summer followed Liu and the second lady to greet the Ning and Ho's wife. The Ning and Ho's wife thanked her for saving her daughter-in-law the other day and warmly held her hand, chatting for a long time. Liu, listening nearby, realized there was more to the story and her expression darkened. This girl had such valuable medicine? But wasn't she just a farmer's daughter? How did she have so much? Were the people she sent to investigate fooling her? Liu was puzzled, and she could only investigate further when she had the time. Unaware that Liu was suspicious of her again, Summer chatted with the Ning and Ho's wife for a while before expressing her desire to visit Shun Hui's courtyard. The Ning and Ho's wife arranged for a maid to take them there. Shun Lan, Shun Yi, Shin Yan, and other girls also wanted to see the baby, so they went along with her. Shun Hui, as the wife of the heir to Ning and Ho, had taken over the management of the household since her marriage. Her courtyard was not far from the Ning and Ho's wife's courtyard, and they arrived quickly. Although Shun Hui was still in her confinement period, she had already dressed up early for her son's ceremony. However, she remained in bed to rest. When Summer entered, Shun Hui immediately smiled and called out, "Come here. I'm so bored alone. It's perfect to have someone to talk to." Seeing the other sisters who came in, Shun Hui smiled and invited them as well, then asked Bai Yuan to take them next door to see the baby. Seeing that the person had left, Shun Hui patted the edge of her bed, inviting Xia Tian to sit and talk. Xia Tian didn't hesitate and sat down on the stool beside the bed. "Big sister, how is your recovery?" "You look much better," Xia Tian asked with a smile. Compared to that night, Shun Hui seemed to have improved a lot. Her complexion was rosy, indicating she had been recovering well over the past few days. "I'm much better. I can even get up and walk a few steps, but your brother-in-law has Bai Yuan keep an eye on me, so I'm stuck resting in bed. I'm getting bored," Shun Hui complained with a smile. "Your brother-in-law is just looking out for you. After losing so much blood that day, you really need to rest and replenish your strength or you might feel dizzy," Xia Tian replied. "That's true. Sometimes when I get up too quickly, I do feel dizzy." Xia Tian offered some comforting words, not realizing that she really was feeling dizzy. It seemed that the blood loss had taken a significant toll on her. Since there was no one else in the room, Xia Tian reached into her sleeve pocket and pulled out a small porcelain bottle. She opened it to reveal 10 pills inside, which were the blood-boosting pills she had made a few days ago. She handed it to Shun Hui, saying, Big sister, take one of these pills every day. They will help you recover. Is this the same pill you gave me that night? Yes, it's the same. It helps replenish blood and energy. Then you should keep it. It's too precious. This medicine can save lives. I'll recover slowly, without wasting such good medicine, Shen Hui insisted. That night, taking 2 of those pills had brought her back from the brink, so she understood how valuable they were. If anyone found out, they would be hard to come by. Seeing Shen Hui refuse, Xia Tian firmly placed the porcelain bottle in her hand. Just take it. Why are you being so polite? This will help you recover faster. Do you treat such valuable things like they are common? 1 bottle is too much, Shen Hui teased, giving her a playful glare. Save it for when you need it. Giving birth is like crossing a dangerous path. Having this medicine would make it less worrying. Xia Tian, noticing Shen Hui's refusal, smiled and said softly, Don't worry, I have more. There are 10 pills in this bottle, 1 for you each day, and that's all I have. Do you really have more? Don't lie to me. Shen Hui was skeptical, afraid that if she took all the pills, she might need them later. Of course I do. Big sister, you know me. I value my life. And I love money. Xia Tian joked about herself. You silly girl. Shen Hui laughed and playfully scolded her. Then I will accept it.
Thank you.
Yes, take it without hesitation, but don't save it. You need to finish them. It's about your health, so don't hold back. Got it, let's eat now. Shen Hui sighed and immediately took one to put in her mouth, while Xia Tian poured her a glass of water to help her swallow. Even though this sister-in-law used to look down on her, she secretly protected her when it mattered. No matter her reasons, Xia Tian would remember this kindness. Xia Tian and Shen Hui chatted casually when she suddenly remembered that there was a fabric store on Jinshu Street that belonged to Shen Hui's dowry. So she asked Sister, Do you have a fabric store on Jinshu Street? Yes, it's called Shuyu Fabric Store. Shen Hui nodded, curious about why she was asking. Why do you want to know? Are you looking to buy fabric? If you want, I can have someone deliver it to you. No, I don't want fabric. I remember your store is quite large. It is large, but I have several fabric stores. That one isn't the biggest. Shen Hui's mother, Mrs. Cui, was the daughter of a prestigious family and had brought several dowry stores when she married. Even if Shen Hui and Shen Yan shared them, there were still many. There were also dowries prepared by the Marquis of Wuan, including several fabric stores. Sister, how is your fabric store doing? Xia Tian asked quietly, worried Shen Hui might misunderstand. She quickly mentioned the incident from yesterday when Manager Chi sent someone to cause trouble at the restaurant and shared her suspicions about Liu and Shinko. Don't doubt it. It's definitely her, Shen Hui said, her face showing anger. That store is her dowry and Manager Chi is the son of Chi Mama. They are all her people. Her dowry store and Liu's were on the same street and were competitors. How could she not know? This Liu was not only harming her brother, but also starting to harm her sister-in-law. She wouldn't stop until her brother was ruined. Even though we reported it yesterday, we have no evidence, so Manager Chi will probably be released in a couple of days, Xia Tian said helplessly. Having grown up in a lawful society, she was really a novice when it came to scheming. She could handle responding to attacks, but was still learning how to strike first. What evidence do you need? As long as you know who did it, do you really expect the authorities to help you? How naive. What should we do then, sister? Xia Tian quickly asked for advice. Seeing Xia Tian still smiling, Shen Hui felt frustrated. You are so weak. You've been bullied at home, and you're still cheerful. I'm just trying to get your advice, Xia Tian said, patting Shen Hui's hand. You're in confinement, so don't get upset. Shen Huibai glanced at her and recalled how Xia Tian had asked about the fabric shop's operations. She cautiously asked, Are you trying to drive Liu's dowry shop out of business? Yes, since she wants my restaurant to fail, I can retaliate in kind. She hadn't thought of this until she saw Shen Hui. Since Liu wouldn't let her have peace, she might as well cause her some financial loss. That's the spirit. Shen Hui agreed, thinking that as her sister-in-law, she should be proactive. Being overly cautious wouldn't lead to success. After considering it, she added, To make her shop fail, we need to cut off her supply. I'll have someone investigate her sourcing channels. No rush, just focus on your recovery for now. We can deal with it later, Xia Tian quickly replied, noting that her sister's fiery personality hadn't changed at all. She had only mentioned it casually and never intended for Shen Hui to get involved. Mainly, Shen Nian didn't have a fabric shop of her own, and since Shen Hui was a girl, she thought the fabric shop would suit her better, so she handed it over. If she wanted to close Lu's shop, it had to be done through fair competition. That would make sense. Even though she sought revenge, she couldn't let anyone catch her. After all, Lu was still her nominal mother-in-law, and being labeled unfilial would only harm her more. That wouldn't be worth it. Don't worry about it. I'm just talking. I won't have to run around myself, Shen Hui said casually. Leave this to me. I know more about running a fabric shop than you do. Okay. Thank you for helping me out, big sister, Xia Tian said with a smile, but added a warning. Just be careful not to let her find out it's you. Don't worry, I can handle myself, Shen Hui replied with a sideways glance, confident in her cunning and skills. She had grown up under Lu's watchful gaze and had earned a reputation for being formidable. She had her ways. Otherwise, would anyone believe she had been a young lady for over a decade and a head of the household for 5 or 6 years without any skills? All right, I won't say more. Just be cautious. Yes, I will, Shen Hui assured her. The two whispered for a while longer, and Xia Tian shared some stories about business competition to keep Shen Hui informed. With Shen Hui's help, they would surely achieve more with less effort. Bai Yuan waited until they finished talking before entering and said, Miss, the auspicious time is approaching. We need to get ready. To avoid disturbing Shen Hui's rest, the washing ceremony was arranged in the courtyard of Lady Ning'an, as the two courtyards were not far apart. It was convenient for both the baby and Shen Hui. Xia Tian didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It felt like she had just sat down when it was already time for the ceremony. She smiled apologetically. Look at me. I lost track of time while talking about coming to see the little treasure. I haven't even seen them yet, and now it's time. Don't worry, after it's over, you'll have plenty of time to see them, Shen Hui said with a smile, urging her, you go ahead. I'll tidy up and join you shortly. The young girls, Shen Lan and Shen Yan, left after seeing the baby. They wanted to greet Shen Hui again, but Bai Yuan said the eldest lady was tired and resting, so they didn't go in. After taking Shen Lan and the others to see the baby, Bai Yuan returned and noticed the two were talking quietly. She wisely took Ning Xiang to the door to chat, keeping watch and preventing others from entering and interrupting. Bai Yuan was originally Shen Hui's maid and had known Ning Xiang since their time at the Wuan Marquis' residence. They had a good relationship. When Xia Tian heard from Bai Yuan that Shen Lan and the others had left, she didn't delay any longer and took Ning Xiang to Lady Ning'an's courtyard. It was already late September, and the weather had turned cold, so the washing ceremony for the baby was held indoors to keep it warm. Today, the Ning'an Marquis' residence invited a respected elder from their clan, known for her long life and good fortune, to preside over the ceremony and bathe the baby. By the time Shen Hui arrived, it was nearly the auspicious hour. Bai Yuan helped her to observe the ceremony, which was attended mostly by close family members. Once the washing ceremony was over, the banquet outside was about to begin. Guests came to congratulate them, and Xia Tian presented her gifts, a pure gold longevity lock and a pure gold necklace. After the banquet, she finally found Xin Nian, who had also taken leave to attend. With little time left, they went to Shen Hui's courtyard to see the baby, but unfortunately, the baby was asleep. After the washing ceremony, the nurse took the baby back to Shen Hui's courtyard. Naturally, Shen Hui returned to rest as well. Xin Yan took a quick look and gifted the baby a fine set of writing materials before hurrying back to his duties. Xia Tian sat for a while longer, and when Lu Shi and the others were preparing to leave, she said goodbye to Shen Hui and stepped out. In the evening, when Shen Yan returned, Xia Tian finally found the chance to discuss the matter Shen Hui needed help with. What do you think if the eldest sister intervenes? How confident is she? Could it backfire on her? Shen Yan did not expect his sister to step in and help, but he had to admit that it was a good idea. If they teamed up with her to undermine the Liu family, it would be more effective. While it might not cause serious harm to the Liu family, at least it would make them suffer some losses, preventing them from focusing all their attention on Shen Yan and his sister. If my sister helps, we have an 80% chance of success, Shen Yan said casually. She is very careful and won't let us drag her down. He knew his sister well. If she used her skills, she could be quite formidable. Over the years, she had managed to maintain her position in the Ningen Marquis' household, not only with the support of the Marquis' wife but also because of her own abilities. That's good. We shouldn't let our problems affect her, he replied. Don't worry, Shen Yan reassured him. He had already sent someone to investigate who had been in contact with Granny Chi's son. The Liu family had been under house arrest for months and had not gone out. The most likely person involved was Shen Ke. The authorities had investigated but found no evidence linking Manager Chi to the troublemakers at the Summer Tavern, so after 2 days, they had to release them. However, Shen Yan had arranged for Mulin to track Shen Ke's movements and had indeed discovered that Shen Ke had been in contact with Manager Chi, which was a breakthrough. Brother Shen, have you thought about what to do next? Xia Tian asked. They couldn't keep being passive. They needed to take some initiative. Since he can't stay calm, let's make sure he doesn't go out.
He can just stay home and rest,
Shen Yan said with narrowed eyes. Seeing that Shen Yan had a plan, Xia Tian stopped asking questions and just reminded him to be careful. A few days later, Shen Ke broke his leg. He had gone riding in the countryside with some other young men when the horse got out of control, throwing him off and accidentally stepping on his leg, breaking it on the spot. When Shen Ke was carried back home, Xia Tian was quite surprised. They had just discussed this a few days ago, and now Shen Ke was in trouble. He wondered if Shen Yan had a hand in it. The Liu family was in chaos again. Shen Ke's injury was serious, and even Dr. Chao couldn't help, so the Liu family had to ask the Marquis of Wuhan to send for the imperial physician. By the time Xia Tian rushed over, the old lady and the second lady were already there. To show his concern, Xia Tian waited outside with the old lady and others. Inside, the imperial physician was treating Shen Ke, and his painful cries echoed, making the old lady feel distressed. What a tragedy! It's only been a short time since the last injury, and now he has hurt his leg again? What are the people around him doing? How could a good horse suddenly get scared? Listening to the old lady's complaints, along with Shen Ke's occasional loud cries, Xia Tian felt secretly pleased, thinking the sounds were quite nice. But on the surface, he still showed concern like everyone else. After the doctor finished bandaging, an hour had passed. When the doctor came out, the old lady quickly asked, "Is my grandson's leg okay?" The doctor replied, "Madam, your fourth son's leg is quite seriously injured. Although it has been set, he will need to rest in bed for at least 6 months. Especially in the first month, he shouldn't move around much, or the leg might heal improperly." He continued, "Even after recovery, he must be careful and avoid riding or jumping, or he risks breaking it again." "Is it that serious?" the old lady said, feeling heartbroken. She thought he would be fine with some rest, not realizing he could break it again. "Yes, madam. You need to keep a close eye on him. If he doesn't recover well and breaks it again, it may not heal properly," the doctor confirmed. Hearing this, Lu Shi started to cry. She had just arranged a marriage for her son and planned for him to bring his bride home next May, but now this happened. She wondered why her courier was so unlucky, getting hurt twice in less than a year. Was he attracting bad luck? After sending the doctor away, Lu Shi looked at Xia Tian suspiciously. It seemed too coincidental that Shen Ke fell after causing trouble at her restaurant. Could this wild girl be causing trouble? Seeing Lu Shi's dark expression, Xia Tian felt happy and couldn't resist adding, "Mother, look at our fourth brother. He hasn't been well for long, and now he's broken his leg again." Lu Shi's face grew even darker at this remark. The last injury nearly cost Shen Ke's life, and it took half a year to recover. Now, there was another problem. Xia Tian continued, "Isn't fourth brother supposed to be studying at the academy? How did he skip class to go riding again? Mother, you really need to discipline him. He's not a child anymore. If this continues, he'll be useless." Shut up. Xia, is this how you talk about your uncle? Lu sure snapped, unable to hold back. Mother, I'm not being harsh. I'm just concerned about fourth brother. Summer pretended to care for her, saying, the doctor just said that if you don't take care of that leg, you might end up limping in the future. You. Lu was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath. Summer quickly stepped forward to help Lu feel better, saying, Mother, please don't be upset. This isn't my opinion. She glanced at the old lady and added, right, grandmother? This is what the doctor meant. If the leg isn't healed properly, he won't be able to marry in the future. The old lady looked at Lu and said, we need to take good care of Kur. He has been injured repeatedly, and his body can't handle it. And also, he can't go to the academy while recovering at home. This will delay his next exam. Summer exclaimed, as if suddenly realizing something. Mother, do you think fourth brother might have intentionally hurt his leg to avoid going to the academy? What nonsense are you saying? Lu waved away Summer's comforting hand and pointed at her. Tell me, did you cause Kur's injury? Mother, I know you have never liked me, but even if you don't, you shouldn't accuse me like this. Summer said, feeling wronged. Fourth brother fell off his horse. Can you blame me for that? I didn't make him sneak out of the academy, nor did I make him ride a horse. How can you blame me? After saying this, she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. Since you don't like me, I will just call you Madam from now on, so I don't upset you. Since you came to the Marquis's residence, our family has never been at peace. If it's not you causing trouble, who else could it be? Lu's anger led her to speak without thinking. Summer's expression turned serious. Madam, that's a bit unreasonable. If I had such abilities, why would I stay in the Marquis's residence? I could just set up a fortune-telling stall on the street and probably be rich by now. Why would I let myself be schemed against in this house? After Summer spoke, everyone in the room looked at Lu with complicated expressions. The implication of her words was very clear. Who else could be scheming against them? Lu's face changed colors as she struggled to respond. Everyone, be quiet, the old lady scolded irritably. Summer, you are a junior. How can you speak to your elder like that? Summer didn't want to provoke the old lady's anger, so she quickly lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, grandmother. I overstepped my bounds. And you, Lu, as an elder, why are you arguing with a junior? What do you mean by saying Summer caused this? Kur has been injured twice, and there was also the incident where the research team was sent away. Don't you, as a mother, feel any responsibility? I think what the Xia family said is right. Your lack of discipline has led to today's consequences. If he had been studying well at the academy, would these things have happened? The old lady looked at Shinko, feeling very sorry for her. She was so frustrated that she didn't know how to express it when Lu came in. It was the perfect opportunity to vent her anger. Seeing the old lady's anger, Lu didn't dare to say anything ambiguous and quickly lowered her voice, saying, Mother, you are right. It is the daughter-in-law who is not disciplined properly. After saying this, she shot a dark look at Xia Tian. Xia Tian stood quietly to the side, not saying anything further. Lu suddenly smiled and said to her, Xia, I misunderstood you just now. Please don't take it to heart. I was just too anxious and spoke carelessly. Xia Tian paused and quickly waved her hand. It's fine, it's fine. As the elder sister-in-law, I should have been more considerate. You must have already thought of these things and didn't need my reminder. However, she was alert, realizing that Lu had just been very hostile toward her and now suddenly apologized. This change of attitude seemed insincere. Since you are the elder sister-in-law, you should also care for your brother. You saw how badly Kur was hurt. I heard that the medicine you have saved the eldest daughter during her difficult labor. Can you help your brother too? Lu said earnestly, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Xia Tian felt a chill. It turned out Lu wanted the life-saving medicine in her hands. No wonder her tone had suddenly become so sweet. But that medicine only replenishes blood and energy. I'm not sure if it would help someone with a broken leg, Xia Tian hesitated to say fully. What medicine? The old lady asked, looking confused. Mother, you might not know. It was the medicine Xia gave when our eldest daughter had a severe hemorrhage during childbirth. The doctor was helpless, but after taking Xia's medicine, the bleeding stopped immediately. Lu explained to the old lady with a smile. At the washing ceremony, the Duchess of Ningen even thanked me for a long time. I didn't know about Huir's difficult labor. Why was I not informed? The old lady said, somewhat displeased. Such a big matter had not been communicated to her. The eldest daughter only sent someone to call the heir and his wife, so you naturally didn't know. I only found out during the washing ceremony, Lu sighed. Perhaps the eldest daughter feels that the closest person is only the heir. Summer rolled her eyes secretly, thinking it was quite a chance to take advantage of the situation. The old lady huffed and didn't mention Shen Hui again. She turned to Summer and asked Xia, "Do you really have that life-saving medicine?" "I'm not sure if it can save a life. It's just a tonic for blood and energy." "My sister's situation might just be a coincidence," Summer replied. Lu didn't believe her and earnestly said, "Xia, please save your brother. If not, can we buy it with money? But this medicine might not work for my fourth brother. Besides, I don't have many left," Summer said, feeling uneasy about giving Lu an advantage. 1,000 taels of silver for each pill. "Mother only needs 2, Lu insisted, not giving her a chance to refuse. "Chiu Yu, go get 2,000 taels in cash." "Wait, ma'am. Summer looked at the old lady with a pleading expression, feeling lost like a child. "Xia, we are family. Since you have this life-saving medicine, you should let Kur use it. Besides, your mother is not asking for it for free. 1,000 taels for each pill is quite a lot," the old lady supported Lu. "All right, I will listen to my grandmother. But I can't guarantee the medicine will work," Summer quickly added, wanting to clarify that they were pushing her to give it, and she couldn't be blamed if it didn't help. "Don't worry, I will take responsibility for this," the old lady reassured her. "Okay, I'll go back to Jinglan Courtyard to get the medicine," Summer said, and she left with Ningxiang. "Ma'am, are you really going to give the pills to the fourth young master?" Ningxiang asked quietly, looking around to make sure no one was listening. She didn't know how much of that life-saving medicine the lady had left, but she truly didn't want her to give it to Shinke. "Yes, there's no other choice," Summer replied calmly. "You saw how they insisted I give it to them. But this medicine is so precious. Giving away 2 pills to those people." Ningxiang hesitated, feeling frustrated. They were all bad people wanting the life-saving medicine? How bold. Seeing Ningxiang upset and silent, Summer smiled and said softly, "Although we spent time making this medicine, I can still afford to give away 2 pills." Ningxiang's eyes brightened. "Ma'am, are you saying that?" "Yes, that one. Didn't we make a lot of it?" "That's great. You are so clever, ma'am." Ningxiang cheered up again. Since Lu and the others have never seen what the precious pills look like, and she hasn't either, it's fine for the lady to take 2 pills made that day. Earlier, when Lu was thinking about the pills in the room, Xia Tian had already considered this. The reason she kept emphasizing that they were just for nourishing blood and energy was to make it clear in advance that if the pills didn't work, they shouldn't come looking for her again. She had bought so many herbs and made over 1,000 pills, some with spiritual spring water and some without, just in case. Now it was the perfect time to use them. She planned to give Lu 2 pills without the spiritual spring water, each worth 1,000 taels of silver, which would make her a good profit. In fact, the pills were in her space. She just needed to pretend to take them from the Jinglan Courtyard. Once at Jinglan Courtyard, Xia Tian went into her bedroom, opened the locked box on the bedside, pretended to take out a porcelain bottle, poured out 2 pills, and then filled the empty bottle before leaving. She had always kept the key to this box herself, and even Ningxiang didn't know what was inside. This was her way of being discreet. After getting the medicine, she didn't delay and delivered it right away. Lu took the porcelain bottle, and Qiuyue handed her the banknotes. Xia Tian counted them and found exactly 2,000 taels, making everyone nearby feel awkward since they had never seen a transaction like this in front of an elder. Lu's mouth twitched, but since it was about the pills, she decided not to argue for now. As Lu was about to enter Shinke's room with the medicine, Xia Tian quickly said, "Madam, it's best to have Dr. Chow check this medicine. Since everyone is here today, it can be a witness. If fourth brother has any issues later and claims it's because of my medicine, I won't take the blame. Lu stopped and turned around, looking at Xia Tian with some annoyance. Xia Tian quickly added, I'm just looking out for fourth brother. Medicine shouldn't be taken lightly. Let Dr. Chow verify if this medicine is suitable for him, so everyone can feel assured, right? The old lady nodded. That makes sense. Lu, let Dr. Chow take a look at the medicine. Dr. Chow was the house doctor, and after the imperial physician left, he had been taking care of Shinko, worried about any issues. Hearing the old lady's words, he quickly took the porcelain bottle, poured out the 2 pills, smelled them, and examined them closely, saying, Yes, this pill is indeed what the young lady said, for nourishing blood and energy. There's no problem. Dr. Chow, please check carefully to see if there's any poison or anything, Xia Tian suddenly interjected. Dr. Chow was momentarily stunned. It was unusual for someone to ask a doctor to check if the pills they brought contained poison. Although the lady was surprised by the situation, she honestly replied, No, the medicine is fine. Then there's no problem, Xia Tian said with a smile, stepping aside. Everyone in the room watched her actions, speechless. She was being overly cautious. But it wasn't entirely her fault. Given what Lu said earlier, she could easily blame Shinka's injury on her, so it made sense for her to be careful. Lu took the medicine with a changing expression and went with Dr. Chow to give Shinka her dose. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, the old lady was about to let everyone go about their business. Suddenly, Lu came out and said, Mother, I would like to invite a master from Lingwu Temple to perform a ritual at home. What do you think? A ritual?
Why?
The old lady asked, puzzled. What was the need for a ritual? Isn't it because Kur has had a series of accidents? I thought maybe there's something unclean in the house, and a ritual would help ease our minds. The old lady considered this. Indeed, there had been quite a few issues at home lately. If a ritual would bring peace of mind, then so be it. All right, choose an auspicious day to invite them. Xia Tian secretly smirked. Were they really getting superstitious? If they weren't causing trouble, would these things happen? Why was it only her and Shinka facing problems while others were fine? It was truly troublesome. But she only dared to think this in her mind. Once Lu finished her business, everyone dispersed. That evening, when Shin Yan returned from his duties, Xia Tian found a chance to ask about Shinka. Brother Shin, did you know Shinka broke her leg today? Yes, I heard, Shin Yan replied calmly. He heard? Xia Tian was puzzled. His tone didn't sound like he was involved. Could it really be an accident? She leaned closer, tilting her head to look into his eyes. Did you have someone do this? Shin Yan gently pushed her face away and awkwardly replied, and Xia Tian instantly felt happy. I really thought there was some justice. Remembering his earlier expression and tone, she added with some annoyance, Why did you sound like that? I thought it wasn't you. Weren't you the one who said to keep a low profile? Shen Yan tried to suppress a laugh. So you were just teasing me, Xia Tian said playfully, laughing as she jumped on him. They played around for a while. Then she quietly asked, Lu will definitely investigate this. It won't be found out, right? Don't worry, it won't be discovered. Okay, that's good. In the following days, besides going to the palace to teach the princes and princesses how to paint, she hardly went out. Stay at home and draw quietly. The number of paintings I receive from Master Xiao at Yai Studio is increasing. Making money is not easy, but I still take orders whenever I can. The paintings ordered from Master Xiao are scheduled until the end of next year. The Lu family has always suspected that Shunka's fall from the horse was not an accident and has been urging Marquis Wuan to investigate. Marquis Wuan had this thought as well, so he had someone carefully check why the horse suddenly lost control, but after a thorough investigation, nothing was found. When Xia Tian heard about this, she felt relieved. On the 5th day of October, Lu invited a master from Lingwu Temple to perform a ritual at home. Early in the morning, Lu and the second lady arranged the Buddhist altar in the front yard, setting up incense, fresh flowers, fruits, and wooden fish for the ceremony. To everyone's surprise, the monk from Lingwu Temple was led by the abbot. Everyone gathered in the front yard, kneeling neatly, quietly listening to the chanting and the rhythmic sounds of the wooden fish. This rhythmic sound helped calm restless hearts. Lu, who was kneeling not far from Xia Tian, secretly glanced over. Xia Tian rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. Did she really think she was some kind of monster that could reveal its true form? After the chanting and prayers ended, Lu asked the masters to check each courtyard for any unclean things. The abbot didn't say much, smilingly agreeing, probably used to such requests. After the masters finished checking each courtyard, they found nothing. Lu was not satisfied and wanted them to take another look at Jinglan Courtyard and Lingyun Pavilion. It was only when the old lady couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to stop her that Lu finally gave up. By the time they sent the abbot and the others away, it was almost afternoon. Xia Tian hadn't eaten lunch and was feeling very hungry. Lu initially wanted to ask for a safety blessing, but the abbot said it was more sincere to go to Lingwu Temple for that, so Lu reluctantly let them leave. Once the masters from Lingwu Temple left, the old lady sent Xia Tian and the others away and began to confront Lu, saying, "Lu, what were you really planning by inviting the masters here today?" She had noticed that this was specifically targeting Nyener and Xia. Otherwise, why would they not check the other courtyards carefully but want to recheck these two? Usually, she ignored Lu's little schemes, considering them minor troubles that didn't cause serious consequences. Today, in front of outsiders, they openly searched the courtyard of the heir and his wife from the Marquis of Wuhan. It seems they no longer care about their reputation. "Mother, I'm only doing this for the good of the family. If there's something unclean, it would only cause fear, so I asked the master to take a careful look," Lu said, feeling wronged. Do you think I'm so foolish that I don't know your intentions? It was fine before, but now that Nyen is better, you should keep your thoughts to yourself." "Mother, I really don't have any intentions," Lu insisted. "Whether you do or not, from today on, behave properly as the Marquis's wife and don't think about things that aren't yours," the old lady said with a stern face, waving her hand. "Go and think about it, I'm tired." "Yes, mother, I take my leave," Lu said, bowing as she left. The old lady rubbed her forehead, feeling exhausted. Seeing this, Granny Zhang quickly helped her to the inner chamber to rest. Once Lu left the old lady's courtyard, her expression immediately fell. She didn't expect that even the old lady had taken the side of Xin Nian and that wild girl. It seemed she needed to speed up her plans. Lu returned to her courtyard with a gloomy face. Inside, Shen Lan stood up anxiously when she saw her mother return. "Mother, what did grandmother want with you?" She had been worried when her grandmother had kept her mother alone, especially since although her grandmother had lifted their house arrest, her father had not agreed yet. Moreover, her grandmother had not instructed the second wife to hand over the household management to her. "It's nothing," Lu said, noticing Shen Lan's worried expression softening a bit. "Lanner, you should go back now. I'm a bit tired." "Okay, mother. Please rest well," Shen Lan replied, noticing her mother seemed fatigued, and obediently returned to her own courtyard. Once Shen Lan left, Chiyue approached Lu, massaging her temples while asking, "Madam, do you think the old lady knows something?" She must have guessed. This is a common tactic among the women in the back courtyard. It's not like she doesn't know. "It's all about interests," Lu said disdainfully. Now that Shen Yan is better and has become a third-rank official in the Ministry of War, she thinks he has more potential than my Kur, so her heart is leaning that way again. When Shen Yan was a useless person due to his poisoning, where was her support then? After all, he is her grandson, whom she has cared for over the years. Seeing no hope for him, she didn't hesitate to abandon him for the reputation of the Marquis of Wuhan. At that time, it was the same. She was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for a few days, and that was the end of it. They just thought Xin Yan was useless, and the Ho residents would have to rely on her Kur in the future. Now, it's simply because she has recovered and can bring honor to the Ho residents that they are favoring her. I can understand the old lady favoring the young master's maid, but why is she also supporting the young master's wife now? Chiyue was confused. Hasn't the old lady always looked down on her? Looked down on her? Lu said with a cold laugh. She only cares because the young master has connections with the emperor and the empress now. If the emperor and the empress had not valued her painting, would the old lady still support her? Madam, do you think the old lady's words today might? Chiyue knew the old lady was trying to warn them. But if the madam loses the old lady's support in the future, her position in the residence could be affected.
She's just saying that.
If something really happens, the old lady is very clever and will choose to stand on the side that benefits the Ho residents the most. Lu shrugged. If Shen Yan and Xia are gone, her favorite will still be my core. Lu is not wrong about this. The reason she was being warned today was that the old lady felt she had lost face for the Wuhan Ho residents in front of outsiders. Supporting Shen Yan and that wild girl was just to maintain their current glory. Xia Tian couldn't care less about Lu's schemes. She was busy working on her paintings. She hadn't finished the portraits for Wen Jin and the others, especially since Wen Jin was getting married in about 10 days, and she had to complete them before then. Recently, there had been many events happening one after another, making it hard for her to focus on her painting. Unfortunately, just as she started painting, she received an invitation from Wen Jin to go to Lingwu Temple. The next day, when Xia Tian reported to the old lady, she mentioned her trip to Lingwu Temple. The old lady immediately asked her to bring back some safety charms. After agreeing, she left the house. It was still Mu Feng who drove her to meet Wen Jin. When Wen Jin invited her to ride together, she told Mu Feng he didn't need to follow. Mu Feng disagreed, but the carriage didn't move. He returned to the Wuhan Ho residence and rode after them instead. His master had asked him to protect the madam, so he couldn't be lazy. If anything happened to her, his master would be furious. Seeing Mu Feng riding alongside to escort her, Xia Tian didn't say anything. It was wise to be cautious. Wen Jin was also accompanied by several guards from the Wen Yibo residence today, just in case something happened again, like last time. After walking for a while, they met up with Hu Mengyao and Lin Ziyu at the city gate. Both of them got into Wen Jin's carriage. Although it was a bit crowded, it felt nice to chat together. The two of them pushed Luo Ying and Sui Yun to Lin Ziyu's carriage, allowing the girls to sit together. Since they didn't need to serve anyone, it was more spacious this way. Wen Jin, why did you decide to go to Lingwu Temple today? Xia Tian asked curiously. Shouldn't you be preparing for your wedding at home? October 18th was Wen Jin's wedding day, and today was already October 6th. It seemed unusual for her to be out. Wen Jin blushed. What are you talking about? I just thought it would be boring to stay at home all the time, so I went to Lingwu Temple to get some fresh air. I know. Hu Mengyao giggled and leaned closer. Sister Wen is probably going to ask about her fate, wondering if she and young master Su will be a perfect match.
Stop saying that.
Wen Jin playfully scolded, feeling shy. The marriage has already been arranged, so what's the point of asking now? That's true. It's too late to ask now, Lin Ziyu added with a smile. Can you two please behave? Wen Jin pretended to be angry and glared at them. Okay, I won't say anything more. Sister Wen is shy, Hu Mengyao quickly replied. And you still talk? Wen Jin pretended to swat at Hu Mengyao. I really won't say anything more, Hu Mengyao laughed as she moved closer to Lin Ziyu. Watching the playful banter, Xia Tian noticed that Wen Jin's earlier gloomy mood seemed to have lifted a bit. She smiled and said, Sister Wen is right. Asking about fate now doesn't really help. But life is what you make of it, and praying is just for peace of mind. As she spoke, Xia Tian moved closer to Wen Jin. You aren't feeling nervous about getting married, are you? Is that why you went to Lingwu Temple? Wen Jin paused, as if Xia Tian had guessed correctly. Yes, Wen Jin shyly nodded. Lately, just thinking about getting married makes me feel restless and unmotivated. Xia Tian was surprised. She hadn't expected this young lady from ancient times to have pre-wedding jitters. But it made sense. They hadn't spoken much, and they probably met very rarely, yet she was expected to marry him and spend her life with him. It was only natural to feel anxious. If her husband was someone who followed traditions, they could respect each other, and at least there wouldn't be any concubines causing trouble. But if he was a flirt, like that old lady's nephew Su Jun, life could be quite troublesome. In this era, Women typically marry for life, regardless of whether their husbands are good or bad. While they can seek a divorce, few women have the courage to do so. It's not just about lacking money to survive after a divorce, it's the judgment of society that can destroy them. Many women choose to spend their lives in the backyard. Those who can accept their situation manage to live well, while those who can't often end up in tears and despair. When Jean is likely feeling anxious, especially since her husband was not her choice. It's normal to feel nervous. Later, when we pray at the Buddha's shrine, I believe your intelligence will lead to a harmonious and happy marriage, Xia Tian said, trying to comfort her with kind words. After all, when Jean used to like Shen Yan. Thank you for coming with me, when Jean said, smiling. When they arrived at Lingwu Temple, there were noticeably fewer people at the foot of the mountain compared to the new year. However, there were many ragged individuals who seemed to be refugees. Xia Tian observed that although these people looked thin and weak, they did not appear aggressive. As the weather had turned cold, the group chose to walk up instead of using a sled. The further they climbed, the more ragged individuals they encountered. Upon reaching the temple entrance, they discovered that food was being distributed, which explained the increase in visitors. Hu Mengyao asked in confusion, I haven't heard of any disasters nearby. Why are there so many poorly dressed people here? Xia Tian guessed that these were among the first refugees to arrive in the capital. They likely came early and received assistance, which is why they seemed relatively okay. There hadn't been any significant influx of refugees into the capital yet, probably because the city gates were being monitored closely. After all, this is the emperor's domain, and allowing too many refugees in could lead to chaos, which would be hard to control. Xia Tian shook his head and said quietly, Let's go inside. This isn't a place for conversation. Earlier, many people had been staring at them, and while it didn't seem dangerous, it still made them feel uneasy. Fortunately, they had brought guards, so their safety should be fine. Once inside Lingwu Temple, it felt much better. There were mostly people coming to pray and light incense, with no sign of refugees. The group reached the main hall, where, under the guidance of a young monk, they bowed to the Buddha, lit incense, and each drew a fortune stick. Then they went to ask the master for guidance. When Jean eventually asked about her romantic prospects, Anne was relieved to draw a very good fortune, which made her anxiety disappear. Lin Xiao also drew a very good fortune and asked about her love life, smiling widely after receiving her answer. It seems that even the most carefree girls dream of marrying a good husband, and Lin Xiao is no exception. Hu Mengyao and Xia Tian drew a fortune that was above average. Hu Mengyao exclaimed that she wanted to draw again, but Lin Xiao stopped her, saying, The first draw is the most accurate. Drawing again won't work. All right. Fine, Hu Mengyao sighed, starting to doubt her romantic fate. Xia Tian quickly encouraged her. You can come back to draw again next time. The closer you are to getting married, the more accurate it will be. Once you set a date, come back, and you will surely draw a very good fortune. Really? Hu Mengyao looked at Xia Tian with hopeful eyes. Xia Tian nodded seriously. Yes, really. This reassured Hu Mengyao, and the three of them sighed in relief, feeling they had successfully calmed her down. After the fortune-telling, Xia Tian wanted to ask for a safety talisman. Wen Jin and the others went with her, each contributing 20 taels of silver as offerings, asking for several safety talismans for their families. Xia Tian also donated 100 taels and asked the young master beside her, Where did those people at the entrance come from? They came from the south. I heard their homes were affected by a disaster. The young master replied, noticing that Xia Tian was generous and kind-hearted. When did they arrive at Lingwu Temple? She continued asking since the young master didn't seem bothered by her questions. They arrived around the end of September. There were too many people for the temple to accommodate, so they set up a porridge stall at the entrance to provide food. The young master respectfully answered and added, If you ladies have nothing else to do, it's better to head down the mountain early. It's not safe to be out late. Okay. Thank you, master, Xia Tian said with her hands together in gratitude. The young master nodded and walked away. The group exchanged glances and decided to head down the mountain immediately. On the way down, there were refugees who noticed the group of mostly girls and tried to approach them. Mu Feng and the others quickly drew their swords to protect them, preventing anyone from getting too close. Once they reached the foot of the mountain and got into the carriage, they felt a bit better. Everyone sighed in relief and didn't delay any longer, quickly heading towards the capital. In the carriage, when Jean tightly held Xia Tian's hand and after a while said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to encounter refugees today. Fortunately, the guards came with us. Otherwise, if something else happened, I really wouldn't know how to face you all. Sister Wen, don't think too much. We just wanted to go out and relax." Who knew there would be refugees outside the city? Lin Xiu comforted her. "Yes, besides, everything is fine. We're all okay," Hu Mingyao quickly added to reassure her. Shi Tian held Wen Jin's hand and smiled. No one expected this. After all, we didn't see any refugees in the capital. Exactly. If we hadn't come to Lingwu Temple, we wouldn't have known at all. Right? So Sister Wen shouldn't blame herself. Seeing that everyone was comforting her, Wen Jin's expression improved a bit. She had been feeling guilty, thinking that if she hadn't come to Lingwu Temple to seek a fortune, they wouldn't have encountered the refugees. When they were coming down the mountain, she was startled when the refugees approached, fearing something bad would happen. "It seems I should try not to come to Lingwu Temple anymore," when Jean joked, "You two have been with me twice, and both times we almost got into trouble. These were just accidents. It has nothing to do with you," Shi Tian said. "Your thinking is like avoiding food because of a fear of choking. Hey, have you even read any books? You seem to know quite a few words now," Hu Mingyao teased Shi Tian. "I have a great memory, and read a lot." Shi Tian proudly lifted his chin. He's so shameless. When Jean and the others laughed at his proud gesture, and the gloomy atmosphere in the carriage lifted, they began chatting excitedly again. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more issues on the way back and arrived home safely. When Jean insisted on seeing Shi Tian to the gate of the Wuan Marquis' residence before returning, Shi Tian first went to the old lady's courtyard to distribute the safety charms, then took Cui Yin back to Jinglan courtyard. Today, because of the refugee situation, they didn't waste time at Lingwu Temple, so they returned relatively early. After finishing dinner and sitting on the warm Kong in the warm room, Shi Tian felt a heavy heart. Earlier on the road, he didn't want Wen Jin and the others to worry, so he avoided discussing the refugee issue. It seemed that soon, a large number of refugees would arrive. After all, this is the capital, and in most people's minds, a place where the emperor resides won't lack food, so most would choose to come to the capital to escape famine. He just wondered if the emperor knew about the disasters in the south or if he was aware that a large number of refugees were fleeing to the capital. That evening, Shen Yan returned. After dinner, the two sat on the warm Kong in the warm room and talked. "Brother Shen, have you heard that there are refugees outside the city?" "Yes, I know," Shen Yan nodded. "Does the emperor know?" Xia Tian raised her hand and pointed upward with her index finger. "I'm not sure, but the emperor has received reports about the disasters in the south." During the morning court session, the emperor discussed how the south has suffered from a lack of rain, leading to food shortages. Officials from the south have also submitted reports about the disasters. "Oh, that's good to know," Xia Tian said, feeling a bit relieved. "But Brother Shen, when you go to court tomorrow morning, please inform the emperor about the refugees who have already arrived in the capital, just in case he doesn't know." She then shared what she encountered with the refugees at Lingwu Temple. Her concern was that the refugees had reached the outskirts of the capital, while the emperor only had reports about the southern disasters, without knowing the full extent of the situation. If some officials were hiding the truth or misreporting the severity of the disaster, it could delay timely aid. With winter approaching and the weather getting colder, many refugees without food or clothing might suffer greatly. Letting the emperor know would allow for quicker action to help and arrange for the refugees' settlement. "Yes," Shen Yan agreed with a nod. "Did you face any dangers at Lingwu Temple today?" With so many refugees, Lingwu Temple might not be safe. He had just returned and went straight to Jinglan courtyard, so Mu Feng hadn't found a chance to report to him. "No, we were fine. We had guards with us. That's good. Try not to leave the city for a while. Okay, understood. The next morning, after finishing her morning greetings, Xia Tian informed the second madam and left the manor. Seeing the ragged refugees yesterday reminded her that she had been focused on stockpiling food and forgot to buy some cloth and cotton. With winter here, warm clothing is also very important. Since the refugees hadn't entered the city yet and many people were still unaware of the situation, she decided to buy a batch of materials to make cotton clothes and shoes in advance. She also needed to continue making medicine, but relying on just a few people in her courtyard wouldn't be enough, and any noise might raise suspicions among the household staff. She first went to the second courtyard in Linglong Alley. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen greeted her with smiles when they saw her. Madam, you're here? Yes. Is everything all right here? Everything is fine, Aunt Chen replied with a smile. It's just that there isn't much going on in the manor, and the servants are quite idle. Do you have anything for us to do? Actually, I came here today to arrange something for you. Please go ahead, madam. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen smiled even more when they heard what Xia Tian said. For many days, nothing had happened here, and they worried that one day the lady might think they were just idling around and send them away. When the restaurant opened, Uncle Chen helped with the purchasing for a few days, but now that the purchasing was handled by others, he returned to continue his role as steward. However, without a master here, there were not many tasks for the servants. Having something to do made them feel more at ease. Aunt Chen, please take some people to the market to buy some coarse cloth, and cotton, Xia Tian instructed, giving her 2,000 silver notes. Buy more coarse cloth and cotton and less fine cotton. Don't forget to get some needles and thread. Aunt Chen took the silver notes, surprised, and asked, Is the lady planning to make cotton clothes? Yes, Xia Tian nodded. Just spend this money, but buy from different shops and get dark, durable colors for the coarse cloth. Understood, lady. Aunt Chen left with the money. Xia Tian looked at Uncle Chen, who was standing by and watching her eagerly, and couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Chen, where did you put the herbs that were sent last time? They are in the side room of the backyard. Don't worry, lady, they are well preserved. That's good. Xia Tian smiled and nodded. Uncle Chen, please take some people to buy a few large pots. We will set up a stove in the yard, and I plan to have you all prepare medicine and make pills. Okay, lady, I will go right away. Uncle Chen took the silver notes and left happily. Finally, having work to do, Uncle Chen walked with a spring in his step. Seeing that they had all left, Xia Tian took Ning Xiang and Cui Yun to the pharmacy, where she had bought the herbs last time. The shopkeeper, seeing her arrive, quickly came out from behind the counter with a smile and asked, Lady, are you here to buy herbs again? Xia Tian smiled and approached, looking around as she asked, Where is Dr. Duan? She wanted to ask Dr. Duan about other recipes for making pills. Dr. Duan is out on a house call. Please wait a moment. He will be back soon, the shopkeeper said, leading Xia Tian to the guest room in the backyard and having a worker bring tea. This lady was one of his best customers. She didn't haggle over prices and always bought a lot. Seeing the shopkeeper so friendly, Xia Tian quickly stated her purpose. Shopkeeper, do you still have the herbs I bought last time? Yes, we do. How much would you like this time? Just the same amount as last time will be fine, she replied with a smile. All right, no problem. I will arrange for someone to weigh it out right away. The shopkeeper finished speaking and hurriedly left. Xia Tian found it strange. Was he worried that the herbs wouldn't sell? Could they be fake? But then she thought that couldn't be the case. This pharmacy was one of the larger ones in the capital and had many chain stores, so they wouldn't risk selling fake herbs and damaging their reputation. In fact, she was mistaken. The shopkeeper was in a rush because after her last 2 purchases, he had secretly stocked up on the herbs she needed. Most of the money in the shop was tied up in this batch, and he had hoped she would come back soon. However, since she hadn't shown up, he was starting to worry. After all, if too many herbs piled up and didn't sell, it wouldn't be good for the shop's operations. When he saw her arrive, he was naturally very enthusiastic. He was afraid that this batch of herbs would be left unsold. Before long, the herbs were ready, and Dr. Duan returned. Xia Tian asked him to check each herb for any issues, as she trusted his character. Dr. Duan didn't refuse and carefully examined each herb before nodding, no problem. Xia Tian had Ning Xiang pay the money and asked the shopkeeper to arrange for someone to deliver the herbs to the same address as last time. She also asked Dr. Duan for a few useful prescriptions, such as for frostbite ointment and cold medicine. Then she had the shopkeeper prepare the herbs according to the prescriptions. Fortunately, these herbs were commonly stocked in the pharmacy, and the shopkeeper made sure to keep enough for regular operations, selling the rest to Xia Tian. Since it was easy for him to restock, selling more would also earn him extra rewards. Xia Tian insisted on having the delivery sent to the usual place. With nothing else to do here, she decided to leave. She guessed that Aunt Chen would be back soon. When she returned to the courtyard in Linglong Alley, Uncle Chen was already back and was setting up a stove in the open space in front of the kitchen with a group of people. There were about 40 people in the courtyard now, evenly split between men and women. This was because she had asked Granny Zhang to hire more people. She wanted to train more of her own, especially men, and had even arranged for Shen Yan to assign a guard to help them practice. Although she didn't expect them to be as skilled as Mu Feng and Mu Chen, they needed to be able to protect the courtyard. The ones helping with the stove were part of this group. Xia Tian watched them work energetically and decided not to interrupt, choosing to sit inside and wait for Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen hadn't returned yet, but there was already a pile of fabric stacked inside, indicating that some had been delivered back. In the summer, I was thinking about whether to go to the restaurant first and then come back later. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Aunt Chen returned. "Madam, I bought everything, but cotton is quite expensive right now," Aunt Chen said as she handed the list she had written to Ningxiang. They had to visit several shops to buy cotton, which is why she returned a bit late. Summer took the list and saw that, indeed, most prices had gone up. However, since the weather was getting colder, the demand for cotton was likely high, so the price increase was understandable. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Chen," Summer said as she handed the list back to her. "Please keep a record. Aunt Chen, gather all the girls here who can sew. They should help make clothes, cotton jackets, cotton pants, and cotton shoes. Make them a bit thicker, and let's make more for adults and children, especially for women and children, while making less for men." "Okay, madam." In this era, most women knew how to sew, and it didn't need to be perfect. As long as the clothes were wearable, it was fine. Summer then called Uncle Chen over. "Uncle Chen, I'm going to teach you how to prepare medicine. Once you learn, you can be in charge of making it here, and help everyone form it into pills." She planned to have Uncle Chen lead the team to turn all the herbs she bought into pills, which she could then store for easy access to help others. Once she had everything arranged, it was already getting late. With winter approaching, the days were getting shorter. She had originally planned to visit the restaurant, but decided to head back to the Ho residence instead. The next day, Summer greeted everyone early and went to the inner courtyard to check on things. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen were working quickly. Uncle Chen had already started preparing medicine, and Aunt Chen had made several pieces of clothing. Summer was quite surprised by their efficiency. They had only started the afternoon before, and had already completed several items. "You didn't stay up all night working, did you?" Summer asked curiously. Making clothes by hand is quite labor-intensive.
"No, madam."
"There are many of us, and after dinner, we just sat together and worked a bit more. The clothes aren't difficult to make, so it goes pretty quickly," Aunt Chen quickly explained. Most of the girls knew how to sew, and since they were working together, they could finish faster. "That's good, as long as you don't stay up late. We are just preparing, so there's no rush."
"Don't worry, madam.
"We know our limits." Aunt Chen felt warm inside, grateful to have such a good master who cared about them not overworking. "All right, once the clothes are done, you can help Uncle Chen with making the pills. If anything comes up, just send someone to let me know."
"Alright, ma'am."
Summer felt everything was going smoothly before heading to the Eugene Pavilion. She had been here before when dealing with the trouble caused by Zhang Datu, and it had been several days since then. "Uncle Gu, has anyone caused trouble here recently?" Summer went straight to her private room on the second floor. "No, but ma'am, I heard that the people who caused trouble last time have been released." Uncle Gu was worried that these people might come back to cause more trouble. Last time, it was because Princess Yunying was here that those people were disrupted. Now that they are out, he wondered if they would seek revenge. Released? Summer hadn't expected that. She thought that with the name of the Marquis of Wuan, they would be kept longer, but they were released in just a few days. It seemed that the Lingxiu Duke's residence had intervened. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have gotten out so quickly. And that manager Qi, who could walk around freely, was relying on the influence of the Lingxiu Duke's residence and the support of the Liu family. Without evidence, the officials couldn't do anything. Yes, Yunan said he saw Zhang Dadu and his group hanging around this area. He even ran into them. Ever since Yunan mentioned encountering Zhang Dadu, he hadn't returned to the second courtyard at night. Instead, he had been sleeping at the inn and patrolling with Yunan and others, taking turns to sleep, fearing that Zhang Dadu might cause trouble at night when no one was around. Since the officials can't handle it, we can take care of it ourselves, Summer said coldly. Uncle Gu, call Yunan over. Yunan arrived quickly, and Summer whispered a few instructions to him, and he left with a big smile. Uncle Gu noticed it was mealtime and arranged for the kitchen to prepare some dishes for Summer to eat before she returned. Uncle Gu, have the grains been bought? Summer asked while eating. Yes, ma'am. They were bought early and are stored at the inn. Good. You've all been working hard lately. Make sure to have more people watch over things at night. The other day when I went out of the city, I saw refugees appearing outside the city, so you need to pay attention to safety.
Understood, Mom.
We have people watching over the inn at night, so you can rest easy. All right, also keep an eye out for any houses for sale near the inn. If you find any, just buy them directly. It would be more convenient for you to stay nearby since the inn doesn't have rooms, and it's not comfortable to sleep here. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Gu agreed wholeheartedly. They had been sleeping on small beds in the private rooms, and with the cold weather, it was indeed uncomfortable. Summer had arranged everything that needed to be done. After checking the restaurant's accounts, she found that the daily earnings had increased to over 200 taels of silver, several times more than when they first opened. The restaurant's reputation had spread, attracting more wealthy customers. She also added new items to the menu and adjusted the prices, offering both affordable options and higher-end dishes for the rich. Naturally, the revenue increased. After finishing her meal, Summer didn't linger and went straight back to the Hofu. 3 days later, she completed the portrait of Wenjin and received a message from Uncle Gu asking her to visit. When she arrived at the restaurant, Uncle Gu greeted her with a big smile and led her to a private room. Before she could ask anything, he quickly shared the news. It turned out that Yunan had ambushed Zhang Datu in a dark alley last night, putting him in a sack and giving him a beating, even breaking his leg. It was reported that Zhang Datu and his group were only discovered this morning by someone passing by. In the morning, officials came to the restaurant to inquire about them. Since it was dark last night, no one saw Yunan and his team, so they just asked a few questions and left. Uncle Gu wanted to inform Summer, thinking that if the officials asked the lady, she might not know how to respond. Did Yun and the others get hurt? Summer didn't care about Zhang Dadu and his group. She only wanted to ensure her people were safe. Don't worry, my lady, they're all fine. They covered their faces, so no one saw them. Uncle Gu praised happily. Yun is now very responsible in his work. Yun had taken on the role of captain of Summer's security team, responsible for both the safety of the inner courtyard and the restaurant. He was diligent and thorough in his duties, ensuring that everything was well managed. Recently, he arranged for people to work night shifts at the restaurant, being both careful and steady.
Good.
Always prioritize your safety before taking action, Summer smiled and affirmed, though she worriedly reminded them. She feared they might focus too much on their tasks and expose themselves to danger, which wouldn't be wise. Lately, Uncle Gu and Yun had been working hard, but no one complained. Summer felt grateful. Uncle Gu, when you distribute the monthly silver this month, give Yun and the others an extra 5 taels each, and give yourself an extra 10 taels as a reward for this time. Okay, my lady. Thank you. Uncle Gu said excitedly, rubbing his hands. The lady was truly generous. He already received 15 taels of silver as his monthly pay for managing the restaurant. The rewards here are much better than what he had before. The lady is kind and never mistreats the servants, which is more than many other households. Well, I'm done. I'll head back now, Summer said after finishing her meal, greeting Uncle Gu before returning to Linglong Alley. In 3 days, Uncle Chun had made over 10,000 small pills. He estimated that in about 10 more days, they would be finished. However, Aunt Chun had only made around 20 sets of cotton clothes and shoes. Uncle Chun looked at Summer, feeling a bit shy. Madam, it's better for the girls to make the pills because they are more careful. So for the past few days, they've mainly helped us with that. The young men felt a bit embarrassed hearing this, as making the pills is a delicate task. They could probably manage making egg-sized ones, but the smaller ones were a bit challenging for them. That's fine, Summer said, smiling at the neatly arranged small porcelain bottles. Let's focus on making the pills first, and we can take our time with the clothes. It wasn't ideal to brew medicine in the yard every day because the smell was too strong, and the neighbors would inevitably notice. Okay, madam, Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun quickly agreed. She looked at the bottles, each labeled with the name of the medicine, organized neatly, and nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Chun is very meticulous. These are packed well. She picked up a bottle, opened it, and checked the pills, which were exactly what she wanted. Hearing the praise, Uncle Chun grinned and explained, Madam, each bottle contains 20 pills, and there are 500 bottles here. He paused and continued, Madam, if we make all the ingredients into pills, we might need more bottles than we ordered. We only planned for 2,000, thinking we would have some left over. All right, Uncle Chun, order more. We might need them in the future. She initially planned to store the finished pills in jars in her space, as it would keep them fresh. She also intended to prepare some empty porcelain bottles to fill with a few pills when needed. However, since she needed Uncle Chen's help with brewing and making the pills, she couldn't organize them that way, which is why she ordered 2,000 bottles. After checking everything, she had no other tasks, so she returned to the Ofu. A few days later was Wen-jin's wedding day, so Summer stayed indoors, reading and painting. The day before her wedding, Wen-jin went to the Wen-ibo's residence to prepare her makeup. Hu Mengyao and Lin Ziyu were naturally there too. When she took out the portrait for Wen-jin, as soon as Wen-jin received it, Hu Mengyao looked at her eagerly and said, Sister Wen, hurry and open it for us to see. Wen-jin glanced at Xia Tian, and when she nodded, she opened the box to take out the scroll. Just as she was about to unfold it, it was snatched away by Hu Mengyao, who exclaimed, I'll do it. She handed one end to Lin Ziyu and held the other end herself, gently unfolding it.
Wow.
This is so beautiful, the two exclaimed. In the painting, when Jean stands in a vast plum grove, looking ahead, her beauty striking, with her white cloak contrasting beautifully with the red plum blossoms. It was the first time visiting Lingwu Temple, and the moment in the plum grove left a deep impression on Xia Tian. Wen Jin was already stunning, and her fame in the capital was due not only to her talent, but also her beauty. The painting captured her vividly, giving her an ethereal quality. What do you think? Do you like it? Xia Tian asked with a smile. Wen Jin stared at her painted self for a while before nodding. I love it.
Thank you, Xia Tian.
Although her visit to Lingwu Temple was not very pleasant due to meeting Lu San and his friends, she truly liked this painting. She never knew she could look so beautiful in someone else's eyes. I'm glad you like it. Hu Mengyao, having seen enough, started to shout, Xia Tian, what about mine? Is my painting ready? Xia Tian glanced at her. You haven't even decided on a wedding date yet, so of course it's not ready. Then I'll ask my mother to set a date for me soon. Hu Mengyao was already looking forward to her wedding for the sake of the portrait. Shameless. Xia Tian laughed at her. You should at least wait until next spring's exams are over, right? Hee, that doesn't matter. Just prepare mine first. Hu Mengyao giggled. Remember, make me look as beautiful as Sister Wen.
Ah.
You're asking for too much. Xia Tian pretended to sigh. Wen Jin looks good because she is naturally beautiful, so the painting looks good, understand? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not pretty? Hu Mengyao glared at her, puffing up in anger.
Hey,
don't move. You look best just like this. Let me remember it. Xia Tian said seriously as she stepped forward to observe closely. This pouty look is too cute. You? Hu Mengyao, annoyed, stepped forward to swat at her.
Ha ha ha.
When Jean and Lin Ziyu laughed so hard they bent over. These two were such a joy, always teasing each other when they met. The laughter in the room attracted other young ladies who were getting ready to come over. There were already quite a few people getting ready today. Just now, Xia Tian had come over, so the three of them separated from the others to greet her. Since Xia Tian wasn't familiar with the others, when Jean was worried, she might feel uncomfortable, so the three of them chatted in a corner. Their cheerful voices naturally caught the attention of others, and some curious individuals came over. "What are you laughing about?" asked the second young lady from the family of the Minister of Justice, Wan. Her temperament was similar to that of Hu Mengyao. Her older sister, the first young lady Wan, was the one Lu Shi had mentioned as a potential wife for Shin Ko. At that time, Lu Shi had actually preferred Lin Ziyu, but the Lin family had declined, so she settled for the first young lady Wan instead. The first young lady Wan had also lost her mother early and grew up under her stepmother, who was the biological mother of the second young lady Wan. She had a somewhat gentle personality, but she was attractive and looked delicate, so Lu Shi thought she might not be the best choice but would be easier to manage. Although the first young lady Wan had a stepmother, hers was not as cruel as Lu Shi, who wanted to harm her stepchildren. The first young lady Wan appeared delicate but had not suffered much. Her stepmother, while not very involved, was never harsh with her. The second young lady Wan, unlike Xinlan, who bullied her sisters, actually liked her older sister, and they had a good relationship. Seeing the second young lady Wan, Hu Mengyao immediately said with displeasure, "What does our laughter have to do with you? Stay out of it." The second young lady Wan ignored Hu Mengyao and noticed the painting scroll on the table, which had been left out while they were chatting. The partially open scroll revealed half of Wen Jin's face. The second young lady Wan quickly approached the table, looking at Wen Jin with hopeful eyes. "Miss Wen, may I take a look?" Xia Tian secretly nodded. Although the second young lady Wan had a reputation for being domineering like Hu Mengyao, she was still someone who understood the rules. Eager to see the painting, she still asked for permission first. Wen Jin had no objections and smiled. "Just be careful, Miss Wan." "Yes, yes." The second young lady Wan nodded eagerly and quickly opened the painting, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so beautiful." Others who had gathered around also leaned in to take a look. Hu Mengyao became anxious. "Be careful. This is a gift from Xia Tian to my sister Wen. Don't damage it." The person staring at the painting immediately turned to look at Xia Tian after hearing that. The intense gaze made Xia Tian feel uncomfortable. Miss Wan approached Xia Tian without any hesitation, saying, "Lady Shen, could you please draw one for me too?"
You know how much it costs to have a portrait done, right?
Hu Mengyao mocked her. I didn't say I wouldn't pay." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "It's not like I'm asking you to do it," Miss Wan shot back rudely. Hu Mengyao calmly smiled. "As long as you pay, that's fine." Miss Wan glared at her, then turned back to Xia Tian. "Lady Shen, can you draw one for me too? I will pay." She had heard that many people wanted portraits from Lady Shen, and she wasn't someone who accepted every request. Seeing that the girl seemed nice, Xia Tian nodded. "I can, but Miss Wan might have to wait." "That's no problem." Miss Wan quickly replied, happy that Xia Tian agreed. She wasn't in a rush. She just wanted to know that it would be done. Miss Wan continued, "Lady Shen, since we will soon be relatives, could you give me a discount?" She looked at Xia Tian with hopeful eyes. Hu Mengyao scoffed. "I can't believe you have the nerve to say that. What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Miss Wan retorted angrily. Wen Jin quickly pulled Hu Mengyao back. "Calm down. Miss Wan is a guest today." Seeing Wen Jin intervene, Hu Mengyao stopped her teasing. Xia Tian found it amusing and thought Miss Wan was quite likable, so she smiled and replied, "Of course. How about half price for you, Miss Wan?" "Half price is 2,500 taels. Sister Xia, can you make it a bit less?" "I don't have that much pocket money," Miss Wan pleaded pitifully. Xia Tian chuckled, noticing that Miss Wan had even changed how she addressed her, now calling her sister Xia. They hadn't even spoken before. "All right, Since you called me Sister Xia, how about 2,000 taels? Great. Thank you, Sister Xia. Miss Wan squeezed past Hu Mengyao and affectionately linked her arm with Xia Tian's, saying, Sister Xia, from now on, you are my dear sister.
Hey.
Aren't you being a bit shameless? Hu Mengyao couldn't help but tease. Shameless? So what? Miss Wan shot back. Hu Mengyao was taken aback. Miss Wan was even bolder than her. But seeing that Xia Tian was making money, she decided to let it go. The other young ladies watching this scene were also eager to join in, coming over to greet her warmly. Sister Xia, can you draw one for me? Sister Xia, I want one too. Sister Xia, can you give us a discount? Is 2,000 taels okay? The chattering voices made Xia Tian unsure of how to respond. Please be quiet and don't disturb Sister Xia, Miss Wan spoke up to defend her. Hu Mengyao rolled her eyes at her, thinking she really acted like she was related to Xia Tian, calling her Sister Xia so affectionately. Once everyone quieted down, Xia Tian smiled and said, I can do it, but 2,000 taels is still quite expensive. You should ask your families first. If they agree and you still want a portrait, come back to me. She hadn't planned to charge 5,000 taels for a portrait. That was just a high price. 2,000 was already high, but now that her reputation was established, she couldn't lower it too much without causing confusion in the market. Ultimately, it was up to them whether to get a portrait, but not every family would be willing to spend 2,000 taels on one. That's why she suggested they check with their families first, to avoid any awkwardness if they agreed, and then their families disagreed later. The young ladies understood her meaning and nodded obediently. Okay, we'll ask at home first. If they agree, Sister Xia, you can't back out. Don't worry, I keep my word. They all smiled and thanked her. Thank you, Sister Xia. After discussing this, the young ladies didn't leave. They continued to sit and chat with Xia Tian. Xia Tian didn't expect that coming to do Wenjin's makeup would lead her to meet many new friends and gain several commissions. By the time she left Wenjin's house, it was already late afternoon. The next day was Wenjin's wedding day, and Xia Tian had received an invitation from Madame Su beforehand. The Su family was hosting a grand celebration, and since it was a marriage alliance with the Wen-Yi family, the event was even more lively. Early in the morning, the road from the Su family to the Wen-Yi family was packed with onlookers. Even the officials were present to maintain order along the sides of the road. As Xia Tian rode in her carriage, she found herself unable to move due to the crowd, but thankfully, the officials helped clear a path for them to pass. Today, she was with Lu Shi and the second lady. Otherwise, she would have preferred to get out and walk. She had never seen how ancient noble women got married, so today she was eager to witness it. When she got married herself, she was covered with a veil and guided like a puppet, so she couldn't see the grand scene. Curious, Xia Tian lifted a small part of the carriage curtain and peeked outside. This kind of event was probably rare, otherwise, the common people wouldn't have gathered so early to watch. Just as she was enjoying the view, she heard someone in the crowd shout, "Be careful." As soon as the shout rang out, the carriage Xia Tian was in suddenly stopped, causing her to lurch forward. Outside, there was a commotion, with the sound of horses neighing mixed with many voices, creating a chaotic noise. Luckily, she was holding onto the window so she didn't fall.
Ouch.
Cooling, who was also peeking out the window, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Today, Ningxiang and Ningxue didn't come along, so she had brought Cooling with her. Cooling had never seen such a lively scene either, so she was just as curious to look outside. Are you okay? Xia Tian steadied herself and quickly helped her up.
I've fine, madam.
Fortunately, the carriage had thick carpets, so Cooling wasn't hurt, just scraped her arm against the wall of the carriage. Once Cooling sat up again, Xia Tian, seeing that she was all right, called out to the coachman Mufeng. What's happening outside? I'm not sure. The carriage in front suddenly stopped, Mufeng replied, startled. He was glad he hadn't lost focus earlier, or he would have crashed into the carriage ahead. There were many people today, and the carriage was moving slowly, so he didn't dare to leave too much space between them and the carriage of the second madam, fearing the crowd might push through. When the carriage in front stopped suddenly, it nearly caused an accident. Madam, are you all right? Mufeng had heard Kuling's exclamation during the sudden stop. "We're fine. Can you check what's going on up front?" Xia Tian replied, asking Mufeng to see what had happened. The front carriage belonged to the Liu family. She hoped no one had been hurt. "Madam, my master told me to protect you, so let's wait a moment," Mufeng said, hesitant to leave. With so many people around, he worried someone might accidentally bump into her. "It's fine, go ahead." "Don't you trust me?" Xia Tian urged him. "Quickly check. I hope no one is injured." "All right, but please stay in the carriage, madam." "Okay, hurry back." Mu Feng went to the front to see what had happened. In front of Lu's carriage, a woman was lying on the ground, and a little boy, about 2 or 3 years old, was crying loudly beside her. It turned out that the woman was holding the boy while watching something happening by the roadside. When the carriage approached, the boy suddenly ran out without knowing what was going on, startling the driver, who quickly pulled on the reins but was too late. Seeing her child running out, the woman screamed in fear as she rushed to grab him, but she was kicked by the horse's front hoof. Fortunately, the boy was pulled back by his mother and was unharmed. The woman seemed to have been kicked in the waist and was now lying on the ground, unable to move. Someone had gone to call a doctor. After a while, the doctor had not yet arrived, and the woman's husband came. "What happened?" he asked, seeing his wife lying on the ground. He was about to move her when Mu Feng arrived and quickly stopped him. "Don't move her yet. Let's wait for the doctor to see what's wrong. Moving her could cause further injury." The man listened and did not touch his wife, holding the little boy in his arms while waiting nearby. Lu stayed inside the carriage and let the driver handle the situation. "I can't believe this woman didn't hold her child properly and let him run around," the driver said, looking shaken. "I'm so sorry. We disturbed a noble person. Please forgive us," the woman said, sweating from the pain. She quickly apologized upon hearing the driver's reprimand, knowing it was her fault for not watching her child. She feared the noble would be angry with them. "Please forgive us," the man said, knowing it was their fault, and he apologized too. "Be more careful next time." "If I hadn't pulled in time, it could have been a tragedy," the driver warned. "If the horse had stepped on the child's head, it could have been fatal." I'm sorry," the man repeatedly apologized while holding the child. The little boy looked at the driver with timid eyes, tears still on his face, but the driver held back any further criticism. Soon, the doctor arrived and examined the woman. Her waist injury was quite serious, and she needed to be taken to a clinic for treatment. The man hesitated. "Doctor, can we just get some medicine to take home?" "You can't be serious. Her injury is severe. If you don't treat it, she might end up bedridden," the doctor replied, a bit annoyed. "Money can be earned back, but if she becomes paralyzed, that's a lifelong issue." The doctor thought the man was reluctant to spend money on his wife's treatment. The man blushed and said, "Doctor, I don't have enough money." He had just come to the city with his wife and child to buy some things. When his child wanted to eat steamed buns, he went to buy them, and in that moment, something unfortunate happened. The doctor, being kind-hearted, advised him, "You need to treat the injury first, otherwise, it could lead to serious consequences." Mu Feng watched for a while and then told Xia Tian, "Madam, that family really seems to be out of money." The woman heard her back, and if she doesn't get treatment, she could be in serious trouble. Xia Tian thought for a moment, took out a purse with 5 taels of silver, and handed it to Mu Feng.
"Take this.
If Lu Shi doesn't pay, give the purse to that woman so she can get treated first." Seeing Mu Feng accept it, she added, "If Lu Shi gives the money, don't give her the purse." She was worried that if Lu Shi didn't pay, the woman wouldn't be able to get treatment, and then there would be no one to care for such a small child. The coachman also reported the situation to Lu Shi, who instructed Qiuyu to give the coachman 5 taels of silver for the man. "Here, take this. It's from Our Lady. Go get your wife treated quickly. Don't delay." Lu Shi had already heard the conversation outside the carriage. To protect her reputation, she decided to give the silver to the coachman. The coachman handed the 5 taels of silver to the man, who was so grateful that he kept bowing. "Thank you, madam. Thank you." The onlookers saw that the noble family not only did not scold the troubled family, but also kindly provided money for treatment, and they praised Lu Shi's kindness. Some recognized the carriage as belonging to the Marquis of Wuan and, hearing the coachman say it was their lady, speculated that the one inside was the Marquis's wife. The compliments kept coming. Lu Shi smiled at the praise. This was the effect she wanted. Seeing the money was available, the doctor quickly called for a door panel, and the onlookers helped carry the woman to the side. Mu Feng noticed everything was fine, so he kept the purse and didn't give it away. Finally, the road was clear, and the carriage continued on. Due to the delay, when they arrived at the Su residence, the wedding procession was almost ready to depart. Xia Tian entered the Su residence with Lu Shi and the second lady. Today, Minister Su stood at the door, beaming as he welcomed guests. It was his eldest son's wedding, and with all the officials and close friends attending, he couldn't afford to be careless. Madame Su was also at the door welcoming female guests. When she saw Xia Tian, she warmly took her hand and started chatting. Yesterday, Xia Tian gave a portrait to Wenjin, her daughter-in-law, and she learned about it from her daughter. Now, seeing Xia Tian, she is even more affectionate. She didn't expect her daughter-in-law to have such a good relationship with Xia Tian. She already admired Xia Tian, and with this connection, she likes her even more now.